Liu Lin felt a splitting pain at the back of his head. His limbs were numb, unresponsive as if injected with anesthesia. A foul, moldy smell invaded his nose, making him feel like vomiting. With great effort, he forced his eyes open, as though it had drained every ounce of his strength. Before him was a small, empty room, walls bare, nothing inside but dust and despair. Underneath him was a broken wooden bed. "Where am I?" "Ah!" A girl's scream rang out, filled with fear. Liu Lin turned toward the sound. A little girl with 2 pigtails flung herself into a woman's arms beside her. Clutching tightly to the woman, she stared at Liu Lin with wide eyes, as if seeing a ghost. "Who are you?" Liu Lin tried to ask, but before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his brain like an electric current ripping through his skull. Fragments of memories flooded in, merging with his own. He now knew. Liu Lin, age 25. Dropped out after first grade. Lazy, good for nothing, idle. A list of bad habits. Smoking, drinking, gambling, beating his wife. These memories threw his mind into chaos. Waith was Liu Lin, yes, but he was 32, a graduate student, recently started his own company. He had a car, a house, savings. This can't be me. Instinctively, he wanted to reject these sudden labels. The woman sighed softly, her eyes heavy with disappointment. "They'll go make you some ginger soup to sober you up." Through the new memories flooding in, Liu Lin realized this woman and child were his wife and daughter. Her name was Liu Ruhui, a beauty known for miles around. Nearly 5'7", slim, delicate features, especially those clear, gentle eyes always brimming with kindness. If not for his family bribing the matchmaker with 30 yuan to hide the truth about Liu Lin's background and character, she would never have married him. Unfortunately, this piece of trash didn't know how to cherish what he had. At the slightest frustration, he beat her without mercy. Not only did he do nothing but laze around, he also forced Ruhui to beg or borrow money so he could drink and gamble. Liu Lin couldn't help but curse himself internally. What a scumbag. Ruhui was only 22, but she worked quickly and efficiently. Soon, she returned with a bowl of ginger soup. "Drink while it's hot," she said tonelessly, as if going through the motions. Liu Lin pushed himself up from the wooden board, took the bowl with both hands, and said, "Thank you." Her hand froze midair. She thought she must have misheard, but then a hint of bitterness flickered across her face. "I've already done everything I could to borrow money, but no one is willing to lend anymore. Liu Lin, there's no rice left at home." I'm worried too. She clutched her dress tightly. "They'll find another way, I promise. Just please don't get angry again. And if you're gonna hit someone, hit me. Don't touch Meow Meow. It's my fault, not hers. Her bruises haven't even healed yet." 4-year-old Meow Meow buried her head in her mother's chest, trembling, too afraid to look at Liu Lin. No wonder the child feared him. The original Liu Lin despised girls and had never shown Meow Meow a shred of love since birth. "They'll cook something for you." Ruhui hurried into the kitchen, clearly afraid that Liu Lin might strike at any moment. Soon, she brought out a bowl of thin noodle, soup barely more than water, with just 1 leaf of cabbage. Seeing Liu Lin hadn't touched the chopsticks yet, she sighed. "There's no oil left, and we ran out of vegetables too. It's not that I don't want to add anything." Looking at her cautious expression, Liu Lin felt a pang in his heart. Noticing that Ruhui wasn't going back to the kitchen to bring out more food, he asked hesitantly, "What about dinner for you and Meow Meow?" The little girl shook her hands nervously. "Meow Meow isn't hungry. I'm still small. I don't need to eat." That line pierced Liu Lin deeper. He recognized it immediately. It was exactly what the old Liu Lin used to say when refusing to feed the child. He turned to Ruhui. She bit her lips slightly. "All the food we had is right here." Liu Lin was stunned. Had the family really been reduced to this by his former self? How could he possibly eat this single bowl of noodles? He pushed the bowl toward mother and daughter. "You two share it. They'll go for a walk." Although the 1990s were a golden era for business and investment, success depended heavily on the environment and available resources. This county wasn't developed. Its main economic pillar was a state-owned steel plant. It was also a major cotton-producing area. However, due to various issues, cotton often failed to sell. Back when Liu Lin was starting his company, he attended many entrepreneur forums. He heard countless stories from older entrepreneurs sharing their humble beginnings. One particular story came to mind. An illiterate elder entrepreneur once spoke of growing up in a cotton village. When the cotton couldn't all be sold, the elders wove it into cloth. In a desperate situation, he brought the cloth to the city market and surprisingly, it was snapped up within minutes at the morning market. Later, he began collecting cloth from surrounding villages, and demand kept rising. Eventually, he opened a textile factory. The business grew steadily, expanding across multiple provinces, becoming a national leader in the industry. If Liu Lin followed that path, perhaps he could succeed too. But as soon as he thought of it, he frowned. There was an idea, but where would he get the startup capital? His family couldn't even afford food right now. There was a saying perfectly suited to his current predicament. Even the wisest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. Just then, Liu Lin spotted a figure slipping quietly into a nearby residential building. A smirk tugged at the corner of Liu Lin's mouth. Rice has arrived. He lit a cigarette calmly, leaning against a tree near the building, facing the entrance, exhaling smoke slowly. After waiting just long enough to finish 2 cigarettes, the person finally came out. Faster than expected. The man looked around nervously, eyes darting suspiciously. Seeing no one, he turned to leave quickly. Prince Charming, in such a hurry, where are you off to? At the words Prince Charming, the figure involuntarily shivered. He squinted under the streetlight, trying to peer into the shadows. Then he rushed over, and upon recognizing Liu Lin, shoved him hard. Grumbling, he spat out, "What the hell are you doing here chilling? Screaming nonsense nearly scared the crap out of me. Get lost." Liu Lin smiled faintly. "I can leave, sure. But before I do, Prince Charming, care to lend your brother a few bucks?" The man's eyes narrowed. "What? Who gave you the guts? You want to get beaten up?" Chapter 2. Startup Capital. The prince consort, surnamed Ma and named Ma Xiaoquan, hails from the same village as Liu Lin, and they once shared a life together. However, this young man possesses an exceptional charm with the ladies, successfully winning the affection of the daughter of the vice factory director, thus becoming the son-in-law of the vice director's family. As a result, he has led a life of arrogance, earning himself the moniker of prince consort within their circle. The difference in their spouses has fundamentally altered the dynamics of their relationship. Ma Xiaoquan no longer regards Liu Lin, his fellow townsman, with any respect. Liu Lin chuckled lightly. "Unconcerned. Since my brother refuses to lend to me, I shall simply seek assistance from my sister-in-law." Yet, recognizing the necessity of approaching her with something of substance, he pondered whether he might reveal the backstory of Ma Xiaoquan. This incited Ma Xiaoquan's ire. "How dare you threaten me, Liu Lin? Have you grown weary of life?" Ma Xiaoquan, despite having married the vice director's daughter, remained as reckless as ever. He deceitfully claimed that Ma Xiaoquan was his cousin, all the while secretly bringing his old flame to work at the factory, indulging in infidelity right beneath his wife's nose. Only he was aware of the truth regarding Ma Xiaoquan's relationship to him. In the past, Liu Lin, valuing brotherly loyalty, would never have considered exposing Ma Xiaoquan, nor would he have used such matters as leverage. However, times have changed, and Liu Lin no longer felt compelled to uphold such brotherly bonds, especially since he was regarded as anything but a brother in Ma Xiaoquan's eyes. "Enough of your prattle. Will you lend me money? Or shall I go to Vice Director Wang?" "The choice is yours," Ma Xiaoquan said, jabbing a finger at Liu Lin's nose. "Oh, Liu Lin, you have truly outdone yourself. Just remember, don't regret it in the future." Liu Lin smiled faintly, knowing he had seized upon Ma Xiaoquan's weakness and would not release it easily. Regret? That was out of the question. Ma Xiaoquan realized that Liu Lin was resolute today, a determination he had previously underestimated. He pulled out 10 yuan from his pocket and tossed it at Liu Lin. "Here, take the money and scram." Liu Lin didn't even glance at the 10 yuan. "So, your sister-in-law is only worth 10 yuan to you? I suppose I shall go test just how much your loyalty is worth in her eyes. You're trying to take advantage of me." Liu Lin feigned a sigh. "Ma Xiaoquan, there is no need for such hostility. I'm not here to extort you. Just lend me 200 yuan, and I shall repay you in due time." "What? 200? Repay me? Do you think I'm a fool? Once the money is in your hands, it's as good as gone. Enough chatter. Either lend me the money swiftly, or I will approach my sister-in-law," Liu Lin pressed. Ma Xiaoquan typically refrained from speaking his mind, but he was acutely aware of his standing in his wife's family. Should Liu Lin expose the affair between him and Ma Xiaoquan, his easy life would be over. In the face of the vice director's family's wealth, wagering over 200 yuan seemed hardly worth it. With a resolute determination, Ma Xiaoquan reluctantly retrieved a small stack of crisp 10 yuan bills from his pocket, grimacing as he counted out 20 notes and slapped them into Liu Lin's hand. "Liu Lin, you better hope this is the first and last time. Otherwise, I shall use this money to have your tongue severed. If you possess any sense, do not dare to appear before me again." Liu Lin, with a calm demeanor, pocketed the 200 yuan. Grinning, he patted Ma Xiaoquan on the shoulder, exclaiming, "No way. Today, you lend me this 200, and in the future, not only will I repay you, but I shall return double. Our friendship will endure." He gestured towards the 10 yuan on the ground, saying, "Sorry, brother. My back isn't great today. Could you help me pick it up?" Ma Xiaoquan, Gritting his teeth in annoyance, reluctantly retrieved the 10 yuan and handed it to Liu Lin. Liu Lin pinched the money between his fingers, turned his back to Ma Xiaoquan, and shook it lightly, saying, "Tomorrow afternoon at the Double Happiness restaurant, it's my treat. Let us not miss it." Watching Liu Lin's retreating figure, Ma Xiaoquan felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. Yet, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. What was different about Liu Lin today? What had changed? Having secured the 200 yuan, Liu Lin's next task was to maximize its value. Money should breed money. However, this concern had to be secondary to a more pressing issue, the family's basic sustenance. I'm back, Liu Lin announced, still somewhat unaccustomed to returning home. Liu Ruhui routinely approached the door, her tone neither warm nor cold, inquiring, "Have you eaten? If not, I can heat that bowl of noodle soup for you." The mother and daughter had refrained from consuming the noodle soup. "That's fine. No need to heat that up. I bought some meat. You can prepare 2 dishes. Only then did Liu Ruhui notice that Liu Lin was carrying a considerable haul: oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, vegetables, and meat. Not only that, but a bag of rice also lay at his feet. How could this be? Where did he acquire the money? Had he won a gamble? Unlikely. Even if he had won, he would have squandered the money on indulgent feast with his reckless friends, never considering the family. Seeing the incredulous look in Liu Ruhui's eyes, Liu Lin felt a pang of regret for his past self. "Come, I'll cook. You handle the rice." Faced with his wife, Liu Lin felt a twinge of awkwardness and managed a shy smile before hastily shouldering the rice bag and entering the kitchen. Liu Ruhui stood at the door, momentarily stunned, before hurrying inside, only to find Liu Lin expertly slicing vegetables. Her mouth slightly agape. She could hardly believe her eyes. Over the years of their marriage, she had never witnessed Liu Lin in the kitchen, let alone cooking for her. To her surprise, his knife skills were quite impressive. Was this truly Liu Lin? Yet, she hesitated to inquire further. Within a short time, the delightful aroma of cooking wafted through the air. It had been ages since their family had enjoyed meat, and the mother-daughter duo, having gone days without a proper meal, were nearly salivating at the scent. Meanwhile, in another rented room, a plump woman held a steamed bun, inhaling deeply, savoring the air. Her partner, noticing her, gave her a firm shove, asking, "What are you doing?" The old fellow inhaled deeply, remarking, "Do you smell that? It seems as though someone is preparing meat." The man cast a sidelong glance at his gluttonous partner, retorting, "What does it matter to you if others are having meat?" The plump woman, dissatisfied, nudged her man, lamenting, "Look at you, so devoid of ambition. While others indulge in meat during this ordinary time, I am left gnawing on steamed buns. How unfortunate my fate seems. With your ample figure, what more do you desire to eat?" He replied dismissively. "Hush," she insisted, furrowing her brow as she sniffed the air again. "I can't shake the feeling that the scent of meat is wafting from Liu Lin's house." The man waved his hand nonchalantly, dismissing her thoughts. "Oh, come now. Is your nose enchanted? There are several households over there. Besides, even if someone were to have meat, it wouldn't be Liu Lin's family. If you suggested they were consuming the winds from the northwest, I might believe you." As the aroma of meat lingered, the woman's mouth watered, making it difficult to swallow the steamed bun. "I must go and investigate. What if it is indeed from their home? What if he won money gambling? You seem to forget, but I have not. The last time you laid eyes on his wife, you found her alluring, and when she shed tears, you softened and lent her some money. It's been ages. It's time for repayment." Chapter 3, Protecting Home. As the fragrant dishes were served on the table, Liu Ruhui felt, for the first time, that their modest rental apartment held the essence of home. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me. Meng Xiaomei." The voice outside was robust, laced with an unmistakable intensity. Upon hearing the name, Liu Ruhui's expression tightened, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Anyone acquainted with Meng Xiaomei knew that she was not someone to be trifled with, a force to be reckoned with. If it hadn't been for the recent pressures from Liu Lin, which left her with no choice but to borrow $2 from Meng Xiaomei, she would never have dared to entangle herself in a financial relationship with her. Originally, she had planned to repay Meng Xiaomei first when she received her salary last month. However, Liu Lin, upon learning of her paycheck, had ambushed her at the finance office, seizing her money before it even had a chance to warm in her hands. Liu Ruhui stood frozen, torn between the desire to remain hidden and the fear of not opening the door. "What's wrong with you?" Liu Lin asked, noticing her change in demeanor. "Nothing. It's fine. You wash your hands first. I'll check." When the door swung open, Meng Xiaomei's plump face squeezed through, her nose twitching as she inhaled deeply. Liu Ruhui shielded the door with her hand, wearing a cautious expression. "Sister Meng, What brings you here today? Meng Xiaomei shot her a piercing glare. You're living large at home, yet you refuse to repay the money you owe me. How shameless can you be? Liu Ruhui's temper flared. Sister Meng, how can you speak so recklessly? I assure you I will repay the money. Next month, when I receive my salary, I will settle the debt. The boisterous woman, with her robust arms, raised her voice, ensuring that everyone in the building could hear. I spit. Liu Lin just finished washing his hands and stepped out to witness the commotion. He heard Meng Xiaomei unleashing her fury. You think just because you have a pretty face you can seduce other men, I want to care. But if you dare to lure in my husband, I want to spare you. I'll tell you this, even if you sleep with my husband, you will return the money. If you think you can swallow my money, think again. The scene was so outrageous that the elderly man in the crowd felt utterly humiliated. This fierce woman showed no mercy, disregarding his dignity. As onlookers gathered, pointing and gossiping, Liu Ruhui felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. What kind of unruly dog is loose at this hour, causing a ruckus at my doorstep? Upon seeing Liu Lin, Meng Xiaomei's eyes glinted with disdain. Isn't he just a worthless man who bullies his wife? With a derisive snort, she continued, Liu Lin, today, you must return the money. No matter how you spin it. Liu Lin regarded the stout woman with a steely gaze. How much? Meng Xiaomei, with a proud smirk, held up 2 fingers. Liu Lin's expression hardened as he raised his hand and delivered 2 sharp slaps across her face. Stunned, Meng Xiaomei covered her cheeks. Her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed at Liu Lin. Liu Lin's gaze was piercing, and he declared, these 2 slaps are a consequence of your insolence. Should I ever hear anyone disparaging Ruhui simply because they possess a sharp tongue, I will strike them without hesitation, regardless of who they are. His eyes swept across the crowd of onlookers, his words intended not solely for the stout woman before him. As he spoke, Liu Lin retrieved some money from his pocket and tossed 2 coins onto the ground. Leave at once. Each of Liu Lin's words resonated deeply within Liu Ruhui's heart. Is this truly my man? Is this the feeling of being protected? The stout woman, wide-eyed with shock, let out a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Li Sanxiang, are you just going to stand by while someone strikes your wife? Why don't you stand up for her? Li Sanxiang, her husband, was inherently timid. Any semblance of masculinity he possessed had been eroded by the woman's domineering nature. Faced with the sight of his fierce wife being assaulted, he felt utterly powerless. In a flurry, Li Sanxiang emerged from the crowd, pulling his wife away. Enough, let us go home. Aren't you embarrassed? As the crowd dispersed, Liu Lin recognized that he was the source of this trouble. I apologize for the distress caused to you and our child. I will strive to earn more and ensure a better life for you both. Tears streamed down Liu Ruhui's face. Whether Liu Lin truly intended to change or not, the fact that he defended her today and spoke such words for the first time made the humiliation she endured worthwhile. Meow meow, ever obedient, approached to wipe her mother's tears. Mommy, why are you crying? Mommy is happy. Liu Lin felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Let us eat quickly. The food will soon grow cold. For the first time, the family sat down to a harmonious meal. Meow meow, eat quickly. Once you finish, we can go to the factory with Mommy. Meow Meow's expression dimmed slightly as she pouted. But the hefty uncle at the factory doesn't tea like me and often scolds Mommy because of me. Liu Ruhui gently stroked Meow Meow's head. Sweetheart, no matter what the hefty uncle says, just ignore him and pretend you didn't tea here, all right? We need the money and cannot afford to offend him. Liu Ruhui bore the weight of her misfortune, burdened not only with a husband like Liu Lin, but also with the responsibility of supporting the family. To repay Liu Lin's debts and ensure food on the table, she worked 2 jobs every day. During the day, she served dishes and washed plates at a restaurant, earning a meager 30 yuan a month. In the evenings, she toiled at the steel mill, unloading coke from rail cars, one of the most grueling jobs. Yet, due to her temporary position, she only received 50 yuan from the 200 yuan wage. Logically, an income of 70 to 80 yuan a month should suffice for basic sustenance, allowing them to live reasonably well. However, Liu Lin wished to alleviate Liu Ruhui's burdens. The steel mill was rife with pollution and dust, unsuitable for a child, so he suggested, let Meow Meow stay at home with me. Just moments ago, the amiable Liu Ruhui suddenly wore a vigilant expression as she regarded Liu Lin, having been married for quite some time. This marked the second occasion on which Liu Lin had proactively offered to assist her with childcare. However, on the last instance, his intentions were to sell the child. It was no wonder that his behavior had taken a peculiar turn. Could it be that the money he possessed was? A chill ran down Liu Ruhui's spine, prompting her to hastily change her attire and flee the house with Meow Meow in a frantic escape. Liu Lin, after rummaging through his memories for a while, finally understood Liu Ruhui's reaction. He reminded himself that trust must be cultivated gradually and cannot be rushed. He resolved to lie down and rest. Intending to address the financial matters come dawn. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Lin Gu. What have you been up to these past few days? Why haven't you come out to hang with the guys?" Liu Lin opened the door to find a young man clad in flared trousers and a floral shirt, sporting a pair of oversized sunglasses perched on his nose. Leaning against the doorframe, Liu Lin recognized him as Song Jibao, the son of a supply and marketing clerk from the steel mill, who had leveraged his father's position to amass some wealth. Seeing Song Jibao elicited a smile from Liu Lin. It seemed that his circle of friends was not entirely devoid of merit. With capital and connections at hand, all that remained was to weave a clever scheme. Chapter 4 Stepping Stone. Song Jibao feigned intimacy as he threw an arm around Liu Lin's shoulder, yet a trace of cold mockery lingered in his eyes. "Lin Gu, the brothers are all waiting for you. It wouldn't be a gathering without you." Liu Lin responded with a proud grin. "Of course, we are as solid as brothers." Among Liu Lin's circle of friends, there indeed existed a few offspring of officials. The reason he mingled with such individuals was largely due to the prince consort. Had it not been for the prince consort becoming the deputy factory director's son-in-law, he would never have had the opportunity to blend into their small clique. In the past, Liu Lin felt honored to befriend these individuals. Their acceptance of him was a mark of distinction, as they genuinely regarded him as a brother. What is brotherhood? It is the willingness to stand by one another, even at a great cost. Little did he know that their willingness to associate with him was merely a means to exploit his naivete, treating him as a mere cash dispenser. Liu Lin remained blissfully unaware, believing that having such people take him out was an honor that most could only dream of. He inwardly mocked his former self for being so foolish. Such self-deception, where one is treated as a jester, only renders one suitable to serve as a stepping stone. The restaurant housed only a few tables, as during this era, not many people were inclined to spend money dining out. "Ah, Lindsay, you finally arrived. The brothers have been waiting for you with bated breath." At the entrance, Wang Yang was the first to wave at Liu Lin. Burp. Beside Wang Yang, Li Xingwang let out a loud belch. Liu Lin cast a glance over the table, noting the disarray. The plates were nearly empty, and 2 bottles of liquor had been drained. The only thing left was the matter of settling the bill. Song Jinbao acted as if the feast had just begun. "Brother, hurry and sit down. Feel free to eat whatever you like." Liu Lin found a seat and cast his eyes over the dishes laid out before him. Smashed cucumbers, scrambled eggs with scallions, spicy dried tofu, mapo tofu, and a serving of cabbage soup. Sitting up straight, Liu Lin frowned. It was rare for the brothers to gather. How could they settle for such fare? He raised his hand, calling out, "Boss, let's order." The others exchanged glances, their eyes darting around. This big fool. If he doesn't get taken advantage of, it would be a disservice to the heavens for granting him such a foolish brain. "What else shall we order?" the boss inquired eagerly. Liu Lin, maintaining his composed demeanor, exuded an air of authority usually seen in prominent figures. Braised pork, sauced ribs, and a serving of Sichuan pork. All meat? The group was left dumbfounded. Even on ordinary days, they would never dare to indulge in such excess. Faced with such a hefty order, the boss hesitated. Liu Lin and his companions were regulars, and he was well aware of Liu Lin's situation. He was merely a fool being played for laughs, with little money to spare, yet always putting on a brave front. How could he possibly afford such expensive dishes? The dish is not beyond our capabilities, yet. Liu Lin was well aware of his boss's apprehensions. He pulled out the money from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. "Is this amount sufficient for a meal here?" The restaurant owner's eyes sparkled, and even those who had been smirking moments ago, ready to relish Liu Lin's misfortune, suddenly wore expressions of astonishment and disbelief. "Brother Lin, it's only been 2 days since we last met. How have you suddenly come into such fortune?" Song Jinbao gazed at the small stack of cash, discreetly rubbing his hands beneath the table. Liu Lin offered a cryptic smile, his eyes betraying a pride he attempted to conceal. Everyone found the situation rather peculiar. Yet, no matter how they inquired, Liu Lin merely smiled faintly and evaded the topic, deliberately changing the subject. "Gentlemen, let us not dwell on it. In short, whatever you wish to eat in the future, the money is no longer a concern." Observing the unfolding scenario, the group exchanged knowing glances and called out to the owner, "Bring us 2 more bottles of Lao Baijiu." Liu Lin chuckled inwardly, recognizing their intent to intoxicate him. This was precisely what he had been anticipating. When Liu Lin first established his company, he had navigated numerous social gatherings to forge connections. He had long mastered the art of discreetly disposing of alcohol in his glass. Fine wines, exquisite dishes, and sumptuous meats. Liu Lin's inebriation arrived at a most opportune time. Sensing the moment was ripe, his companions pressed him with inquiries. "Brother Lin, how did you come by this money?" With a slurred tongue, he leaned over the table and mumbled, "I promised to assist someone with procuring some items. This money is merely a deposit." The group widened their eyes in unison, asking, "How much can they offer you?" Liu Lin raised a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, his eyes narrowing into a sly slit. "Have you heard of a 10,000 yuan household?" The group stood agape, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. They glanced at one another, and Liu Lin feigned a gagging motion, quickly covering his mouth and stumbling towards the exit. "The bill has been settled yet?" The owner called after him. Liu Lin, still covering his mouth, gestured towards his tablemates, exclaiming, "They are all brothers. It's all on the same tab. Who is paying? It's not a matter of money. And by the way, tomorrow afternoon at Shuangxi Restaurant, I'll treat again. Let us not miss it." Shuangxi Restaurant? That was one of the finest establishments in the county, and a meal there was far from inexpensive. Initially, some had doubted Liu Lin's earlier claims, but now they were convinced. Wealth indeed lends an air of confidence. The man appeared much more agreeable now. Once out of sight, Liu Lin resumed his usual composure. Although it was getting late, he still had one matter to attend to. He made his way north of the steel factory, arriving at a vast expanse of land, a pit approximately 2 meters deep and spanning 5 to 6 acres. It was filled with a substance resembling fine sand, the industrial waste slag produced during the iron smelting process at the factory. Each day, the factory would deposit the generated slag here. Everyone regarded this as worthless debris, yet Liu Lin understood that due to inadequate industrial processing, it contained a significant amount of iron. The steel mill required scrap iron for steel production, and if he could sell this scrap back to the factory, it would yield a considerable profit. Although the quantity was relatively insignificant compared to the factory's demand, it was unlikely they would entertain such a small transaction. However, it mattered little. As long as Song Jinbao's father remained a supplier, he could find a way to manage it. Liu Lin's gaze drifted to the 2 dilapidated bungalows situated nearby, accompanied by a spacious yard. With so much scrap iron, he certainly could not handle it alone. Establishing a nearby recycling station would serve 2 purposes. "Chui Damon, your house has caught Brother Lin's eye," he said with a smile, feeling utterly unburdened. Deceiving Chui Damon was a task far too easy for him. In high spirits, Liu Lin was about to head home when he noticed 4 or 5 men clad in dark clothing, hurriedly passing by him. One of them, seemingly oblivious, bumped into Liu Lin, causing him to stumble slightly. "Watch where you're going," he retorted, irritation evident in his voice. Chapter 5. The Haunting Ahead. The man, having finished his bravado, brandished a half-meter-long object wrapped in black cloth. Liu Lin furrowed his brow. "When was the last time I engaged in a brawl? Never mind. It would be unwise to confront someone armed with a blade, especially with 4 or 5 of them around." Someone nearby tugged at the man, cautioning him not to be reckless. The imposing figure known as Black Tiger was swiftly approaching. Only then did the man lower his weapon. A moment later, the group moved behind a large tree by the roadside. The night was already dark and windy, and with the absence of streetlights, it was impossible to discern their figures as they vanished behind the tree. Liu Lin didn't need to ponder much. It was evident they were plotting something sinister. After walking approximately 700 or 800 meters, a few streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the sparse surroundings. Liu Lin spotted an individual riding a 280 bicycle, whistling, clad in a set of dark green attire strikingly reminiscent of a police uniform. In this era, such apparel was quite fashionable. Black Tiger? Had it not been for his presence, Liu Lin might have struggled to recall the name. Black Tiger, whose real name was Xingdong Yang, was the head of security at the steel plant, aged 37. He was notorious for his unwavering sternness. No one had ever managed to curry favor with him. Over time, he had earned the moniker Black Tiger. Given his disposition, it was no surprise that he had offended many, making him a target for those seeking vengeance. Liu Lin had no intention of meddling, especially since this man was known for his unyielding nature, which would likely make future dealings difficult. However, recalling the audacity of that earlier encounter compelled him to intervene. He stepped forward to halt the bicycle. The area ahead was fraught with danger, and solitary ventures were ill-advised. Liu Lin subtly signaled to Black Tiger, not bothering to ascertain whether he understood. It was likely that, should this go awry, the man would deem him insane. Upon returning home, Liu Lin slept soundly until dawn. Noticing that Liu Ruhui had yet to return, he hastily rose to tidy the house and prepare breakfast. Although Liu Lin had never been married in his past life, he placed great importance on familial harmony. Liu Ruhui arrived home with Miao Miao. As she pushed the door open, She immediately noticed the transformation in their living space, neat and clean, accompanied by the enticing aroma of food. "Mom, it smells wonderful," Miao Miao exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Hearing the commotion, Liu Lin poked his head out from the kitchen. "You're back. Hurry up and wash your hands. Breakfast is ready." Liu Ruhui, taken aback, asked, "Did you do all this? If there is anything you're dissatisfied with, I can tidy up further." Liu Ruhui could scarcely believe her ears. Yet, the thought of his possible ulterior motives made her grip Miao Miao's tiny hand tightly, fearful that her child might suddenly vanish from her world. Miao Miao looked up at her mother, her sweet voice inquiring, "Mom, can we eat?" The breakfast table was adorned with eggs, rice porridge, and two delightful side dishes, a scene that had only existed in Liu Ruhui's dreams. "What are you waiting for? Eat while it's hot." As she watched Liu Lin bustling about, effortlessly managing everything without needing her assistance, Liu Ruhui's long-dormant heart reignited with hope. "Liu Lin, regardless of the amount you have received, I sincerely hope you will return the money. As for what has already been spent, I shall strive to earn it back. Miao Miao is my life. I shall not allow you to harm her. I reiterate, as long as you are willing to lead a diligent life and conduct yourself with integrity, I am willing to endure any hardship." Liu Lin, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, "I truly have no such intentions. Miao Miao is also my daughter, and I genuinely wish to live harmoniously with you." These words from Liu Lin were long awaited by her. "If you genuinely feel this way, could you perhaps seek employment and refrain from associating with that dubious crowd? They are certainly not good people." In this golden era of entrepreneurship, how could Liu Lin content himself with merely being an ordinary worker, earning a meager salary? We shall see. Noticing Liu Lin's reluctance, Liu Ruhui did not press the matter further. As long as Liu Lin was not willing to sell his daughter, she was already quite satisfied with his current behavior. Yet, her worries lingered. During her daytime work, Liu Ruhui took Miao Miao away again. At the Shuangxi restaurant that afternoon, Liu Lin deliberately arrived half an hour late. A significant figure must make a grand entrance to showcase their status. Yet those he had summoned were already growing restless. Li Xingwang spat out a toothpick from his mouth. "Is Liu Lin toying with us after drinking too much? We've been sitting here idly for an hour." Li Xingwang's father was a loan officer at a rural credit cooperative. In recent years, the government had been encouraging entrepreneurship, making loans much more accessible than before. Essentially, as long as one could secure the cooperation of a loan officer, funding would be attainable. If he could leverage Li Xingwang to win over his father, then when Liu Lin required substantial funds for turnover, bank loans would be an undeniable option. Song Jinbao glanced at Ma Xiaoquan, who was seated across from him. "Why are you here today?" He was not intoxicated. Ma Xiaoquan had not been present at the previous night's banquet. Ma Xiaoquan rolled his eyes at him, unwilling to engage in conversation. Did he wish to be here? He was merely cautious, still trying to decipher Liu Lin's intentions, and dared not disobey at this juncture. Moreover, he was curious to see what Liu Lin was scheming. Wang Yang snorted disdainfully. "If he dares to play tricks on us today, I will make him regret it." Wang Yang's brother worked at the local police station, and the local ruffians would show him some measure of respect. Thus, Wang Yang spoke with more bravado than the others. Although the 1990s were a golden age for entrepreneurship, they were also rife with rampant thuggery. If one did not clearly delineate the boundaries between the legitimate and the illegitimate, attempting to build a solid business would be exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. Although Wang Yang's brother was merely an officer, he was more than sufficient to handle the minor disturbances Liu Lin might bring. Liu Lin strolled in casually. "Is there someone you wish to eliminate? Do you require my assistance?" "You little rascal." Wang Yang instinctively opened his mouth to scold Liu Lin. However, upon catching sight of Liu Lin, his words were abruptly swallowed. It was still the same tattered clothes, still the same person. Why does he suddenly exude an air of grandeur that demands respect? Liu Lin settled into the most prestigious seat, a smile gracing his lips as he nonchalantly invited others to order whatever they desired. For those meeting Liu Lin for the first time, it would be easy to assume he had always possessed such an aura. However, the others were not strangers. They had known Liu Lin for quite some time. This transformation was utterly astonishing. Given his demeanor and this marked change, it was evident that Liu Lin had encountered some extraordinary fortune. Only Ma Xiaoqian's lips twitched in response. "Brother Lin, we are truly good friends. And if there is any good fortune coming your way, you must not forget your brothers." Yet, the now sober Liu Lin remained tight-lipped, shrouded in mystery. The more he withheld, the more convinced the others became that he was harboring a significant secret. Wang Yang was the first to crack under the pressure. "Liu Lin, we consider you a brother. Do you regard us as fools? Just give us a straightforward answer today. Are we still brothers?" Chapter 6. The Banquet at Harmonious today. Liu Lin harbored a singular ambition to tantalize everyone present at this banquet, instilling in them an unwavering belief in him, thus rendering them entirely amenable to his purposes. The ultimate goal of this grand gathering was to meticulously integrate the existing resources and connections at his disposal. At this moment, the time was ripe. Liu Lin donned an expression of feigned exasperation, letting out a sigh. It is not that I do not wish to soar to great heights alongside my brothers. On the contrary, there are indeed some among you who are well-suited to partake in this venture. Who, me? Inquired Song Jibao, his face alight with anticipation. Liu Lin gestured for everyone to remain calm and to allow him to finish his explanation. Let me first outline the project I have in hand. Should any of you feel equipped to contribute, I shall consider your involvement. The group hastily set their chopsticks aside, leaning forward with rapt attention, eager to hear of Liu Lin's promising opportunity. I have a friend who has entrusted me with the task of procuring cotton fabric. He requires as much as I can gather. Regardless of the price we pay, he will ultimately offer us a uniform rate of 30 cents per meter. This price has not been arbitrarily set. The quality of fabric woven by rural women is inherently inconsistent when compared to machine-made products. To mitigate potential losses during procurement, this price was determined. Moreover, the fabrics acquired through this method are predominantly surplus from local farmers, who often cling to the notion that even a small return is better than none, especially since the fabric holds little value when left idle. Thus, there exists considerable room for negotiation on price. However, once this fabric is transported from this cotton-producing county to regions where clothing and cotton are scarce, the price could multiply by more than tenfold. Cotton fabric? Where can we possibly source that? Queried Li Xingwang, raised in the county town, struggling to grasp the underlying business opportunity. Meanwhile, Cui Damon, who had emerged from the countryside, eagerly raised his hand, his eyes sparkling. Brother Lin, do you genuinely intend to collect cotton fabric? I can assist you, truly. Cui Damon hailed from Shizue village, a well-known impoverished area in the county, primarily due to the farmers' struggles with cotton sales. Often, even when sold, the profits are meager. Consequently, many families have resorted to weaving their own fabric, which remains unsold and is typically reserved for personal use. Even at 10 cents, many villagers would be willing to part with their fabric for cash. If he could procure all the fabric from his village, earning 20 cents per meter, not only would the villagers express their gratitude, but he could effortlessly amass over 1,000 yuan. If he were to extend his reach to surrounding villages, he could potentially transform his fortunes overnight. Even the straightforward Cui Damon found himself increasingly restless with his thoughts. Brother Lin, does your friend really need as much as we can gather? Liu Lin possessed considerable confidence in the consumers of our era. The friend he referred to was merely a representation of the current market, where supply lagged behind demand. Not only could he envision selling all the cotton fabric from the neighboring villages, but he was also optimistic about the potential to sell every last bit from the entire county, should the operation be executed deftly. Even Ma Xiaoquan, who had been pondering the right moment to undermine Liu Lin, found himself momentarily rendered speechless. He also hails from a rural background, and his mind is undoubtedly more agile than that of Cui Damon. However, he harbors doubts. Liu Lin is all too aware of his own foundations. When did he acquire such formidable acquaintances, he wonders. Our county is rather small, and the quantity of cloth that can be collected is limited. For every meter you manage to gather, it equates to a meter less for me, resulting in a loss of 2 dimes. Upon reaching this point, even Li Xingwang and the others, who had previously been oblivious, suddenly grasped the situation. A meter earns 2 dimes. This could lead to substantial profit. Brother Lin, count me in. You truly are meticulous. What a brother you are. Liu Lin continued. Since I have laid everything bare, I certainly oppose your involvement. But there are a few points I must clarify. Brother Lin, please go ahead. First, my dealings with my friend will be straightforward, payment upon delivery. Therefore, the funds for purchasing the cloth will only be released once we deliver our goods. Hence, there will inevitably be some who need to provide advance funding. If any of you harbor doubts about me, Liu Lin, feel free to abstain from participation. Liu Lin noticed that some among them were indeed hesitant. This was also the reason I had been reluctant to speak earlier. For surely, there are those among you with less than sound reasoning, who might think I would abscond after swindling you with a truckload of worthless cloth. If you believe my actions are justified, then I cannot change your mind. Consider it as if I never spoke. Those who had hesitated were enlightened by Liu Lin's words. Indeed, what would be the point of deceiving them for a heap of tattered cloth? Second, this matter should remain known only to us. Do not let loose lips spread it recklessly. If it reaches the ears of those with ill intent, it could inflate the price of the cloth, ultimately harming those present who wish to profit. Yes, should anyone dare to speak of it, I, Chui Damon, will be the first to express my displeasure. Chui Damon was the most involved among them, and Liu Lin seized the opportunity to address the matter of housing. Damon, the collection of cloth is not something that can be completed in a day or two. Prior to transport, we will certainly need a storage space. I believe that vacant room at your home would serve well. Rather than letting it sit unused, why not lend it to me for a time? Brother Lin, feel free to use it, as long as you let me be part of this. This venture unfolded even more smoothly than Liu Lin had anticipated. He maintained an air of nonchalance, suggesting that everyone should not act impulsively but rather ponder the matter thoroughly. Should anyone truly decide to commit and require further clarification, they could approach him later. Brother Lin, I care not for others. I shall certainly participate, Chui Damon reiterated. His eagerness stemmed from a desire to assist his father. Although his father served as the deputy village head, their village consistently ranked low in performance, causing his father considerable embarrassment. Moreover, due to the strong foundation of the village head, his father had long borne the brunt of their poverty, leaving him with a sense of unfairness. Rumors circulated that the village intended to re-elect officials this winter, and the likelihood of his father being ousted was quite high. If he were to be eliminated, where would his father's old face be placed? However, if this matter comes to fruition, his father would become a great benefactor of the village. Who knows? Not only could he avoid being eliminated, but he might even aspire for the position of village chief. Chui Damon pondered that, despite the inherent risks, one might as well take a gamble. After all, there was nothing to lose, and perhaps a glimmer of hope remained. Ma Xiaoquan, being impatient, could no longer afford to wait. If this were to materialize, his connections would surpass even Chui Damon's. Yet, he harbored some distrust towards Liu Lin. But what if? Ma Xiaoquan felt an anxious unease within. Liu Lin noticed this and, not wanting Ma Xiaoquan to jeopardize his prospects, deliberately excused himself to the restroom. Indeed, Ma Xiaoquan eagerly followed suit. Chapter 7. Trouble afoot. As soon as Ma Xiaoquan caught up with Liu Lin, he eagerly inquired, Liu Lin, what scheme are you concocting? How come I was unaware of your impressive connections? Although Liu Lin could still resort to threats to compel Ma Xiaoquan to comply, such tactics were not a sustainable solution. Liu Lin donned a sincere expression, clapping Ma Xiaoquan on the shoulder. Xiaoquan, this friend is my ticket to prosperity. I certainly wouldn't share him easily, not even with you. Would you? Ma Xiaoquan clicked his tongue, thinking that if such a fortunate opportunity truly existed, he would not be as foolish as Liu Lin to divulge it to anyone. Liu Lin was still that naive fool, with no words to spare for his brother. Liu Lin sighed. That day when I threatened you, I was left with no choice. My primary aim was to secure the funds for myself. While it may not be as swift as collaborating with everyone, the resources across the villages are limited. I can manage a few more trips if need be. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoquan's mind began to turn, and he found Liu Lin's reasoning to be quite plausible. Observing the flicker of doubt in Ma Xiaoquan's eyes waver, Liu Lin presented a facade of earnestness. Xiaoquan, though you do not voice it, I can tell you are not having the easiest time with the Wang family. Simply put, it is because you are not earning much. Liu Lin's blunt words struck a nerve, and Ma Xiaoquan felt a sting of embarrassment. Yet this was indeed the truth. The discontent within him had long been bottled up, but he had yet to discover a viable means of making money. Liu Lin pressed further, Xiaoquan, while you may feel incapable in the past, think back. When have I ever betrayed you as a brother? Ma Xiaoquan knew full well that Liu Lin had never wronged him. It was precisely because of this that others regarded Liu Lin as a simpleton, perpetually taking advantage of him. Xiaoquan, even if you harbor reservations and have not yet made up your mind, for the sake of getting the fabric shipped out quickly and repaying you, you must help me sort this out. Rest assured, regardless of how much you invest, I will repay you double when I sell the fabric. Ma Xiaoquan blinked several times. Liu Lin had indeed been truthful in such matters before. Moreover, if he declined, he risked angering Liu Lin, who might then expose his dealings with Ma Xiaoquan. Ma Xiaoquan gritted his teeth. All right, as a brother, I will trust you this once. But it's agreed, no matter how much I lend you, it must be returned in double. Liu Lin smiled. Once I sell the fabric, that amount will be but a drop in the ocean for me. Why would I dare to renege? Ma Xiaoquan's mind was agile. He had just calculated that if Liu Lin's words held true, then it posed no issue. Rather than allowing his 200 or so to go to waste, it was better to lend him a hand. If he was to be taken advantage of, it would be better to involve everyone rather than just himself. When they exited the restroom, the two men walked arm in arm, laughing and chatting. Meanwhile, The others had been engaged in hushed discussions. As soon as Liu Lin sat down, Wang Yang hurriedly began to ask questions. Lin Ge, everyone has just discussed. And your project is indeed commendable. However, there is one concern. If we were to provide initial funding or temporarily extend credit, well, what would happen if issues arose? What about our money? Liu Lin chuckled and shook his head, saying, I do not blame you for your skepticism. After all, I have not always been on the straight and narrow. Truly, I reiterate, if you do not trust me, please do not feel compelled to participate. You may have forgotten in this brief moment, but I had not intended to share this with you at all. If Liu Lin were eager to explain or make promises to persuade them to follow him, it would only heighten their concerns. Yet Liu Lin appeared indifferent to their participation, which paradoxically bolstered the confidence of those eager to join while alleviating some apprehension among the hesitant. Jin Bao, I need a favor. Please inquire with your father about which trucks are scheduled to deliver steel to other provinces in the coming days, including their departure dates and destinations. Song Jin Bao grinned and replied, Lin Ge, just tell me where you want to go, and I can get the specifics for you. His father works in the supply and marketing department, making this task quite manageable for him. Liu Lin smiled lightly. Just help me out, and rest assured, your efforts will not go unrecognized. Liu Lin aimed to identify a favorable route, while the others believed he was maintaining secrecy. The more mysterious Liu Lin appeared, the more credible he seemed. Moreover, since Liu Lin was already seeking transportation, it was clear that this endeavor was legitimate. Song Jin Bao confidently declared, this is simple. You can count on me. Once they finished their meal, it was time to settle the bill. Ma Xiaoquan stood up, exclaiming, I will cover today's expenses. Everyone was taken aback. The prince, known for his frugality, was unexpectedly generous today. As Ma Xiaoqi pulled out his money, he provocatively remarked, You lot, so lacking in insight. Still wish to follow Lin Ge for handouts? You can't even part with a little money. Why should Lin Ge take you along? Learn from me. Watching the money leave his hands, Ma Xiaoqi felt a twinge of regret. Even those like Li Xingwang and Wang Yang, who had reservations, found their suspicions dissipating. Ma Xiaoqi, being Liu Lin's fellow townsman, certainly had more insight than the rest. If someone as shrewd as Ma Xiaoqi could take such a leap, what were they still hesitating for? They needed to seize the opportunity to align themselves with him. Now, the pressing concern should be how to secure more fabric before others could acquire it at a lower price. After all, they did not possess the inherent advantages that others like Cui Damon had. The group surrounded Liu Lin as they exited the Shuangxi restaurant. Lin Ge, how shall we return? Liu Lin glanced at Cui Damon's dilapidated bicycle and suggested, Let Damon give me a ride. What is there to ride on that old bike? Lin Ge, let me take you instead. Song Jin Bao proudly pointed to the motorcycle beside the bicycle. The usually straightforward Cui Damon, this time, realized he needed to assert himself. What's wrong with my old bicycle? At least I have steady skills, he said while pushing his bike forward. Lin Ge, please don't ride with him. He just learned and might end up in a tree. Amidst the fervent dispute between the two, a sleek black Santana abruptly came to a halt before Liu Lin. In this era, the capital was not yet inundated with cars, making the sudden appearance of such a vehicle impossible to overlook. From the window, a figure leaned out. Liu Lin, is it? Observing the man's intact features, his nose, eyes, arms, and legs, Liu Lin maintained a composed faade, yet inwardly he chuckled. It seemed that Black Tiger possessed a certain acumen. His erratic hints from the previous day had not been lost on him. No wonder he held the position of head of security at the steel mill. In this county, few, regardless of age, had not heard of the notorious Black Tiger. Some parents had even concocted rhymes to frighten disobedient children with tales of him. The group of Liu Lin's companions, upon seeing Black Tiger, were undoubtedly aware of his reputation. For various reasons, they harbored a degree of trepidation towards this individual. They were left dumbfounded. What had Liu Lin done to attract the attention of such a formidable character? Everyone held their breath, pondering whether Liu Lin was about to encounter serious trouble. Chapter 8. Initial success. Just as a multitude of possibilities erupted in everyone's minds, the Black Tiger gestured for Liu Lin to get into the car. It belonged to the public service and would need to be returned shortly. Really? Everyone gasped in astonishment. This was unexpected behavior. When had the Black Tiger ever displayed such a congenial side? As Liu Lin settled into the vehicle, the Black Tiger took the wheel, leaving everyone feeling unsettled. What influential figure was Liu Lin linked to that even the stern Black Tiger would lower himself to such a degree? Inside the car, a silence enveloped them until the Black Tiger finally spoke. Thank you for yesterday. Liu Lin responded with remarkable composure. What incident? I can't recall. His reply took Xing Dong Yang by surprise. Based on his investigation of Liu Lin throughout the morning, It was evident that this individual was indeed unrelated to the events of the previous day. Moreover, Liu Lin, of all people, would typically seize such an opportunity to seek recognition and request favors. Yet, in reality, he neither sought praise nor acknowledged the incident as if it had never occurred. After years of serving as the head of security, it was difficult for him to remember the last time he had encountered someone of this caliber. The last one seemed to be himself. Such individuals are either genuinely foolish or possess a wisdom that appears foolish. The journey continued in silence until the Black Tiger's vehicle arrived at Liu Lin's residence. Liu Lin understood that the Black Tiger had likely looked into his background. Otherwise, how would he know his address? Thank you for the kind escort, Section Chief Xing. The Black Tiger watched Liu Lin's retreating figure with a hint of admiration in his eyes. That evening, Liu Ruhui returned home from work with Miao Miao. Upon entering, she was greeted by a table set with 4 dishes and a soup. Liu Lin emerged from the kitchen, removing his apron. I hope this suits your taste. Please sit down and enjoy with Miao Miao. Liu Lin anticipated that Liu Ruhui would be pleased, yet she bore a troubled expression. Why haven't you returned the money yet? This money is ours. To whom should I return it? Liu Lin intended to offer Liu Ruhui some reassurance, but her concern only deepened. Liu Lin, even if this money isn't for selling Miao Miao, she glanced at the child beside her, fearing any psychological scars it might leave, and refrained from saying more, confident that Liu Lin would grasp the implication. Then tell me honestly, have you been gambling? With a serious tone, she continued. Those people at the casino will do anything to entice you. What if they first let you taste a bit of sweetness to ensnare you later? What will we do then? Liu Lin, I don't expect you to become better than others, but even if you don't consider us, you should think of yourself. After all, my abilities are limited, and I can only earn so much. When the creditors come knocking, your life will be difficult as well. Liu Lin absorbed Liu Ruhui's words, each one resonating deeply within him. To have such a wonderful wife was indeed a blessing, compared to women outside who were perpetually insatiable for wealth. A spouse like Liu Ruhui, deserving of respect and cherishment, was truly invaluable. Now, Liu Lin comprehended Liu Ruhui's entanglements and concerns, as well as her utterly simple requests, and his eyes softened with tenderness. Since the former Liu Lin had failed to cherish his wife and daughter, he resolved to safeguard their happiness and joy from this moment forward. Approaching Liu Ruhui, he took her hand, albeit somewhat awkwardly, and gently led both her and Miao Miao to the dining table. It was the first time he had held her hand with such gentleness, causing Liu Ruhui to blush and her heart to race. Rest assured, I truly have not engaged in gambling, nor have I done that thing you fear most. Liu Lin then seated himself and served a bowl of soup to both Miao Miao and Liu Ruhui. I currently have a project involving the collection of cotton fabric. If all goes well, it will yield a considerable profit. Trust me, this money is earned through honest means. Once I complete the first batch of fabric, you should resign from the restaurant job. You have sacrificed so much for this family. It is time for you to enjoy life. Liu Ruhui, initially listening intently, could not suppress a laugh upon hearing his last words, her eyes sparkling with brightness. Teasingly, she replied, I am only 22. I am hardly at retirement age. Why should I be thinking about enjoying life now? With a smile still gracing her lips, Liu Ruhui tenderly placed her hand on the back of Liu Lin's hand. Liu Lin, if you are truly willing to change for this family, I will gladly endure hardships alongside you, no matter what you choose to do. I have always believed that as long as our family unites in heart and effort, challenges will eventually pass, and brighter days will come. As Liu Lin gazed into Liu Ruhui's vibrant eyes, he thought, what man could fail to love such a woman? The following morning, Liu Ruhui had yet to finish her shift while taking Miao Miao to the early morning class. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Before Liu Lin could inquire about the visitor, he heard the breathless voice of Cui Damon from outside. Brother Lin, hurry and open the door. I have something urgent. Recognizing Cui Damon's voice, Liu Lin hurried to open the door. Without waiting for Liu Lin to speak, Cui Damon eagerly grasped Liu Lin's wrist. Brother Lin, come with me quickly. Liu Lin was pulled downstairs by the exuberant Cui Damon. A loud moo resounded as a bullock cart stood at the entrance of Liu Lin's home, laden with an entire load of cotton fabric, carelessly stacked in disarray. Atop the pile, Cui Damon had placed a straw mat for coverage. Liu Lin's eyes brightened at the sight, and he affectionately embraced Cui Damon's shoulder. Damon, I didn't expect your efficiency to be this remarkable. In just one night, you managed to acquire so much cotton fabric. Cui Damon scratched his head, chuckling. As soon as I left the restaurant yesterday, I rushed back to the village to discuss this with my father. I was initially concerned that I would need to persuade him extensively to gain his approval. But to my surprise, he agreed immediately upon hearing about it. In the midst of his joy, Chui Damon could not suppress a sigh. It was indeed the matter of re-electing village officials that caused such turmoil. What initially began as mere gossip had now solidified into an unalterable reality, firmly inscribed on paper. My father remarked that if he continued to remain inactive, he would no longer be able to hold his head high in Shijue village. Liu Lin solemnly patted Chui Damon on the shoulder. Damon, for no reason other than the trust you've shown me today, rest assured that not only will your father's position as deputy village head remain secure, but he will also become a great benefactor to the entire village because of you. Before long, your village will shed the stigma of poverty, thanks to your efforts today. Chui Damon smiled foolishly, saying, Brother Lin, such wonderful prospects are beyond my imagination. For now, I only hope that this truckload of cotton cloth sells successfully. That way, my family can gather fabric from the other households in the village and ensure that more families will remember my father's kindness. Liu Lin frowned. Did your family purchase this entire truckload of fabric with cash? Chapter 9. The stomach that can support a boat in this era. Having 10,000 yuan was already synonymous with affluence, reflecting the general living conditions of ordinary families. For families like that of Chui Damon, being able to produce a few hundred yuan in cash was considered quite prosperous. Although the price for cotton fabric was modest, relying solely on cash would severely limit the amount of fabric collected. The consequence of such an approach meant that he could not transport a substantial quantity of cotton fabric during this journey. While making multiple trips was feasible, it would significantly hinder efficiency and escalate transportation costs. Moreover, prolonged delays could lead to information leaks, making it difficult to negotiate prices at the current rate when sourcing fabric again. The reason money was relatively easy to earn during this period was due to the underdeveloped communication technologies, which created a disparity in information. Furthermore, the village of Shijue, where Chui Damon resided, was notorious for its poverty, indicating that the villagers had a greater surplus of cotton fabric compared to those in other villages. If they could only manage to gather one cart of fabric, one could only imagine the dire situation of others. Chui Damon felt somewhat disheartened. Although his father held some influence in the village, the recent elections were widely known, making it nearly impossible to pursue a credit-based approach. Liu Lin realized that he could not simply accept this situation. He needed to devise a strategy. Damon, tell me, how much did you pay for this batch of fabric? Chui Damon had no intention of concealing the information from Liu Lin, as Liu had promised to pay them 30 cents per meter regardless of their acquisition cost. As long as Liu remained truthful, they could at least net 1,000 yuan from this batch of fabric. The higher quality fabric was purchased at 10 cents per meter, while the slightly inferior quality was acquired at 8 cents. Liu nodded in agreement with Chui Damon's approach. He was surprised to discover that while Chui appeared somewhat naive, he was not lacking in shrewdness regarding these matters. Liu recalled his time running a company where he had employees of a similar disposition when assigned specific tasks. They could be quite reliable, though they often lacked innovation and adaptability. Damon, would you and your father mind earning a little less per meter? Chui Damon quickly nodded, expressing that they certainly did not mind. You know, my purpose in this endeavor is not solely for profit. Liu acknowledged this, saying, then listen to me. After we store this batch of fabric, you should return to the village. Have your father communicate this to the villagers, for those who require cash. It will be 10 cents per meter. For those who can wait, we will settle at 20 cents per meter after a month. Liu understood that his timeline from acquiring to selling the fabric would not even take a month. This approach served a dual purpose. It provided a safety net and allowed the villagers to maintain greater liquidity. If the trust was established this time, and they reaped the rewards, future transactions over the next few months would be even more assured. Upon hearing Liu Lin's plan, the cloud of despair in Chui Damon's eyes was instantly dispelled. In that moment, I wholeheartedly embraced Liu Lin, almost leaning in for a kiss, but thankfully, I sensed that something was amiss. Brother Lin, how is it that your mind is so astute? Why didn't I think of this solution? Just last night, my father and I were troubled by this very issue, but your words have truly illuminated my path. Brother Lin, if anyone dares to call you a fool again. Chui Damon delivered a resounding slap to his own face. I shall surely retaliate, including against myself. After uttering this, he couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. Liu Lin smiled, unperturbed by Chui Damon's slip of the tongue. Instead, he cheerfully took a seat at the back of the ox cart. Let us first transport this batch of fabric to the house. This was Liu Lin's first experience riding an ox cart in his 2 lifetimes, and the sensation was surprisingly both stiff and delightful. As for Cui Damon's residence, it was rather commendable. Despite its dilapidated exterior, the interior was quite tidy and well-kept. The two swiftly cleaned the area where the cotton fabric would be placed before unloading the entire cart. Before departing, Cui Damon, still anxious, hurried to the market to purchase a larger padlock to secure the door, ultimately entrusting the key to Liu Lin. By the time Liu Lin returned from the bungalow, it was already past 10 in the morning. Just as he arrived at the entrance, Song Jibao emerged from the shade of a tree. "Brother Lin, where have you been this early? I've been waiting for you for an hour. Damon has already collected a cart full of cotton. I need to go help him with the arrangements." Song Jinbao's eyes sparkled with envy. "So quick. I never thought Damon could be so efficient despite his foolish demeanor." His little eyes darted around. "Brother Lin, how much do you think Damon will earn from this cartful?" "Approximately 1,000 yuan, Liu Lin replied nonchalantly. However, Song Jinbao's eyes nearly popped out. "What? 1,000 yuan?" He was almost drooling. "You needn't be envious. Your father is a supply and marketing agent. If he truly wishes to assist you, obtaining some cotton is no challenge for him." Upon hearing this, Song Jinbao deflated like a punctured balloon. "The problem was that as soon as he learned I intended to work with you, he vehemently opposed, claiming that my companions were nothing but a band of rascals, devoid of integrity." "Brother Lin, it's not that I don't believe in you. I genuinely wish to be involved." Liu Lin showed no sign of displeasure, instead offering words of comfort to Song Jinbao. "Your father's concerns are quite reasonable. His intentions are ultimately good. Do not let your allegiance to your friends create discord between you and him." Hearing such words of wisdom from Liu Lin filled Song Jinbao with newfound admiration. "Brother Lin, I never realized it before, but you truly possess the sagacity of a statesman." Liu Lin chuckled. "Jinbao, although your father may disapprove of you assisting us with the cotton, he shouldn't object to the vehicle arrangement, right? Here is the plan. Explain to your father that I will borrow a ride. The fabric is not as heavy as steel, so it won't cause him much trouble. In return, I will compensate him with 20 yuan for the use of the cart." 20 yuan. Song Jinbao's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. After all, 20 yuan was equivalent to half a month's wages for his father. Moreover, the factory's vehicle could be used without much scrutiny, as it was merely a matter of convenience. It felt akin to finding money for free. Just yesterday, he had persistently wheedled his father for the delivery route of the factory vehicle, boasting confidently about securing a high price of 5 yuan per trip. Little did he expect that in the blink of an eye, Liu Lin would offer an exorbitant sum of 20 yuan. Should he commend Liu Lin for his extravagance, or lament that he remained the same naive fool? Chapter 10. Father is the most impressive. Liu Lin secretly chuckled at the expression on Song Jinbao's face. He was well aware that he had offered an exorbitant price, yet he deemed it necessary. Although Song Jinbao's father was merely a salesman, the salesmen of this era were far different from those of the future. Presently, the market was characterized by a demand that exceeded supply, with many wholesalers possessing cash in hand, seeking the salesman's favor through bribes to secure steel supplies. It was evident that Song Jinbao's father was accustomed to such kickbacks. A modestly priced offer would hardly capture his attention. How could someone perceived as lacking in affluence and influence ever hope to negotiate with such individuals on equal footing in the future? Thus, Liu Lin aimed to cast a large and enticing bait, ensuring that Song Jinbao's father would eagerly desire a partnership with him. High risks and substantial investments naturally warranted high returns. Initially, Song Jinbao had intended to negotiate vigorously with Liu Lin regarding the supply itinerary. However, the paper containing the details was now uncomfortably tucked away in his pocket. He quickly presented it to Liu Lin with both hands, saying, "Brother Lin, please have a look." Liu Lin accepted the document, expressing gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work, Jinbao. I will review it thoroughly at home and inform you of the specific itinerary." Although Song Jinbao was eager to know where Liu Lin planned to sell the fabric, he respected Liu Lin's discretion and refrained from pressing for details. Besides, he was still reveling in the joy of securing a deal at $20 per truckload. Once he returned home, he would have much to boast about to his father, ensuring that his father recognized his own negotiating talent. While the other individuals had yet to respond, Liu Lin was in no rush to involve everyone at this stage. With both transportation and cotton secured, the urgency of their participation had diminished for him. Once he successfully transported the fabric back, others would undoubtedly clamor to collaborate with him. These matters were merely a question of time. Upon returning home, Liu Lin meticulously examined the delivery routes and schedules provided by Song Jinbao for the steel mill. The document outlined a month-long distribution plan involving as many as 6 provinces and cities. Drawing upon his memories from a previous life, Liu Lin recognized that among these 6 locations were major grain-producing provinces and regions with particularly developed light industries. Some cities would, in 2 years, evolve into significant export ports for international trade. Liu Lin understood that this was a period of economic initiation and growth within the country. One must not rush into action. Only by aligning with the currents of time and market development could one achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Consequently, he decided to temporarily eliminate 3 of the cities from consideration. As for the remaining cities, Liu Lin felt a degree of hesitation. The reason lay in his former self, whose thoughts were consumed by drinking and gambling, leaving him oblivious to the market conditions in the county, even unaware of the price of rice per pound, not to mention the prices and demand levels of other daily necessities. Thus, Liu Lin resolved to take the next couple of days to personally investigate the market conditions in the county, conducting thorough market research before decisively determining the first destination for his fabric trade. Taking action upon inspiration is Liu Lin's steadfast approach to handling affairs. At that moment, he wished to prepare some delightful dishes for his diligent wife and buy some sweets for their daughter, Miao Miao, to bring her joy. As Liu Lin opened the door, ready to venture to the market, he spotted Liu Ruhui standing at the entrance, holding Miao Miao's hand, her eyes swollen and red. Liu Lin was momentarily taken aback. Why weren't they inside? Why the tearful gaze? Observing the time, it was unusual. It was not yet the hour Liu Ruhui typically returned from work. Upon seeing Liu Lin, tears cascaded down Liu Ruhui's cheeks like a sudden downpour. Miao Miao leaped into Liu Lin's embrace, her tears flowing freely like pearls from a broken string. Though unaware of the cause, Liu Lin instinctively enveloped both mother and daughter in his arms, urging, "Please, tell me what has transpired." Yet, Liu Ruhui pressed her lips together, unwilling to divulge. Miao Miao, feeling her mother's distress, began to sob as well. Liu Lin furrowed his brow. In the past, Liu Ruhui would silently endure any grievances she faced outside, but upon seeing Liu Lin's concerned expression, the floodgates of her emotions opened wide. She buried her head in Liu Lin's shoulder, weeping heart-wrenchingly. "Liu Lin, I'm so sorry. I lost my job at the restaurant." Liu Lin had finally begun to change for the better, and she had thought hope was within reach. She believed that with a little more effort, they could settle their debts, and their home would thrive once more. Yet, just as her dreams began to take shape, she had foolishly lost one of her positions. Liu Ruhui felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Liu Lin and their family. Liu Lin gently soothed her back. "I had thought it was something grave, causing me great worry, but it seems it is merely this small matter. Losing your job may not be a bad thing. In fact, I wasn't planning for you to continue working there." Looking into Liu Lin's eyes, Liu Ruhui pondered. "But what about the business? What if it doesn't yield profits? What if my inexperience leads to losses?" Liu Lin, noticing the mixture of trepidation and longing in Liu Ruhui's gaze, affectionately ruffled her hair. Liu Ruhui displayed a bashful innocence. "The child is watching." Liu Lin chuckled softly and tousled Miao Miao's little head, asking, "Wouldn't you like it if Daddy cherished Mommy?" Miao Miao covered her mouth, revealing a gleeful grin, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons. "Daddy and Mommy are blushing. Hee hee. Mommy is smiling now. She is not crying anymore. Daddy is the best." Liu Ruhui, breaking into laughter, gently pinched Miao Miao's cheek. "You little rascal, how dare you tease Mommy?" Liu Lin experienced, for the very first time, the warmth of familial harmony, a sensation that truly uplifted his spirits. No wonder everyone yearns to find companionship. "Haha, dear singles." Liu Ruhui wiped away the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes and remarked, "You must be hungry. I shall prepare dinner. Allow me to assist you." She insisted, stubbornly blocking Liu Lin's path. "No, there's no need for your help. I have already lost my job, and if I cannot even manage such a trivial task, I would feel utterly useless." Liu Lin, resigned, acquiesced to Liu Ruhui's wishes. As he observed her busily entering the kitchen, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Liu Lin's eyes. "Miao Miao, tell Daddy who has been tormenting Mommy." Chapter 11. A bountiful return. Miao Miao pouted and shook her head at Liu Lin, her expression one of deep grievance. She had promised her mother not to divulge anything to her father. Liu Lin furrowed his brow, caught in a moment of hesitation. Which was of greater significance, standing up for his wife or nurturing Miao Miao to be a child of her word? Just as Liu Lin grappled with his indecision about revealing the intricacies of the situation to Miao Miao, her tiny hand grasped one of his fingers. "Daddy, come with me," she urged. Liu Lin was uncertain of her intentions, yet since his rebirth, he had not had the opportunity to spend time alone with Miao Miao. Thus, whatever she wished to do at that moment, he was willing to accompany her. Meow Meow held on to Liu Lin's finger in silence as they walked, not speaking until they reached the end of the corridor. There, she pointed with her little hand at the innermost door. Initially, Liu Lin did not grasp her meaning, but it soon dawned on him. This room belonged to the chubby woman. Instantly, clarity washed over him. He had no desire to untangle the details or discern right from wrong. All he knew was that the chubby woman had made his wife cry, and anyone who bullied his family would face consequences. Meow Meow lifted her small face, her big, glistening eyes blinking innocently. Daddy, Meow Meow didn't say anything. I'm still Mommy's good baby, right? Liu Lin felt a surge of joy as he scooped up the little bundle of Meow Meow and planted a kiss on her tender cheek. This child, not only sensible but also clever at heart, possessed a character he cherished. He had worried that the once timid child had been diminished by the drunken Liu Lin's oppression. Come on, Daddy will buy you some candy. Meow Meow wrapped her little arms around Liu Lin's neck, her excitement bubbling over. Oh, candy. Meow Meow can have candy too. She pecked his cheek with her damp little lips and then broke into a toothy grin, her face flushing with shyness. Liu Lin chuckled. This child. I have a little donkey. I never ride it. Meow Meow's cheerful singing echoed as Liu Ruhui emerged from the kitchen with a platter of food. In their home, Meow Meow had never dared to sing so freely. She looked up and was startled. How could this child be so bold as to sit on Liu Lin's neck singing Little Donkey? Meow Meow, come down, Liu Ruhui exclaimed, hastily setting down the plate to lift Meow Meow off Liu Lin's neck. Don't frighten her. She asked for it herself. Liu Lin reassured Liu Ruhui with a calming smile. There's no need to worry about such matters. The old Liu Lin is gone. The man standing before you now is a brand new Liu Lin, determined to protect you and our child. Liu Ruhui gazed at the man before her, his eyes shimmering with gentle light. She felt an overwhelming urge to both laugh and cry. Though her expression appeared peculiar, it evoked both tenderness and a sense of innocent charm. Liu Lin playfully tapped the tip of Liu Ruhui's nose, teasing, Look at you, so silly. Liu Ruhui playfully struck Liu Lin's chest, exclaiming, You're the foolish one. Meow Meow covered her eyes with her small hands, her fingers creating a large gap through which she could see nothing. For the first time in days, Liu Ruhui smiled radiantly during a meal, free from the anxiety that had plagued her, replaced instead by a profound sense of solid happiness she had never experienced before. Liu Lin, could you elaborate on your cotton collection endeavors? Liu Lin did not regard Liu Ruhui as an outsider. After all, they were soon to be a family of three, and everyone deserved the right to be informed. He candidly shared the details of his recent activities and his short-term plans with Liu Ruhui. In her gaze, there was now a hint of admiration. He had truly transformed. That evening, Liu Ruhui insisted on going to the factory to unload the coke, and Liu Lin did not attempt to dissuade her. Even Meow Meow was taken along, not out of fear that Liu Lin would sell her, but simply because she sensed that Liu Lin was embarking on something significant, and caring for Meow Meow might hinder his efforts. Early the next morning, while the sky was still cloaked in darkness, the sound of knocking jolted Liu Lin from his slumber. Brother Lin, it's me, cried Chui Damon, his voice brimming with excitement. Liu Lin sprang from his bed to open the door, not needing to be urged by Chui Damon as he followed him downstairs to behold the scene below. 2 ox carts, a horse cart, and a tractor were all present. Chui Damon was grinning from ear to ear. Brother Lin, look, I used your suggestion from yesterday in the village. I announced it over the loudspeaker, and many families without a second thought brought their fabric. Some who had already delivered cloth even came to my house to discuss whether they could have their previous payments refunded. They said they wouldn't mind waiting an extra month. Seeing such an abundance of fabric collected overnight confirmed to Liu Lin that his strategy was remarkably effective. This time, the venture was bound to be immensely profitable. He felt a resurgence of the passion he had experienced in his early entrepreneurial days. He clapped Chui Damon on the shoulder and said, Let us store this in the house first. I'll consult Song Jinbao shortly to finalize our departure date. Chui Damon, filled with anticipation, hoped Liu Lin would dispatch the goods soon. Brother Lin, I'll take care of unloading the cargo. You focus on what you need to do. This is minor, so don't worry about it, he said, gesturing to direct the helping townsfolk. Once Chui Damon left, Liu Lin wasted no time. He rushed to the market to gather information on prices, ensuring he had a thorough understanding of the situation. Just as he was contemplating finding Song Jinbao to discuss which vehicle he would need, Song Jinbao arrived alongside Ma Xiaoquan. Brother Lin, you're quite the busy man these days. I came early, but it seems I can't catch you at home, Song Jinbao teased with a smile. Busy means money to be made, Liu Lin remarked, glancing at Ma Xiaoquan, wondering why he seemed so free today. Ma Xiaoquan cast a sidelong glance at Liu Lin, pondering how his friend had been deeply concerned about his affairs yet could only muster such a tepid inquiry. Liu Lin, being a savvy individual, quickly grasped the situation. How have the results been these past couple of days? Given your capabilities, I trust the rewards have been considerable. Ma Xiaoquan's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Indeed, 3 tractors were procured, all acquired with hard cash, unlike Cui Damon, who relies entirely on credit. As the son-in-law of the deputy factory director, Ma Xiaoquan certainly possessed some liquidity. He had heard about Cui Damon's methods while collecting cotton fabric yesterday, but he reasoned that if profit was to be made, it ought to be maximized. He had no intention of offering concessions. As for whether he could still collect more, if Ma Xiaoquan desired, he certainly could. However, he was reluctant to pursue further acquisitions. He had calculated that the 3 tractors would yield a profit of around 6,000 yuan. Even in the event of a loss, he could still absorb the 1,800. Liu Lin felt that he had secured a sufficient amount of fabric. Any further collection would not raise concerns about the market, but rather about whether the transport trucks could accommodate the load. Jinbao, allow me to outline my plans to you. Please relay them to your father. Song Jinbao grinned. Lin Gu, my dad wants to meet you. Chapter 12. The meeting. Liu Lin was aware that the day would eventually come when he would meet face-to-face with Song Jinbao's father. Yet he had not anticipated it occurring so swiftly. The chosen venue was rather intriguing, being the residence of Song Jinbao. This choice made sense to Liu Lin, as Song Youxing was merely a clerk and did not possess an independent office of his own. Visiting the factory would be neither convenient nor dignified, especially considering the nature of their discussion regarding the exploitation of his position for personal gain. Song Jinbao's family resided in an apartment building constructed by the factory, with an indoor area of approximately 60 square meters, featuring 2 bedrooms and a living room. The furniture was brand new, suggesting they had only moved in within the past couple of years. Given the size and decor, many in this era would be envious. However, Liu Lin, hailing from 3 decades in the future, found such standards rather unimpressive. Song Youxing, having risen from humble beginnings, had only recently become a supply and marketing clerk at the steel mill, thus still clinging to the tendency to flaunt his newfound status at any opportunity. From the moment he entered, Liu Lin exhibited no trace of envy, leaving Song Youxing's vanity with nowhere to reside. Leaning back in his chair, Song Youxing, though lacking a significant title, carried himself with an air of authority. He scrutinized Liu Lin for a full 2 minutes before speaking in a formal tone. Regarding the vehicle matter, Jinbao has informed me. Liu Lin offered a polite smile, replying, Jinbao mentioned that you were in agreement. While he was confident that Song Youxing would not forego the opportunity to earn this sum, Liu Lin opted to preemptively block any potential reversal of agreement. Song Youxing's lips moved slightly, the words he had prepared stifled by Liu Lin's assertion. He cast a begrudging glance at his son. Liu Lin understood that his purpose in this meeting was to establish a cooperative relationship with Song Youxing, rather than to compete for superiority. Uncle Song, Liu Lin began. Jinbao and I have always maintained a good friendship, and whenever fortune smiles upon us, you will undoubtedly be among our first thoughts. Addressing him as Uncle Song was a nod to his age, while also serving to bridge the gap between them. The underlying message was clear. Their relationship was not one of Liu Lin depending on him, but rather of Song Youxing benefiting from Liu Lin's influence. Having graduated from middle school, Song Youxing was, in this era, considered literate. Yet, he needed a moment to process Liu Lin's words. Though he sensed something was amiss, he could not immediately identify the discrepancy. Seizing the opportunity while Song Youxing pondered, Liu Lin continued, Uncle Song, I possess a project with no investment and immense profit potential. If you are interested, Jinbao could participate. Before Song Youxing could respond, Song Jinbao interjected eagerly. What project? Liu Lin smiled. I have access to a batch of scrap iron. While the quantity may seem insignificant to a steel mill, it is advantageous in a consistent flow. If you are willing to proceed, I can offer you a profit of 60 yuan per ton. Liu Lin spoke in a rather mundane manner, as if discussing an unremarkable triviality. However, it was not only Song Jinbao who felt unsettled. Even Song Youxing exhibited signs of unease. 60 yuan. The factory's cost for scrap metal barely reached 200 yuan per ton, and yet Liu Lin boldly proposed a figure as high as 60 yuan? It is worth noting that the steel mill consumes thousands of tons of scrap metal annually. Even if this lad had only a modest amount of scrap metal, securing a mere 100 tons in a year would still yield a considerable fortune for his family. Song Youxing, hesitant to inquire immediately, hastily signaled to Song Jinbao to clarify the matter. Brother Lin, What about that friend of yours? It's nothing peculiar. Once I return from delivering the fabric, everything will be clear. The reason I am discussing this with you now is to gauge your and Uncle Song's interest. If there is none, such an excellent opportunity will simply be offered to others. Song Jinbao, anxious, reached out to nudge Liu Lin's arm. What are you saying, Brother Lin? If you give such a generous offer to someone else, wouldn't that undermine our brotherly bond? With a chuckle, he added, I just don't quite understand how this works. If I were to get involved, what exactly would my role be? Song Yongxing could no longer contain his frustration. Could you please be quiet? He frowned, perplexed by his son's lack of insight. The steel mill's production of steel is inherently reliant on scrap metal. Each day, trucks are continuously delivering scrap to the factory. While Song Jinbao failed to grasp Liu Lin's intention, Song Yongxing, with a year or two of experience as a supplier, understood perfectly. Liu Lin's stock of scrap metal was limited and not a one-time supply, thus the steel mill would typically not purchase under such circumstances. However, for Song Yongxing, it would be quite straightforward. He could easily mix a small quantity of scrap with shipments from other suppliers and simply give a nod to those suppliers, who would gladly open the back door for him. The arrangement would allow him to receive funds effortlessly. In cases like Liu Lin's, the small yet frequent transactions could be conducted discreetly, evading notice. Even if discovered, it would not pose a significant issue, as it would not harm the interests of the factory. Since you and Jinbao are friends, this minor matter is merely a trifling task, he continued. No need for formality. If you require assistance, feel free to approach Jinbao directly. As your elder, my lifelong effort has been to pave the way for you younger generations. Song Yongxing's demeanor noticeably softened, his tone resembling that of a familiar elder rather than the formal official he had been earlier. Seizing the moment, Liu Lin decided it was time to discuss transportation routes with Song Yongxing. Uncle Song, I would like to use the convoy heading to Kanglin City the day after tomorrow. I would appreciate your help in arranging this. I have collected a considerable amount of cotton fabric, and it may occupy more space than usual. So I hope you don't mind the extra effort. You are going to Kanglin? Liu Lin nodded. In terms of selling fabric, Kanglin was not the optimal choice. However, known as the nation's granary, it was indeed the ideal location for grain distribution. Initially, Liu Lin had not envisioned himself as a rice merchant. However, through market research and considering viable options, he concluded that rice distribution was indeed a commendable choice. Located in Linggao County, a significant cotton-producing region, the county faced a dire shortage of locally produced grains, relying heavily on imports from other provinces. This reliance inadvertently led to inflated grain prices within the county. Coincidentally, the factory needed to transport some production materials to Kanglin City, dispatching a large liberation truck, a far more efficient solution than mixing fabric and steel materials together. Such serendipity was indeed fortuitous. Song Yongxing smiled, though his fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of his chair. Yet, the financial implications loomed. If the cotton fabric were to be transported separately, 3 liberation trucks would be required, amounting to a previously agreed price of 60 yuan. However, with an empty truck now available, only one would suffice. Song Yongxing was reluctant to let his goodwill turn into a personal loss. Rest assured, Uncle Song, I will still calculate the cost based on 3 trucks, Liu Lin assured him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He appreciated conducting business with straightforward individuals. So, Liu Lin, why don't you stay for lunch? We can discuss the transportation matter further. Liu Lin readily accepted. Absolutely, Uncle. I still have details regarding the vehicle arrangements to share with you. Chapter 13. Underhanded Maneuvers. Song Yongxing furrowed his brow, initially suspecting that Liu Lin might be up to some trickery. However, Liu Lin swiftly alleviated his concerns. Uncle Song, upon my return from Kanglin City, I would like to procure some additional goods. Would it be convenient for you to have the factory truck wait for me for a day or so? Of course, I shall still pay the 20 yuan per trip. It will not be without compensation. To his delight, Song Yongxing's face broke into a warm smile again. As it was quite normal for vehicles to encounter unforeseen circumstances while on the road, resulting in a delay of a day or so. Wouldn't you agree? With this assurance from Song Yongxing, Liu Lin felt entirely at ease. His greatest fear was that Song Yongxing would not be greedy. There is also a convoy heading to Juzhou, which is perfectly timed to be 5 days apart from the one to Kanglin. I intend to make a trip from Kanglin to Juzhou and would appreciate the use of a vehicle for that as well. As for the 2 trucks to Dongsha in 10 days, could you perhaps give me a heads up? I need to assess the situation before deciding if I can make it. Juzhou is the largest and one of the earliest developed garment hubs in the country, destined to continue leading the fashion trends nationwide in the future. Although Lingao County is merely a small town, it boasts a large state-owned steel mill employing over 2,000 workers, with the steel industry currently thriving. The factory's profitability ensures that employees receive their salaries punctually each month. Thus, families with members working in the steel mill generally enjoy decent living conditions, at least without concerns for basic needs. Given the overall economic conditions, it is not uncommon for leisure-seeking individuals to pursue fashion trends. Liu Lin wandered through the county's general store, only to find that the clothing styles were either outdated or had already lost their appeal in other provinces before making their way into the county. For instance, Song Jinbao's ability to don bell-bottom pants was merely due to a gift sent to his father. Although Song Jinbao's appearance was rather unremarkable, the outfit garnered him considerable attention. Consequently, Liu Lin planned to sell the cotton fabric and, once he had cash on hand, venture to Juzhou to acquire some goods. As for Dongsher, it was currently the apple harvest season there. Apples are widely popular and easy to store, so if he could manage to bring back a truckload or two, it would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. However, Liu Lin could not guarantee that he would definitely go. On one hand, time was tight, on the other, he was uncertain how much cash would remain after purchasing garments. Thus, he could only take things as they came. His ramblings left not only Song Jinbao perplexed but even Song Yongxing, who believed he had everything under control, feeling somewhat confused. Why do you wish to go to so many places? Liu Lin continued his banter. To be honest, my friend is doing quite well out there. He has numerous connections and engages in various businesses beyond just cotton fabric. I aim to leverage his network to broaden my own scope. After all, cotton is only harvested once a year. Song Yongxing nodded. It was commendable for a young person to be ambitious, and having a long-term vision was even rarer. Once, I believed that Jinbao's friends were merely indulging in drinking and frivolity. Little did I anticipate that he would cultivate a friendship with a capable young man like you. Song Yongxing glanced at his son and said, Jinbao, you should spend more time with Liu Lin and learn from him. Jinbao readily agreed. Sure thing, Dad. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you in the future. The desire to earn money had completely overshadowed Jinbao's previous disdain for Liu Lin, which he had harbored just a few days prior. After sharing a meal at Song Yongxing's home, Liu Lin had disclosed all pertinent information during their conversation. As they chatted casually, Song Yongxing found himself increasingly fond of Liu Lin, who turned out to be quite different from his initial perceptions. Upon leaving the Song household, Liu Lin, having feasted to his heart's content, did not rush home, as he still had matters weighing on his mind that required resolution. Guided by memory, he arrived at a steamed bun shop named Xiangling. The proprietor warmly greeted him. Would you like to buy some buns? Liu Lin replied, I'll take 10, please. While waiting for the owner to prepare his order, he engaged in light conversation, inquiring, Is Ma Xiaoquan working here? The owner, noting that customers who would buy 10 buns at once were rare, responded enthusiastically, Yes, she is one of our employees, responsible for steaming the buns. Liu Lin introduced himself, stating, We are neighbors. Ah, so you are neighbors. The owner exclaimed, Indeed. We typically do not buy buns, but last time, Sister Ming invited us over, and she served us a plethora of buns. I found them delicious, far superior to what we make at home. I asked my wife to seek her advice on how to make them, but Sister Ming mentioned that they were from her shop. Thus, I have come here to purchase buns. The owner's previously cheerful demeanor shifted to one of unease. He had always suspected that the quantity of flour was off, and he feared he had misremembered. However, he was certain that he had never given Ma Xiaoquan any buns, nor had she ever purchased any from the shop. Observing the owner's expression, Liu Lin realized that he had taken a gamble that paid off. People like the plump and unassuming woman were not averse to finding ways to profit at others' expense. With buns in hand, Liu Lin returned home in high spirits. At home, Liu Ruhui, having lost her job at the restaurant, was multitasking, tending to the child while doing laundry. Upon seeing Liu Lin return, she hurriedly asked, Why are you back so late? Have you eaten? Let me heat something up for you. Liu Lin quickly stopped her, saying, No need, I've already eaten. Here, this is for you. Liu Ruhui accepted the bag of buns he handed her, asking, Why did you buy this? They're so expensive outside. If you want to eat, I can make some for you. Liu Lin smiled and replied, All right, I'll buy these just this once. From now on, I'll enjoy my wife's cooking. Liu Ruhui's cheeks flushed. They say that one's nature is hard to change, yet Liu Lin seemed like a transformed individual. If it were not for the familiar face she had known for years, Liu Ruhui would genuinely think that the person before her was not Liu Lin at all. In 2 days, I shall transport cotton cloth to Kanglan City. You and Meow Meow will remain at home. Ensure the door is securely locked. Regardless of the circumstances that may arise, strive to wait for my return to resolve them. Should an insurmountable problem present itself, you may seek assistance from Cui Damon or Jean Bell. If that proves unfeasible, then you may turn to He Laohu. Liu Lin firmly believed that if Liu Ruhui genuinely sought He Laohu's aid, he would undoubtedly reciprocate the previous favor. Nevertheless, deep within, he sincerely hoped for the safety and peace of Liu Ruhui and her daughter while he was away. It was precisely because he would be absent for a while that Liu Lin opted for a strategy of circumvention in dealing with the formidable debate-paying women. Rather than confronting them directly, he feared that during his absence, Liu Ruhui would struggle to manage the situation. Must you leave so soon? It has barely been a few days since I sensed the changes in Liu Lin, and Liu Ruhui felt an innate reluctance to see him depart. Liu Lin gently tapped Liu Ruhui on the shoulder, assuring her that upon his return, they would settle all their debts, freeing her from further suffering. A smile graced Liu Ruhui's lips, her eyes brimming with hope for the future. Outside the corridor, the sound of wailing akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed. Oh my heavens! This life has become unbearable. Chapter 14 Prologue unveiled the distinctive voice of the plump woman resonated throughout the building. Anyone familiar with her could easily recognize it. Her loud wail startled everyone within the confines of the complex who had yet to venture outside. What on earth is happening? Liu Ruhui glanced toward the entrance, but her nature was not one inclined toward gossip. She decided to dismiss it, reasoning that it was of no concern to her, and intended to return to her laundry. However, she was halted by Liu Lin, who insisted, "Rarely do we have such excitement. Come, let me show you." Li Sanxiang, you scoundrel! How did I end up marrying such a feeble man? What a miserable fate I endure. The plump woman lamented loudly within her dwelling, her cries echoing clearly to those outside. Li Sanxiang, feeling unjustly accused, retorted, "Your job loss has nothing to do with my supposed weakness. Can't you see reason?" The onlookers in the corridor exchanged glances, surprised to learn that the plump woman had indeed lost her job. Would her family still be able to enjoy their daily bread? This was a spectacle to behold, and they anticipated the unfolding drama. Liu Lin perceived the expressions of his neighbors, most of whom reflected a sense of schadenfreude. In such an environment, it seemed that hardship provided solace to all, while prosperity became a source of envy. Determined to improve their circumstances, Liu Lin resolved to earn money swiftly, aspiring to extricate the mother and daughter from such an oppressive environment. How can you dismiss this as unrelated? If you possessed any competence, he wouldn't dare to dismiss me so easily. If you had any capability, I could live comfortably at home as a wealthy matron. Now, thanks to your meager salary, we may find ourselves without even a morsel of bread. The plump woman scolded her husband vehemently, her nasal congestion evident even through the door, causing discomfort for those outside. The spectators stifled their laughter. As the plump woman wept, she suddenly furrowed her brow, pondering, wait a moment. Didn't Liu Lin's wife also lose her job yesterday? Why was there no uproar from their household? Perhaps his wife had yet to muster the courage to inform him, thus avoiding any wrath. I must see if Liu Lin is at home. Li Sanxiang furrowed his brow, cautioning, calm yourself. What do you know about how they lost their jobs? Aren't you afraid Liu Lin might retaliate? The plump woman, undeterred, flung open the door, only to find heads peering through the cracks from neighboring homes. Some even leaned against her doorframe. She was momentarily taken aback, but quickly seethed with indignation. What are you all staring at? Are you so idle that you have nothing better to do? She retorted, it's not just me who lost my job. Liu Lin's wife has also been dismissed by her employer. Reflecting on this, the plump woman's spirits lifted slightly, given her husband's incompetence. It seemed their household might soon face dire straits. Her words drew the gaze of the crowd towards the now open door of Liu Lin's residence. The plump woman swayed her ample figure and stood at her doorstep, hollering from a distance of 8 zhang, Liu Lin, your wife has lost her job. Did you know? Liu Lin, with his arm wrapped around Liu Ruhui's waist and a radiant smile on his face, replied, I must thank you for this. Had it not been for your assistance, my wife would still be at home, indulging in the luxuries of a wealthy lady. Huh? With your family's condition? A wealthy lady? Dream on. The plump woman fumed at Liu Lin's words. Why didn't he take it out on his wife instead? Liu Lin chuckled, tinged with a hint of sarcasm. He was well aware of the ups and downs of his own life. He cast a loving glance at Liu Ruhui and said, Come on, let us head inside. Having confirmed that the plump woman indeed lost her job, Liu Lin felt a sense of relief. He had no desire to indulge in any unnecessary commotion. So he led Liu Ruhui into the house. Liu Ruhui's cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. How had Liu Lin, with his changed demeanor, become so affectionate, seemingly oblivious to those around them? Yet, this feeling, Liu Ruhui found herself smiling unconsciously. Why had Sister Meng suddenly lost her job? Liu Ruhui pondered, still puzzled. Seeing Liu Ruhui, who had been bullied by the plump woman, still address her as Sister Meng, she couldn't help but gently pat her head. The wheel of karma turns. And who can escape the heavens? This must be her retribution. Liu Ruhui was taken aback. The bag of steamed buns on the table suddenly became remarkably conspicuous. She hadn't informed Liu Lin that Meng Xiaomei had caused a ruckus at her workplace. How did he know? Liu Ruhui's gaze darted towards Miao Miao, who quickly shook her little hands, exclaiming, "Not me. I didn't say anything. I just pointed." Miao Miao tightly pursed her lips, knowing she couldn't divulge more. Liu Ruhui's curiosity lingered. "Liu Lin, does Sister Meng losing her job have anything to do with you?" Liu Lin, not wishing to deceive Liu Ruhui, nodded. "I may have fueled the fire a bit, but if blame is to be cast, it can only fall on her own unscrupulous actions." Observing Liu Ruhui's expression, Liu Lin felt a twinge of concern that her sympathy might overflow, akin to those self-righteous figures in stories. Liu Ruhui scrutinized Liu Lin's face for several seconds before breaking into a suppressed smile. Although she was reluctant to align herself with Sister Meng, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of joy at the thought. Liu Ruhui chuckled again, her eyes sparkling with happiness. She understood that her joy did not stem from Meng Xiaomei's job loss, but rather from Liu Lin's willingness to stand up for her. He finally had her in his heart. She felt elated. Liu Lin, witnessing Liu Ruhui's reaction, discreetly sighed in relief. The next day, Cui Damon brought in 2 ox carts filled to the brim. The house was overflowing. Ma Xiaoquan also came to verify the quantity of cotton fabric with Liu Lin. Cui Damon directly used the ledger of debts between himself and the villagers to account for the transactions with Liu Lin. Due to time constraints and the large quantity, Liu Lin accepted the goods as they were. The following morning, Song Jibao directed a large liberation truck to the storage site, enlisting a few people to assist with loading the vehicle. The cargo was secured and covered with a waterproof tarp. Liu Ruhui prepared some pancakes for Liu Lin to enjoy during his journey, along with a change of clothes. As she saw Liu Lin preparing to leave, her eyes could not help but redden. Being away from home, he must prioritize his safety and take good care of himself, regardless of what challenges may arise. Remember that safety comes first, while making money is of secondary importance. Beside them, Ma Xiaoquan expressed his discontent. "Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Making money is secondary? Do you realize that all of the men in my life savings are riding on this? If anything goes awry with this shipment, we would be living under your roof for the rest of our lives." Cui Damon nudged Ma Xiaoquan with a shoulder, giving him an exasperated glance. "Brother Lin is about to set off. Can't you say something auspicious? Why frighten our sister-in-law?" Cui Damon smiled at Liu Lin, saying, "Brother Lin, I may not be eloquent, but I can only wish you a smooth journey. May fortune favor the deserving." Liu Lin, with a confident stride, boarded the great liberation vehicle, firmly shutting the door with a decisive thud. His gaze was resolute. At that moment, the prologue of his journey in this era truly commenced. Whether he would emerge as a tycoon or a failure would be determined by this very endeavor. Chapter 15. Embarking on the journey. Linggao County lies over 800 kilometers from Kanglan City. At this time, the country has few expressways, and this journey is destined to be fraught with difficulties. Notably, the route traverses numerous villages, with pothole-ridden roads appearing frequently, rendering it impossible to drive swiftly. "Master Zhao, how many times have you traveled this road?" The driver, Zhao Jubao, in his early 40s, had honed his driving skills and secured a position as a driver in the factory's fleet when the steel plant was first established. Typically, he drove alone, finding the monotony quite tedious. Thus, he welcomed the opportunity to converse with Liu Lin. "I can hardly recall. I must have made at least 1 or 2 trips each month," he replied. "How long will this trip take? If the weather remains clear and the roads are not muddy, we should arrive in 2 days and nights. However, if it rains heavily, it could extend to 3 days." Liu Lin frowned. The duration was indeed rather lengthy. It was no surprise that information disparity existed during this era, as the lack of communication devices, coupled with such transportation conditions, made the equal exchange of information exceedingly challenging. Yet, were it not for these circumstances, one would not witness the surge of individuals becoming overnight millionaires. While we have cargo aboard, be vigilant during the night. Do not sleep too soundly, lest we fall prey to thieves, Zhao Junbao cautioned while driving. "Are there thieves on this road?" Zhao sighed and shook his head. "Thieves are just the tip of the iceberg. There are even highway robbers, surrounded by the law-abiding society aimed at combating crime. Liu Lin found Zhao's words reminiscent of tales he had heard. He had once enjoyed movies depicting gangsters with great enthusiasm. Have you encountered such individuals yourself? As drivers, we have all faced thieves at some point. As for highway robbers, some of my colleagues who travel long distances have had their share of encounters. And how did they resolve these situations? Well, either they surrendered their money or allowed the robbers to take some items from the vehicle. If it were a large load of iron, that would be a different matter. Such heavy items cannot be moved by mere manpower. Zhao glanced at the towering stacks of cotton fabric in the rearview mirror. But your cargo is not as fortunate. It can be easily unloaded, Liu Lin remarked, feeling a twinge of anxiety tighten within him. In impoverished regions, there have been numerous instances where fruit-laden vehicles were overwhelmed and robbed entirely. Zhao wore an expression that suggested this was all too common. Not just in this era, even in the future. I have heard of vehicles on highways being completely stripped of their contents. What can be done? You travel this road frequently. This cannot continue, Liu Lin probed. Striking at the heart of the matter, Zhao Jubao offered a resigned smile. The factory has indeed considered measures to ensure the safety of its drivers. For instance, they have established connections with several trustworthy families along this route, providing them with certain benefits annually to ease our passage. Liu Lin furrowed his brow. Zhao sighed once more. However, I have a penchant for seeking out desolate places, where neither village nor shop is in sight, spending the night in my vehicle, and surprisingly, I have never encountered any mishaps. It is essential to recognize that, at times, humans can be far more terrifying than ghosts. Master Zhao's words dampened Liu Lin's ambitious spirit, replacing it with a heightened sense of vigilance. This was to be his inaugural battle after rebirth, allowing no room for failure. He was determined to avoid any slip-ups in such matters. Master Zhao, what do you think of this arrangement? For safety's sake, let us take turns driving from now on. I shall drive for 2 hours, then you for 2 hours. Zhao Junbao couldn't help but scrutinize Liu Lin. Driving is no trivial matter. Do you possess the skill? In this era, it is a rarity to even access a vehicle, let alone know how to operate one. Many in the convoy learned to drive during their youth in the military. Of course, I understand that driving is serious business. If I didn't know how to drive, I would never risk my life. When did you learn? Where did you acquire such knowledge? Well, this is somewhat difficult to explain. How about we find an isolated stretch of road later, and I can demonstrate my proficiency? Master Zhao hesitated. After all, if something went awry while Liu Lin was at the wheel, he would have a hard time explaining it to the factory. Yet, if Liu Lin indeed could drive, having a co-pilot would undoubtedly ease the journey. Master Zhao had been driving for most of the day and was genuinely fatigued. After some contemplation, he acquiesced. All right. Let us see your skills. He parked the vehicle by the roadside and switched seats with Liu Lin, initially filled with trepidation and doubt. Master Zhao's anxiety dissipated when he witnessed Liu Lin expertly start the engine. His previously anxious heart transformed into one of delight. Not bad at all. You can indeed drive. Liu Lin let out a silent sigh of relief. He had obtained AB license before his rebirth, but had primarily driven compact cars in daily life. Fortunately, he remembered how to operate a vehicle, and once he began, it quickly became second nature. Master Zhao comfortably leaned back against the seat. You should have mentioned your driving skills earlier. I could have taken a much-needed rest. This has worn me out. He chuckled at his own exhaustion, even humming a little tune. After such a long journey, it was the first time he felt the luxury of having someone to share the driving duties. Master Zhao turned to gaze at the setting sun, and his smile faded. We have about 20 more miles to go before we reach a snack shop. Let us aim to cover more ground and avoid stopping in the village. We should strive to reach the county town, as it would be safer. Liu Lin nodded in agreement. Then you rest for a bit, and I will wake you when we arrive. The snack shop Master Zhao mentioned was situated near the village entrance, its sign painted in crooked red letters on a large wooden post. It was quite conspicuous. After Liu Lin parked the vehicle, he roused the slumbering Master Zhao. Although referred to as a snack shop, it was merely a humble abode where the owners had set up a couple of tables on their earthen Kong bed. The two visitors were greeted by a woman in her 30s, hailing from the countryside. She possessed a heart-shaped face, with single eyelids and small eyes that glimmered with a hint of shrewdness. Adorned in a vibrant red blouse adorned with delicate floral patterns, the fabric appeared quite new. Clearly a recent creation. Master Zhao, with a cheerful demeanor, took the initiative to greet her. Ah, young lady, it has only been a few days since we last met. Yet you appear even more radiant. The woman cast a detached glance at Master Zhao and replied, as per usual, shall we stick to a bowl of noodles? After all, who else makes them as delectable as you do? I can never seem to get enough. With a frosty expression, She shot him a disapproving look, adding, "If I were to eat like you do, I would surely starve." Master Zhao, disregarding the proprietor's reluctance, insisted, "That will not do. Today, let us add an extra bowl of noodles. I have a little brother with me." The owner glanced at Liu Lin, who stood beside Zhao Zhubao, raising an eyebrow slightly, and remarked, "What a handsome face. Have you settled the roadwork fees?" Chapter 16. Unforeseen circumstances. Liu Lin furrowed his brow in confusion. "What road maintenance fees?" Master Zhao quickly laughed it off. "Come now, sister, don't tease. My little brother here is rather timid and cannot bear such fright. He, too, was an employee of the steel mill, and you needn't concern yourself with him. It would lead to nothing." The proprietress glanced through the window at the large liberation vehicle outside, her lips curling in disdain. "Do you take me for a fool? The cargo on your truck is clearly not from the steel mill. Surely you recognize this vehicle of mine? It is genuinely for transporting goods to the factory. What is transported is none of our concern." Master Zhao continued to greet her with a smile. "Please, could you prepare some noodles for us? After a whole day of driving, we've only nibbled on some flatbread and are truly famished." With a scornful look, the proprietress shot a glance at Master Zhao before casting a sidelong glance at Liu Lin. Once in the kitchen, she tossed a handful of noodles into a pot of water that had yet to boil. As the proprietress stepped out, Master Zhao exchanged a knowing look with Liu Lin and urged him to sit down on the con. Liu Lin had initially intended to treat Master Zhao to something nice, but upon witnessing the scene before him, he set that thought aside for the time being. His mind was now singularly focused on one notion: to finish his meal swiftly and depart. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something unsettling about the woman's gaze. Before the noodles arrived, another patron entered the establishment. "Proprietress, I'd like a bowl of noodles," came a clear and commanding voice. In an instant, a robust young man strode in, seemingly Liu Lin's age. With thick brows and large eyes, his sun-kissed skin glowing. Even dressed in a simple gray tank top and a tattered shirt, he radiated vitality. Liu Lin, perhaps due to the man's striking appearance, couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. Before long, the proprietress served 3 bowls of noodles, each one watery and insipid. They were far inferior to the bowl of noodle soup Liu Ruhui had made for him upon his rebirth. Not only was there no oil, but not even a single vegetable leaf graced the dish. Liu Lin frowned at the sight. Surely, even a roadside eatery should not stoop to such exploitation of their patrons. He glanced at Master Zhao, suspecting that he must be aware of the establishment's questionable practices. Master Zhao gestured for Liu Lin to endure the meal and leave swiftly after eating. Liu Lin took a bite. It was tasteless and devoid of even a grain of salt. If this were Zhejiangmian, there ought to be some sauce. How can one eat it like this? The patrons at the neighboring table were less reserved than Liu Lin and Master Zhao. The proprietress, unfazed, declared, "This is all I serve. If you don't like it, then don't eat." She pointed at Master Zhao. "He comes here several times a month and enjoys this." The man at the next table glanced over at Liu Lin but said no more, instead focusing on his bowl, which he finished in a few hearty gulps. After his meal, the man placed a dime on the table and attempted to leave, but was halted by the proprietress. "What do you think you're doing? You think you can just leave after paying a dime? Do you think you can dine and dash here without knowing who I am?" The man frowned. "Then how much is it?" "A yuan." The man scoffed. "A yuan? For this slop?" The proprietress exuded an air of unyielding defiance, asserting that this was the customary practice when dining at her establishment. No one coerced him. It was his own oversight for not inquiring about the price. And now he sought to lay blame at her feet. Liu Lin cast a glance at the bowl of utterly unpalatable noodles before him, seething at the exorbitant price per serving. However, given Master Zhao's previous demeanor, Liu Lin sensed that the situation was far from straightforward and chose to refrain from reacting impulsively, allowing Zhao to take the lead. The man remained unyielding, declaring, "No, it's just a dime. Take it or leave it." He stood to depart. The proprietress attempted to intercept him, exclaiming, "If you don't pay today, don't think you can leave. Do I look like a fool?" Yet, the man deftly brushed past her, nearly causing her to stumble. "For these noodles, even a dime is too generous. If you continue to obstruct me, do not blame me for striking a woman. A woman like you is hardly worth my shame." Initially, Liu Lin perceived the man as somewhat handsome, but he was taken aback by the underlying menace in his words. The aura he exuded was not typical of someone in their early 20s. The proprietress, not lacking in wit, refrained from confronting him directly. "Fine, if you possess such courage, just wait," she retorted before dashing outside, presumably to summon assistance. The man was no fool. He was not inclined to wait for her to call for reinforcements. Observing her exit, he too strode purposefully out, his gait confident, not indicative of someone fleeing. Upon seeing the proprietress leave, Master Zhao retrieved 2 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table, urging Liu Lin to leave hastily. "These wretched noodles are no match for the pancakes my wife makes," he remarked as they quickly departed the dubious establishment. It was only after they had driven a considerable distance away from the eatery that Zhao voluntarily began to explain. "This proprietress, surnamed Chen, is a widow. Do not be deceived by her youth. She is quite shrewd. She has connections with the local bullies and sets up roadblocks to extort passing vehicles. If we do not allow them to fleece us in a roundabout way, we could find ourselves entangled in numerous troubles." Liu Lin nodded in understanding. "I know those noodles were inedible. Let us hold off for a proper meal once we pass through the county town." Liu Lin added, "I apologize for the expense earlier. Once we reach the county, the meal will be on me." Zhao smiled. "No need for formality. Your assistance in driving has made my journey significantly easier. At this pace, we are bound to arrive in Kanglan City a day early, allowing me a full day of rest there." Since Liu Lin was not feeling drowsy, he allowed Zhao to catch some rest, planning to awaken him later for a shift change. Zhao, no longer hesitant, seized the opportunity to rest. Previously, driving alone had been exhausting, necessitating breaks. Now, with a co-driver, he was eager to reach Kanglan City and escape the isolation of their current location. Outside, the darkness had deepened to the point where one could hardly see a hand in front of their face. On the narrow dirt road, only Liu Lin's large liberation vehicle traversed the night. As they continued onward, Liu Lin's pupils suddenly constricted. In the glow of the headlights, a wooden handcart appeared on the previously barren dirt road, obstructing his path. Upon closer inspection, 2 men stood atop the cart, waving their arms towards Liu Lin's vehicle, signaling him to halt. The words of Master Zhao echoed in Liu Lin's mind. This road was fraught with peril. He was unwilling to gamble on the notion that there were more good people in this world than bad, for the consequences were too grave for him to bear at present. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. With little time for contemplation, he steeled his resolve, disregarding the intentions of those attempting to stop him. He pressed the accelerator to the floor with a roar. "Damn it! Crash! Curse your ancestors!" Snap. Chapter 17. Aftermath. The cacophony of insults and the shattering sound of the handcart upon collision resonated jarringly on the tranquil country road. The individual atop the handcart had never before encountered such reckless driving. He tumbled from the vehicle, narrowly escaping death, drenched in cold sweat. Master Zhao, startled by the crash, sat upright, his eyes glazed with confusion, momentarily believing a calamity had occurred. Was that an accident? Liu Lin, glancing into the rearview mirror, noticed a dozen more individuals emerging beside the 2 he had just seen, hurling objects in the direction of the speeding vehicle, their anger palpable. As Zhao regained his composure, the realization of the situation dawned upon him. Looking at Liu Lin, he felt a mix of trepidation and admiration. "You, my friend, are remarkably audacious. Are you not afraid of causing a fatality?" Liu Lin wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, reflecting that those individuals deserved their fate. After all, there were no surveillance cameras. "What do you mean not much?" Zhao did not grasp Liu Lin's words, and Liu Lin had no desire to elucidate. Besides, it was his first experience with such a scenario, and he felt a tinge of apprehension. "Master Zhao, have you rested well? Could you take the wheel for a bit while I regain my composure?" Zhao understood the request. Had he been in Liu Lin's position, he knew he would lack such courage. "All right, I will drive." With this exchange, Zhao's fatigue dissipated entirely. "Truth be told, your boldness and quick thinking saved us today. Had it been me behind the wheel, stopping the vehicle would have led to our undoing. Even if we escaped physical harm, the cargo we carry would have surely been lost. Once I return, I shall share this experience with the convoy, encouraging everyone to adopt your strategy, better than surrendering and becoming mere pawns." At that moment, Liu Lin felt profoundly grateful to have survived. Reflecting on his earlier rebirth, he realized he had never been this frightened. Unlike Zhao's optimism and excitement, Liu Lin was consumed by worry. If he aspired to expand his business, he needed a comprehensive strategy to address the transportation challenges. He could not endure another day like this. Moreover, having learned a lesson today, he anticipated that the next encounter would not merely involve a handcart blocking the road. What then would he do? The 2 men alternated driving, finally arriving at a place called Tongwei County by 4 in the morning. The county lay in silence, with hardly a soul in sight on the roads. Zhao suggested, "Let us pull over for a while. In about an hour, breakfast establishments will open. We can have a bite before we set off again." Liu Lin and Zhao took turns driving every 2 hours, ensuring they were not deprived of sleep, though sitting for extended periods had left them somewhat fatigued. They jumped from the vehicle, stretching their limbs, and then squatted by the roadside, retrieving a cigarette case containing only 3 cigarettes, remnants from his predecessor. Liu Lin, not particularly addicted to smoking, rarely indulged. As Master Xiao toiled to earn a living driving his large vehicle, he was reluctant to spend his hard-earned money on cigarettes. Liu Lin offered him a cigarette, and the two men began to indulge in the swirling smoke. Master Xiao reflected that, indeed, when fatigue enveloped the body, a cigarette could provide a genuine respite. Is every journey you undertake fraught with such peril? Liu Lin could not shake off his concerns. Master Xiao took a deep drag from his cigarette, clarifying, not necessarily. It largely depends on the cargo being transported and whether we attract any attention along the way. Do you not feel endangered? Liu Lin pressed on. Master Xiao exhaled a plume of smoke, remarking, it's all about the money, really. The inherent dangers and the skill required command a higher wage. Ordinary workers earn a meager 40 to 50 yuan a month, whereas we can earn 300. With 2 young ladies and a boy beneath me, and 2 elders above, whose health is failing, if I do not put my life on the line. How shall we survive? Liu Lin took a drag from his cigarette, contemplating that had he been in Master Zhao's position, he too would likely choose to embrace the risks. Brother, do you have any more cigarettes? A stranger appeared at their side, catching Liu Lin off guard. It was the man he had seen at the noodle shop. What brings you here? Liu Lin, generous, offered the last cigarette from his pack to the man. The stranger accepted without formality, squatting beside Liu Lin, igniting the cigarette with Liu Lin's lighter, taking a deep inhalation before slowly exhaling the smoke, visibly relishing the moment. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here, Liu Lin remarked. The man turned to smile at Liu Lin, his chiseled features exuding a sense of resilience. His tone was casual as he inquired, so where are you headed with your cargo? Liu Lin replied honestly to Kanglin City. The man murmured, Kanglin, yes, brother, and you? The man, savoring his smoke, glanced at the sun peeking from behind the clouds. Let us see how it goes. Given their lack of familiarity, Liu Lin and Master Zhao refrained from probing further. The trio sat in silence until a nearby breakfast shop opened its doors, releasing clouds of steam and warmth into the air. Let us go. I crave some steamed buns, Liu Lin called to Master Zhao. Master Zhao rubbed his belly. I'd like 2 steamer baskets, if that's all right. Of course, no problem, Liu Lin replied with a smile, turning to glance at the man still seated in place. He recalled the scene from the previous day when the man had paid. If he was not mistaken, it had been the last of his money. Yet, this man gave Liu Lin the impression that he did not seek pity or charity like a beggar. Hey, brother, Liu Lin beckoned. Our meeting is serendipitous. If you don't mind, allow me to treat you to breakfast. What do you say? The man regarded Liu Lin for 2 seconds, a smile of acceptance gracing his lips. Then thank you. The man, without pretense, followed Liu Lin into the breakfast shop. Liu Lin enjoyed a steamer basket of buns accompanied by a bowl of millet porridge, while Master Zhao ordered 2 baskets. The young man, strong and vigorous, devoured 4 baskets in one sitting. Liu Lin was not bothered by his hearty appetite. Brother, my name is Liu Lin. What is yours? I am Xiaojun. 25 this year. What a coincidence. I am also 25. I was born in May. I in August. Xiaojun cast a glance at Liu Lin and remarked, Then I am your elder. He wiped the smudge from his mouth and added, Brother, I can see you are a good person. I will certainly repay this kindness for today's meal in the future. Liu Lin chuckled and waved his hand, saying, It's just a meal. There's no need to think about repayment. Xiaojun gazed out towards the door, where a half-length cargo truck passed by. Behind the truck, a dozen individuals were either seated or standing. Xiaojun squinted slightly, muttering to himself, I hope this kindness does not need to be repaid immediately. Then, he abruptly stood up with a serious expression and declared, Brother, let us set off without delay. Chapter 18. Are you still human? Liu Lin was settling the bill when he heard Xiaojun's voice and turned around to take a glance. Where did he go? Ah, Master Zhao, where is Xiaojun? Liu Lin found it peculiar how the man had vanished as if by magic, disappearing without a trace. Master Zhao, having finished his meal, shrugged his shoulders and remarked, Little brother, I'm not your elder brother, so why are you treating him to a meal? Isn't that a waste of your money? Look, he finished eating. And without so much as a goodbye, he vanished into thin air. Liu Lin chuckled nonchalantly. It's fine. Perhaps he had urgent matters to attend to. Besides, I only felt a connection with him. I sought nothing in return. Master Zhao shrugged again, unconcerned, as it was not his money being spent. So he had no reason to dwell on it. Let us go. We must hit the road. We should reach Kanglin City by noon, he said. Liu Lin and Master Xiao did not linger any longer. Given that they were in a county town, there would be relatively more people and vehicles. Thus, Master Xiao decided to drive for this stretch. The county town was small, and they soon found themselves on the road again. With daylight breaking, the surroundings were becoming clearer. In the fields, many farmers were already busy with the harvest. Continuing onward, they entered a less populated area. The road became narrower. As the vehicle turned a sharp bend, Master Xiao suddenly slammed on the brakes. Liu Lin looked up to find a blue half-truck blocking their path. Before they could comprehend the situation, 10 or so individuals armed with various implements began to jump down from the truck. A sense of dread washed over Liu Lin. Master Xiao gasped, realizing they had encountered troublesome adversaries. Among those individuals, one had already begun to bang on their car door with a pickaxe, shouting, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and get down." With no other option left, both Liu Lin and Master Xiao exited the vehicle. As soon as Master Xiao's feet hit the ground, he was struck on the back with a wooden club. "Ah," he cried out in pain. "Damn it, you were the one driving last night, right? Old man. You didn't kill me then, but today you'll pay for it." The assailant raised his club again, ready to strike. "Stop." Liu Lin jumped down from the car and slammed the door shut. "I was the one driving last night. He had nothing to do with it." The assailant halted mid-swing. Taken aback. "Oh, I didn't expect you to have some guts." With a sneer, he swung his weapon again, declaring, "Now I'll make sure you regret it. You won't dare to hit me with your car again." Liu Lin felt a sharp pain in his back, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Could it be that this second chance at life was granted only for him to meet his demise here? Was heaven merely toying with him? He had just welcomed a lovely daughter and a beautiful wife into his life, and his grand ambitions had yet to unfold. He wasn't ready to die. Yet, if he were to perish once more, would he still have the chance to return to the past? In the fleeting seconds that followed, Liu Lin's mind raced with myriad thoughts. In the desolate wilderness, if he were to perish, who would seek vengeance on his behalf, even if he were merely maimed? Could these ruffians from an unknown village capture him? Gritting his teeth, Liu Lin pondered their intentions. The highwaymen spoke with audacity, declaring their intent to rob him of both wealth and life. He recognized that there was no escaping the calamity that awaited him today. Enduring the pain coursing through his body and the bitterness in his heart, he reflected on the principle that grievances have their origins. And this matter had no bearing on the driver. Whatever they intended to do to him was between them. They should spare the driver, allowing him to leave unharmed. A true man, he thought, would afford him a swift resolution. The man with slanted eyes, devoid of unnecessary words, raised a pickaxe and aimed it at Liu Lin's legs. Held firmly by two others, he had no means to resist. Closing his eyes, he felt utterly impotent. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The anticipated blow had yet to fall upon him. Another reckless individual had arrived, seemingly unaware of the danger. Liu Lin opened his eyes. Xiaojun. He could hardly fathom how Xiaojun had come to be here. Had he descended from the heavens or vanished into thin air? What sorcery was this? Then, someone from the group shouted that this was the very man who had dined and dashed the previous day. They had been searching for him, and he had delivered himself right to their doorstep. Brothers, beat him. Liu Lin felt as though he had unwittingly disturbed a hornet's nest, with a swarm now descending upon him. Yet before he could fully grasp the situation, he noticed that Xiaojun, who had appeared empty-handed, now wielded a pickaxe. Before he could be astonished, several individuals fell to the ground, howling in despair. Then, a pack of hungry wolves, hesitant yet furious, glared at Xiaojun, who had ensnared their leader by the throat with one arm. The weapon in Xiaojun's hand had transformed from a pickaxe to a dagger, now poised against the man's eye. You tell your people to clear the way, or if my hand slips, it won't end well for you. It was now the turn of the man in Xiaojun's grip to speak, his voice trembling. Did you not hear? Quickly, move the vehicle aside. Though reluctant, the thugs complied. Liu Lin watched as the half-sunken vehicle was forced into a roadside puddle by Xiaojun, the entire car tilted at a precarious 45-degree angle. It was not merely a matter of dealing with him later. Even extracting the vehicle would pose a challenge. Liu Lin, mesmerized as though watching a martial arts film, was transfixed, forgetting his fear entirely. He felt an urge to kneel and learn from this master. Xiaojun glanced over at Liu Lin, still hesitating to leave without a beautiful woman by his side. What was there to linger for? It was only at this moment that Liu Lin and Master Xiao simultaneously regained their senses. Master Xiao hurried to the vehicle, starting it up and positioning it in front of the half-submerged car before beckoning Liu Lin and Xiaojun to hasten aboard. Xiaojun forcefully pushed the hostage into the roadside ditch, and the individual tumbled uncontrollably into the water. Some, unwilling to accept this, seized the opportunity to strike. In that fleeting moment of Xiao Jun's shove, one raised a club, aiming a blow at the back of his head. Liu Lin, by chance, caught sight of this. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward to intervene. Thud! The heavy strike landed squarely on Liu Lin's shoulder, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. Xiao Jun swiftly pulled Liu Lin up and delivered a powerful kick to the assailant's knee. A sickening crack echoed, and the man emitted a low groan, his face turning pale as he fell backward. After a brief pause, a scream erupted from him, resembling the wail of a slaughtered pig. With one arm, Xiao Jun nearly lifted Liu Lin, urging him forward to escape. He tossed Liu Lin into the passenger seat and then, with a quick motion, squeezed himself in as well. The vehicle sped away, and after some time, it became evident that no pursuers were in sight. Liu Lin, still gasping for breath, regarded Xiao Jun with a look of bewilderment, as if he were a creature of another world. Are you even human? Chapter 19. Do you know me? Master Zhao's hands still trembled. Xiao Lu, Brother Xiao just saved our lives. What kind of question is that? Liu Lin pressed his hand against his heart, which continued to thump violently. He had always thought the dramatic scenes in movies were mere fabrications. Perhaps one could believe a single person could take down 3 or 4 adversaries, but a dozen? Unless he witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have deemed it impossible. Xiao Jun, observing Liu Lin's expression of lingering fear, smirked slightly, not in mockery, but rather with a hint of amusement. I didn't take down a dozen. Did you not see that I only knocked out a few? It was a case of capturing the leader to subdue the rest. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been you who bore the brunt of that blow. Xiao Jun lifted the hem of Liu Lin's clothing, inspecting the injuries. Liu Lin gritted his teeth, suppressing the urge to cry out in pain. The bone appeared intact, yet the flesh bore considerable damage. Turning to glimpse his shoulder, Liu Lin noted the skin had turned a deep purple and was quite swollen. He feigned strength, reasoning that this was far better than being maimed. Xiao Jun, I was too busy being scared earlier. Thank you. If it weren't for your intervention, I would surely have met my end today. Xiao Jun, with an air of nonchalance, replied, I mentioned before that I would repay you for the breakfast favor. A mere breakfast hardly warrants such a significant debt. With a smile, Xiao Jun responded, I also shared your journey, and I didn't charge for the ride, so I suppose we are even. Ride? When did that happen? Both Master Zhao and Liu Lin were taken aback, realizing they had been oblivious to it. Xiao Jun casually explained, it was when I hitched a ride at Shirley Tan. Understanding dawned on Liu Lin, who thought, no wonder he appeared and vanished like a phantom. I initially suspected he possessed some extraordinary abilities. The 3 men conversed, allowing the tense atmosphere to dissipate significantly. It was not until around 2 in the afternoon that they finally arrived at Kanglin City. Master Zhao, familiar with the area due to his frequent trips, had established a reliable point of lodging. Young brother, where do you intend to unload the cargo? I need to wait for my friend to see when he arrives. If it's convenient for you in the next few days, could you lend me the vehicle? I'll check if my friend has come. Master Zhao promptly tossed the car keys to Liu Lin. We arrived a day early. You can use the car freely over the next couple of days. I'll head to the factory to pick up goods the day after tomorrow. Liu Lin accepted the keys, expressing his gratitude to Zhao. There is no need for thanks. Besides, with our connection through Song Yongsheng, and given the bond we've forged, I will certainly find ways to facilitate matters for you. If your friend has tea, come for the goods by tomorrow. It wouldn't be an issue for me to assist you for another day. In truth, Zhao Jubao held some concern for Liu Lin. He couldn't fathom why anyone would collect such a vast quantity of cotton fabric. Was Liu Lin being duped by so-called friends? Brother, if your friend does not arrive in the next few days, use Song Yongsheng's name to inform the delivery vehicles arriving later to speak with the steel pipe factory, requesting them to reserve some space for you to store the goods temporarily. They regularly utilize our steel, so they should be amenable to helping you. Liu Lin treated 2 individuals to a meal once more. Master Zhao expressed his fatigue and decided to return to the inn for some rest. Liu Lin, acutely aware of the pressing nature of time, found it impossible to sleep and resolved to take a stroll outside to scout the area. Although Xiao Jun had arrived in Kanglin City, he showed no urgency to part ways with Liu Lin. Do you need me to accompany you? I visited Kanglin a few years back and am familiar with certain places. Grateful for the rare opportunity to have a guide like Xiao Jun, Liu Lin welcomed his company. However, just a few steps outside, Xiao Jun pierced through Liu Lin's facade. Do you really have friends in the fabric business? Liu Lin was taken aback, questioning whether his deception was that transparent. Observing Liu Lin's reaction, Xiao Jun chuckled. Don't be perplexed by how I discerned this. Honestly, I don't know either. I merely took a chance. Liu Lin found himself both amused and exasperated. Well, since you're following me, I had no intention of keeping secrets. In truth, I plan to sell this batch of fabric myself. Xiaojun adopted a more serious demeanor. How do you intend to sell it? Firstly, through retail or wholesale. Liu Lin reflected. While retail promised higher profits, it was also time-consuming and unpredictable. Establishing a relationship with suppliers could facilitate consistent deliveries, fostering a mutually beneficial arrangement. Secondly, I could barter the fabric for grain. Regardless, even if I sell all the fabric, I would still allocate a portion of the money to procure grain. Directly trading would streamline the process. Xiaojun contemplated for a moment. In Kanglan City, the morning market begins at 5:30 a.m. and lasts until around 9:30 a.m. It is approximately 2 kilometers from our lodging, assuming it remains the same as when I last visited. They set off on foot. As they approached, Xiaojun pointed towards a spacious street ahead. At the entrance stood an ancient-style archway, inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Yu Chengfeng. As they drew near, a medley of aromas wafted through the air, raw meat and the distinct scent of fish. Liu Lin observed remnants of vegetable leaves and fruit peels scattered on the ground, confirming that they had indeed arrived at the morning market. He stopped a woman sweeping the street to inquire whether the market stalls were fixed. She was quite amiable, responding, "You must be a newcomer. With such a wide street, how could it belong to anyone? It's first come, first served." Reassured, Liu Lin thought to himself that he must arrive early the next day. He had already selected a prime location beneath the archway for its visibility. "Aside from this morning market, are there any other markets nearby?" he asked. The woman replied, "You've come to the right person. Just below here, there will be a large market the day after tomorrow at Zugazwang. Villagers from surrounding areas gather there, and it only happens once a month, so it's quite bustling." A smile crept onto Liu Lin's face. It seemed that fortune favored him. The timing could not have been more opportune. However, managing such a large load of goods and handling transactions alone is quite a daunting task. Liu Lin flashed a cunning smile at Xiaojun. Xiaojun took a step back, suspiciously eyeing Liu Lin, wondering what devious scheme he was concocting. "Xiaojun, do you have pressing matters to attend to in Kanglan City?" Liu Lin inquired. "No, I merely ventured out in search of employment, seeking a means to sustain myself," Xiaojun replied. Liu Lin chuckled upon hearing this. It seemed fortune was favoring him. "Since you are in search of work, how about you forego your search? Join me, and I shall provide food and lodging, along with a monthly salary of 200 yuan. A salary of 200 yuan is quite substantial in this era, especially with the added benefits of meals and accommodation." However, Liu Lin believed this offer was genuinely worthwhile. Despite their brief acquaintance, he recognized that Xiaojun would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable ally. Moreover, Xiaojun possessed commendable skills. His presence brought a sense of security. Yet, Xiaojun did not exhibit any signs of joy or interest upon hearing Liu Lin's proposal. He pressed his lips together and thought, perhaps it was best to decline. Liu Lin, unwilling to concede easily, responded, "Is the amount insufficient? I can certainly increase it." Xiaojun's demeanor darkened. "Do you truly know me well enough to make such an offer?" Chapter 20. The opening. Liu Lin did not take Xiaojun's words to heart, even though he could sense something unusual in Xiaojun's demeanor. With an air of nonchalance, he thought, "I am not here to investigate. Why should I concern myself with you?" Regardless, he found Xiaojun to be likable and desired to collaborate with him. Placing his hands on his hips, Liu Lin continued, "Do you look down on me and refuse to work with me?" Xiaojun let out a sigh, plopped down on the curb, and patted the empty space beside him, inviting Liu Lin to join. Without a hint of disdain for the dirt, Liu Lin sat beside Xiaojun. "Brother, I genuinely wish to invite you to work with me. I need someone trustworthy by my side, and my instincts tell me you are that person." Xiaojun lowered his head, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment of internal struggle, he spoke softly, yet clearly enough for Liu Lin to hear, "I have spent 2 years in prison." Liu Lin was somewhat taken aback, but he did not let any wariness or distance seep into his heart or gaze. Instead, he felt a pang of empathy for Xiaojun's evident distress. He patted Xiaojun on the shoulder, saying, "What is done is done. We all have had our moments of youthful folly. Now that you are out, embrace a new life with a fresh start." Xiaojun lifted his head, gazing at Liu Lin for a considerable time, somewhat astonished. Ever since his release, he felt as if he had been nailed to a pillar of shame. Whether it was neighbors or even family, their eyes bore an unusual scrutiny when seeking employment. The moment they saw his history of incarceration on his resume, no employer was willing to hire him. Had it not been for the lack of job opportunities at home, Xiaojun would never have ventured out. Yet, the experience of imprisonment was like a brand seared into him, making his path in society exceedingly arduous. "Do you truly not mind?" Since that night when Liu Lin had driven his car to confront the roadblock, Xiaojun had admired Liu Lin's approach to situations. From the moment Liu Lin shouted that he was the driver, preventing that group from troubling Master Zhao, Xiaojun recognized Liu Lin as a righteous and worthy friend. It was precisely for this reason that Xiaojun hesitated to push Liu Lin away because of his past. However, Liu Lin's attitude was a pleasant surprise. He was the first person to speak to Xiaojun in such a manner since his release. Liu Lin smiled. Given Xiaojun's response, he knew that he had successfully recruited his first partner. As long as you haven't committed murder, arson, or the violation of women, I have no objections. Liu Lin jested. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaojun, who had been weighed down by a gloomy mindset, finally revealed a look of relief. His laughter more genuine and carefree than ever before. The two rested early at an inn and arose at 3 in the morning. They drove the Great Liberation truck to secure a spot at the morning market, though it was barely past 3 o'clock. Several vendors had already set up their stalls in pursuit of prime locations. Two individuals lowered the curtain of their Great Liberation display, showcasing a piece of fabric as a sample. Several early arriving stall owners, noticing Liu Lin's unfamiliarity in the Great Liberation vehicle, tidied their own stalls and approached with curiosity. Brother, we haven't seen you before. What do you sell at your stall? We offer cotton fabric, all handcrafted from pure cotton, worn against the skin. It is incomparable to polyester fabric derived from petroleum. Cotton fabric? The onlookers couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. It feels truly delightful. You are indeed the first to offer this at our morning market. They thought to themselves, as long as he is not a competitor. There is no concern about business being stolen. My dear friends, the seasons will soon change, and throughout the year. Shouldn't you prepare a few new garments for yourselves and your children? Little cotton jackets and pants. Why not get a head start? After this opportunity passes, finding someone like me selling 100 pure cotton fabric will become rare. As soon as Liu Lin finished speaking, a female stall owner hastily inquired, "How much for your cotton fabric?" In a heartfelt clearance, it's 5 yuan per meter. 5 yuan? A male stall owner felt it was a tad expensive as he touched his pocket. Liu Lin smiled. If a man doesn't handle family finances, he can always consult his wife. If you were to buy a meter of polyester or nylon fabric from a store, wouldn't it cost 8 or 9 yuan? Or even 10 in some cases. My 5 yuan per meter is for pure cotton. Consider whether that is truly expensive. Think of the transportation costs I incurred to bring this from afar. What else could this be but a heartfelt clearance? Liu Lin continued eloquently. Even if you don't wish to make clothes, wouldn't a few meters of fabric for new bed linens be delightful? Personal items, after all, should always be pure cotton. Upon hearing Liu Lin's words, a woman's eyes lit up. Dear, let us buy some. I want to get new clothes for the family. In these times, anyone willing to endure hardship and engage in small business usually has some money in hand. Liu Lin, noticing that men were less concerned about such matters than women, called out again, "Hasn't your wife worked hard alongside you all year? Shouldn't you spare a little for some fabric? What about honoring the elders at home? Buying food and drink is fleeting, unlike clothing, which serves as a constant reminder of our care." Suddenly, a voice from the crowd shouted, "I'll take 10 meters." The opening was proceeding even faster than Liu Lin had anticipated. He pulled out the scissors and measuring tape he had prepared earlier. "All right, I'll give you 11 meters. Purchase 10 meters and receive an additional meter for free. Such a good deal. I'll take 10 meters as well." Another voice chimed in, "What about 20 meters? Is there a bonus for that?" Liu Lin shouted back, "By 10 meters, get 1 meter free, no upper limit. The more you buy, the more you receive. It's a heartfelt clearance. I'll take 20 meters. I'll take 10 meters. Xiaojun, swift and nimble, immediately began cutting the fabric. "Liu Lin, you handle the selling and collecting of money while I cut the fabric. Don't let any sales slip away. Keep an eye on the money bag." "Got it." The business opened swiftly, and as Liu Lin stood for the first time on the bustling street, enthusiastically selling his wares, he found himself enveloped in a state of exhilaration. How could he have received so much money already? Hadn't he just begun? As Liu Lin took a moment to catch his breath, he abruptly realized that the dawn had fully broken, and he was surrounded by throngs of eager customers, forming layers upon layers around him. Some individuals even brandished their cash like flags, attempting to capture his attention. "Boss, I'll take 2 meters. Boss, I need to cook for my child. Please give me 2 meters first. Who isn't in a hurry? Are you the only one in a rush? Do you not understand the concept of first come, first served?" Amidst the crowd, some even engaged in heated exchanges over the order of service. Wiping the beads of perspiration from his brow, Liu Lin turned to see that a significant portion of the cotton fabric on the card had been sold. Meanwhile, Xiaojun, drenched in sweat, appeared utterly exhausted. His shirt soaked through. Yet, despite his fatigue, a radiant smile graced Xiaojun's face, and he seemed to possess boundless energy. Liu Lin hurriedly smiled and called out to the customers, urging, "Please, no need to rush or jostle. There is plenty on the cart. One at a time, please." Chapter 21. The distributor. As Liu Lin observed the fabric on the vehicle, it seemed to diminish at a visibly rapid pace. He truly began to grasp the market forces of supply and demand. Previously, when he had listened to that entrepreneur's accounts, he had thought there might be an element of exaggeration. However, today, he realized that the entrepreneur had been rather understated, perhaps in fear of being deemed hyperbolic. Make way. Make way. Several individuals clad in black trousers and white shirts pushed their way through the crowd. Their attire, along with their numbers, imparted an air of distinction, prompting some to instinctively yield. Liu Lin initially suspected that his thriving business had incited jealousy, drawing trouble his way. Meanwhile, Xiaojun, bustling with activities, immediately set down his ruler and stood protectively in front of Liu Lin, scissors firmly gripped in hand. A man in his 30s flashed a cheerful smile at Xiaojun, saying, "Brother, no need to be tense. I mean no harm. I merely wish to converse with you. May I inquire who holds the authority here?" As he spoke, he cast a friendly smile towards Liu Lin. Liu Lin glanced at the nearly depleted fabric and patted Xiaojun on the shoulder. "You handle the sales for a moment. I will have a brief chat with this gentleman." Xiaojun nodded slightly, whispering to Liu Lin, "Call me if you need anything." Liu Lin acknowledged him and gestured for the group to follow him to the back of the truck. "Gentlemen, may I inquire what brings you to me?" The leader extended his hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Wu Jiang from Wu's fabric shop." "Liu Lin, what is it that you gentlemen seek?" "We heard that you are selling cotton fabric here, and we wanted to make your acquaintance." And then, Wu Jiang smiled, glancing back at the still crowded area. "Brother, your cotton fabric is priced quite low, and you claim that polyester is not as comfortable as cotton. How are we to conduct our business?" Liu Lin merely chuckled lightly. "We shall proceed as we must. You are engaged in a long-term trade, while he pointed to the large truck behind him, "as you can see, it is nearly sold out. There is little left, which won't significantly impact your endeavors." Wu Jiang quickly clarified, "Brother Liu, please do not misunderstand. I did not come here to cause trouble. I seek to discuss a business opportunity." "What kind of opportunity?" Wu Jiang maintained a polite demeanor. "I am unsure if you have any fabric sources left, but I wish to procure stock from you." Wu Jiang operated a fabric shop in the city, which was doing reasonably well, though not as explosively successful as Liu Lin's current venture. The issue was not solely his pricing, but rather that his supply could not meet the demand. He sourced fabrics from neighboring cities, typically costing between 2 to 3 yuan per meter. Due to the limitations of transporting goods via train, the quantity he could bring back was severely restricted. Consequently, he was acutely aware of the profitability of these items, yet was hindered by inadequate supply. Each trip to the neighboring city consumed a full 5 days just for travel. The freight and time costs are indeed quite burdensome. Thus, when Wu Jiang saw Liu Lin transporting goods with a large liberation truck, he felt more envy than anything else. Liu Lin had initially planned to seek out distributors, but he didn't expect someone to come knocking so soon. However, it was essential to remain composed and display a demeanor that was neither too eager nor too indifferent, for that would facilitate negotiations. "How do you intend to proceed?" "I procure polyester from the city at 2 yuan per meter, as you are aware. Polyester has a greater width, is more durable, and comes in a wider array of patterns." Wu Jiang chuckled amiably. "Of course, cotton fabric is indeed comfortable. Each has its own merits and drawbacks. Brother, we all aim to profit, so you must be willing to concede a little on the price. What price can you accept?" Liu Lin discerned that Wu Jiang intended to negotiate the price down to below 2 yuan, perhaps even lower. With a nonchalant tone, Liu Lin replied, "Mr. Wu, as fellow businessmen, do you genuinely lack arithmetic skills, or are you merely underestimating my abilities? While the price you pay in the city is not exorbitant, what about your transport costs? Is your time not valuable? Now, could you enlighten me on the total costs incurred when you source fabric from the city?" Wu Jiang forced a smile, realizing that Liu Lin was shrewder than he had anticipated and was not easily swayed. "Brother, then what price do you propose? However, if it's too high, I would have no profit, and thus, the deal cannot proceed." Having sold fabric for quite some time, Wu Jiang considered himself knowledgeable in this domain. These fabrics appear to be handmade, lacking the uniformity of machine-weaved goods, with quality varying significantly. "Surely, you must provide me with some allowance for losses?" Liu Lin was earnest in his desire to find a distributor, and he was open to a reasonable price. After all, as he brought in more fabric in the future, the market could not sustain such fervor indefinitely. Moreover, if he could manage the sales effectively, he would have more time to explore more lucrative ventures. After gauging Wu Jiang's stance, Liu Lin established his bottom line. He had no intention of excessively squeezing the distributor. 3 yuan, not a cent more, but not a cent less. Seeing Liu Lin's resolute demeanor, Wu Jiang pleaded, "Brother, can't we negotiate this price down further?" Liu Lin shook his head. "No. If you agree, I will deliver the fabric directly to your store in the near future. As for the quantity, I can assure you it will be no less than 3 truckloads, possibly even more." Wu Jiang's eyes sparkled. While 3 yuan was not his ideal price, receiving such a large quantity of fabric delivered directly to his shop meant he could simply sit back and await his profits. Furthermore, he knew that cotton fabric in his hands could command a price far exceeding 5 yuan. Wu Jiang anticipated such a significant gain from this meeting with Liu Lin. "Is what you say truly the case?" he inquired, wary that Liu Lin might be deceiving him. After all, 3 truckloads of cotton fabric was no trivial sum. Where would he acquire such a quantity? Liu Lin reassured him. "What I say is, of course, sincere. However, I prefer to engage in business with partners who are stable and long-term. If you are not, then we should not waste our time together." Liu Lin remarked, fully aware that following this success, imitators would inevitably emerge. At that juncture, it was certain that some would attempt to undercut prices, offering mere cents in concessions. If Wu Jiang solely focused on immediate gains, seeking to renegotiate with him, it would indeed be unnecessary. He firmly believed that Wu Jiang's approach signified that other fabric merchants would also be eager to engage in this business venture with him. Wu Jiang hastily affirmed, "Brother, I am undoubtedly the largest fabric merchant in Kanglan City. Partnering with me will be a decision you will not regret." Liu Lin smiled. For as a businessman from the future, he had never placed his faith in mere verbal agreements. "Let us do this. Words alone hold no weight. Let us formalize our arrangement with a written contract." "A contract? What kind of contract?" Chapter 22. The Wealth Tree. Wu Jiang felt somewhat bewildered. He had only heard of borrowing money and signing promissory notes before, despite having sold cloth for quite some time. He was entirely unfamiliar with the necessity of signing any agreements. Liu Lin remarked, "In a moment, I will outline the terms of the agreement, and you are welcome to provide your insights. Ultimately, it must be based on mutual benefit, ensuring that the rights and interests of both parties remain safeguarded." However, Wu Jiang harbored little faith in Liu Lin's intentions. He would rather believe that Liu Lin sought to impose some draconian terms than to trust that he would genuinely protect his interests. Nevertheless, in pursuit of profit, he reluctantly agreed to proceed and awaited the specifics of the agreement, hoping he could find the terms acceptable. "Very well, but I humbly ask, dear Liu, to consider the importance of gradual profit. After all, one must prioritize sustainable gains. Wouldn't you agree?" Liu Lin merely smiled at Wu Jiang's insinuation. Turning back, he observed that only a few bolts of cotton cloth remained from the large shipment. However, upon hearing the news, many rushed to the scene. With the dwindling stock, anxiety began to mount among the crowd, who were eager to thrust their money into Xiaojun's hands. Witnessing such fervor, Wu Jiang felt a surge of excitement, as if he could envision the day he sold cloth, with wads of cash flying towards him. Liu Lin called out to Xiaojun, "Let us pack up. We are no longer selling. There is hardly anything left, so let us sell what we have." Xiaojun found Liu Lin's decision peculiar. There was still stock to sell, yet he seemed resolute in not proceeding. What use is it to keep the last 2 bolts? Nevertheless, Xiaojun, adhering to a strict sense of organizational discipline, refrained from probing further, accepting Liu Lin's determination. "We're not selling anymore. It's time to close up," he announced. The gathered customers were reluctant to disperse. "Wait, you still have cloth. Just sell it to us. We're truly done selling." Xiaojun insisted as he secured the back of the vehicle and hopped down, heading toward the driver's seat. "When will you return to sell again?" Liu Lin gestured towards Wu Jiang in the crowd, saying, "For those who wish to purchase cloth, visit Wuji Fabric Store in 10 days. And I assure you there will be ample supplies." 10 days? Can it be sooner? The crowd murmured, expressing their impatience. "Don't dismiss good goods just because of the wait. In 10 days, we'll bring exquisite cotton for everyone to prepare for winter." The crowd erupted once more in excitement. Will there truly be some in 10 days? Liu Lin continued to calm the throng, assuring them, "Indeed, I guarantee your satisfaction. All will be of the finest quality." "Is it all at Wuji Fabric Store?" they questioned. "Yes, that's the plan. Today, we're simply here for promotion." As Liu Lin spoke, he climbed into the vehicle, signaling Wu Jiang to lead the way. Wu Jiang was taken aback by Liu Lin's promise to provide cotton. Such an opportunity was rare and precious. Following the autumn harvest, the weather would soon turn cold, and many would seek winter clothing and quilts. If they could offer high-quality cotton in season, it would fetch a splendid price. With that thought, Wu Jiang felt invigorated, leading the way with renewed enthusiasm. Shortly after, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of Wu's fabric shop. Upon parking, Liu Lin accompanied Xiao Jun into the establishment. Although labeled as a fabric store, its faade was rather modest, encompassing merely around 40 square meters. The three walls of the shop were adorned with a vibrant array of fabrics. Wu Jiang, however, took great pride in presenting his shop, stating that the materials displayed were merely samples, as the stock at home had nearly been sold out. If it weren't for your visit today, I would have set off to the city for restocking, he remarked. The three individuals who followed Wu Jiang into the shop included one who offered water and another who brought chairs. Are these your employees? Liu Lin inquired. Oh, they're all just my brothers and relatives. I can't bring back much inventory alone. I need them to accompany me to procure more. Otherwise, I wouldn't have enough to sell, Wu Jiang explained. Liu Lin nodded, acknowledging the considerable cost involved. Wu Jiang, sensing that Liu Lin's remark might hint at an attempt to negotiate further, quickly waved his hand. It's not much. I haven't added much to it, really. Rest assured, the agreed price will remain unchanged. Wu Jiang forced a smile. Liu Lin requested someone to fetch him paper and a pen, and he began drafting the contract terms with swift strokes. Having previously managed a company, he was accustomed to personally reviewing and approving each contract. Now, drafting a simple agreement was a task Liu Lin found exceedingly manageable. In no time, a 2-page contract was completed. Liu Lin presented the written contract to Wu Jiang, asking, "Take a look and see if there's anything that needs adding." Wu Jiang took the contract, and his first impression was that Liu Lin's handwriting was exceptionally elegant, indicative of a high level of education. Upon reviewing the content, he was thoroughly impressed. The contract was meticulously detailed, covering all aspects without bias, thus safeguarding the interests of both parties. It provided protections for Wu Jiang while also imposing certain limitations on Liu Lin. Wu Jiang's perception of Liu Lin elevated significantly. Brother Liu Lin, this contract you drafted is truly remarkable. I find myself at a loss for words, Wu Jiang exclaimed. If you can't find the words, there is no need to express it. Let us expedite this process. Have your brother assist in printing 2 copies at the print shop. Once we sign our names on the white paper, the contract will come into effect, Liu Lin replied. Wu Jiang quickly dispatched someone to print the contract before joyfully asking Liu Lin, "Will I really receive the cotton and cotton fabric in 10 days? Liu Lin assured him. Of course, doesn't the contract state that if you don't receive the goods in 10 days, I shall compensate for your losses? This agreement holds legal validity at all times. Wu Jiang nodded in agreement. In truth, the 10-day timeline felt somewhat pressing for Liu Lin. As he intended to make a trip to the city, he considered that his journey to the eastern market might need to be postponed. Liu Lin engaged Wu Jiang in casual conversation for a while longer, seizing the opportunity to inquire about the local customs and consumer capacity of Kanglan City. Eventually, the individual sent to print the contract returned leisurely. The 2 men reviewed the document once more, confirming that everything was in order, before signing and affixing their fingerprints, each retaining a copy. Liu Lin once again requested Xiao Jun to assist him in removing the remaining 2 pieces of fabric from the vehicle. Boss Wu, I would like to exchange these 2 pieces of polyester fabric with you. I trust you won't object. Wu Jiang responded with a resigned smile. Brother Liu Lin, you truly possess a knack for business. Although Wu Jiang spoke in jest, he understood that whether Liu Lin was trading or simply requesting, he would have no choice but to comply. Liu Lin had become his proverbial tree of wealth. Feel free to select whichever style you prefer, Liu Lin encouraged, opting not for entire bolts, but rather choosing a variety of patterns. After all, he was uncertain of what style Liu Ruhui favored. It seemed prudent to acquire a bit of each. That would surely be a safe choice. Wu Jiang then treated both of them to a sumptuous lunch before allowing them to depart. As soon as they returned to the inn, Liu Lin promptly locked the door behind them, shedding any semblance of his earlier composure. Pulling Xiao Jun close, he excitedly scattered the coins from his pouch across the bed. Juner, come and count how much we earned today. Chapter 23. The trader. In those days, Liu Lin was regarded as a somewhat renowned young entrepreneur within his circle. At that time, he could never have imagined that one day he would regard tens of thousands of yuan with such indifference. Yet, in this very moment, Liu Lin was overwhelmed with excitement. The exhilaration that had been pent up for so long could finally be unleashed behind closed doors. Xiaojun observed Liu Lin's exuberance and could not help but feel a sense of joy himself, displaying a maternal smile reminiscent of a caring mother. He quietly sat down, assisting Liu Lin in counting the money, placing 10 yuan notes in one pile and 1 yuan notes in another. As Liu Lin watched Xiaojun diligently tallying the cash, he discerned not a trace of envy or greed in his eyes. Liu Lin felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure of a man. The two of them toiled away at counting for quite some time, and by the end, both Liu Lin and Xiaojun were engulfed in a surreal sense of disbelief. 331,475 yuan. Liu Lin had never meticulously calculated the accounts before. He had assumed the bag of loose change amounted to merely a few tens of thousands. To his astonishment, it totaled over 300,000. After regaining his composure and reflecting on the figures, it all made sense. When he had calculated for Cui Damon, he could earn over 1,000 yuan with just one cartload, under the condition of earning 20 cents per meter. Now he was selling at 5 yuan per meter. The multiplication was staggering. Moreover, the fabric that had been transported by bullock cart was now carried by tractor. At this moment, Liu Lin was beginning to feel somewhat unsettled. Money could indeed come so easily. Xiaojun remarked that the sight of that bag of money was astonishing. Liu Lin could not help but agree. However, in this era, accessing funds was not particularly convenient, especially since they were in a foreign land. Whether to safeguard the money and return home or to continue heading south required careful consideration from Liu Lin. From the neatly arranged stacks of cash, Liu Lin extracted 200 yuan and offered it to Xiaojun. Xiaojun declined, stating, "I have just started working and haven't even been here a day. I haven't done anything yet, nor is it the end of the month. I cannot accept this money." Liu Lin insisted, "Take it. A grown man ought to have some pocket money. Whether you consider it a gift or an advance on your salary is up to you. But I insist you accept it." Liu Lin's firm demeanor conveyed an air of authority that was hard to dismiss. Finally, Xiaojun accepted the money, conceding it as an advance. Liu Lin said nothing further. In his heart, he never intended for his companion to earn merely this meager sum, 200 yuan. While considerable in this era, felt utterly insufficient to Liu Lin. Initially, he had refrained from offering Xiaojun a higher salary, fearing that Xiaojun might think he was merely deceiving him, a charlatan of sorts. Yet, circumstances had changed. He now possessed the means to do so. This salary would need to be adjusted in the future. No matter the time, only enterprises that provide substantial benefits and salaries can retain their employees. To demand loyalty from employees without offering proper compensation is sheer nonsense. The two of them then ventured out to purchase 2 new luggage bags, opting to pack the 10 yuan notes together, as they occupied less space. A small bundle of low-denomination bills was set aside, with Xiaojun entrusted to guard it for use the following day. As the evening approached, there was still no sign of Master Zhao returning to the inn. Liu Lin couldn't help but voice his concern. "Where has Master Zhao gone? We've been back for quite some time, yet he remains unseen. We were waiting for him to join us for dinner." Xiaojun glanced at Liu Lin, then at the closed door of Master Zhao's room, which remained steadfastly shut. The notion of wealth being kept discreetly hidden came to mind. Possessing such a substantial amount of cash could easily incite greed in others. "It would be wise to keep this matter between us," Xiaojun advised. Liu Lin sensed that Xiaojun had more to say, but refrained. Nodding, he acknowledged, "I understand." It was not until after 7 in the evening that Master Zhao finally returned. Liu Lin approached him, inquiring, "Where have you been, Master Zhao? We were waiting for you to dine together." Without turning to face Liu Lin and the others, Master Zhao merely offered a dismissive gesture, stating, "I'm not hungry. I've already eaten. You two go ahead." Liu Lin pressed on, "Master Zhao, do you know if the truck delivering the ingots has arrived?" With his back still turned, Master Zhao nodded slightly. The door behind him nearly closed. "They've already arrived. I saw them unloading downstairs just now." This inn was their usual lodging, primarily due to its relative seclusion, low costs, and ample parking space. "Do you know which room they are in?" Before Liu Lin could finish his question, the sound of Master Zhao's door slamming shut echoed through the corridor. Liu Lin exchanged a glance with Xiaojun. "Never mind, since he is not hungry. Let us head out for dinner," Liu Lin suggested, though his steps instinctively retreated into the room. Xiaojun followed suit, closing the door behind him. Descending the stairs, Xiaojun's footsteps were markedly louder than usual. Liu Lin stared at the closed door, exhaling a sigh, hoping he was merely being overly cautious. After a moment's concentration, he retreated into the restroom, quietly sitting upon the toilet seat. Outside, the creaking of the old door resonated. Suddenly, a rattling sound emerged from his own door. Liu Lin clenched his fists. Inside the room, footsteps became erratic, accompanied by the sound of items being rummaged through, heightening his agitation. Eventually, the noise subsided, replaced by the faint sound of a zipper, so quiet, yet piercing to Liu Lin's ears. He could no longer remain seated. With a forceful push, he swung open the restroom door. In that instant, the atmosphere in the room froze. Master Zhao, whose face had just been marked by shock upon discovering the bundle of cash, now turned pale with fear. The money he had been holding slipped from his grasp, falling into the bag with a soft thud. You weren't just, Liu Lin thought, if not for Xiaojun's earlier caution. He might have dismissed any suspicion towards Master Zhao. Yet, on several occasions, he had stifled his doubts. Ultimately, no amount of rationalization could outweigh the undeniable truth that lay before him. Liu Lin, dear brother, please do not misunderstand. I am merely here to retrieve the car keys. Indeed, I have come solely for that purpose. An urgent matter has arisen at my location, and I can no longer borrow your vehicle. Master Zhao hastily swallowed hard. His face flushed as he struggled to find the right words. What you witnessed was not as you might have perceived. It was merely an accident when I glanced at the keys. I was taken aback, but I had no intention of taking them. I was merely curious. Liu Lin regarded Zhao Zhubao with a disdainful gaze, raising his arm and casually letting the car keys fall to the ground with a clatter. Master Zhao's shoulders trembled slightly. His nose twitched. The multitude of bruises on his face rendered him even more disheveled. At that moment, the door was pushed open by Cui Jun, who entered with a bag in hand. He surveyed the scene within the room and declared, "What is there to discuss? Let us call the police." Chapter 24. The ancients do not deceive me. Xiaojun lifted his foot and kicked the door shut behind him. He casually placed the bag he held on the table and then retrieved a pack of cigarettes he had just purchased from his pocket, tossing one to Liu Lin. After lighting the cigarette and taking a drag, he gestured with his smoke-emitting hand towards Zhao Zhubao. This fellow has schemed against you. There is no need for compassion. Liu Lin exhaled a cloud of smoke, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Then let retribution commence. Zhao Zhuanbao's body weakened, and with a thud, he knelt before Liu Lin. Brother Liu, please, I have elderly parents and young children. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me this once? He incessantly pointed to the bruises on his face. Look at me. Behold my injuries. I was truly coerced. Seeing Liu Lin's unyielding demeanor, Zhao Zhubao crawled forward on his knees. Brother Liu, I confess, initially, I intended to conspire against you with him. I know you aided Song Youxing. Yet that scoundrel merely regarded us as free labor. I was overwhelmed with indignation and momentarily lost my senses, which led me to commit such foolishness. Zhao Zhubao grasped the hem of Liu Lin's trousers. Brother Liu, please forgive a foolish elder brother just this once. I have traveled with you and know you are a good person. I have long regretted my actions. Liu Lin finally regarded Zhao Zhubao with a discerning gaze. Zhao Zhubao appeared to glimpse a glimmer of hope. The injuries on my face are a testament to my refusal to further harm you. They assaulted me for that very reason. Xiaojun paused with the cigarette at his lips, his gaze fixed on Liu Lin's face. Liu Lin chuckled coldly. Are you certain that you were beaten for not wanting to betray me, rather than due to your relentless mismanagement of affairs along the way? Zhao Zhuanbao's grip on Liu Lin's trousers twitched involuntarily. Xiaojun's lips curled slightly as he continued to smoke. Liu Lin sighed. Jun, please assist me in reporting this to the authorities. Very well, Xiaojun responded, yet he remained motionless. Zhao Zhubao hastily crawled toward Xiaojun. Brother Jun, I implore you to intercede on my behalf. I truly had no malicious intent towards you. I swear, I vow to serve you diligently in the future, to amend my ways, and never to repeat my mistakes. Xiaojun inhaled deeply and murmured to himself, finally, it has arrived. Suddenly, the door swung open, and several uniformed officers entered. Zhao Zhubao immediately slumped to the ground. Take him away. As Zhao Zhubao was led away, Xiaojun approached Liu Lin, patting him on the shoulder. I was genuinely concerned that you might show mercy. Liu Lin smiled. If I had indeed shown mercy, what would you have done? Xiaojun took a deep drag from his cigarette and remarked, let the officers take me as well. After completing this month, I shall seek another path. Liu Lin patted his chest, feigning anxiety. Goodness, it seems my decision was indeed wise. Otherwise, I might have lost a capable brother. Xiaojun tossed the cigarette but onto the ground. I hold a fondness for those who harbor kindness in their hearts. Yet I find no affinity for those who exhibit an overflow of misplaced sympathy. Associating with such individuals may leave one unaware of their own demise in the future. Liu Lin caught a fleeting glimmer of brilliance in Xiaojun's eyes. Have you ever been deceived by such people? Xiaojun glanced at Liu Lin and turned away. Let us proceed. We still need to complete the statement. After finishing the report at the police station, an officer followed them out. We sincerely thank you for your bravery. This group has long been a malignancy in our region, responsible for numerous crimes and causing harm to many passing vehicles. However, for various reasons, many victims are reluctant to report or testify, which poses significant challenges to our efforts. Thankfully, you have dared to stand up against this malevolence. We shall undoubtedly deliver a harsh blow to this gang and eradicate this scourge once and for all. Liu Lin waved his hand dismissively, stating that this is our duty as citizens. Only by restoring a stable and harmonious society can we foster economic development. Yet, Liu Lin pondered to himself, if they are not eliminated, how can I conduct my business with peace of mind? This comrade possesses a commendable awareness. An elderly officer who had just alighted from his vehicle happened to overhear Liu Lin's words. He paused and regarded Liu Lin for a moment longer. On behalf of the drivers who passed through, I extend my gratitude to you. Director Chen. The man referred to as Director Chen nodded at Liu Lin before striding directly into the station. Upon returning to the inn with Xiaojun, Liu Lin inquired with the proprietor about the room occupied by the newly arrived drivers from the steel factory. He and Xiaojun made their way directly to the room to pay a visit. In a bid to economize, the three drivers had shared a single room. Liu Lin introduced himself. The three men welcomed Liu Lin into their quarters. Song Yoshing informed us that you wish to use the vehicle. However, we had already finished unloading today, and we plan to depart early tomorrow morning. Indeed, how long do you intend to require the vehicle? How long must we wait for you? Their icy demeanor was understandable to Liu Lin. After all, Zhao Jubao had mentioned that Song Yongxing viewed them merely as free labor. It was only natural for these individuals to harbor grievances. Liu Lin did not linger on the matter, simply counting out 30 yuan and placing it on their bed. As for how they chose to divide or spend it, he had no desire to intervene. A small token of appreciation. Upon seeing the money, the previously displeased expressions of the three men softened immediately. Those who had not previously had a chance to speak began to smooth things over. Brother Liu, what is this? You are far too courteous. When we arrived, Song Yongsheng had already informed us that, since we were introduced by acquaintances, there was no need for such formalities. Liu Lin smiled, explaining that his appeal to Song Yongxing was a personal favor between them. Asking for your assistance is an entirely different matter, and we must keep things distinct. The three men were quite taken aback. It was indeed surprising that someone connected to Song Yosheng could be so generous in their dealings. If there is anything you need, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it does not violate our principles, we will do our utmost to assist you. Indeed. Liu Lin was acutely aware that even without monetary incentives, these individuals would still extend their assistance. After all, none of them wished for Liu Lin to return to Song Yongsheng with grievances. However, having navigated the complexities of society for many years, Liu Lin understood the stark contrast between genuine help and mere perfunctory gestures. Moreover, his intention was to cultivate a lasting partnership with these individuals, rather than a fleeting arrangement. I plan to procure some grain from Zugazwang tomorrow morning and may require your assistance in arranging transportation, he stated. Should I fail to provide compensation? The tone of our conversation would undoubtedly shift. Yet, having offered a monetary incentive up front, the dynamics had already changed. It is but a trifling matter. Please do not hesitate to inform me of the time tomorrow morning, one of them replied. Liu Lin was merely collecting grain, not selling goods. So he did not intend to rise at the crack of dawn as he had done that morning. Let us depart at 6 o'clock. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. No problem at all. Very well. I appreciate your willingness to rise half an hour earlier. I shall treat you to meat buns. The prospect of meat buns ignited enthusiasm in the eyes of the three men, and their demeanor had transformed significantly since their initial encounter. Rest assured, we will not be a moment late, Liu Lin smiled. Money indeed has the power to move mountains. The ancients were not mistaken in their wisdom. By the way, there is another matter that I would like you to communicate to the factory. Liu brother, what is it that warrants such gravity? Chapter 25. Abundant Harvest. Liu Lin felt it was imperative to inform them about Zhao Juanbao's situation. After all, one driver is equivalent to one vehicle. If Zhao Jubao were to encounter an issue, it would be irresponsible to neglect the factory's vehicles left unattended. The three individuals were momentarily taken aback. No wonder accidents frequently occurred on the path we took, leaving us on edge. Only Zhao Junbao never requested an alternate route. It turns out this matter is connected to him. The factory leadership must be blind, providing him with an extra monthly subsidy, only to discover that he orchestrated the entire affair himself. Last year, he was also awarded as a model worker in the fleet, wasn't he? He appeared quite honest. Yet it seems he harbored a cunning nature. The three of them were suddenly filled with indignation and outrage. Liu Lin, disinterested in such discussions, bid farewell to the trio and retreated to his room with Xiaojun. What do you plan to do tomorrow? Yesterday, Xiaojun had refrained from asking, as he had yet to decide whether to continue working with Liu Lin. After a day of handling matters, Xiaojun felt that Liu Lin, as a boss, seemed quite agreeable. He could accept his style of conducting business. Upon hearing Xiaojun's inquiry, Liu Lin smiled, sitting beside him to explain earnestly. In our Linggao County, the price of grain is 1.62 yuan per jin. However, this place is different. It is the national granary, where grain is plentiful and prices hover around 1.10 yuan. Meanwhile, grain collected here is offered at approximately 0.04 yuan. Xiaojun, not lacking in intellect, grasped the implication of Liu Lin's words. So, you intend to collect grain to sell? Liu Lin nodded. I aim to acquire the seasonal grain at 0.06 yuan. They would certainly be willing to sell it to me. Then I can transport it back to the county, selling it wholesale at 0.12 yuan, or retail at around 0.14 to 0.15 yuan. How much do you intend to collect? Currently, we have 3 vehicles, all filled. Xiaojun remarked. Aren't there 4? We could also fill Zhao Juanbao's vehicle. I can drive that one too. Liu Lin was somewhat surprised. You can drive as well? Liu Lin's driving skills were honed in their era, where one could easily learn by paying a fee, an exceedingly convenient process. However, in this time, Xiaojun was still quite young. His family background was hard to discern, but given his current plight, it was unlikely to be very favorable. Xiaojun shrugged it off. It's not unusual. You can do it too. Liu Lin was aware of Xiaojun's past experiences in prison. To avoid inadvertently touching upon painful memories, Liu Lin refrained from probing too deeply into his background. Thus, he chose not to delve further. I plan to finish collecting the grain tomorrow and take you to the city. Hence, we will not return with the vehicles. All right, you are the boss. I will follow your lead, Xiaojun responded. Liu Lin lay on his bed, hands clasped behind his head. Do you think these 3 drivers are reliable? Xiaojun chuckled softly. Even if they are not, they would certainly not dare to act recklessly at this critical juncture. Rest assured, this trip will be trouble-free. Indeed. Liu Lin shared the same sentiment, but was curious to ascertain whether Xiaojun's thoughts aligned with his own. The following morning, the 3 drivers were, as expected, waiting promptly. Liu Lin, accompanied by several companions, partook in a hearty breakfast before making their way directly to Zugazwang. At that moment, a considerable number of individuals had already arrived for the market, both buyers and sellers, effectively congesting the narrow pathways of the village. The arrival of Liu Lin's 3 large trucks only exacerbated the overcrowding. Ascending to the top of the vehicle, Liu Lin bellowed at the top of his lungs. Everyone here, young and old, big girls and young wives, those with surplus grain from the current season, come to me and sell. He then set up a cardboard box he had prepared earlier, upon which he had scribbled in bold letters, grain purchase, 6 fanjin. In an instant, those nearby gathered around him in a flurry of excitement. Are you really buying grain? How much will you take? Observing the sudden commotion, curious onlookers rushed over to inquire about the situation. Someone's buying seasonal grain, apparently at a price higher than the grain station. Is that true? Hurry and ask. Many vendors had vanished from their stalls, causing bewildered shouts of, hey, where are the vendors? Aren't you selling any more? Liu Lin found himself amidst a throng of eager sellers. Is it really 6 per jean? I just harvested rice. How much are you willing to buy? I asked first, don't crowd. Liu Lin lamented the absence of a megaphone, resorting to shouting, I will purchase until the 3 trucks are full. Come to my house. My house is the nearest in the village. The cacophony of voices clamoring to sell grain to Liu Lin filled the air. Witnessing this frenzy, Liu Lin decisively proclaimed, let us proceed into the village. An enthusiastic guide appeared to steer them away from the market, while others dashed home to alert their families to hurry and sell their grain. In no time, every household had flung open their doors, with young and old alike gathered at the entrance, beckoning Liu Lin to collect their grain. Xiaojun called out, weigh the grain. Liu Lin's grain collection operation was booming. Bags of grain were continuously loaded onto the trucks, while cash transactions were conducted on the other side. The atmosphere was electric, as people reveled in the prospect of immediate cash. It's not just a piece of paper. There is cash in hand. Families who sold their grain celebrated joyfully, while those who had yet to sell fidgeted anxiously. Before they had completely traversed the village, the 3 trucks were already brimming. Some villagers, unwilling to miss out, halted Liu Lin's vehicle, pleading for him to collect their grain as well. Liu Lin could only offer gentle reassurances, urging them not to worry. As you can see, I have no more space on my truck. However, please save your grain. I will return in a few days to buy again. Is that true? You're not deceiving us, are you? I assure you, I will be back in just a few days. Please let everyone nearby know to hold on to their grain. After much persuasion, he finally managed to clear a path for the trucks to exit the village. The three drivers hastily sped off, eager to escape the bustling scene. Such enthusiasm. After a long day of labor, it was only fitting to reward a few companions. Three drivers were equally stirred with excitement. My friend, you have purchased the grain at a remarkably low price. Would it be possible for us to procure some from you later? Perhaps you could sell it to us at 6 cents per unit? Liu Lin, with an air of generosity, replied, What does money matter? Once the grain is transported back, each of you can take 100 pounds without any cost. The others were taken aback by Liu Lin's magnanimity and chuckled in delight. How can we accept such a gift? They protested. Just selling it to us would suffice. Liu Lin, however, insisted on gifting it to them with a smile. His actions were not driven by foolishness or a surplus of funds. Rather, he understood that giving freely would bring joy to all, while charging them, even a nominal amount, would only lead to endless complications and a lack of gratitude. Gentlemen, I have no further business here. After you have rested, you are free to depart at your leisure. However, I do have 2 additional requests for your return journey. Chapter 26. The Journey Brother, feel free to speak your mind. The three of them patted their chests, presenting an image to outsiders that they shared an exceptionally close bond. Liu Lin retrieved 2 letters from his pocket. I want to be returning with you this time, so I kindly ask you to deliver these 2 letters for me upon your arrival. One letter was to be given to Song Jinbao for Ma Xiaoquan and Cui Damon, while the other was entrusted to these friends for his wife. Each took a letter solemnly and tucked them into their inner pockets. Rest assured, Brother Liu Lin, I will deliver these letters without fail, even if it costs me my life. They shall not be lost. After a brief farewell and some parting words, Liu Lin, accompanied by Xiao Jun, left the room without delay, making their way directly to the train station. They purchased 2 soft sleeper tickets for the train departing at 7 o'clock that evening. We could have opted for hard sleepers, as they suffice for resting. But the soft sleepers are double the price. Even with money, one should not squander recklessly. Although over 300,000 seemed like an astronomical sum to Xiao Jun, he was aware that Liu Lin was not in one of such trivial amounts. His well-meaning reminder stemmed from a belief that Liu Lin's earnings were not easily acquired. A man who leaves behind family and business to venture alone inevitably bears unknown risks. Take this fabric smuggling incident, for instance. Had he not fortuitously been on that train, Liu Lin might have faced dire consequences. Not only would he have lost his wealth, but perhaps even his life. Grateful for Xiao Jun's thoughtful caution, Liu Lin gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. It is not that I cannot endure hardships or that I seek comfort and ease for pleasure's sake, but rather I recognize the type of circle I need to establish at this juncture. Xiao Jun tilted his head, somewhat perplexed by Liu Lin's sentiments. Yet Liu Lin, having traversed the complexities of life, understood all too well. It was akin to why some individuals insist on traveling in first class, not merely indulging in luxury, but because such choices may open doors to acquaintances of higher status. Liu Lin recalled attending numerous seminars and networking events with entrepreneurs, where the ultimate aim was to forge connections and seek new avenues for his business. This also elucidated why many parents, despite limited financial means, strive to enroll their children in prestigious schools, even when each investment may not guarantee commensurate returns. Liu Lin offered no further explanation, confident that Xiao Jun, being an astute individual, would soon grasp the essence of his thoughts. The journey from Kanglan City to Zhoushe now relied solely on the green train, necessitating 2 days and nights of travel. Hence, Liu Lin and Xiao Jun procured ample provisions to sustain them throughout the journey. Upon locating their compartment, they stowed their belongings and settled in. Initially, they were the only 2 occupants of the compartment. Using their money bags as makeshift pillows, they managed to sleep soundly. As the night deepened, the train came to a halt at an unknown station, and it seemed that a considerable number of passengers boarded. Shortly thereafter, the door to Liu Lin's compartment creaked open, and Xiao Jun, ever vigilant, opened his eyes to find a man and a woman entering. The man apologized, expressing his regret for waking them. He appeared to be in his 40s, slightly overweight, dressed in black trousers and a white shirt, his polished black shoes gleaming. A pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on his face, lending him an air of intellectualism. Beside him stood a woman with curly hair styled in woolen waves, adorned in a long floral dress complemented by red block-heeled shoes and draped in a woolen coat. In this era, Her fashion sense was undeniably chic. The man quietly placed his belongings and climbed into the upper bunk, settling down to sleep in silence. The woman, in stark contrast, created a cacophony with her luggage. Making multiple trips between the restroom and the compartment, her high heels producing a loud rhythm. It was only when she finally chose to rest that the other passengers, swaying with the train's motion, drifted into a fitful slumber until dawn. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns, cucumbers, dried tofu, and half a roast chicken. With nothing to do on the train, a couple of ounces of white liquor made the experience rather pleasant. The gentleman sitting cross-legged in the upper bunk glanced at the two individuals below, who were enjoying their drinks, and felt a twinge of envy. Their thoughtfulness was indeed commendable. Liu Lin looked up at the man in the upper bunk and suggested, "If you don't mind, you could join us for a drink." The man smiled awkwardly, hesitant about the appropriateness of such an invitation. Liu Lin waved him over, emphasizing that encountering one another while traveling was fortuitous, and urged him to join for a toast. The man, still smiling, agreed, saying he would first wash his hands. The man descended from the upper bunk, but as he did, the woman in the bedding turned over with a frown, chiding him, "Have you washed your feet? You're stepping on my blanket. Could you be more careful?" The man, feeling quite embarrassed, politely apologized, promising to be more mindful in the future. After offering a smile to Liu Lin and his companion, he exited the compartment. After a while, he returned, bearing a multitude of packaged snacks, the kind that the train attendants sell, including roasted fish slices. "We have some food. Why the formality?" Liu Lin remarked. The man, still smiling, replied, "Since you are treating me to drinks, I must show my gratitude." He placed the food on the small table and sat down. However, before he could settle in, the woman on the bed sprang up as if pricked by a hedgehog, exclaiming, "What do you think you're doing? This is my bunk. You can't just sit here. If you want to sit, go to your own bunk." The man instantly felt embarrassed, his face flushing, yet he maintained his politeness. Apologizing to her, he glanced at Liu Lin and his companion, standing up with a resigned smile. Xiaojun, surveying the woman on the bed, stood up and offered his seat, saying, "You can take my spot." "That wouldn't be appropriate. I can stand," she retorted. "No worries. I'll sit on the side and enjoy my drink," Xiaojun replied, grabbing a piece of roast chicken, lifting his glass, and settling at the other end of the lower bunk. The man repeatedly expressed his gratitude as he settled beside Liu Lin. The woman cast a disdainful glance at the three burly men seated on the opposite bunk, letting out a soft huff, lamenting her misfortune of being surrounded by a group of inebriates. The three men, disinterested, chose not to engage with a woman's trivialities. The man, displaying courtesy, introduced himself first. "Greetings, I am Tang, with the single character Hui. May I inquire about your names?" "Xiaojun," replied one. "Ah, Brother Xiao. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," Tang Hui responded warmly. "And you, sir?" "Liu Lin." "Brother Liu, good to meet you. May I ask if you two are also headed to the city?" Liu Lin nodded, confirming, "Indeed, we are on our way to the city." Tang Hui, visibly delighted, remarked, "That is splendid. It seems we shall be companions on this journey." The woman, still obstinate, interjected, "What is so splendid about it? I will have to endure the stench of alcohol for 2 days." As she spoke, she attempted to turn her back but suddenly sat upright, her gaze fixated on Tang Hui as if possessed. You, what did you just say your name was?" Chapter 27. Acting skills. Despite the woman's previously abrasive demeanor, Tang Hui remained composed and cultured. He politely introduced himself. "I am Tang Hui. Are you the esteemed guest professor from the State University, the corporate consultant for Shanghai Industries?" The woman's astonishment rendered Tang Hui somewhat awkward. "Indeed, that is I. Please excuse my intrusion." The woman, who had been quite domineering moments before, suddenly emerged from her cocoon, frantically arranging her hair and adjusting her dress. After donning her shoes, she sat upright, displaying a blend of flattery and awkwardness in her smile. "Hello, Professor Tang. I must apologize. I was quite fatigued from an uncomfortable train journey, which may have affected my temper. Please do not take offense." Tang Hui smiled and waved a hand dismissively. "It was I who acted thoughtlessly, without your consent." "Not at all. Your poise as a university professor is commendable. You exhibit a level of grace that is rare among us common folk." The woman chuckled awkwardly and then beckoned to Xiaojun. "My dear young man, I must apologize for my earlier behavior. Please do not remain seated there. Come join us. Feel free to make yourself comfortable on the bed." She smiled as she rearranged the seating and began retrieving an assortment of snacks from her luggage. "Everyone, please help yourselves to these treats, all produced by our factory." I would appreciate your feedback. Xiaojun's initial impression of the woman was far from favorable. Despite her current enthusiasm, he remained unmoved. In contrast, Tang Hui continued to foster a pleasant atmosphere, rising to take a seat by the window on the woman's bed. Seeing this, the woman beamed and quickly nestled beside Tang Hui, then unabashedly turned to Liu Lin with a smile. You are Liu, correct? If you don't mind, could you pour me a drink? Allow me to make amends with everyone. Liu Lin, indifferent to her charm, agreed to pour her a drink. Xiaojun handed the bottle to Liu Lin, who filled a glass for the woman. She raised her glass, addressing the three of them. I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Du Shasha. I own a food factory in the city. If you're interested, you're welcome to visit my establishment. Please do not hold the previous incident against me. I shall take this as my penance. With that, Du Shasha downed the shot of liquor in one swift motion. Liu Lin recalled her earlier remarks, referring to the three of them as drunkards. Yet, the current display suggested that her capacity for alcohol could easily best them. Professor Tang, she continued. What a remarkable twist of fate that we find ourselves on the same train, sharing this opportunity to drink together amidst the vastness of the world. Surely, this is divine providence, wouldn't you agree? Liu Lin had encountered many women like Du Shasha in the business realm. Those willing to set aside their pride often possessed formidable skills. Tang Hui had merely hoped to share a light drink with Liu Lin to alleviate the tedium of travel. But he found himself entangled with a rather formidable character. Beyond offering a polite nod to Du Shasha, he felt uncertain about how to navigate the situation. Although Liu Lin had yet to comprehend how a person operating a food factory could so obsequiously flatter a university professor, he found himself intrigued by the snacks presented by the woman. As he casually perused the offerings, he discovered they were predominantly whimsical treats for children, small bags of candy, puffed snacks, and little biscuits. He sampled a couple and found the taste to be quite acceptable. Noticing that someone had finally taken a bite, Du Shasha eagerly inquired, What do you think of the flavor, Brother Liu? Not bad. I believe children would enjoy it, he replied. Du Shasha clapped her hands and smiled, to be honest. My small factory is currently thriving, with numerous suppliers seeking to place orders with me. It seems your business is also doing well. She glanced at Liu Lin and then at Tang Hui, letting out a deliberately elongated sigh. Unfortunately, due to limited equipment, I've missed out on countless orders because I cannot meet the demand. I worry day and night, pondering how to expand production. After uttering this, she stole another glance at Tang Hui. Liu Lin was equally curious about Tang Hui's purpose with Du Shasha, thus he played along. Have you devised a solution yet? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Du Shasha's eyes. She was a shrewd woman and recognized Liu Lin's subtle encouragement, which fostered a growing fondness for him. The answer is simple, just expand production. Liu Lin chuckled softly. So, you are facing a funding issue? Were it not for Tang Hui's presence beside her, Du Shasha would have readily given Liu Lin a thumbs up. The funds I possess are insufficient to purchase new equipment, so I can only consider second-hand machinery. Unfortunately, I lack the connections for that. As she spoke, she cast another furtive glance at Tang Hui. At this point, Liu Lin could surmise a few things. A smile creeping onto his face while he mirrored Du Shasha's expression of concern. To be honest, Sister Du, I share your predicament. Du Shasha was taken aback. Could he also be a competitor seeking equipment? Was his earlier kindness merely a ploy to sabotage her? Please don't misunderstand, although I too require equipment. It is not for food production. Du Shasha breathed a sigh of relief. Then what do you need? Liu Lin sighed as well, his previously carefree demeanor replaced by a look of distress. You see, I hail from Linggao County, a major cotton-producing region. However, due to various circumstances, our local cotton farmers struggle to sell their goods at a fair price, leading to a less than satisfactory livelihood. As a member of the community, I am always contemplating ways to contribute to my hometown and help lift everyone out of poverty, riding the wave of reform. I aspire to make a modest contribution to our country's economic development. Liu Lin's eloquent discourse left Du Shasha unclear about the specific equipment he required. Meanwhile, Tang Hui, who had been quietly sipping his drink, set down his cup, captivated by Liu Lin's words. Gradually, admiration for Liu Lin filled my eyes. A young person should possess such thoughts and awareness. The future of a country and a nation requires each of us to contribute our strength. Liu Lin's eyes were also imbued with a profound sense of yearning, embodying the passionate spirit that every entrepreneur should possess. Therefore, I aspire to establish a textile factory in our county, aiding cotton farmers in alleviating their surplus cotton issues, thereby enhancing their income while simultaneously addressing the employment challenges faced by some locals. Tang Hui couldn't help but excitedly tap the small table, exclaiming, "What a splendid idea. It is thoughtful and possesses vision." Liu Lin silently mourned for his own audacity for a few seconds. Soon after, a sense of melancholic resignation washed over his face. Alas, the funds I have managed to gather are limited and piecemeal. I wonder how much longer it will take before I can truly contribute to the people of my hometown. Chapter 28. Displaying skills before the master. Tang Hui sat upright, gazing intently at Liu Lin. "What progress have you made thus far?" Liu Lin initially approached the situation with a mindset of tentative exploration. After all, he was not well acquainted with Tang Hui, and the extent of Tang's potential utility remained an enigma. Nevertheless, he was inclined to perform a little act, adopting a leisurely attitude, pondering the possibility of a fortunate encounter. The grand aspirations he spoke of were largely inspired by Du Shasha's words. Tang Hui, a university professor, represented a breed of educators in this era who possessed a heightened sense of awareness and a fervent patriotic spirit. Liu Lin's remarks were thus tailored to resonate with Tang's sensibilities. Naturally, he too held a love for his country, though not to the lofty extent he portrayed. The difference lay in the resources at his disposal. This was no longer an era of soaring real estate prices, especially in a small county like Linggao, where acquiring land to establish a factory was a feasible endeavor. Hence, Liu Lin felt emboldened to boast. "To be frank, I have worked tirelessly over the years, scrimping and saving from various small enterprises, and have amassed over 200,000 yuan. While I wish to retain some liquidity for myself, I realize that this amount falls woefully short of my ambitions. Establishing merely a single production line would not suffice to address the substantive issues facing our county. Much like Du Shasha's predicament where production capacity is insufficient." Upon hearing Liu Lin mention her, Du Shasha nodded eagerly, hoping Tang Hui would also consider her circumstances while listening to Liu Lin's narrative. "Thus, I am contemplating acquiring some second-hand production equipment to expedite the establishment of the factory. The sooner I embark on this venture, the sooner I can contribute to stimulating the local economy." Liu Lin sighed, "However, my connections are limited, and I am at a loss as to where to procure reliable second-hand equipment that would not hinder production. I came to the city with the hope of tapping into its well-developed light industry, hoping to strike a fortuitous deal for equipment. If all else fails, I shall continue with my small businesses and keep saving, for I remain steadfast in my belief that one day I will be able to afford the necessary equipment." Tang Hui nodded in approval. "You are indeed a commendable young man. Your ideals and awareness are qualities I deeply admire. At 54 years of age, I have dedicated half my life to learning and the other half to nurturing others. Encountering ambitious and idealistic individuals like you fills me with hope for our nation's future." "That is only to be expected," Liu Lin replied modestly, betraying no hint of pride at the praise, but rather a sense of humility. Tang Hui found Liu Lin's character to be exceptionally admirable. He gestured towards Du Shasha beside him and inquired, "Do you know why she seeks my assistance?" Feigning ignorance, Liu Lin smiled. "Professor Tang, you jest. We have only just met. How could I possibly know why Sister Du wishes to seek you out?" Du Shasha masked her embarrassment by pouring another 2 ounces of liquor into Tang Hui's glass, stating, "Having taught for half my life, I suppose I have cultivated quite a number of students. You may not be aware, but I am a professor of economics, and my students predominantly hail from the business sector, encompassing a diverse array of industries." Xiaojun, who had been silently listening, cast a glance at Liu Lin. It seemed he was beginning to comprehend Liu Lin's insistence on purchasing a soft sleeper ticket. "That's not merely a considerable sum, it is indeed an extraordinary one," Du Shasha exclaimed in astonishment. At this juncture, Du Shasha could no longer maintain her composure. "Professor Tang, I have also heard that your students possess a set of obsolete production equipment. However, the students you have cultivated are all quite principled, and individuals like myself, who come from humble backgrounds, find it difficult even to strike up a conversation, let alone negotiate a purchase." She set aside her pride and modesty, her voice tinged with a hint of desperation. "Professor Tang, I am not attempting to deceive you. Someone advised me to seek your assistance. I have heard that your esteemed reputation commands respect, and that your students are likely to honor your requests." She continued earnestly, "I genuinely wish to expand my production, and you must try our factory's food. It is truly delightful. I do not engage in small-scale food production. I assure you it is clean and hygienic." As she spoke, Du Shasha raised 2 fingers to her forehead in a gesture of sincerity. Professor Tang remained affable, yet expressed his regret. "Madame Du, as you mentioned, I am merely their instructor, not their benefactor. They each have their own business pathways, and as an elderly gentleman, it would be inappropriate for me to interfere excessively. That would only invite ridicule. Du Shasha grew anxious. Professor Tang, I implore you to reconsider. I realize now that I underestimated your stature, and I genuinely acknowledge my error. Professor Tang waved his hand dismissively. Madam Du, I assure you that I have not taken the previous matter to heart. There is no need for you to be concerned. However, regarding the equipment, I truly find myself unable to assist. I advise you, if you are genuinely interested in purchasing, to approach the person in charge directly. It is a matter of fair competition. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Du Shasha's eyelids drooped, and she lost her appetite. In contrast, Liu Lin, being more perceptive than Du Shasha, seized the opportunity. Professor Tang, may I boldly inquire whether any of your many students possess machinery from a textile factory? He continued, I understand that our acquaintance is fleeting. Hence I would not presume to trouble you for backdoor assistance or connections. I only request a direction to pursue. I am willing to make an effort, and even if it does not materialize, I will have tried my best to honor my hometown. Tang Hui nodded in acknowledgement of Liu Lin's words. The equipment you seek is indeed available. Really? Liu Lin's excitement was genuine, not feigned. He had not anticipated that this journey would yield such unexpected gains. Tang Hui retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from his belongings and wrote down an address for Liu Lin, handing it to him. You may inquire at this address. Whether it leads to success will depend on your own efforts. Liu Lin carefully folded the paper Tang Hui had given him, tucking it securely into his pocket, gently patting it as if to ensure its safety. Tang Hui observed this gesture with approval. Liu Lin solemnly declared, I shall certainly endeavor to try, even if the funds in my possession are insufficient to acquire the necessary equipment. As he spoke, Liu Lin rose and bowed to Tang Hui. Hastily, Tang Hui stood up to assist Liu Lin, exclaiming, What are you doing? Liu Lin, with a grateful expression, replied, Professor Tang, regardless of whether I succeed or not, I must express my gratitude on behalf of the elders and fellow villagers from my hometown. He bowed once more, saying, Thank you. Now, let us sit down and converse at leisure. Indeed, let us focus on the present while contemplating the future. Liu Lin was well-versed in the development of society and the trajectory of the economy, realms he was intimately familiar with, and realities that would inevitably transpire. He proceeded to reference classic texts, engaging in a discourse that spanned both ancient and modern thoughts, while also covering the economic trends abroad with considerable detail. Tang Hui's eyes sparkled with interest. Many of the perplexing issues he had contemplated were illuminated by Liu Lin's insightful analyses, leaving him with a sense of enlightenment. Tang Hui expressed his astonishment. I initially thought you merely harbored a desire to benefit your community, but I am taken aback by your far-sighted vision and unique insights. May I inquire about your academic background? Would you be willing to visit our institution to deliver a lecture to my students? Chapter 29. Allow me to listen again. The sudden request made by Tang Hui left Liu Lin utterly astonished. Professor Tang, what merit do I possess? I am merely sharing my humble insights with you. I lack the capability to lecture university students. Today's university students are indeed a rare breed. Unlike in the future when they will be ubiquitous. If you can acknowledge my perspective, I would consider myself extraordinarily fortunate. Furthermore, I believe that your ability to distill the essence from the dross will render the discussion even more captivating. What Liu Lin hesitated to express was that his current status only equated to that of a first grader, had he still been the graduate student of yesteryears. After years of navigating the business realm, he would have felt no trepidation in accepting the challenge. Tang Hui also realized that his impromptu invitation might have been somewhat presumptuous. Forgive me if my eagerness to converse has caused any offense. Tang Hui then produced a piece of paper, inscribing a landline number. This is the number for our university. Should you wish to reach me during the day, simply call the school and mention my name. Someone will connect you. Nearby, Du Shasha watched with envy, pondering why the disparity in outcomes was so pronounced despite similar investments in equipment. Seizing the opportunity, while Liu Lin took a moment to use the restroom, Du Shasha cornered him at the restroom door. Liu, about that phone number. Liu Lin was forthright. It's not that I can't share it with you. It's just that it wouldn't serve any purpose. This matter cannot be resolved with a mere phone call. In truth, Du Shasha understood this well. But you have caught Professor Tang's attention. This is a significant opportunity. As your sister, I must have played some role in this. Liu Lin, not wishing to engage in any convoluted conversation with Du Shasha, recognized that it would be unwise to raise Professor Tang's suspicions. What is it that you would like me to assist you with? Du Shasha was pleasantly surprised by Liu Lin's straightforwardness. Sister knows that I cannot burden you unnecessarily. I simply wish for you to devise a way for me to persuade Professor Tang to assist me. Brother, I genuinely need the equipment. If I cannot resolve this today, It translates to a substantial financial loss for me. I am not one to squander money. Du Shasha addressed Liu Lin as brother repeatedly, as if they were intimately familiar. Sister, there is a saying, haste makes waste. How about this? Let us not rush. Allow me to ponder this matter further. Liu Lin began to retreat towards the carriage. Du Shasha quickly intercepted him once more. With only one more day until we reach the city, I will have even fewer opportunities after we disembark. How can I not be anxious? Sister, my intention in urging you to remain calm is not to deceive you. I offer you this advice on the final day. Do not overexert yourself. Moderation is key. As for future matters, we can discuss them once we arrive in the city. Your current anxiety is futile. If you trust me, provide me with the address of your factory. I will certainly visit you there in the coming days. Du Shasha was perplexed. What do you need to see me for? Liu Lin smiled. We are both business people. Surely you can deduce my intentions. Even if you find yourself in a leisurely mood, I am still devoid of such indulgence. Du Shasha contemplated for a moment, realizing there were no immediate solutions at hand, and decided to treat a dying horse as if it were alive. She left an address for Liu Lin, who returned to the carriage first, while Du Shasha took her time before following suit. Throughout the remaining hours of the day, Liu Lin refrained from mentioning anything regarding the equipment, nor did he solicit any assistance from Tang Hui. Instead, he engaged Tang Hui in conversations about topics that piqued his interest. The few bottles of white wine they had purchased were not wasted. The trio shared a modest drink, and the remainder was collected by Du Shasha. Finally, the train pulled into the railway station of the city. As they were about to part ways, it was Tang Hui who, while shaking Liu Lin's hand in farewell, urged him to pursue the matter of the equipment. Liu Lin thought to himself that given the circumstances, not to act would indeed be foolish. He watched as Tang Hui departed first. Du Shasha then accompanied Liu Lin out of the station. Do you have a place to stay? What are your plans now? She inquired. I was thinking of wandering through the clothing market to observe the current fashion trends and perhaps procure some goods to take back. Regardless of whether I can secure the equipment or not, I certainly cannot return empty-handed, Liu Lin replied. Du Shasha smiled coyly, her arms crossed before her. She had rarely displayed such satisfaction over the past 2 days. My dear Liu, had I known you harbored such intentions, I would have encouraged you to flatter me more during our journey, and perhaps indulge my preferences a bit more, she teased. Having navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for many years, Liu Lin's mind was remarkably agile. Sister Du, I thought that after these 2 days, we had become friends. It seems I was mistaken in my affections, he said. Du Shasha chuckled lightly. Dear Liu, in my eyes, you are a consummate businessman, sharper than many seasoned veterans. If we speak of genuine individuals, it is your younger companion beside you who fits that description. You have a keen eye for talent, Sister Du, please. Do not shower me with both praise and mockery. As a true native of this city, I should guide you, especially since this is your first visit and you are unfamiliar with the surroundings, she responded, her finger resting on her lips as she surveyed Liu Lin. Assisting you is not a difficult task, but you must also consider my needs, she added. I am not a benevolent figure, and my time cannot be spent in vain. Having just arrived in the city, Liu Lin was still unfamiliar with the local intricacies, and it was not his style to hang his hopes on a single tree. How about this, Sister Du? After 2 days of travel, you must be weary. Why don't you return and rest? My brother and I will also take some time to recuperate, and I assure you I will seek you out later, he suggested. Du Shasha nodded. Let me tell you, if you run off and do not look for me afterward, it will certainly not be my loss. With that, she turned and hailed a cab, departing. Once they were both gone, Xiao Jun turned to Liu Lin and asked, where shall we go now? If memory serves me correctly, the hub for the clothing trade should still be that way, Liu Lin replied. Hailing a cab, he instructed the driver to shake, please. As they sat in the vehicle, Liu Lin's eyes remained observant, scanning the streets and the myriad of men and women, searching for the prevailing fashion trends. The journey has been quite lively. Xiao Jun's eyes darted through the bustling scene, yet within them lay no curiosity or nostalgia for the extravagant world around him. In Shay, the streets are flanked by numerous small shops. At the entrance, rows of clothing racks display a myriad of garments. Inside these modest stores, every inch is adorned with an array of clothes, featuring both men's and women's attire, alongside hats, gloves, and shoes, everything one could desire. Liu Lin patted Xiao Jun on the back. Choose 2 outfits you like, he suggested. I'm not well versed in this, so I'll rely on your judgment. Liu Lin, understanding Xiao Jun's indifference towards food and fashion, did not press him further, aware that Liu Lin always had his own motives for whatever he did. All right, follow me, Liu Lin said, leading Xiao Jun to the entrance of a men's clothing store. As his eyes scanned the garments adorning the walls, the shopkeeper, noticing two individuals who appeared rather unsophisticated blocking his entrance, approached with irritation, waving his hands dismissively. Good dogs don't block the way. Don't impede my business. Xiao Jun clenched the bag tightly, his brows furrowing in discontent. If you dare to utter another word, I'd like to hear it. Chapter 30. The grand purchase. The shopkeeper, clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, bore a round visage. He rubbed his bald head with a smirk, uttering a cold remark. Good dogs don't obstruct the path. He dismissed the two rustic individuals lingering at his storefront. Open your eyes wide and behold. I sell only high-end merchandise. $100 for a set, and you two are unable to afford it. Xiao Jun was on the verge of erupting when Liu Lin grasped his arm. With a sigh, he conceded, indeed, such expensive attire is beyond our means. Come, let us leave. The shopkeeper scoffed. Paupers always seek scorn. As Xiao Jun was pulled out by Liu Lin, he seethed with indignation at the condescending attitudes they faced. Liu Lin comforted him, suggesting that it was unnecessary to be perturbed by the likes of livestock. Nevertheless, it was a valuable experience, highlighting the significance of decent clothing for an individual. Liu Lin pointed to the adjacent store, which also offered suits. Let us continue our search for apparel. The shopkeeper, observing Liu Lin and Xiao Jun entering the neighboring establishment, snorted and crossed his arms, alerting the neighboring merchant, Hey, there are customers. Make sure to attend to them promptly. The woman selling goods next door cast a glance at the bald man, her expression unwelcoming. Mind your own shop, she retorted, then turned her attention to the poorly dressed duo. If you fancy something, let me know, but no trying on. The bald man remained fixated on Liu Lin and Xiao Jun, eagerly awaiting the moment they would realize their financial limitations, ready to humiliate them. Liu Lin broke the silence. Excuse me, how much for your suits? Without lifting her gaze, the woman replied, 100. Is there a discount for purchasing multiple sets? Before she could respond, the bald man erupted in laughter. A pauper remains a pauper. No money to spend yet looking for excuses. Is it that if you can't haggle, you won't buy at all? I've seen hundreds like you in a day. Liu Lin cast a sidelong glance at the bald man, thinking, you truly lack insight. Mistaking my patience for ignorance. Who are you calling foolish? Repeat that, if you dare. What if you say it 1,000 times? Will you buy me water when I'm thirsty? The bald man shouted towards the distance, Fu Lu. Upon hearing the bald man's call, Xiao Jun clenched his fists, prepared for a confrontation. The female shopkeeper, visibly displeased, interjected, If you wish to stir trouble, do so in your own establishment. Do not disrupt my business. The bald man fanned the flames. You think you can conduct business with them? Have you lost your mind? Whether I have or not doesn't concern you. Just moments ago, you proclaimed that good dogs don't obstruct paths, yet here you are, blocking my doorway without end. You, woman, must be truly oblivious to your own shortcomings. He spat. The woman shot him an exasperated glance. Don't presume to know my intentions, just leave. Turning back to Liu Lin, her tone remained neutral. Depending on how many you choose to purchase, 2 sets will cost you 90 apiece. If you take 4 or 5, I can offer 80. Any less is not feasible. The woman resumed her task after speaking. The bald man remained, incredulous, questioning how someone like her could engage in business, wasting so much saliva in a single day. He suggested that as a woman, she ought to close her shop and return home to bear children. It is often said that rivals in the same field are enemies. And this adage proved true. Liu Lin, wishing to spare the woman further distress, pointed to a black suit and a navy blue suit, requesting her assistance in finding the appropriate sizes for his brother. He then indicated a silver gray suit and another navy blue suit with subtle patterns, asking for his own sizes. The woman was taken aback by Liu Lin's serious intent to purchase not 1, but 4 suits. The bald man, refusing to accept the situation, persisted in his charade, curious to see how long they would maintain it. Liu Lin ignored him. The female shop owner hesitated briefly but quickly complied with Liu Lin's requests. He then pointed to 2 floral shirts and 2 pairs of jeans, instructing her to find sizes one smaller than his own, intending to buy outfits for Ma Xiaoquan and Song Jinbao. As for Cui Damon, Liu Lin deemed floral shirts unsuitable for him. After some thought, he requested a black suit of a different style from Xiao Jun's. The bald man's brow furrowed at this. Liu Lin ultimately selected 2 woolen coats, a knitted skirt, and a woolen skirt. How much? He inquired. Liu Lin's selections were far from inexpensive, and upon tallying the total, the shop owner graciously offered a discount, bringing the total to 680 yuan. The bald man watched in disbelief as Liu Lin actually paid. He felt a pang of regret. realizing that such a generous customer was a rare find. He wanted to cry but found no outlet for his feelings. Observing the bald man's expression as he exited the store, Liu Lin felt a sense of satisfaction. He recalled reading in books and watching in dramas similar scenarios, never understanding why someone would buy from a store that looked down on them. Was it a form of humiliation? It seemed ironic that after being belittled by the staff, one would still contribute to their sales. Liu Lin had resolved that if he were ever in such a position, he would purchase from another store, letting them witness his defiance, just as the bald man was doing now. It felt gratifying to see that expression. After leaving the store with Xiaojun, they proceeded to nearby shops to buy leather shoes and shirts under the bald man's watchful gaze, who stood outside, seething with frustration. In no time, the two emerged with an array of bags laden with their purchases. They found a hotel, took a shower, and donned their new attire. Xiaojun stared at his reflection in the mirror, momentarily entranced. Dressed in a black suit, he exuded not only handsomeness but also an aura of righteousness. Liu Lin observed him from different angles, noting that Xiaojun hardly resembled someone who had spent time in prison. Turning to assess his own appearance in a navy blue suit with subtle patterns, Liu Lin felt quite presentable. With a wry smile, he jested, "Xiaojun, do you feel as if you no longer recognize the person in the mirror?" Xiaojun replied earnestly, "No, I was contemplating that with the attire I currently wear. I've essentially wasted a month." Liu Lin, rendered speechless, responded, "Forget about it. It's a gift for you. You needn't offer it, as long as I accompany you. Enjoying fine food and elegant clothing without engaging in any labor, I cannot allow you to spend further on me. Just deduct it from my salary." Liu Lin, well aware of Xiaojun's stubborn nature, chose not to press the matter, thinking it best to let him be. Liu Lin adjusted his attire and stood beside Xiaojun to gaze into the mirror. "What do you think? Does it convey a sense of sophistication?" Xiaojun looked at Liu Lin and inquired, "Why do you say that? In the past, when I was unfamiliar with you, I assumed you were the type who adeptly navigated through opportunistic ventures. However, during our trip to the city, from the moment we disembarked the train and you spoke to Tang Hui, I sensed that you possess greater capabilities than those I've encountered before. You are destined for success." Flattered by Xiaojun's praise, Liu Lin felt a flicker of joy but responded earnestly, "Xiaojun, my understanding of success transcends mere wealth." Xiaojun tilted his head slightly. "Then what could it possibly be?" Chapter 31. "I want your shares." Liu Lin gazed at Xiaojun and earnestly responded, "Regardless of how many years pass, I wish for my brothers to remain by my side, sharing in our endeavors." Xiaojun offered a faint smile, his gaze drifting away. Who can truly predict the future? Changing the subject, he inquired, "Boss, what shall we do now?" "Let us seek out Du Xia," Liu Lin replied. Xiaojun, intrigued, asked, "Are you going to meet her because you have found a way to procure the equipment she needs?" "Those are matters for another time. My discussions with her will not be limited to equipment," Liu Lin explained during their journey. "Have you not noticed any issues while in Shay?" Xiaojun, having had little experience in business, had only recently begun to grasp such matters by following Liu Lin. When faced with Liu Lin's question, he honestly shook his head, stating, "Isn't it just that I spend a considerable amount on clothing? It feels excessively pricey." Liu Lin chuckled lightly, "Your observation about the expense is quite astute. Though this is a wholesale market, retail prices remain high." He shifted his posture and continued, "Consider this, even though we only purchased a few sets, the store still enjoys significant profit margins despite offering discounts. This is the nature of an early market. The profit potential is substantial." Xiaojun regarded Liu Lin with a semblance of understanding, awaiting further elaboration. However, Liu Lin cautioned, "Even so, if we were to return with dozens of outfits priced at that rate, given the consumption level in Linggao County, such costs would be astronomical. While vests and t-shirts may be inexpensive, winter is approaching in Linggao County, making them impractical. We need not stockpile." Liu Lin's words resonated with Xiaojun, who nodded in agreement, albeit still grappling with Liu Lin's previous spending habits. How many families would purchase clothing in that manner? "I suggest you abandon the idea of reselling apparel. It would be wiser to focus your efforts on acquiring equipment," Xiaojun advised. Liu Lin chuckled as he patted Xiaojun's shoulder. To return empty-handed from a region like this, known for its light industry, would be akin to squandering money. Xiaojun clutched the pouch of money in his hands, feeling a sense of urgency that his funds would not last long. Following the address provided by Du Xia, they arrived at a large compound enclosed by a substantial wall. Numerous vehicles were parked within, some extending beyond the boundary. There were vans and small trucks, with drivers congregating in small groups outside, smoking or chatting, while others napped in their vehicles. uncertain if they would be able to gain entry today. Liu Lin mused that Du's business appeared to be thriving, just as she had described. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Do you think you can just stroll in without knowing the queue? A driver, waiting in line, voiced his displeasure at Liu Lin and Xiaojun's apparent disregard for order. Liu Lin smiled reassuringly. No need to be anxious. I'm not here to pick up goods. The drivers calmed down, but the foreman inside the factory seemed less pleased. It is not about fetching goods. Why cause such disruption? Can't you see we are quite busy? Liu Lin took out the note written by Du Shasha. She asked me to come find her. I wonder if she has had a chance to rest, as she must be occupied at the factory. The management personnel glanced at Du Shasha's note, then at Liu Lin. Noticing their refined attire, their demeanor softened. She's in the finance room. Allow me to escort you there. Before they could even enter the finance room, Du Shasha's voice echoed from within. With so many people queuing for goods, how is it that there is so little money on the books? Indeed, there may be many people wanting goods, but our daily output is limited. No matter how many there are, it won't make a difference. Yes, you mentioned you were considering acquiring new equipment. What progress have you made? If we do not find a way to increase production, our clients will be snatched away by other food factories. Exactly, I heard that Fuyuan Food Factory is also seeking equipment. If they secure it before us, we will be in serious trouble. Du Shasha rubbed her temples in frustration. With the meager funds we have, how can I possibly acquire new equipment? She waved her hand dismissively. Everyone should return to their tasks. I need to think of a solution. There are 2 individuals here to see you. Didn't I instruct you that unless they are someone specific, they should not be allowed in? This is not a zoo. Du Shasha, wearing high heels, stepped out of the finance room with an irritated expression. Upon spotting Liu Lin and the other, she paused. After a brief moment of confusion, she recognized them. My goodness, in the blink of an eye. You both have changed remarkably. Truly, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Du Shasha smiled. You came to see me so quickly. Have you devised a solution to assist me with the equipment? Liu Lin replied, half jokingly. How urgent can you be? You mention equipment as if it were solely mine to provide. Du Shasha sighed and addressed the management. Please fetch me 2 cups of water. Raising her hand, she added, let us discuss this in my office. Du Shasha's office was modest, barely sufficient for a desk and a few chairs for discussions. She got straight to the point. As you can see, I am responsible for dozens of workers, and there are people outside pressing for their goods. Can you blame me for my urgency? After sipping her water, she added, to put it bluntly, if it weren't for this request, I would not waste my time with you given our casual acquaintance. Liu Lin leaned back in his chair, smiling calmly. To be candid, I have a substantial order waiting back home. The deadline is less than 7 days away. Even if you want to waste time, I cannot afford to. Du Shasha blinked slightly. In that case, let us dispense with the formalities. Please state your purpose for seeking me. As for my demands, you are well aware. Du Shasha realized that her earlier performance on the train had likely jeopardized her chances of securing the Tang Hui line. However, even a blind person could discern Tang Hui's exceptional attitude towards Liu Lin. Du Shasha had employed numerous strategies to establish connections, yet she had yet to catch even a glimpse of the owner of that batch of equipment. Although she did not firmly believe that Liu Lin possessed the requisite abilities, he was the only avenue she had left to explore. Given Du's openness, I decided to speak candidly. I am willing to assist you in acquiring the equipment, but I must request 10% of your factory shares in return. Du Shasha's expression immediately turned frosty. It was evidently an attempt at extortion. Liu Lin retorted with biting sarcasm. Is it truly extortion to consider a stake in such a modest factory in exchange for a production line? To put it bluntly, even the initial investment in your factory pales in comparison to the value of the equipment you seek. Chapter 32. Mutual needs. Du Shasha slammed the table, asserting, but I am the one funding the equipment, not you. Liu Lin stood his ground, replying, without me, would you have been able to acquire that set of equipment? Du Shasha leaned back against her chair, suppressing her anger. I do not wish to quarrel with you. Nor do I want to debate endlessly only to find out you lack the capability, leaving us with nothing. Liu Lin took a sip of water, casually stating, that's fine. I want to be leaving tomorrow, so you have time to ponder. However, I cannot promise to wait indefinitely. Noticing Du Shasha's unwavering stance, Liu Lin smiled and licked his lips. Perhaps I could speak with that Fuyuan Food Factory. Liu Lin. Du Shasha felt her temper boiling over. Are you threatening me? Liu Lin retained his smile, saying, no, I am merely informing you that you are my preferred choice. Faced with this conversational Liu Lin, Du Shasha was at a loss as to how to express her frustration. Liu Lin took another sip of water, adding, You will surely be grateful for my investment in your modest food factory. Du Shasha shot him a skeptical look. Do you take me for Tang Hui? Easily swayed by your grandiose assurances? Liu Lin chuckled lightly. By allowing me to invest, you gain a highly competent market advisor and marketing strategist at no cost. I am confident that, with my abilities, even if we cannot ascend to the pinnacle, turning your products into a nationally recognized brand should not pose a challenge. You seem to be inflating your own capabilities. Why not aim for the heavens? Du Shasha chastised herself for having thought at the train station that this braggart could assist her. Yet, if he could indeed procure that second-hand equipment at a low price, a 10% stake was not entirely out of the question. Regardless of how Du Shasha perceived her, I am earnest in my desire to assist you. Now, can you share what advantages your factory possesses over others in your mind? Although reluctant to continue the conversation with Liu Lin, believing it to be a waste of time, she had no better options available. Steeling herself, she began, our products taste better. Preferences vary. That's hardly a convincing argument. Try again. Du Shasha rolled her eyes at Liu Lin. We use ample ingredients, unlike the yuan, which claims 35 grams but delivers barely 20. Few consumers weigh their snacks before purchasing. So think of another point. Du Shasha felt her frustration building. Our factory maintains the highest hygiene standards among all nearby factories. The reason our output is low is that we conduct regular cleanings. We do not wait until the oil turns black to replace it. After all, these are items meant for consumption, and I do possess a modicum of integrity. Du Shasha forced herself to take a deep breath and asked, is that acceptable? That is all I can think of for now. Liu Lin smiled. That is much better. You may entrust this matter to me, yet you must consider my conditions, otherwise there is nothing to discuss. Du Shasha supported herself on the table and stood up, looking down at Liu Lin with an air of superiority. Liu Lin, oh Liu Lin, do you believe you have me completely at your mercy? Liu Lin sighed. Think what you will. In truth, I am here because of your words at the platform. I wish to procure a batch of clothing, which can be surplus or overstock. I have but two requirements, affordability and acceptable quality. Du Shasha chuckled. I truly find it amusing. It is my first encounter with someone so eager for assistance. You simultaneously desire my shares while expecting me to serve you. In all my years in business, I have never encountered such a negotiating style. Do you take me for a fool? Should I sell my shares to the equipment vendor instead? Who knows, he might even be pleased enough to waive my equipment fees. Liu Lin smiled and pointed at Du Shasha. Sister Du, I knew you were a clever person. You see, a little hint and you grasp the situation. Now, in light of the excellent suggestion I provided, do you indeed possess the capability to assist me? Du Shasha, mimicking his tone, crossed her arms and inquired. What percentage do you plan to offer me afterwards? Liu Lin shrugged with a smile. If you prefer not to facilitate this, so be it. At worst, I shall waste a little time seeking alternatives. I find it hard to believe they would pass up a business opportunity. Secretary Xiao, let us depart. Liu Lin said as he walked toward the exit, adding, I initially intended to place an order for goods worth 10,000. It seems there is no longer a necessity for that. Wait. Du Shasha hurriedly emerged from behind the desk, blocking Liu Lin's path. With an arched brow and a teasing smile, her expression was perfectly calibrated, avoiding any impression of superficiality or greed. How can you be so quick to leave? We have known each other. After all, business may falter, but courtesy remains. I cannot let you depart without at least sharing a meal. Liu Lin had not truly intended to leave. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Jun, who, after spending time with Liu Lin, had developed a certain understanding of his intentions. Boss, our time is precious. We cannot afford delays. We must set out the day after tomorrow, or we will be pressed for time. Liu Lin glanced at Du Shasha. Sister Du, it is not that I cannot take a joke. You heard me? I have numerous pressing matters. Du Shasha rolled her eyes at Liu Lin, yet did not yield her position. First, clarify. Did you genuinely intend to place an order for 10,000? Liu Lin chuckled softly. Indeed, and that amount is merely for the initial order, without requiring immediate delivery. I can grant you 10 days for production. Should our collaboration prove agreeable, I will continue to place orders in the future. Du Shasha smiled subtly. Although many came to her for supplies, most only sought small quantities. Typically, the amount is merely a few hundred, occasionally reaching over 1,000 in a single transaction. However, to initially propose a quantity of 10,000 is rather excessive. Moreover, the time allotted is indeed ample. In business, negotiations ought to be conducted one step at a time. We cannot tackle so many issues at once without allowing for some reflection. Nevertheless, the process of placing an order is straightforward and uncomplicated. Thus we can certainly finalize this matter first. Observing Liu Lin's impassive demeanor, Du Shasha quickly added, "Oh, how could you think that way, dear sister? If you order from me, I can provide you with our most affordable surplus stock, can I?" With a smile, Du Shasha gently guided Liu Lin back into her seat. "I assure you, if the surplus stock you obtain from me turns out to be pricier than elsewhere, I will compensate you. How does that sound?" Liu Lin raised her cup of water and clinked it against Du Shasha's. "It's a deal." Chapter 33. Fixed price. Du Shasha was eager to finalize the deal. She was in dire need of money, as she wished to accumulate sufficient funds to purchase equipment. She had contemplated raising the price if absolutely necessary. But her current financial situation did not permit such a course of action. "When will you pay the deposit?" Liu Lin was also keen to avoid any unnecessary delays with Du Shasha. Xiaojun was correct. He had to return to Linggao County the day after tomorrow, or he would breach the 10-day agreement with Wu Jiang. "As long as you help me find the stock I am interested in, I can place an order with you immediately." "Really?" Du Jia, incredulous, responded. "How could I not trust you?" Restlessness overtook her. "Given your time constraints, let us not dawdle. You two wait outside for me. I will make arrangements with my team below and then take you to see the goods." Although Du Shasha had mentioned having connections, Liu Lin was surprised by her proactive nature. He readily agreed. "We will wait outside for you." After ensuring no one was nearby, Xiaojun turned to Liu Lin. "Du Shasha's character is questionable. Why do you insist on collaborating with her?" "There is no perfect person in this world," Liu Lin replied. "Du Shasha has her flaws, but she also possesses certain strengths." Influenced by his first impression, Liu Lin had not regarded her favorably, failing to see any redeeming qualities. With a faint smile, Liu Lin remarked, "She knows what she desires and pursues her goals relentlessly. However, she also has her principles. Such a person can be a far more advantageous business partner than someone who is indifferent." "What do you mean by indifferent?" Xiaojun inquired, somewhat puzzled by Liu Lin's terminology. At that moment, Du Shasha approached and beckoned Liu Lin and Xiaojun to enter a van. "I am taking you to my cousin's clothing factory. You can see if there's anything you need there," Du Shasha explained as she drove. "Please, do not feel pressured. If you find something appealing, feel free to purchase. If not, there is no need to buy just to please me. In business, there is no such thing as forcing a sale. However, rest assured, I will offer you the best prices. If my cousin does not have what you seek, I will take you to my other cousin's factory, as he is also in the clothing industry." Liu Lin could not help but ask, "Are all your relatives in the factory business?" Du Shasha chuckled, a hint of pride in her voice. "Indeed. It all began with my uncle, who ventured into business first. Initially, he sold goods at a market stall. Under his guidance, the rest of the family followed suit. Eventually, once they accumulated wealth, they found market stalls too limiting and began opening factories. While most of them focus on clothing, I have always preferred to carve my own path, opting for the food industry instead." Without exchanging many words, Du Shasha pointed to a factory ahead, indicating it was the place. "Director Du, you've arrived," greeted the guard upon seeing Du Shasha's car. Lowering her window, Du Shasha inquired, "Is my cousin here?" "Yes, she is." As Du Shasha parked the vehicle, she called out, "Cousin, come out. We have guests to show the goods." "Are you trying to tease me again?" A woman responded, stepping out from a room. Dressed in a dark red suit and black leather shoes, with cascading waves of hair, she was slightly shorter than Du Shasha and wore a bit more makeup. Observing the handsome guest accompanying Du Shasha, her cousin remarked, "Oh, you've brought two handsome gentlemen with you. What brings you here?" Du Shasha's cousin inquired. "As I mentioned, we are here to view the goods," Du Shasha replied, moving towards her cousin. "Director Liu, this is my cousin, Du Bing. Cousin, this is my good friend, Liu Lin. Director Liu, and this gentleman beside him is Director Liu's secretary, Xiaojun." Just as Du Bing was about to shake Liu Lin's hand, Du Shasha interjected, "We're all friends here. No need for formalities. They are pressed for time. Please take Director Liu to see your inventory. His requirements are quite simple, acceptable quality, and above all, affordability. End-of-line items are acceptable." Upon hearing this, Du Bing immediately responded, "Follow me, then." Leading Liu Lin and the others to the warehouse, Du Bing pointed to 3 rows of shelves in the corner. "Our factory primarily produces current seasonal styles. What remains here are last winter's and this spring's collections. They are not easy to sell in our locality, and even in larger cities, they may not be suitable. However, if you take them to smaller cities or counties, they will undoubtedly sell well. Moreover, you can see that this batch of goods is of excellent quality. They are premium items, not mere street stall wares." Du Bing then asked Liu Lin, "I haven't asked you where you're from. Are you looking to set up a stall or a store? I'm from Lingao County and wish to open a boutique. Lingao County. I apologize, I haven't heard of that place. Just a small county. Du Bing nodded. Then this batch of goods should suit you. After all, many garments that are outdated in our city are still considered fresh styles in the county. Liu Lin casually opened a few garments, feeling the fabric and examining the styles, finding them quite satisfactory. However, he maintained a facade of skepticism, deeming the goods somewhat lacking. After all, outdated items are still outdated, and risks must be acknowledged. If I cannot move this inventory by this winter, it will accumulate by next year. Even if they aren't outdated now, they certainly will be then. Director Du, since I am friends with your cousin and am already prepared to make a purchase from her, could you offer me a bottom line price? If it suits me, I'll take it. If not, I won't waste your time. Du Bing assessed her inventory and then Liu Lin's demeanor, contemplating before stating, for these 3 rows of shelves, you can have them for 20,000 yuan. This price is truly because you're Shasha's friend. You may be unaware, but had this been the current season, these goods would undoubtedly command a price of at least 60,000. Liu Lin displayed a skeptical expression towards this pricing. As you have mentioned, this is not the current season. Furthermore, those who are currently restocking should have already completed their winter apparel inventory, yet your batch remains stagnant in the warehouse. To speak candidly, if this stock does not move soon, by next year, it may hold no value whatsoever. Dusha did not anticipate that Liu Lin would prove to be even more astute than she had presumed. However, the price she proposed was indeed quite reasonable. She was merely seeking to cover her costs without any profit margin. Mr. Liu, you are a friend of Shasha's, and I assure you I am not profiting at your expense. I am genuinely asking for the cost price. This comprises 4,000 pieces of clothing, equating to merely 5 yuan each. Moreover, these are not the economical summer garments, but rather spring, autumn, and winter attire. Liu Lin chuckled and sighed, Du boss. If this were a pile of summer clothing, I wouldn't even entertain a discussion. Let us do this. I will take the entire lot for 10,000 yuan. And we can immediately finalize the contract and settle the payment. What do you say? Chapter 34. The Master of Bargaining Du Bing wore an expression of great distress. President Liu, I swear to you, I truly haven't profited from this 2,000 yuan. It's quite disheartening to negotiate like this. It lacks sincerity. She cast a pleading glance toward Du Shasha for assistance. Du Shasha supported her, stating, Indeed, Liu Lin. I can assure you on behalf of my cousin that she hasn't earned any money from you. Liu Lin remained composed. I believe her. Du Bing let out a sigh of relief. However, Liu Lin's subsequent words twisted her heart in knots. But the fashion industry operates this way. Many clothing factories ultimately collapse under the burden of excess inventory. You might think that paying me at cost is a bargain, but that is not the case. You should be aware of this. It is precisely because I understand this that I can only offer you 10,000. Du Bing felt reluctant and deeply conflicted. Although there were people in remote areas willing to take such goods, they typically only purchased around 100 pieces at a time. At this rate, her batch of inventory would inevitably leave her with unsold items, which would be problematic to manage later. Fashion trends change rapidly. Once something is out of style, it becomes exceedingly difficult to sell. She would then be left with the dilemma of either discarding it or being burdened with excess stock. Boss Du, why don't you reconsider? I could visit President Du's cousin's place. Regardless, I cannot return empty-handed this time. Upon hearing this, Du Bing immediately showed her discontent toward Du Shasha. Shasha, I am your cousin. We both share the surname Du. Whom do you truly hold dear, me or Li Mao? Du Shasha replied, somewhat exasperated. Both sides are dear to me. How could I not think of either? Besides, I've brought you this opportunity. Whether it succeeds or not is up to you. Moreover, the type of business Li Mao operates doesn't conflict with yours. Seeing that Du Bing was still uncertain, Du Shasha turned to Liu Lin. Let my cousin think it over a bit more. I'll take you to see my cousin. However, my cousin is genuinely offering a fair deal. If you doubt it, I can take you to see other places. There are more factories in our area than just ours. Yet, those factories are not as accommodating and cannot offer you such quality. Liu Lin was indifferent to how much truth there was in Du Shasha's words. Nevertheless, he was genuinely pleased with the batch of goods from Du Bing's family. Even the price of 20,000 yuan was entirely acceptable to him. However, he believed in the principle that every negotiation should be precise. Liu Lin did not show excessive attachment and politely nodded. Then we shall take our leave. I apologize for the disturbance. Seeing this, Du Bing grew anxious. Could you at least consider a higher offer? How about 18,000? Liu Lin smiled and shook his head. Du Bing gritted her teeth. Let us each take a step back. 15,000 should suffice, right? Liu Lin continued to shake his head and smiled at Du Shasha. Let us go to your cousin S place first. Du Bing's face flushed with frustration, her fists clenched tightly. 12,000, if you agree, take it. If not, let it be. Du Bing, uttering these words, turned to return to her office. The mere utterance of that price caused her considerable discomfort. After taking a few steps, she realized Liu Lin had not called after her. Her heart felt as though it were being gnawed by insects. Turning around, she saw Liu Lin already stepping into his vehicle. Du Bing stomped her foot, her brows knitting into a tight frown. Gritting her teeth, she pursued him and grasped the car window. Encountering you is my misfortune. 12,000 it is. When shall the payment and collection take place? Liu Lin's expression remained calm. Yet internally he felt elated. Tomorrow morning, I shall have Xiaojun bring the vehicle to collect the goods. At that time, payment will be exchanged for the merchandise. Du Bing scrutinized Liu Lin once more. You want T-bail on me, will you? If you have doubts, I can provide a deposit. Liu Lin signaled to Xiaojun, instructing him to provide Du Boss with a 2,000 yuan deposit and requested a receipt in return. Du Bing quickly asked the accountant to prepare the receipt. Xiaojun counted out 2,000 yuan. Observing the wad of cash in Xiaojun's possession, Du Shasha, seated in the driver's cabin, felt reassured. It appeared Liu Lin indeed possessed the means to place an order. So, shall we return to my factory to discuss the order? Liu Lin shook his head. Not in haste. Let us visit your cousin S place first. Du Shasha was taken aback. You've already ordered 4,000 pieces, and you still wish to look? Can you possibly sell so many garments? If you aim to establish a boutique, I fear the threshold may soon be trampled. She advised. I recommend you handle this batch before considering further procurement. Du Shasha, in a gentle tone, reminded him of their earlier discussion. Didn't you clearly analyze this with my cousin? She reluctantly agreed to this price for that very reason. Moreover, with just the two of you, how will you transport them? Liu Lin had ordered autumn and winter clothing, substantial in both weight and volume. Transporting such a load with only the two of them would pose a challenge. While others might be oblivious, Du Shasha was well aware that they had arrived by train. Liu Lin jested, you, as a cousin, are hindering your own relative as customers. Du Shasha shot him a look, exasperated. Your good intentions are wasted on a fool. She continued, I didn't have the chance to clarify earlier, but my cousin does not deal in trendy clothing. He primarily undertakes custom orders. Custom orders? What sort? Liu Lin inquired. Mostly work uniforms. Recently, I heard he secured a large order for a batch of denim work uniforms, likely several thousand sets. He must be quite busy lately. Even if you visit him, the leftover stock will likely consist of various work garments. Liu Lin's eyes sparkled with interest. Take me to see. Du Shasha regarded him with a hint of disbelief. After all, Liu Lin had just ordered fashionable attire and expressed aspirations of opening a boutique. Work uniforms seemed entirely unrelated to that endeavor, though she thought Liu Lin was merely wasting time. Considering he intended to place an order with her and had already committed to her cousin, she decided to accompany him on this detour. Du Shasha's car arrived in front of a garment factory. However, the guard did not immediately come to open the gate. Furrowing her brow, Du Shasha pressed the horn vigorously. After 2 or 3 attempts, a lethargic individual finally approached to unlock the entrance. Clearly displeased, Du Shasha exclaimed, What is the matter with you? How can you be on duty like this? It took you so long to respond to my horn? The guard glanced at her, his voice devoid of energy. Ms. Du, there has been a disturbance in the factory. The workers have lost their motivation, and Mr. Li is currently smashing things in the office. You should go and see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Du Shasha's brow knitted tightly. She pressed the accelerator and sped into the factory. The small facility, already modest in size, had groups of workers huddled together outside, engaged in animated discussions. Inside one of the offices, intermittent sounds of destruction could be heard. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 35. Seizing the opportunity in a flurry, Du Shasha leapt from the vehicle and rushed inside to assess the situation. Liu Lin found himself amidst a cluster of female workers situated close to the office. What has transpired? He inquired. The women, recognizing Liu Lin as an associate of Du Shasha, did not shy away from him. It's the factory that placed an order with us. They've gone back on their word. Our garments are ready for delivery, yet they have abruptly informed us they no longer require them. Are we to be toyed with like this? One of the workers lamented. Indeed, we placed an order for 5,000 pieces, and I've heard they've only compensated us with a mere 3,000 in breach of contract penalties. What shall we do now? If we cannot offload this batch, will we even be able to pay our wages this month? The mention of wages left the group in a state of despair. If we cannot disperse wages, what are we to do? My family still needs to make ends meet. Liu Lin joined the discourse among the women. Surely it cannot be that just 5,000 garments could potentially bankrupt your factory? That underestimates the strength of your employer, does it not? He asserted this based on the fact that he had recently procured 4,000 pieces from Du Bing. Surely, Du Bing would not be in such an uproar over these 4,000 garments. Is Li Mao truly that concerned? One of the workers interjected, unable to contain herself. Clearly, you are not fully informed. The materials for this batch are made from denim, which is inherently costly. Moreover, as these are work uniforms, they were custom-made in a loose fit. I heard that the raw materials alone cost us a staggering 50,000 yuan. Indeed. And that does not even account for our labor costs, nor the expenses for buttons and zippers, another added, continuing to elucidate Liu Lin's understanding. The urgency of this order meant our factory operated around the clock, incurring overtime pay. When the order was placed, we were promised over 100,000 yuan for the delivery, yet that has dwindled to a mere 3,000. Liu Lin began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Mumbling, 5,000 denim work uniforms. Xiaojun regarded Liu Lin with curiosity. Are you truly interested in this batch of garments? Liu Lin smiled. Brushing his finger across his nose, did you catch that? Was it so obvious? Xiaojun appeared somewhat perplexed. He struggled to understand Liu Lin's tendency to express interest in every opportunity. What was his employer truly aiming for in this industry? Didn't you mention that Linggao County is merely a small town? Can 5,000 people in such a locale truly desire to wear the same style of clothing, especially work uniforms? While it is true that Linggao County is a small town, it houses a steel factory employing over 2,000 workers. If all the factory employees could be dressed in a uniform attire, with each receiving 2 sets, wouldn't that resolve the entirety of the 5,000 pieces? Xiaojun pursed his lips. Do you think this idea may be overly idealistic? After all, with more than 2,000 individuals, can you ensure that each one would be willing to purchase? Well, Liu Lin glanced towards the now quiet office. Understanding that securing the commitment of over 2,000 people would indeed be an insurmountable task, thus, winning over just one individual would suffice. Xiaojun furrowed his brows. Still somewhat perplexed, however, he discerned a glimmer of amusement at the corner of Liu Lin's mouth, reminiscent of Liu Lin's smile whenever he achieved his goals. At this moment, Du Shasha emerged from the office, her countenance darkened, and as she approached Liu Lin, the earlier cheerfulness had vanished. You must have seen it. My cousin has encountered some trouble, so our business dealings will likely need to be postponed. I must return to withdraw some funds from our factory as accounts to assist my cousin. But you still need to gather money for equipment, right? If you give it to your cousin and he cannot repay you immediately, what will you do then? Du Shasha sighed deeply. My matters are still uncertain, but my cousin's situation is dire. He needs this money for his survival. Du Jia, do not rush into raising funds. Could you allow me to examine this batch of goods first? Du Shasha's eyes brightened momentarily, only to dim once more. You're not thinking of taking advantage of me again, are you? Let me tell you, for this batch of goods, don't even think about getting 10,000. Even 20,000 would be out of reach. Du Shasha had witnessed firsthand how Liu Lin had bargained with her elder sister. However, this situation with Li Mao was distinctly different. Her elder sister was clearing out inventory and had already recouped the cost of raw materials. Thus, any price would not be a loss, merely a question of profit margins. Conversely, in Li Mao's case, 1 or 2 tens of thousands would not alleviate his urgent needs and would instead signify a total loss. Liu Lin looked aggrieved. Is this truly how you perceive me? Du Jia, do you think I am merely someone who exploits situations? Du Shasha scrutinized Liu Lin and sighed. If you insist on seeing, I will take you there. I am familiar with their warehouse. She led Liu Lin to the warehouse, where packages of completed workwear were stacked high. Du Shasha called someone to assist in retrieving a sample for Liu Lin. Upon handling it, Liu Lin confirmed that the fabric was indeed authentic denim, deep blue and remarkably sturdy, clearly designed for durability. Not bad, he nodded. Of course, it's excellent. Everything was made according to the manufacturer's specifications. They demanded high standards even for the buttons and such. Du Shasha, recalling how pleased Li Mao had been upon receiving the order, expressed her frustration. He even treated me to drinks, but who would have anticipated this outcome? At this point, Liu Lin, too, was puzzled. In a market where supply fell short of demand, shouldn't tea manufacturers hold the upper hand? How had they become so easily manipulated? Why did your cousin only accept such a modest deposit initially? Was it not because he saw that this factory placing an order for 5,000 pieces indicated a significant client, and hoped for a long-term partnership? Moreover, this individual was referred by someone else, so suddenly, Du Shasha paused. As if a realization struck her, her expression becoming increasingly intricate. Liu Lin hurriedly suggested, "You should investigate this matter further with your cousin later. Even if you were to uncover any issues at this moment, they would still be unlikely to provide you with any financial compensation, would they? Therefore, the pressing matter at hand remains the need to dispose of this batch of goods in order to alleviate the current crisis." Du Shasha cast a disdainful glance at Liu Lin, seemingly suspecting his intentions to take advantage of the situation. "Oh." Liu Lin smacked his lips and retorted, "How can you accuse me of opportunism? I am merely extending a helping hand in a time of need." Du Shasha turned and exited the warehouse, unwilling to engage with Liu Lin further. Liu Lin chuckled and hurried to catch up with her, saying, "Sister Du, I haven't even made an offer yet. So why such a strong reaction? Moreover, you must allow me to meet your cousin and hear his thoughts, wouldn't you agree? After all, this factory ultimately belongs to him." Chapter 36. A timely assistance. It must be said that Liu Lin's request is quite reasonable. In a certain sense, it should be celebrated with fanfare. However, Du Shasha found it impossible to feel any joy. Yet, she still had a need for Liu Lin's assistance, and despite her reluctance, she agreed to introduce him to Li Mao. If Liu Lin were to press too hard on the price, she could always intervene to protect Li Mao. After all, she could not bear to watch him suffer substantial losses. Upon entering the office, Liu Lin and Du Shasha found Li Mao slumped in his chair, looking despondent. His shirt was disheveled, and even his suit jacket lay discarded at his feet. Seeing Li Mao in such a state tugged at Du Shasha's heartstrings. She approached him and gently picked up his jacket, draping it over a nearby chair. "Li Mao, I forgot to mention earlier that I brought a friend with me today. I intended to see if you had any leftover stock, but I didn't expect to find you in such a predicament," Du Shasha said, glancing at Liu Lin. "This is my friend, Liu Lin. He expressed interest in your merchandise." With a sigh, Du Shasha added, "If you can muster the energy, perhaps you could discuss the pricing with him." Li Mao raised his head from his hands. After a few moments of hesitation, he hurriedly stood up and quickly fetched 2 chairs for Liu Lin and Xiaojun. "I apologize for the disheveled appearance," he said, attempting to straighten his clothes. Du Shasha's eyes glistened with sympathy. Li Mao, already slender, appeared even more pitiful in his current state. Xiaojun cast a glance at Liu Lin, inquiring, "Are you truly interested in my stock?" Liu Lin nodded. "However, this is my first foray into the clothing business, and I had not anticipated such a large volume. I am uncertain if I can manage to sell 5,000 pieces at once." Liu Lin's admission was a strategic retreat. Yet Du Shasha perceived it as a prelude to further negotiations. Li Mao's eyes dimmed, but he nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, we have a substantial quantity. If Mr. Liu feels overwhelmed by the volume, you may take fewer items. I will sell them to you at cost, ensuring that I do not profit from this transaction." With a sigh, Liu Lin expressed his sympathy for Li Mao's predicament. "Though I have known Du Jie for a short time, I genuinely admire her character and wish to assist you. However, I need to know the cost price if I am to handle all 5,000 pieces." Li Mao was taken aback that Liu Lin would offer to help him with such a significant amount. He was uncertain whether to feel sorrow or elation. "We signed a contract for 120,000 with an actual cost of 64,000. However, if Mr. Liu is willing to alleviate my urgent situation, 60,000 would suffice," Li Mao said, cautious to accompany his words with a smile, fearing that this lifeline might slip away. Liu Lin's eyelids drooped slightly, and Li Mao's heart sank. "What about 55,000? Li Mao felt a sense of urgency as he spoke. "Boss Liu, I assure you that I am speaking nothing but the truth. If it weren't for the substantial amount of money tied up in this batch of goods, and the many workers outside awaiting their wages, I would truly prefer not to sell at this price." Du Shasha interjected, "Brother, let's not get worked up. Boss Liu is merely here for the clearance goods. He seeks only inexpensive items. As I mentioned earlier, do not be anxious. I will return to our factory shortly to allocate some funds for you. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure your production continues." Liu Lin exhaled deeply, conceding, "Very well then, Xiaojun, disperse 60,000 yuan to Boss Li." Both Li Mao and Du Shasha were taken aback. Liu Lin's willingness to purchase the goods for 60,000 was unexpected, especially since Li Mao had just called for 55,000. Liu Lin remained seated and said, "President Li, please have your assistant prepare a contract for me. I prefer to have matters clearly documented in black and white when it comes to business." Gratefulness filled Li Mao's eyes, as he regarded Liu Lin as a savior in that moment. Liu Lin continued to reassure him, in business, one inevitably encounters difficulties. Since I find myself here today, let us consider this the beginning of a friendship. I hope there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Stepping forward, Li Miao grasped Liu Lin's hands firmly, exclaiming, Boss Liu, I cannot thank you enough. I truly, genuinely do not know what to say. Liu Lin gently patted Li Miao on the shoulder. There is no need for further words. Just regain your composure and ensure the team feels secure. I will have Xiao Jun come to collect the goods tomorrow. Please arrange for the necessary manpower to load the truck. Li Miao was overwhelmed with excitement, assuring, absolutely, you can rest assured that everything will be meticulously arranged. Du Shasha observed as Xiao Jun counted the money, which was mostly assorted small denominations. It would indeed take some time to tally up 60,000 yuan. Seizing the moment, Li Miao hurriedly had someone draft a contract per Liu Lin's instructions, while also calling the accountant to assist Xiao Jun with the counting. Liu Lin, noticing Du Shasha's curious expression, queried, Do you think I was speaking falsely on the train? Everything I said was genuine. Every single yuan I possess has been painstakingly saved. The reason I acquire various goods is to quickly amass enough capital to purchase equipment and establish a textile factory in my hometown. Previously, Du Shasha had thought Liu Lin's words were mere bluster, but now, everything he said sounded particularly agreeable, even inspiring admiration within her. Regardless, I am grateful for your assistance with my cousin's matters today, she expressed. Liu Lin waved his hand dismissively. I have limited capabilities. This is the extent of my assistance. He added, if in the future you find it impossible to sell this batch of goods, I will seek ways to help you resolve the situation. Should I encounter suitable clients, I will certainly inform you. Liu Lin nodded. Observing that Xiao Jun was nearing the completion of the count, he called out, Juner, please count out an additional 10,000 yuan. He glanced at Du Shasha beside him, stating, this 10,000 is your deposit, and now I shall outline my requirements. Du Shasha was so preoccupied with bringing joy to her cousin that she nearly forgot about her own business. Upon hearing this, it was difficult not to feel elated. Her tone brightened as she asked, What are your requests? For this batch of goods, she continued, since it is my idea, you must sign a contract with me shortly, pledging that without my permission, you can only assist me in production for a limited time. It was the first time Du Shasha had encountered such a demand. Intrigued yet quickly compliant, she responded, All right, I agree. Now, tell me, how would you like me to proceed? Chapter 37. Do you misunderstand poverty? Please include a few cards in your best-selling packaged snacks, Liu Lin requested. Du Shasha was puzzled. Cards? What are those? Nothing too complicated. Just include small cards ranging from first prize to fifth prize in each package, and add a thank you for tasting at the end. Oh, is that all? That is not difficult. As for the quantity, here is the plan. For every 100 packages, seal them in one bag. Among these 100, include 1 second prize, 1 third prize, 10 fourth prizes, and 20 fifth prizes. The rest can simply say thank you for tasting. Du Shasha tilted her head. What about the first prize? How many of those? Include 1 first prize for every 100, but keep it separate. Pack it in a different bag for me, not mixed in with the others. Du Shasha nodded, finally understanding. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly laughed. You really are a cunning businessman. I was right all along. Liu Lin was unperturbed by her remarks. Also, based on the ratio of fourth and fifth prizes, please provide me with 2 types of candy. Du Shasha agreed. Sure. She smiled. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Liu Lin had conceived of this idea because, in a few years, a new type of crispy noodle would be released, featuring a card collecting function. Collecting all the cards would be quite a challenge, yet it would captivate many children, making it immensely popular. This would allow businesses to profit significantly from such a small package of noodles. However, producing the cards in the short term posed a challenge, especially since there were not many households with televisions at that time, and popular animated characters were not yet in vogue. Hence, Liu Lin thought of utilizing a lottery system, which would undoubtedly attract many children to make purchases. After all, it has always been easy to earn money from women and children. As previously agreed, the delivery could be made 10 days later. I will inform you when the vehicle is ready to come, Liu Lin added. Du Shasha had no worries, as Liu Lin had paid in full. Nodding, she assured him, Rest assured, we will get it done. After finalizing the contract with Li Mao, Liu Lin signed the agreement with Du Shasha as well. The hour was quite late, but Du Shasha insisted that Liu Lin stay overnight. Liu Lin declined, as he needed to coordinate with the factory vehicles. Considering the time, they should be arriving tonight. Du Shasha sent someone to drive Liu Lin and his companion back to the inn. Once the driver had departed, Xiaojun could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "You could have pressed Li Mao for a lower price. Why did you pay him 60,000? You cannot possibly feel pity for him?" Liu Lin looked at Xiaojun. "Do you not think he is quite unfortunate?" Xiaojun tossed the considerably lighter pouch of money onto the bed. "I just think it's not like you. My style?" Liu Lin chuckled softly as he repeated the phrase. "What do you think Li Mao and Du Shasha thought of me when I acquired the goods for 60,000? Xiaojun tossed a cigarette to Liu Lin, and while I cannot fathom Du Shasha's thoughts, it is evident that Li Mao regards you as a benefactor. Liu Lin caught the cigarette thrown by Xiaojun and acknowledged that indeed, 60,000 has made him view me as a benefactor. Liu Lin allowed Xiaojun to light his cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. However, if I were to procure the goods at 55,000 or an even lesser price, do you believe he would feel grateful towards me? Xiaojun lit his own cigarette. Remarking that this would merely be seen as taking advantage of the situation, as they would say, Liu Lin nodded in agreement, affirming that indeed, 50,000 merely amounts to 10 yuan per garment. 60,000 sounds like a substantial increase of 10,000, yet when divided among the clothing, it only raises the cost by 2 yuan per piece. This increment is trivial in the context of the selling price I aim to achieve. Liu Lin winked at Xiaojun, adding that, furthermore, spending 60,000 on goods worth 120,000 is already quite a bargain. Xiaojun, silent, took 2 puffs of his cigarette, contemplating Liu Lin's words. No wonder Du Shasha referred to you as a shrewd businessman. Liu Lin chuckled softly, shaking his head in disbelief. Do you really think such fortunate circumstances will persist indefinitely? One could only say that we are relatively lucky. Moreover, such prosperous times will not last long. The real economy is bound to experience a downturn one day. We must, within these years, accomplish the primal accumulation of capital, so that we may stand invincible amidst the ever-changing tides of commerce in the future. Xiaojun gazed at Liu Lin, unable to articulate the feelings Liu Lin evoked within him. Though he is the boss, he feels more like a brother. Despite being slightly older, Liu Lin's acumen seems deeper. Yet, if Xiaojun were to call Liu Lin cunning, he would not fully subscribe to that notion. Please, could you inquire at the front desk whether the driver from the steel factory has arrived? Before departing, Song Yaoxing had informed him to seek someone at this and upon reaching the city, regardless of who arrived first. Song Yaoxing would ensure the driver waited for Liu Lin for 2 days. Just 2 minutes after Xiaojun stepped out, he promptly returned. They are downstairs. How swiftly they found them. I was inquiring at the front desk when they overheard me. Liu Lin hurriedly made his way downstairs. 2 individuals awaited below. Upon seeing Liu Lin descend with Xiaojun, they asked in disbelief, "Are you Liu Lin?" Liu Lin nodded, maintaining his composure. "Yes, I am. When did you arrive?" They were taken aback. The Liu Lin they had heard of was not supposed to embody this demeanor. Was he described as an irresponsible gambler? This was hardly a gambler. He distinctly resembled a prominent businessman. The 2 quickly replied, "We arrived this afternoon. Since we were unsure how long we would have to wait for you, we were just about to call Song Yaoxing." Liu Lin felt a surge of joy. "Can you reach him? We can transfer the call to the factory line." Liu Lin too wished to contact his family, so he added, "In that case, I shall accompany you." The 2 exchanged glances, revealing a hint of hesitation. "I will cover the phone bill. Have you eaten yet? Once the call is complete, I shall treat you to a meal." They found it difficult to refuse the offer, albeit with a touch of reluctance, they agreed. "All right then." In search of a place to make a phone call, one of the drivers successfully connected the call. After being transferred, Song Yaoxing finally answered. "Hello, Song Yaoxing. This is Liang Zi. We are waiting for that Liu." Liang Zi couldn't help but glance at Liu Lin beside him, whose dazzling suit and polished shoes were indeed striking. He swallowed the name Liu Lin back down. "Mr. Liu, we have already met him." Song Yaoxing, brimming with impatience, inquired, "Did you truly see him?" Liang Zi cast another look at Liu Lin and affirmed, "Yes, we truly saw him." "And what is his current condition? I mean, does he appear to be impoverished and destitute?" Hearing Song Yaoxing's inquiry, Liang Zi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could one inquire about someone without knowing their status? With such attire and presence, how could one possibly be described as impoverished and destitute? He must be infinitely better off than you, Song Yaoxing. Liang Zi silently chastised himself for forgetting his own worth as a mere salesman. Speaking these words in front of Liu Lin felt exceedingly constraining, as if he were dragging down his own dignity. "Song Yaoxing, I believe you may have a misunderstanding regarding the concept of being impoverished and destitute." Chapter 38. Hidden Motives. What does it mean? Song Yaoxing felt utterly perplexed. During Liu Lin's absence, Song Yaoxing's heart remained restless, haunted by the fear of being deceived by Liu Lin. His concerns intensified upon seeking information about Liu Lin, only to find him increasingly unreliable. He was relieved that Song Jinbao had not ventured into the cotton fabric business. Additionally, Ma Xiaoquan frequently visited his home to inquire about news, making it difficult for Song Yongxing to quell his suspicions. He feared that even if Liu Lin managed to sell the fabric, he might abscond with the money. Who could deny that Liu Lin was not a good husband or father? If he truly abandoned his wife and children without a thought of returning, it would not be surprising. Thus, before the driver departed for the city, Song Yongxing repeatedly urged him to contact him, regardless of whether he encountered Liu Lin. If they did meet, it was imperative to ascertain whether Liu Lin still possessed any money, lest he squander it all. Liangzi cast a glance at Liu Lin. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable discussing such matters in his presence, yet unable to resist Song Yongxing's relentless inquiries. "Mr. Liu, everything is fine," Song Yongxing retorted. "What do you mean by fine? Can't you speak properly?" Liu Lin, not wishing to put the driver in a difficult position, extended his hand, saying, "Let me speak." Liangzi eagerly handed the phone to Liu Lin. Song Yongxing, hearing Liu Lin's voice, initially mistook it for Liangzi's and began to complain. "Don't you know how to keep your voice down on the phone?" Liu Lin had already answered, "I wish to converse with you." Upon hearing Liu Lin's voice, Song Yongxing felt torn between anxiety and relief. "You indeed went to the city." "Yes." Regarding your cotton fabric at that moment, Song Yongxing realized that if Liu Lin could not sell the fabric, he surely lacked funds for the fair. Thus, his concern shifted from whether Liu Lin sold the fabric to whether he still had any money left. "You can inform Jinbao that everything here is going smoothly, and I will settle all debts when I return in a few days." "Really?" Although Song Yongxing hadn't seen him, he still felt uneasy. "Uncle Song, I asked the driver going to Kanglan to bring back some rice for me. I've also written a letter for Jinbao and the others. I believe the Kanglan driver should have arrived, so please ask Jinbao to attend to the matters I outlined in my letter." "Why go through all that trouble to bring rice? It's not as though we can't buy it at home." Song Yongxing assumed it was merely 100 or so kilograms of rice and dismissed it from his mind. "When will you be back?" "At the latest. The day after tomorrow morning. I will return with the driver. By the way, Uncle Song, could you have Jinbao bring my wife over tomorrow evening so I can speak with her on the phone?" Song Yongxing was reluctant, saying, "This is work. It's inconvenient. Besides, you'll be back in a few days, so why the urgency? I worry that she might be concerned, and I miss her as well." In recent days, Liu Lin has been exceedingly busy, engulfed in his work. The absence of a telephone only adds to his worries. He resolved that upon his return, he would find a way to install a phone at home. After concluding a call, Liu Lin treated 2 drivers to a meal, bestowing upon each a gratuity of 10 yuan, just as he had done for 3 other drivers previously. For them, 10 yuan is no trifling sum, and both men were elated. However, for Liu Lin, it felt akin to mere pocket change, a triviality in the grand scheme of things. After an early rest, the following morning, Liu Lin instructed Xiao Jun to accompany the drivers to Du Bing and Li Mao to collect goods. Meanwhile, he had a matter of greater importance to attend to. He retrieved the address provided by Tang Hui and made his way there, only to discover that it was the very address of Shanghai Industrial. Liu Lin distinctly remembered Du Shasha mentioning that Tang Hui served as a consultant for Shanghai Industrial. A smile graced Liu Lin's face as he approached the security guard to inquire about Tang Hui. The guard asked him to wait a moment while he went inside to assist in locating him. Liu Lin found the guard's hospitality somewhat excessive. Shortly thereafter, the guard emerged alongside a young man clad in a jacket, appearing only a few years Liu Lin's senior. "Are you Liu Lin?" the man inquired, catching Liu Lin off guard by so readily pronouncing his name. Liu Lin nodded. "Yes, I am Liu Lin." The man extended his hand, introducing himself. "Hello. I am Ding Su, the marketing manager of Shanghai Industrial and also a student of Professor Tang. He arrived on a train yesterday and specifically mentioned you, instructing me to ensure you are well received should you come to the company." Liu Lin shook Ding Su's hand. "I apologize for my unannounced visit. I hope it hasn't caused any inconvenience." Ding Su beckoned him to follow. He led Liu Lin into his office, poured him a glass of water, and Liu Lin settled into a leather sofa, glancing at the plaque adorning the wall, which read, "The sea embraces 100 rivers," signed by Tang Hui. The professor's calligraphy, much like his character, exuded a sense of integrity and breadth. Ding Su took a seat opposite Liu Lin, his gaze scrutinizing from the very moment they met. Initially, when he had heard Tang Hui speak of Liu Lin, he felt no stirrings of interest. Rather, he believed his teacher had been misled by someone with ulterior motives. Especially upon hearing Tang Hui's descriptions of Liu Lin's character, terms such as frugality and simplicity, Ding Su interpreted them as synonymous with poverty. Shanghai Industrial indeed possessed a batch of textile equipment acquired during their mergers with other enterprises. However, they had little interest in the textile industry, intending instead to transform the acquired companies into manufacturers of automotive components. Thus, this equipment was deemed superfluous and was slated for disposal. This task had indeed been entrusted to Ding Su, and since the news had circulated, numerous parties had expressed intentions to purchase it. However, the influx of individuals often resorting to underhanded means posed a dilemma for Ding Su. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, his teacher, who typically eschews personal favors in dealings, approached him with such a request, placing Ding Su in a rather uncomfortable position. Yet, considering it was the first time his teacher had ever made such an appeal, Ding Su pondered that, regardless of the circumstances, maintaining a facade of professionalism was imperative. To his astonishment, Liu Lin's initial impression did not entirely align with his teacher's description. Liu Lin exuded a presence far more formidable than many he had encountered. As for simplicity, Ding Su failed to perceive it. Teacher Tang has always been a figure I hold in high regard, particularly for his unwavering commitment to impartiality and fairness. The two men locked eyes, and Liu Lin, fully aware of the underlying implications in Ding Su's words, smiled gently. Professor Tang merely provided us with an opportunity for acquaintance. Ultimately, our engagement was one of commerce. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Ding Su's gaze. This individual is indeed fascinating. Chapter 39, The Bamboo Shoot. Ding Su, intrigued, expressed his admiration for Mr. Liu's candor, preferring to converse with individuals of discernment. Liu Lin, with his legs crossed, concurred, revealing his own aversion to circumlocution. Please, Mr. Ding, speak frankly. What conditions must I fulfill to procure this batch of equipment? Ding Su found himself unexpectedly appreciating Liu Lin's forthrightness. Recently, those who approached him regarding equipment purchases either attempted to leverage connections or engaged in oblique flattery, leaving him perplexed and somewhat exasperated. Liu Lin's straightforwardness felt like a refreshing stream amidst the mundanity. To be candid, I've been approached by numerous individuals seeking to purchase equipment during this period. Yet, Mr. Ding has yet to finalize any buyers. What seems to be the hindrance? Liu Lin's inquiry was not born from ignorance. Rather, he understood that having Ding Su articulate the answer would lend it greater weight. In just a few exchanges, Ding Su discerned Liu Lin's intelligence, a trait that was surprisingly endearing rather than off-putting, creating a most agreeable atmosphere. As competition intensified, it was evident that the one offering the best price would prevail. Liu Lin lightly tapped his fingers on his knee. What price have they proposed? Ding Su sipped from his water cup, since you were introduced by Teacher Tang. Our rapport must be somewhat closer. I shall not withhold information from you. Although Ding Su professed this, Liu Lin remained skeptical. He recognized that such words were merely intended to assure Tang Hui of his respect for his mentor. Liu Lin was acutely aware that such sentiments often paled in comparison to the allure of profit, especially after their brief exchange, which led him to believe that the matter was not as straightforward as Tang Hui had suggested. However, having this connection was infinitely preferable to navigating the situation in ignorance. Tang Hui had at least granted him the opportunity to sit before Ding Su, and that was sufficient. They have offered as much as 300,000, Liu Lin stated, maintaining a calm demeanor as he met Ding Su's gaze. Is it that this amount has not been settled because it isn't a lump sum? Ding Su found Liu Lin increasingly intriguing. This matter, in which Tang Hui had not directly participated, could not have been relayed by him. This only served to highlight Liu Lin's keen insight. You have hit the nail on the head. However, there are indeed those capable of providing a lump sum. What amount would they be willing to pay in cash? 200,000, Ding Su responded, momentarily furrowing his brow, realizing he had unwittingly allowed Liu Lin to guide the conversation. Yet, before he could fully process this thought, Liu Lin decisively declared, I am willing to offer 250,000 in cash for the purchase. If you are open to an installment plan, I would propose a payment of 150,000 in cash, with the remaining 200,000 settled within 6 months. You may discuss with your superiors which payment method you prefer. Ding Su was taken aback. He had not anticipated Liu Lin's forthrightness. Before he could fully process the previous question, Liu Lin had already settled on his bid. The offer he presented was undeniably the most enticing thus far. Previous negotiators had all sought to haggle, yet Liu Lin's proposal was remarkably appealing. While several parties expressed interest, very few could muster the substantial sum of over 200,000 at once. Achieving 300,000 was already commendable, but those willing to pay such a price could not settle the amount in one go, often requiring at least a year's extension. However, Liu Lin had generously added 50,000 to each price tier. The prospect of clearing 3,500,000 within 6 months was indeed alluring to Ding Su. Securing an additional 100,000 in half a year was no small feat. Observing Ding Su's reaction, Liu Lin felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. As long as he could successfully acquire the equipment, the future profits could potentially amount to countless increments of 50,000 or more. He was unwilling to jeopardize this opportunity over a mere few thousand. On another note, he hoped Ding Su would opt for the 15,000 prepayment option. Although it may seem like he would need to pay an additional 100,000 within 6 months, it effectively provided Liu Lin with an equivalent increase in liquidity. Liu Lin understood that the current 100,000 could generate value far beyond its mere numerical worth. Ding Su recalled what Tang Hui had told him about Liu Lin's desire to contribute to his hometown and his limited financial capacity, urging him to extend understanding and support in this matter. Yet, to his surprise, Liu Lin was more generous than anyone else. Ding Su took a moment to collect himself. He needed to consult with his superiors, as he could not make unilateral decisions. Liu Lin nodded in understanding. All right, discuss among yourselves, and I shall await your news. However, I must return to my hometown tomorrow and will be unavailable for the next few days. Please let me know when you reach a conclusion. Provide me with a contact number so I can follow up. Ding Su gave Liu Lin the company's phone number. Call me the day after tomorrow, around this time. Liu Lin rose to take his leave. After exiting Ding Su's office, he found a public phone and called Tang Hui. Upon hearing Liu Lin's voice, Tang Hui's excitement was palpable. You know, during class today, I shared your insights with my students, and they were equally thrilled. Liu Lin, your perspectives are truly unique. It's not my uniqueness, it's the brilliance of our national leadership, Liu Lin replied modestly. Tang Hui chuckled in agreement. Indeed, you are absolutely right. By the way, did you meet with Ding Su? I did. Tang Hui eagerly inquired about how the discussion went. Liu Lin sighed. This matter will require your assistance, Professor Tang. What happened? Liu Lin recounted the essence of his conversation with Ding Su, leaving Tang Hui momentarily silent on the other end of the line. The price you proposed is indeed quite high. However, you mentioned to me that you do not possess such a substantial amount of money. Allow me to set aside my pride and advocate for you. I wish to negotiate for the equipment at the same sum of 200,000. To the best of my ability. Liu Lin, with fervor, stated, Professor Tang, the purpose of my call is not to solicit your assistance in bargaining. I do not wish to place you or your student in an awkward position, as he is caught in the middle and it is not an easy situation for him. Tang Hui sighed. I will not abandon the cause of benefiting my hometown. Even if it requires additional sacrifice, I am willing to do so. But, Liu Lin insisted, Professor Tang, my sole intent in this call is to implore you to assist me in procuring this batch of equipment at the established price. I am preparing to return home tomorrow to gather funds. I do not want to let my hometown down, so I earnestly request your help. Tang Hui replied solemnly. Rest assured, go back and secure the funds. You can leave the matters here to me. Liu Lin hung up the phone, contemplating to himself. What a challenge. Chapter 40. Reluctant to speak, noticing that the hour was still early, Liu Lin hailed a taxi to seek out Du Shasha once more. Du Shasha was taken aback by Liu Lin's swift return. Your secretary has already completed loading the goods today, Liu Lin stated candidly. I trust his capabilities. Du Shasha tilted her head slightly and leaned back. What is it that you wish to convey to me this time? Liu Lin settled into a chair opposite her desk. I was so occupied yesterday that I neglected to inquire. Besides these two relatives of yours, do you engage in any other business ventures? Du Shasha cast a sideways glance at Liu Lin. What is the matter? Are you insatiable in your pursuits, or do you hope for some misfortune to befall my family? Sighing, she added, had I known women were so capricious, I would have refrained from paying in full for any future orders with you. Du Shasha shot him a pointed look, yet leaned forward, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth. But, as I have mentioned before, most of my relatives are in the clothing industry. However, my cousin S factory produces items that are quite trendy. On the other hand, my Uncle S family tends to manufacture rather rustic apparel, suited more for rural folk. Upon hearing this, Liu Lin responded, Isn't that quite favorable? Du Shasha blinked in surprise. You're not considering entering the clothing market again, are you? Didn't you say this was your first venture into fashion? Honestly, given that you're also placing orders with my family, I advise you to tread carefully. If you dive in further, I fear you might find it overwhelming to dispose of such a large inventory. Liu Lin waved his hand dismissively. This time, I shall heed your advice and refrain from entering the clothing sector. I am here to inquire if you know anyone involved in the production of other products, or perhaps in wholesale. In truth, Liu Lin could seek out leads himself, but he did not believe that what Du Shasha could provide would necessarily be more economical. His primary concern was his limited time. Consulting Du Shasha would expedite the process. Regarding clothing, he was confident that, even if he procured tens of thousands of pieces, he could manage to sell them all. However, he wished to explore additional products to diversify his business and better ascertain what would prove most profitable. Du Shasha, resting her chin on one hand, pondered for a moment before retrieving her phone book. I know someone who deals in wholesale fabric. But considering you intend to run a textile factory, you might not find that particularly intriguing. Before she could dismiss this possibility, Liu Lin interjected. Please inquire about their wholesale terms. If I can secure a deal at 2 yuan for either polyester or nylon, I am definitely interested. Du Shasha looked somewhat speechless. I am genuinely curious about what you intend to sell. Let me see if I know anyone else, she continued, feigning displeasure. Liu Lin, it seems my connections have suddenly transformed into your resources. Liu Lin nonchalantly replied, resource sharing is the trend. There is no need for concern. Let us see what else you can find. Flipping through her contacts, she remarked, there is also someone with a good relationship in the daily chemical products sector. Beyond that, my connections are not deeply established, so I cannot guarantee you the lowest prices. Daily chemicals? What kind of products? Du Shasha shook her head slightly. Perhaps it was just the scent of laundry detergent and soap. Liu Lin, resembling a commander, gestured towards the landline beside Du Shasha, suggesting she make a call. Du Shasha feigned dissatisfaction, saying, Liu, I believe you ought to consider increasing my salary. Though she complained, she drew the phone closer and dialed. Hello? The call was answered promptly. Wang Duo, it's Du Shasha. Du Jia, what a surprise. What brings you to call me today? Du Shasha glanced at Liu Lin. Haven't we lost touch for quite some time? What have you been busy with lately? Oh, what else could I be doing? Just running sales. Are you still busy with sales? What's wrong? Is what you have on hand not selling well? Wang Duo replied, not exactly. The snowflake cream still sells well, but here. He trailed off, his words becoming vague. Why treat me as an outsider? Is there something you cannot share with your sister? It's not a secret. Just that the product we are selling is a bit embarrassing to discuss. Don't keep me in suspense, just say it. We received an order from above, asking us to promote items that women use every month. Ah, you mean sanitary napkins. Upon uttering those words, Wang Duo's face flushed crimson. However, upon expressing it, he felt as though he had found an outlet for his frustrations. Promoting such items has been challenging. We have struggled to find female sales representatives willing to do it. Now, the burden has fallen on us men. He continued, those who went out to sell were often dismissed by women as if we were being lewd. And some even chased us with brooms. Upon hearing this, Du Shasha not only felt no sympathy but burst into laughter. Sister, that's not fair. Wang Duo was quite distressed over this matter. Once she had her fill of laughter, Du Shasha continued, haven't advertisements started airing on television? The effect should be promising, right? Sister, although we have begun advertising, it is only just picking up in the city. However, in more remote areas and towns, the promotion hasn't reached them yet. We currently have a substantial backlog of products. After hearing this, Du Shasha looked at Liu Lin and couldn't help but giggle. She certainly didn't think Liu Lin would be interested in selling sanitary napkins. At that moment, she regarded Liu Lin with a teasing demeanor. Covering the microphone with one hand and lifting her chin slightly, she asked, would you like some help dealing with the backlog? She then burst into laughter again. Liu Lin beckoned her with his finger, asking if they could arrange a meeting immediately. Du Shasha genuinely did not expect Liu Lin to show interest in sanitary napkins. She stared at him with a look of incredulity for a moment before remembering Wang Duo was still on the line. Are you free now? I know someone who might be interested in your inventory. In this matter, Du Shasha hesitated to refer to Liu Lin as her friend, feeling it might be somewhat embarrassing. Really? Wang Duo exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. He had longed to swiftly resolve the issue with the sanitary napkins. While he can speak fluently when selling other products, he finds himself at a loss for words when it comes to this particular item. Sister Du, I am free at the moment. Would you like to bring someone over? Upon hearing this, Du Shasha sighed, realizing she would have to run errands. She hung up the phone and drove Liu Lin to meet Wang Duo. Upon their first encounter, Liu Lin's immediate impression of Wang Duo was that he was a person of considerable influence. His attire suggested he was a significant businessman. Wang Duo approached Liu Lin with enthusiasm, extending a warm handshake. I am Wang Duo. Sister Du mentioned you were interested in our sanitary napkins. The remark sounded somewhat awkward, prompting Du Xiaoquan to stifle a laugh. I heard on the phone that you have advertised your sanitary napkins, Liu Lin remarked. Wang Duo nodded vigorously, indeed. We only ran ads on local stations, but they had some impact. However, due to significant product accumulation, we recently signed a contract with a television station to intensify our advertising efforts, particularly for a drama titled The Fox of Snowy Mountain, which is set to premiere at the end of this month. I am curious about the potential effectiveness of this campaign. Upon hearing this, Liu Lin nearly burst into laughter, recalling that The Fox of Snowy Mountain was quite a popular series. Chapter 41. Paving a new path in this era. The mindset of the populace remains rather conservative, rendering such matters too embarrassing to voice. However, in distant regions like Europe, women have long embraced these products. Were it not for the affluent and influential foreigners, it would be inconceivable that sanitary napkins are unavailable here. The domestic market has yet to recognize this significant gap, which undoubtedly calls for the establishment of a production line. Nevertheless, when compared to a roll of toilet paper priced at merely a dime, the sanitary napkin, costing 4 to 5 times as much, proves challenging to market. This is due to both ideological constraints and pricing barriers. Yet, Liu Lin is acutely aware of the immense market potential in sanitary napkins. The transition from obscurity to an annual sales volume of 300 billion pieces represents a colossal opportunity. How much inventory do you possess? Wang Duo exclaimed. It's simply overwhelming. If the manufacturer weren't on the brink of being crushed by the surplus stock, they wouldn't have sought our company's assistance. However, to be candid, I too am increasingly anxious and restless due to this product. Wang Duo has been utterly exhausted by the demands of the sanitary napkin market. Upon meeting Liu Lin, he found himself devoid of enthusiasm to extol its virtues or discuss its promising future. All he could think was to dispose of the stock as swiftly as possible. Since it's excess inventory, what is the lowest price you can offer? In truth, the production cost of these items is quite substantial, with the machinery imported from a certain country. A significant investment was made to establish this production line. Du Xiaoquan, growing impatient, interjected, "Why are we discussing this? President Liu is a straightforward individual. Simply state the price. However, since we are all on the same side, let us avoid haggling and just provide the lowest price." Wang Duo refrained from further pleasantries and directly held up 2 fingers, indicating 2 dimes, his lowest price. The retail price must be at least 7 dimes, which still offers a considerable profit margin. Although Liu Lin yearned to purchase the entire inventory, he lacked the financial capacity to do so. The quantity needed to burden a state-owned enterprise would be staggering. Liu Lin pondered, "I wish to place an order, but my vehicle has limited space. I can only transport about 10,000 packs. Upon hearing this, not only was Du Xiaoquan taken aback, but Wang Duo was also overjoyed. After laboring for half a month without selling a single pack, Liu Lin's initial request for 10,000 packs felt like a windfall. Wang Duo was practically inclined to bow before Liu Lin in gratitude. "I can offer you some cash for these 10,000 packs, but I would like to order more. Can we formalize a contract? I am committed to your inventory and will provide an additional 10,000 as a deposit. The remaining balance will be settled based on the quantity of goods collected during each transaction. However, the condition is that your advertisements must continue to air." Du Xiaoquan, listening alongside, struggled to comprehend Liu Lin's intentions. In contrast, Wang Duo felt as if he were walking on clouds, as if in a dream. "President Liu, you cannot be jesting. We have several million packs in our inventory. This is no trifling sum." Liu Lin chuckled. "Are you worried I won't be able to pay?" Wang Duo hurriedly waved his hand, fearful of offending this affluent benefactor. "Of course not. I merely wish to ascertain how many individuals you have assisting you with promotion. You see, despite our company's substantial workforce, we have yet to witness any tangible results," Liu Lin remarked, convinced that Wang Duo was not in a position to make significant decisions. "If you can take charge of this matter, we can promptly sign the contract. If not, I hope you can swiftly confer with your superiors, as I only have today to spare." Wang Duo eagerly responded. "What you mentioned about taking away 10,000 packages at once is entirely feasible. However, considering the vast inventory, a mere 10,000 yuan deposit seems rather insufficient." He continued, "Please do not take it amiss. I harbor no doubts about your capabilities, but I truly need some time to consult with my higher-ups." Liu Lin nodded. "Then please go ahead. I shall await your return." Certainly. I will attend to it right away," Wang Duo said, quickly striding out, only to return hastily, imploring Du Xiaoquan to ensure Liu Lin was well attended to. Seeing Wang Duo's frantic departure, Du Shasha could not help but remark, "Your approach to business leaves me increasingly perplexed. Did you not claim to have only over 200,000? Yet, it seems you have invested quite a bit in recent days. How will you afford the equipment?" After voicing her concerns, Du Shasha squinted, scrutinizing Liu Lin. "You don't possess merely over 200,000, do you?" "I assure you, I have spoken no falsehoods," Liu Lin replied. Du Shasha, however, believed Liu Lin was not particularly wealthy. Unlike others, she had observed him closely. Although he now dressed like a successful individual, just yesterday morning, he had appeared rather disheveled. The money he had presented was not from a bank withdrawal, but rather a collection of loose bills. "Are you no longer interested in acquiring the equipment?" "I must secure the equipment," Liu Lin asserted, meeting Du Shasha's puzzled gaze with unwavering determination. "But your funds are insufficient." "That is precisely why I am seeking ways to generate income," he countered, acknowledging her disbelief. "Wealth is not merely amassed through saving, but the risks you face." Du Shasha hesitated. "Moreover, equipment of this nature cannot wait indefinitely for you." "I have faith in my abilities," Liu Lin declared confidently. Du Shasha, reflecting on her own stagnant progress in securing equipment, inquired, "We are friends now, are we not? I have assisted you considerably. Can you find a way to help me?" Liu Lin shrugged slightly. "That depends on whether you have contemplated the matter of offering me shares." Du Shasha bit her lip, falling silent. After a brief interval, Wang Duo returned, his face bearing a smile but also a hint of distress. "Let us be straightforward. What did they say?" "The higher-ups indicated that a 10,000 yuan deposit is simply too meager to reserve all the inventory. I also learned that our current stock amounts to 5 million packages. You are aware that once you make this reservation, we will have nothing left to sell. If you only place an order once in a year and a half, then we..." Wang Duo felt that he need not articulate this too clearly. Liu Lin should understand. "If you wish to sell, we can always produce more." "Do you intend to cease operations after selling these 5 million bags?" "That is not the case, but raw materials and labor do incur costs. Essentially, you are spending 30,000 to acquire goods worth 1 million. Wang Duo was quite apprehensive that Liu Lin might become displeased and ultimately refrain from making any purchases. So he cautiously broached the subject with Liu Lin. "Perhaps you could consider requesting a smaller quantity, or perhaps increasing your payment, at the very least. We need to ensure that the factory can continue its production." Liu Lin tapped his fingers against the armrest of the sofa, his eyelids slightly raised. Then, "Please enlighten me on what your higher-ups are indicating regarding the amount of deposit I am required to pay." Chapter 42. The Beacon. Wang Duo maintained a cautious smile as he carefully articulated, "The upper management's intention is for 100,000. He clenched his fists tightly, fearful that Liu Lin might erupt in anger and abruptly leave the meeting. Although Liu Lin remained composed and did not storm off, his furrowed brow and deep contemplation were enough to instill anxiety in Wang Duo, who felt increasingly restless. "Mr. Liu, I understand that the price disparity is quite significant compared to your initial offer. However, given the sheer volume of our goods, it is insufficient and poses challenges for both parties involved. I kindly ask for your understanding of our predicament." Liu Lin, while aware that their inventory was considerable, was taken aback by the staggering figure of 5 million. He pondered how such a vast quantity could be effectively managed in the short term. "Mr. Liu, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Wang Duo could no longer contain his impatience. Liu Lin raised his head and replied, "How about this? Please consult with your superiors once more. I am willing to accept the 5 million, but the 100,000 will need to be paid in 2 installments. I can settle the first 50,000 up front, while the remaining 50,000 will be due upon the conclusion of the television series. Should you fail to deliver the promised advertisements, the initial 50,000 must be refunded." After a moment of reflection, Liu Lin continued, "As for the remaining 900,000, I shall pay it in 3 installments of 300,000 each month, transferred to your company's account punctually. Additionally, your factory must designate me as the exclusive agent nationwide. Until my 5 million units are fully cleared, any other merchants wishing to act as agents must procure their stock through me first." Wang Duo was taken aback by such demands, feeling uncertain. "Very well, please allow me a moment." Du Shasha scrutinized Liu Lin even more intently. Although she had assessed him before, each encounter left her increasingly perplexed. What could be going through this man's mind? After approximately half an hour, Wang Duo finally returned. "Mr. Liu, the director of the paper mill would like to invite you to dinner, expressing a desire to discuss matters in person." Liu Lin glanced at the time. It was shortly past noon. Rising from his seat, he said, "That works, as I am quite hungry as well." Wang Duo exhaled in relief and straightened his posture. Addressing the still days Du Sha, sister Du, if you're free, please join us. Du Sha momentarily set aside her concerns regarding her food factory, eager to discern the strategy behind Liu Lin's maneuvers. Following Liu Lin, she accompanied him and Wang Duo into a small sedan. The vehicle eventually came to a halt in front of the city's most renowned establishment, the Jinxiu Grand Hotel. As they walked into the private dining room, the waiter served tea, yet the factory director mentioned by Wang Duo had yet to arrive. Wang Duo busily explained that their factory was situated slightly farther away than theirs, urging patience as they would arrive shortly. After preparing some tea, he proceeded to the entrance to greet the guests. It wasn't long before he returned with a man in his 50s, his hair flecked with gray, clad in a light blue uniform. Liu Lin rose politely. The man, unfazed by his position as factory director, exuded a warm and approachable demeanor. "You must be General Liu," he remarked. "Little Wang mentioned your interest in purchasing our entire inventory." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Xiaoquan. It's a pleasure to meet you, Director Xiao. I'm no general, just call me Liu Lin." Liu replied amicably. Xiaoquan took a seat beside Liu Lin and gestured for him to sit comfortably. With a hint of nostalgia, he reflected. "When I first received the production assignment, I was filled with enthusiasm, delighted to fill a gap in the domestic market. However, I soon discovered that the real challenges began once the products were produced. For the past 2 years, I have not enjoyed a single restful night. Witnessing the paper mill's decline under the burden of producing sanitary napkins." Liu Lin, moved by Xiaoquan's heartfelt confession, felt a surge of respect for him. "Indeed, challenges are often temporary, and this period shall soon pass," he reassured. Xiaoquan, comforted by the conviction in Liu Lin's eyes, was reminded of the time he had traveled abroad to negotiate for equipment. At that moment, he had believed that the untapped domestic market for sanitary napkins would yield great success. Yet, reality delivered a harsh wake-up call, diminishing his confidence. Despite this, he had never relinquished his efforts. Now, witnessing someone who recognized the value of their products felt like encountering a kindred spirit. "I am truly grateful that you are willing to purchase our entire inventory. Your decision brings renewed hope for me and my factory. Faced with our prolonged sales stagnation, your confidence in ordering 5 million packages at once speaks volumes about your faith in our products, doesn't it?" Liu Lin nodded, stating, "China's economy is evolving rapidly, and the standard of living is continuously improving. Sanitary napkins hold significant meaning for women and are beneficial for health. Thus, they are undoubtedly a trend." Xiaoquan nodded in agreement. "Yet, the market is the market. There will always be certain obstacles. With your confidence, General Liu, you must have some strategies in place for sales, right?" His gaze was filled with eagerness and anticipation as he regarded Liu Lin. Liu Lin met Xiaoquan's fervent gaze. Realizing his question may have been too direct, Xiao quickly apologized. "I'm sorry if my inquiry was somewhat inappropriate. However, rest assured, I am willing to accept the conditions you previously proposed. I have already instructed someone to draft the contract, which should be delivered shortly. I hope you will not hesitate to offer your guidance at that time." Liu Lin appreciated Xiaoquan's attitude and character. In response to the inquiry, Liu Lin found himself devoid of any reservations. However, it was imperative to wait until the contract had been duly signed. One must always guard against potential pitfalls. As the two dined, they engaged in casual conversation about various topics. Before long, a man clad in the same work attire as Xiaoquan knocked and entered. "Director Xiao, the contract has been prepared, and I have brought it over for your review." Xiaoquan handed one copy of the contract to Liu Lin, asking, "Could you please take a look and see if there are any amendments needed?" Liu Lin meticulously scrutinized the contract from beginning to end, then took up his pen to sign and affix his seal. Xiaoquan, representing the manufacturer, also signed and stamped the official seal of the factory. With all matters settled, Xiaoquan inquired once more, "Might I ask if it is convenient for you, Mr. Liu, to offer our factory some guidance?" Chapter 43. I want to buy a color television. Liu Lin was acutely aware that once he embarked on the venture of selling sanitary napkins, it would be impossible to keep such matters concealed. Moreover, in this instance, his involvement was minimal. Fortune favored him. The opportunity arose when the paper factory did not survive the darkness before dawn. Liu Lin was candid. The method was already delineated within the contract. Xiaoquan concentrated, recalling the contract's contents. He was not foolish. Liu Lin's subtle hints quickly led him to the clues. "Are you suggesting advertising?" Liu Lin nodded. "However, we previously attempted this, and while it yielded some results, we remain miles away from clearing our stock." Liu Lin elucidated. I heard from Manager Wang that your previous advertisements were aired on local stations during average time slots. Yet this time, you have chosen the television series The Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain. I foresee that this advertisement will become widely recognized. Xiaoguqiang offered a wry smile, admitting, to be honest, we too were taking a shot in the dark. We lack confidence ourselves, and it's surprising to see that you, Mr. Liu, possess more faith than we do. Liu Lin further advised, additionally, the advertisement's design should be thoughtfully crafted. It need not be overly complex, but rather concise and impactful, emphasizing the product's key attributes for optimal effect. Listening intently to Liu Lin's articulate suggestions, Xiaoguqiang eagerly inquired if Liu had any good recommendations. Liu Lin reflected on previously successful advertising campaigns. For instance, he envisioned a youthful girl gracefully swaying on a swing, her smile radiating warmth. With the tagline, bringing me comfort and freedom, Xiaoguqiang awaited further elaboration, only to realize Liu Lin had concluded. Is that all? Liu Lin affirmed confidently, indeed, just that. Xiaoguqiang appeared perplexed, questioning, shouldn't we provide a comprehensive introduction to the product's functions, advantages, and benefits for women? Overly intricate advertisements are often difficult to remember. Catchy slogans are far more likely to be disseminated widely. Furthermore, advertisements are charged by the second. Lengthy narratives will inadvertently inflate costs. As Xiaoguqiang listened, he began to nod in agreement, gradually internalizing Liu Lin's insights. You are absolutely right. Our previous advertisements suffered from this very issue. I had assumed it was our product that was unaccepted, but now I realize it may be connected to the concerns you raised. Resolute, Xiaoguqiang decided to return and discuss Liu Lin's creative ideas with the team. Observing Liu Lin, he regarded him with newfound respect. Realizing that the young executive possessed remarkable insights into advertising, truly impressive. Mr. Liu, allow me to raise a toast to you. Liu Lin promptly lifted his glass, lowering it slightly during the clink. Please, no need for formality, Director Xiao. We are partners in this venture. When either party fulfills their responsibilities effectively, it benefits us both. However, I do have one more request, and I would appreciate your assistance, Director Xiao. Xiaoguqiang solemnly replied, if there is anything within my power to assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to help. Since I intend to embark on this business venture, I wish to purchase 2 color televisions to take back. I wonder, Director Xiao, could you assist me in finding a solution? Although domestic production of color televisions has commenced, the manufacturing lines and cathode ray tubes are still reliant on foreign imports. The cost of color televisions is exceedingly high, yet their production remains limited. Acquiring a single unit is not merely a matter of having sufficient funds. At this juncture, black and white televisions are considered luxury items, and color televisions are the epitome of extravagance. Is this a difficult request? Xiaoguqiang raised his hand, and Liu, the general manager, resolved the considerable dilemma faced by our factory. I will certainly assist you with this matter. Wang Duo, please contact Hong Bin and see if he can devise a solution. Wang Duo promptly exited to make the call. As the meal neared its conclusion, Wang Duo returned, drenched in sweat. What news? Hong Bin has reached out to several contacts, and currently we can only secure 1 television. However, the price will not be significantly lower. Wang Duo glanced at Liu Lin. The original price was 2,780, and even with our assistance, it will not be less than 2,005. Wang Duo expressed a hint of regret, stating, General Manager Liu, please understand, color televisions are in high demand, and acquiring one is quite challenging, especially since it is not our product. Liu Lin was aware that during this period, the price of color televisions was exorbitant relative to the annual income of the populace. For many families, purchasing a single television would require them to forego food and drink for an entire year or deplete years of savings. This price was within Liu Lin's expectations, yet he was determined to secure that television at all costs. Liu Lin nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a significant request to ask for assistance in such a short time. Securing even 1 unit was better than having none. I wonder if, when I send a vehicle to load the goods this afternoon, I could also take the television. Wang Duo could not confirm, but assured, I will do my utmost. I appreciate your efforts. Liu Lin felt that he had conveyed all that needed to be said to Xiaoguqiang and taken care of necessary arrangements. I will return now to organize my team to collect the goods from the factory, and I kindly ask Director Xiao to ensure that the items I require are counted and packaged accordingly. Xiaoguqiang stood and shook hands with Liu Lin as they parted ways. Du Xiaoxia escorted Liu Lin back to the hotel. At this moment, Xiao Jun had returned with the driver. Knowing Liu Lin had gone out earlier to address equipment matters, He inquired with concern. How did it go? Were you able to secure the deal? We will have to wait a couple of days to find out for now. Gather the team and accompany me to the paper mill. The paper mill? Xiaojun looked puzzled. You're not considering selling paper, are you? Liu Lin smiled. Well, sort of. Let us go. We're in a bit of a rush. By the way, please prepare 52,500 yuan during the journey. 50,000. Xiaojun could not articulate why he felt a pang of discomfort. Perhaps it was because he had been the one carrying the money these past few days. Developing an attachment to it, he glanced at Liu Lin and sighed inwardly. In truth, he understood that he was worried for Liu Lin. Worrying about Liu Lin's penchant for purchasing anything he lays eyes upon, one cannot help but ponder the potential futility of such expenditures should they fail to sell. Although Xiaojun possesses a naturally slow-to-warm disposition, he is acutely aware of the unwavering trust Liu Lin places in him. The fact that Liu Lin entrusts such a substantial sum of money to his care, without a hint of concern regarding the possibility of him absconding with it, fills Xiaojun with gratitude for this confidence. Xiaojun kindly cautioned Liu Lin, noting that the expenditure on rice amounted to 1,800, snacks to 10,000, clothing to 60,000, and now an additional 50,000. This does not even account for the regular expenses. One can only wonder how much remains. Liu Lin, in his day-to-day life, does not meticulously budget for meals and necessities, often treating Xiaojun to lavish accommodations and fare. He prefers to take a taxi rather than walk whenever possible and is generous to the drivers who assist them. Xiaojun hoped that his gentle reminders would encourage Liu Lin to adopt a more prudent approach to future purchases. However, to his surprise, Liu Lin responded with a joyful laugh, exclaiming how swiftly money seems to vanish in this era. Chapter 44. Do not expect your wife's job upon witnessing Liu Lin's expression. Xiaojun began to doubt the validity of his earlier caution. Summoning the driver, Liang Zi, he requested assistance in transporting another batch of goods. Throughout the morning, Liang Zi had accompanied Xiaojun rather amicably, particularly astonished by Liu Lin's capacity to purchase such a substantial quantity of goods, reflecting on the considerable sum required. Who wouldn't desire a few affluent friends? Upon their arrival at the paper mill, Wang Duo awaited them at the entrance with his associates. The sight of Liu Lin arriving as promised brought him a sense of relief. Liu Lin instructed Xiaojun to deliver the counted money to the finance department, ensuring a seamless transaction. Wang Duo then signaled two individuals to carefully load a television onto the vehicle, which they hastily managed to deliver. However, for the second television you requested, you will need to be patient. We will certainly find a way to expedite it without undue delay. Liu Lin expressed his gratitude once more. Once all the goods were loaded, Liu Lin refrained from lingering, bidding farewell to Wang Duo with a promise to return shortly for another shipment. As they settled into the vehicle, Xiaojun inquired about the contents of the seemingly lightweight cargo. You will understand once you are married and have a wife, Liu Jun replied. Although Xiaojun did not vocalize his thoughts, he felt a growing discomfort within. 3 trucks of rice had cost merely 1,800 yuan, yet this small amount of paper, which was neither consumable nor drinkable, had required an upfront payment of 50,000 yuan. In truth, I believe your focus should be on acquiring equipment. Whether your intent is to genuinely benefit the community or not, establishing a factory would undoubtedly bring advantages to many. Liu Lin turned to Xiaojun, asserting that once they returned, he would require assistance in selling these goods. For to secure that batch of equipment, they would need approximately 350,000 yuan. 350,000. Xiaojun's expression dimmed, as if he had suddenly grasped Liu Lin's fervent endeavors. Even if they abstained from eating, drinking, or spending, their current funds would fall far short of that amount. If you've made up your mind, I will undoubtedly assist you. Liu Lin recognized that the support Xiaojun spoke of was not motivated by his salary. Upon reaching the inn, Liu Lin intended to ascend the stairs with Xiaojun for a well-deserved rest. However, he spotted Du Shasha still waiting at the front desk. Rubbing his forehead in apology, he said, I am truly sorry, Du Jia. I became so engrossed that I forgot you were here. Du Shasha had adopted a more accommodating demeanor this time. It's quite all right. I remain primarily to inquire about the fabric procurement you mentioned earlier this morning. Do you still wish to pursue it? Liu Lin glanced back at the 2 fully loaded vehicles in the courtyard. Du Jia, as you can see, these vehicles are brimming with goods. I do wish to proceed, but it will have to wait until next time. Du Shasha nodded. That is reasonable. In fact, I would advise against pursuing it further. Even if you manage to sell everything, your energy is finite. I hope that next time, these fabrics will be produced by you. With a playful tone, Liu Lin responded. In that case, I should ask Du Jia to connect me with potential buyers in advance. Du Shasha chuckled. You shrewd businessman. However, it was merely jest. Since you will be leaving early tomorrow, I shall bid you farewell here. Wishing you smooth progress ahead. Du Xiaoxia bid farewell to Liu Lin. Not forgetting to greet Xiaojun. Xiaojun merely nodded in response. Previously, he would have been disinclined to engage with Du Xiaoxia. However, after witnessing her willingness to utilize the funds from her account, intended for equipment purchases, on behalf of her cousin yesterday, his perception of her underwent a significant transformation. Otherwise, such a simple acknowledgement would have been beneath his notice. After bidding farewell to Du Xiaoxia, Liu Lin was about to ascend the stairs with Xiaojun when another driver, Wei Dong, approached. President Liu, Song Yoxing asked you to return his call when you have a moment. Wei Dong had accompanied the transport of goods earlier that morning and had engaged in private discussions with Liangzi. What puzzled them the most was Song Yoxing's apparent disregard for Liu Lin, despite his considerable capabilities, perpetually viewing him as a pauper. In comparison, it was Song Yoxing who truly embodied the role of a destitute individual. He had managed to clarify matters over the phone the previous night. Seizing the opportunity while the three were occupied with the cargo, Wei Dong called Song Yoxing. Yet, as soon as the call connected, Song Yoxing, in a state of urgency, urged him to relay a message to Liu Lin, requesting that Liu Lin return his call. Thus, Wei Dong patiently awaited Liu Lin's return. Liu Lin indeed wished to reach out to Song Jibao, but due to the inconvenience of making a call, he could only go through Song Yoxing for the time being. He procured a public phone and dialed Song Yoxing. However, upon this occasion, the tone of Song Yoxing's voice was markedly different from the previous night. Infused with a palpable sense of flattery. Liu Lin, the truck for the goods from Kanglan arrived early yesterday morning. There were no issues with the rice we brought back. Correct? No, absolutely not. You can rest assured about the personnel I arranged. They are all diligent in their duties, following my instructions to the letter. That's good to hear. Please, Uncle Song, have everyone assist, and also ask Jinbao to keep an eye on the rice, ensuring it is unloaded in the bungalow and protected from moisture. I will return home in a couple of days. I bought Jinbao some trendy clothing. He will surely appreciate it. Ah, look at you, so busy outside yet never forgetting about Jinbao. What a thoughtful gesture. It's only right. Jinbao is a good brother of mine. Really, Brother Lin, you truly bought me clothes? That's wonderful. Rest assured, I will make sure the rice is well looked after. Not a single grain will be lost. Song Jinbao's voice chimed in from the other end of the line. Song Yoxing, visibly displeased, interjected. Did you not see I was conversing with Liu Lin? How dare you interrupt? He then turned back to Liu Lin, smiling amiably. Liu Lin, with such a substantial amount of rice, what are your plans for it? Wholesale or retail? Oh, I see. Given that you were able to procure such a large quantity, your cotton business must be thriving financially. Uncle Song, when I return in a few days, I will definitely settle all accounts with everyone. Rest assured. That's good. That's good. Just then, the phone was snatched away impatiently by Ma Xiaoquan. Liu Lin, you're not going to make me wait until you finish selling the rice before you pay me, are you? I must tell you, at this moment, Ma Xiaoquan cast a glance at the individuals beside him, yet the words poised on his lips were forcibly swallowed back. Initially, he had accepted fabric and cash within the bounds of his capabilities. However, somehow, this matter reached his wife's ears. She was well aware of Liu Lin's character and unleashed a torrent of scolding upon Ma Xiaoquan, accusing him of being foolish and expressing her disbelief that she had married a simpleton who could trust someone like Liu Lin. She insisted that Ma Xiaoquan immediately retrieve the money from Liu Lin. Consequently, these past few days, Ma Xiaoquan returned home to an atmosphere fraught with tension. Eventually, even his father-in-law became aware of the situation, although his words were not as blunt as his wife's. The look in his eyes made Ma Xiaoquan feel as though he could scarcely breathe. Liu Lin, upon your return, you must promptly settle in cash. Otherwise, do not expect your wife to retain her position at the factory. Chapter 45. Just comply with me. Song Jinbao hurriedly seized Ma Xiaoquan's phone and began to reprimand him. Xiaoquan, what are you saying? Brother Lin has finally managed to call us, and yet you choose to speak like this. The hearts of Song Jinbao and his son sank upon seeing the 3 carts of rice. Regardless of whether Liu Lin could afford to pay, this substantial quantity of rice would certainly cover the transportation costs. After all, Demin had received even more cotton cloth than you, and he did not raise any objections. Look at you. Ma Xiaoquan snorted coldly. Don't speak so casually. You didn't notice that Demin's lips are chapped with worry? He was not devoid of concern. In truth, he was terrified, but he simply chose to remain silent. Ma Xiaoquan turned to the ever-quiet Chui Damon and asked, Isn't that right, Demin? Chui Damon stood to the side, his lips pressed tightly together. I trust Brother Lin. He has no reason to deceive me. Ma Xiaoquan scoffed. Just hold your ground. We shall see how you fare when Liu Lin returns and cannot pay you. And as for your father, he might not even survive until the next election, besieged by the villagers. Cui Damon could not bear to think of the worst. Xiaojian, please stop. Regardless of the circumstances, we must wait for Brother Lin's return to discuss this. What you say now is of no avail. On the other end of the line, Liu Lin listened to the back-and-forth exchange. Jinbao, let them in take the phone. Reluctantly, Song Jinbao released the phone. Brother Lin, what kind of clothes did you buy for me? You will see when you return. Now hand the phone to Demin. It's costing us several dimes per minute. All right. Demin, Brother Lin is looking for you. Hurry and take the call. It's costing us a fortune. Cui Damon quickly took the phone. Brother Lin, how have you been these past days? I hope you have not suffered too much. After all the commotion, only Cui Damon expressed concern for him. Liu Lin, feeling a sense of gratitude, advised, Demin, please be diligent with the rice matter in the coming days. Additionally, do not remain idle. Return to the village immediately and continue collecting cotton cloth, gather as much as you can. Cui Damon tightened his lips. Brother Lin, we are still collecting? Yes. If they do not trust you, inform the families with cotton cloth to prepare it. When I return home, we will settle the payments on site. Reach out to the other villages as well. This time, we will take all that we can. My friend has a limited time frame, and I must dispatch the goods within 2 days of my return. Taking a deep breath, Cui Damon thought to himself, I shall give it my all. All right. I will return to organize everything shortly. Ma Xiaoquan, interjecting with derision, remarked, Cui Damon, have you been bewitched by Liu Lin? You haven't even seen the money yet. And you dare to go collect? Do you wish for your own demise? Are you intending to drag your entire family to the gallows as well? Cui Damon glanced at Ma Xiaoquan. Why must you speak so mockingly? Do you not wish for Brother Lin to succeed? If he encounters misfortune, what good would that do for you? Since Brother Lin still permits the collection and is returning soon, I choose to believe in him. Having said this, Cui Damon handed the phone to Liu Ruhui, who had been quietly wiping away tears in the corner. Sister-in-law, would you like to say a few words? Liu Ruhui, having heard from Damon that Liu Lin would call today, implored to accompany him. Liu Lin had been away for several days without a word, leaving Liu Ruhui unable to eat or sleep well, often plagued by nightmares. Although she felt no particular right to seize the phone, merely hearing Liu Lin's voice from afar would suffice to assure her of his safety. Liu Lin, surprised to find Liu Ruhui present, decided to let it be. After all, wasn't he a minute of conversation precious? Ruhui, you take the call, he exclaimed loudly into the phone, fearing she might not hear him. Overcome by her eagerness, Liu Ruhui answered, her voice trembling with emotion. Liu Lin, are you well out there? I am well, indeed very well. You need not worry. We shall set off early tomorrow and return in 2 days. Do not fret. All right, I won't worry, I won't. Liu Ruhui replied, though the very words made her want to weep. How could one be more comfortable outside than at home? Furthermore, Liu Lin had been accustomed to a life of ease and had never known hardship. Forget about the coal and loading. It's exhausting and demanding. Now that I can earn money, you should stay comfortably at home. Liu Ruhui protested. How can that be? We cannot rely solely on you. If you truly wish to assist me, you need not continue with the coal and loading. Upon my return, there will be plenty of business to attend to. You can help me then. Without hesitation, Liu Ruhui replied, very well, I will certainly assist you and will not let you bear the burden alone. By the way, how do you intend to sell all this rice? I am considering wholesale or retail, he replied. Liu Ruhui pursed her lips. What price do you wish to sell it for? Regardless, I acquired it at 6 cents. If you want to sell it quickly, just price it slightly below market value. Besides, this is rice from Kanglan, superior in taste to that from other regions. Understood, she responded. Liu Lin, phone calls are expensive. Let us end this conversation. Meow meow, and I will be waiting for your return. Oh, and the fabric you had someone bring from Meow Meow and me. I have received it, and I adore it. For so many years, Liu Lin had never bought Liu Ruhui so much as a rag, let alone a collection of fabric. Never had Liu Ruhui felt such sweetness in her heart. Liu Lin truly held her and Meow Meow in his thoughts. After hanging up, a smile involuntarily graced Liu Lin's lips. For reasons unknown, hearing Liu Ruhui's voice filled him with warmth and reassurance. He longed to sprout wings and hasten home. Zhou City was one of the first places to construct highways, and the 2 vehicles Liu Lin followed traversed a lengthy stretch of smooth road. Although a significant portion was not highway, thanks to the conditions in Zhou City, The towns and roads along the way were far superior to those leading to Kanglan. The journey that should have taken 2 days was expedited, as both Liu Lin and Xiaojun could drive, and they traveled through the night. Arriving home a night ahead of schedule, Liu Lin arranged for Xiaojun to rest at a local inn for the night. Liu Linkai returned home, bearing gifts for his wife and child. He had anticipated that Liu Ruhui would be resting at home with Miao Miao at this hour. To his surprise, the house was utterly deserted. Where could they be? Surely, she hadn't disobeyed him and gone back to the factory to unload coal again? After spending so many days away, all he longed for was to return home and see his beloved wife and child. The thought of waiting until tomorrow morning for Liu Ruhui to finish her shift was unbearable. He resolved to go out immediately. Today, he would bring Liu Ruhui back from the factory, determined to never allow her to undertake such exhausting work again. However, just as he reached the ground floor, he spotted an elderly man blocking Liu Ruhui's path. "My dear girl, please, I beg you to consider my plea." Chapter 46. How shameless. Anger surged within him. An old man dared to cast his eyes upon my wife. Liu Lin's fists clenched tightly as he charged towards the elderly man. Liu Ruhui was obstructed from seeing Liu Lin by the old man, and she remained unaware of his approach. Holding on to Miao Miao's hand, she firmly stated, "I cannot accept your price, nor will my husband agree to it. Moreover, the quantity you desire is far too scant. I will not sell it to you for a mere penny more. Miss, in the past, I procured rice at just a penny, some even for 8 cents. Your offer of 1 penny and 1 cent is truly exorbitant." Unmoved, Liu Ruhui stood her ground, asserting, "My husband has stated that this is Kanglan rice, far superior in taste to that from ordinary sources. Such rice undoubtedly commands a higher price than others. If you cannot accept this, I shall not press you to buy it unless my husband consents." As she spoke, Liu Ruhui attempted to pull Miao Miao away. Just as she moved, she caught sight of Liu Lin rushing towards her, and her eyes immediately lit up with uncontainable joy. "Liu Lin, you have finally returned." Liu Lin halted as if frozen, gazing down at the woman who had leapt into his embrace, her delicate form radiating warmth. Something within him melted. His tightly clenched fists reluctantly loosened, and his fingers clumsily stirred, yearning to reciprocate Liu Ruhui's embrace. Yet, before he could wrap his arms around her, Miao Miao's small, soft arms had already encircled one of his thighs. "Daddy, Mommy and I missed you so much. It's wonderful to have a family. I missed you and Mommy too," Liu Lin replied. Miao Miao tilted her little head back, her long eyelashes fluttering. "Daddy, hug me." Liu Ruhui, recovering from her initial surprise, quickly composed herself, standing upright and wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Her face radiated boundless joy, yet in her moment of elation, she had forgotten she was still in public, feeling a flush of embarrassment. She busied herself adjusting her hair, lowering her gaze slightly, overwhelmed by her happiness. Liu Lin observed Liu Ruhui's every movement and expression. She was truly enchanting. After being away for so many days, he felt that no other woman could compare to his wife. His heart ached with a longing to embrace her as well. "Are you her husband?" Liu Lin's expression turned icy, nearly forgetting about the lecherous old man. His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the elderly figure. The old man felt a chill run down his spine. Hello, I am from the grain and oil shop. I heard you wholesale rice, so I came to inquire about purchasing some. However, your wife's price is rather high. I wonder if we could negotiate?" The old man chuckled awkwardly, nodding at Liu Lin, casting a glance at Liu Ruhui, pondering how brazen she was to embrace in public without any sense of shame. Liu Lin scooped Miao Miao into his arms and shot the old man a disdainful look. "In matters like these, my wife has the final say. Whatever she decides is what it shall be. Buy it if you wish." With that, he cradled his child in one arm, while taking Liu Ruhui's hand with the other. "Come, let us head upstairs." Upon seeing the situation, the old man grew anxious. Negotiating with Liu Ruhui proved difficult, but her husband was even more challenging. Most concerning was his unfriendly demeanor. The old man felt an overwhelming sense that Liu Lin might physically confront him. There was no justification for such feelings. The price was set at 1 dime per unit, so when could they commence the transportation of goods? The elderly man watched the family of 3 depart, his heart racing with worry that he might miss out on this batch of grain. According to his knowledge, anyone with an ear to the ground was keenly interested in this supply. This rice hailed from the Kanglan region, known for its soft, glutinous texture and delightful aroma when cooked. If it were to hit the market, it would not only fetch the usual price of 1 dime and 4 cents, but even a slight increase would ensure swift sales. Upon hearing the grain and oil shop relent, Liu Ruhui turned back to him and said, "My husband just returned today, so let it be as it is. If you wish to transport the rice, bring your vehicle tomorrow morning. After taking a few steps, she hurriedly added, we do not extend credit. Liu Lin, somewhat surprised, glanced at Liu Ruhui, his eyes brimming with affection. They sparkled with joy. For her words sounded so endearing coming from his wife. As Liu Lin smiled at her, Liu Ruhui's cheeks flushed even more. Did I say something wrong? Why are you laughing at me? Liu Lin's laughter only grew, and he longed to pinch her rosy cheeks. You did not err. It is simply delightful to hear you say such things. Indeed, you possess the potential of a businesswoman. Feeling flustered by the compliment, Liu Ruhui could hardly meet his gaze. Yet the corners of her mouth remained lifted. How annoying. You returned just to tease me. You have no idea how uncertain I feel about the grain situation. Liu Lin, suppressing his playful banter, inquired, what brings about this uncertainty? I fear that if I set the price too high, it won't sell. Yet if I set it too low, it may not meet your expectations, and I would still owe a debt to Damon. Liu Lin reassured her, it's merely a matter of bringing in some stock. Whether it sells or not, and regardless of profit, it matters little. Just manage it as you see fit. As Liu Ruhui opened the door to their home, she felt a twinge of urgency upon hearing Liu Lin's casual remarks. How can it matter little? There is so much rice. How much could that possibly yield? She reflected. Even if sold exceptionally well, it would only net a mere 1 or 2,000 yuan, hardly substantial. Liu Ruhui found Liu Lin's perspective utterly bewildering. 1 or 2,000 is not trivial. I toil for 2 years and barely earn that much. Liu Lin nearly forgot that when Liu Ruhui had not lost her restaurant job, her monthly earnings barely reached 70 or 80 yuan. Now, with only the arduous task of unloading coal, she earned no more than 50 a month, even if she abstained from all expenses. Her yearly income would only amount to 600 yuan. To her, 1 or 2,000 yuan felt like astronomical figures. Liu Lin chuckled, rest assured, in no time, you will find that this sum holds little significance. Liu Lin's transformation had brought Liu Ruhui much contentment. She wished to avoid witnessing him acquire an unwarranted sense of arrogance with each outing. Liu Lin, I simply wish to lead a stable and peaceful life with you. My aspirations are quite modest. As long as we are not in want and owe nothing to others, I shall be utterly satisfied. Liu Lin smiled as he gently tousled Liu Ruhui's hair and then planted a kiss on the beaming Miao Miao, who had been gazing at him with delight. Come now. Let us set aside those matters and first behold the gifts I have brought for you. Daddy, did you bring gifts for Mommy and me? Indeed. Oh, gifts. Miao Miao clapped her hands and eagerly leaped from Liu Lin's embrace to inspect the treasures he had returned with. Wow, it's a doll. This doll is truly exquisite. I have never seen one like it before. What is this? Is it a hairpin? Miao Miao playfully adjusted it on her head. Mommy, do I look pretty with it on? Mommy, look at the beautiful doll Daddy bought for me. See how her arms can move. Liu Ruhui gazed at the heap of clothes piled on the bed, resembling a small mountain, all intended for her and Miao Miao. Amidst her joy, there was a tinge of concern. Why did you buy us so much? How much did this all cost? You have already bought me so much fabric. Why purchase these as well? Liu Ruhui remarked, though her heart was filled with profound gratitude. The family had not yet savored their sweetness when a sudden commotion erupted at the door. Liu Lin, hurry and open the door. If you don't open it soon, I shall break it down. Chapter 47. Take your seats. Liu Lin had yet to savor moments of tenderness with his wife and child when the cacophony from outside became unbearably vexatious. That insufferable Ma Xiaoquan could not allow for a moment's peace. Liu Lin gently patted Liu Ruhui's shoulder, reassuring her that it was merely a matter of trying on clothes for the child. As he opened the door, Ma Xiaoquan burst into the room, closely followed by 2 individuals. Liu Lin recognized these 2. They were local ruffians, idling away their days while associating with scoundrels like Ma Xiaoquan, engaging in brawls and intimidating others, all for the sake of securing a few meals. After tirelessly rushing back, can't you grant me a single tranquil evening? Ma Xiaoquan had been nearly suffocated by the pressures imposed by his wife and father-in-law. Even his mother-in-law began to chide him in a mocking tone, suggesting that with his level of intellect, perhaps his allowance should be curtailed. Who is it that disturbs my peace? Ma Xiaoquan retorted. Liu Lin, regardless of what you say today, you must give me the money for the cotton fabric, or else. He cast a glance at the 2 thugs behind him, who immediately exhibited a glimmer of menace in their eyes. Fearing Liu Lin might leverage the situation involving Ma Chunhua against him, Ma Xiaoquan leaned closer to Liu Lin, whispering, I have already taken care of Ma Chunhua. Do not even think about threatening me again. Observing Ma Xiaoquan's demeanor, Liu Lin felt a mix of pity and amusement. Even if you had come looking for me today, I had every intention of seeking you out first thing in the morning. Ma Xiaoquan was unconvinced by Liu Lin's words. Do not deceive me. I know if I had sought you out, you would spend the entire day devising ways to evade me. Liu Lin glanced at the wall clock. It was only 7 in the evening, still early. How about this? Xiaoqian, inform everyone to meet at the Shuangxi restaurant. I shall treat. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoqian's irritation flared further. Liu Lin, you can't possibly be expecting me to foot the bill again, are you? Or are you attempting to divert me while you make your escape? With remarkable patience. Liu Lin countered. Didn't you bring your underlings along? They can relay the message while you stay here to keep an eye on me. Alternatively, you could inform everyone and let them watch me while you go. Ma Xiaoqian considered the proposition, glancing between the two ruffians and Liu Lin. Realizing the plan was indeed plausible. Very well, you two, take him to the Shuangxi restaurant now. I will join shortly. Understood, Brother Ma. Ma Xiaoqian departed to gather more people, recognizing the strength in numbers. The two thugs dismissed Liu Lin with a contemptuous toss of their heads. Let us go. Worried that Liu Lin might be bullied, Liu Ruhui tugged at his sleeve, her eyes brimming with concern. Liu Lin reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand. It's nothing to fret about. It's merely a gathering among old friends. Noticing her persistent worry, he added, if you still feel uneasy, change into something you like with Meow Meow and meet me at the Shuangxi restaurant. I would love for you to meet my brothers, so do dress up nicely. Indeed. I have a brother at the inn named Xiao Jun, who once saved my life on the road. Please take a moment to fetch him and bring him to the Shuangxi restaurant. Liu Ruhui nodded obediently, as Liu Lin followed the two ruffians. She hurriedly changed clothes for herself and Meow Meow. Upon entering the Shuangxi restaurant, Liu Lin was flanked by the two thugs, as if he were truly capable of fleeing. He signaled to the waiter and calmly requested the menu, ordering with an air of nonchalance. The two ruffians, listening to Liu Lin's selections, drooled at the variety of dishes: chicken, duck, fish, and meat, all splendidly represented. Having roamed the streets for so long, they had never witnessed anyone dining so extravagantly, especially someone like Liu Lin, whom they had scorned for years. One of the thugs, feeling particularly envious, mocked, "Are you under the impression that you'll soon receive a beating, so you've come here to indulge in a free meal, thinking it worth the punishment?" The other chimed in, "Absolutely right. He must think so." Liu Lin smiled. "Would you care to join me for a meal? After all, I am the one destined to be beaten." The two pretended to be astute, retorting, "Do you take us for fools? You must be unaware of who owns the Shuangxi restaurant. If trouble arises while dining with you, do you think Hao won't come looking for us as accomplices? I wouldn't dare partake in such a perilous meal." In Liu Lin's mind lingered memories of Hao. Although his former self would never have dared approach someone of Hao Ji's stature, he had certainly heard tales of his formidable reputation and felt a twinge of envy. Hao was the wealthiest individual in Linggao County, not only affluent, but also wielding considerable influence, operating in both the black and white spheres. And no one in Linggao dared to cross him. Those who did were typically closely allied with him. The two thugs behind Liu Lin, lacking any standing, were understandably wary of offending Hao. Otherwise, they would not even remain lowly ruffians. Liu Lin smirked. "Then you may as well stand guard." He ordered an impressive array of over 10 dishes. As the restaurant began to serve the food, Li Xingwang and Wang Yang arrived first. They had not participated in the recent scheme and secretly hoped for Liu Lin's failure to showcase their own brilliance. When Ma Xiaoqian, looking disheveled, found them earlier, Wang Yang and Li Xingwang felt elated. Upon seeing Liu Lin, they were momentarily taken aback, unaccustomed to his polished appearance, nearly failing to recognize him. But their surprise quickly transformed into derision from Wang Yang's lips. "Oh, it seems like Lin Ge has truly struck it rich in just a few days." Liu Lin smiled slightly, affirming their observation. Had anyone else made such a remark, they would have envied him, perhaps even fawning over him. However, the person before them was Liu Lin. Ah, Liu Lin, a mere pretender who inflates his own importance. If one were to believe his words, even a sow could ascend a tree. Well, let us extend our gratitude to Brother Lin for treating us today. As Wang Yang took his seat, he exhibited not a trace of appreciation. Rather, he appeared to be eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Li Xingwang wasted no time, playfully tugging at Liu Lin's suit, exclaiming, "Oh, this suit is quite remarkable. It seems that anything donned upon it could lend one an air of sophistication." In response to Li Xingwang's remarks, Liu Lin refrained from retorting, recognizing that engaging with such a person would only serve to diminish his own stature. As the private room door swung open, Ma Xiaoqian entered, accompanied by Song Jinbao and Cui Damon. Ma Xiaoqian harbored a singular thought. Should Liu Lin fail to produce the promised funds, He hoped that Cui Damon and Song Jinbao would join him in a confrontation. Upon seeing that all expected attendees had arrived, Liu Lin smirked and gestured for them to take their seats. Chapter 48. The best is yet to come. Upon seeing Liu Lin impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, Song Jinbao was struck by a sense of vitality that was utterly distinct from his memories of Liu Lin. Overjoyed, he dashed over and took a seat beside him, gently caressing the fabric of Liu Lin's attire. "Brother Lin, this outfit is truly splendid. It must have cost a fortune, hasn't it?" Liu Lin nonchalantly retrieved another outfit from his bag and tossed it to Song Jinbao. "Don't dwell on my attire. See if you fancy this one." Song Jinbao's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly tore open the garment bag. "Wow, you truly understand my taste, Brother Lin." He marveled at the latest style of jeans nestled within, unable to contain his excitement. There was also a floral shirt, which he couldn't resist feeling. "My goodness, the texture is exquisite. This shirt you bought for me is far superior to the one anyone else has given me." Immersed in his own joy, Song Jinbao disregarded the sentiments of those around him, proudly showcasing his finds. "Look at the vibrant colors and unique patterns of this shirt. It's so stunning and sophisticated." Wang Yang and Li Xingwang gazed enviously at the garments in Song Jinbao's hands, their hearts filled with longing. Yet, the bitter pangs of jealousy whispered reminders that this moment of exuberance would soon give way to more dismal feelings. "Brother Lin, how much did you spend on this outfit?" Song Jinbao inquired, curiosity piqued. "Not much, just around 60 or 70 yuan, Liu Lin replied casually, as though such a sum were trivial. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. 60 or 70 yuan. Liu Lin's flair for showing off had evidently sharpened during his time away. Wang Yang thought to himself that his brother, who worked at the local office, hardly earned that much in a month. Who in their right mind would spend such an amount on clothing? Song Jinbao, however, was even more elated. He realized that this outfit must have cost significantly more, having heard his father express reluctance to spend such sums, claiming that a complete ensemble would consume a month and a half of his salary. "Brother Lin, you are too generous. From now on, you shall be my true brother." Still basking in the joy of his new attire, Liu Lin patted the empty seat beside him. "Damon, come sit with me." Cui Damon had been standing off to the side, observing everything. Witnessing Liu Lin's return and his ability to afford such luxurious clothing brought him a sense of happiness. "It's good to have you back." Liu Lin then produced another suit. "This one is for you." Cui Damon's face lit up with surprise. "You got one for me as well?" Holding the weighty garment in his hands, he felt a surge of joy. "Is this a suit?" Liu Lin nodded. "I thought you might prefer this style over what Jinbao likes. It's quite similar to what I'm wearing, but in black." Cui Damon felt warmth spread through him. "Black is great. It hides dirt well. However, someone like me probably won't have many opportunities to wear it." Liu Lin smiled at the earnest Cui Damon. "You will have plenty of opportunities ahead." "Thank you, Brother Lin," Cui Damon replied gratefully. Cui Damon and Song Jinbao were in high spirits. Ma Xiaoquan could no longer bear to watch. "Liu Lin, is your intention in bringing us here merely to witness the profound camaraderie between you two brothers?" Liu Lin smirked, suggesting, "Are you implying that you no longer desire your share?" Ma Xiaoquan was taken aback. Was there indeed a portion for him? Observing that both Song Jinbao and Cui Damon were adorned in new attire, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no envy. A surge of frustration welled within him. The funds that Liu Lin had flaunted had all originated from him, yet here he found himself in a position of alienation. However, when Liu Lin mentioned having brought him something as well, a flicker of joy ignited within him. Perhaps he still possessed a modicum of conscience. Extending his hand towards Liu Lin, he demanded, "Hand it over." If he were to be denied again, his desperation would become uncontrollable. Liu Lin tossed the garment his way, a stylish ensemble of the latest denim and a floral shirt. Although the design mirrored that of Song Jinbao's, the colors differed. Yet, that mattered little. He had a penchant for such styles. "Hey, Xiaoqian, if we wear this out together, we're bound to turn heads. This particular style is unavailable in our area." Ma Xiaoqian could not contain his desire to show off. Naturally, this was brought by Lin from the city. And what is the city known for? It is the epicenter of fashion. As he admired the clothing in his hands, his affection for it grew. Despite being the son-in-law of a deputy factory manager, acquiring such attire was no simple feat given his family status. Wang Yang cleared his throat twice. Li Xingwang gazed longingly at Liu Lin's back, beginning to hope that Liu Lin might also provide him with a set. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Liu Lin showed no signs of action. Unable to suppress his boldness, Li Xingwang implored, "Brother Lin, what about me and Wang Yang?" Liu Lin smiled lightly. This time, Xiaoqian and the others contributed significantly to the fabric procurement, and their efforts warrant this reward. The implication was clear. What had Li Xinguang and Wang Yang done to deserve such generosity? Li Xinguang felt a flush of embarrassment and discontent. Yet he found no grounds for rebuttal. Wang Yang too felt a twinge of discomfort, clearing his throat again and feigning nonchalance with a cold chuckle. Brother Lin, I'm curious, did you manage to earn any money on this trip? I've heard you brought back quite a bit of rice, and now you've purchased all this attire. Have you spent all your earnings? Upon hearing Wang Yang's inquiry, Ma Xiaoquan immediately regained his focus, nearly losing sight of his initial intentions amidst the allure of the new clothing. Indeed, Liu Lin, will I be able to settle my debts today? Liu Lin gestured toward the lavish spread before them. Let us dine while we settle the accounts. Ma Xiaoquan protested. No, we must settle the bill first. Otherwise, I cannot enjoy this meal. The thought of his father-in-law's family and their attitude toward him weighed heavily on his heart, rendering all food unpalatable. Observing Ma Xiaoquan's persistent urging for money, Cui Damon interjected, Xiaoqian, since Brother Lin has returned, the funds will surely be forthcoming. There is no need for haste. After being away for so long, perhaps we should engage in other conversations first. Ma Xiaoqian pointed an accusatory finger at Cui Damon, his anger palpable. Cui Damon was more anxious than the goods he had received. How could he possibly remain calm, especially when he was even urged to speak less? Liu Lin sighed with a smile, conceding, very well, let us settle the accounts as Xiaoquan requested. I cannot bear to witness my brother in such distress. Xiaoquan, how much do I owe you? These debts had long been etched in Ma Xiaoquan's mind, haunting him day and night. 6,002. Along with the double amount you promised me, totals to 6,800. Upon hearing the figure announced by Ma Xiaoquan, everyone, except Cui Damon, was left astounded. 6,008. What a devilish sum. Such a vast amount of money was unfathomable. Even if Liu Lin were to be reduced to a pulp, he could never produce such a sum. Wang Yang and Li Xinguang chuckled, anticipating the unfolding drama. Chapter 49. Life is full of surprises. Even the two ruffians summoned by Ma Xiaoqian finally comprehended the urgency of his predicament. With such a substantial sum of money at stake, who wouldn't feel anxious? Liu Lin muttered, 6,008. Ma Xiaoqian was genuinely on edge. He feared that Liu Lin might not be able to come up with the amount. If he truly couldn't manage the 6,008, even a return of his 2,000-odd principal would suffice. Otherwise, he might as well not return to his father-in-law's doorstep. Lindsay, despite your generous gift of clothing, no matter how exquisite, it cannot substitute for this sum. Though Ma Xiaoqian's grip on the clothes was weak, his words were resolute. You've endured much anxiety these past days. I propose we forego the 6,008 and settle for around 7,000. The others were momentarily taken aback. While 200 might seem insignificant compared to 6,008, it was still 200, a sum equivalent to several months' wages for an individual. Was it truly to be given just like that? Wang Yang could no longer tolerate Liu Lin's pretense. Liu Lin, are you trying to delay the repayment by adding an extra 200? Upon hearing Wang Yang's reminder, Ma Xiaoqian snapped back to reality. Liu Lin, I have made it clear that this money cannot be postponed for even a day longer. Did I ever suggest a delay? Liu Lin shot a glance at Wang Yang, who had been stirring trouble. Wang Yang, meeting Liu Lin's gaze, lowered his head, unable to maintain eye contact. How could this be? In Wang Yang's previous view, Liu Lin was nothing more than a worthless entity, easily trampled upon, devoid of any semblance of fear. Yet, in their recent exchange, Wang Yang had unmistakably faltered. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Liu Ruhui, accompanied by her child and Xiaojun. Liu Ruhui, adorned in the deep red dress recently procured by Liu Lin, layered with a beige knit top and black-heeled leather shoes, exuded an air of sophistication. The entire room was captivated by her presence. When had Linggao County seen such a fashionable woman? She was truly stunning. Looking at Miao Miao, she too donned a similar style dress. Paired with red shoes, her hair in two playful braids, adorned with a charming bow-shaped hairpin. With her rosy cheeks and large eyes, she resembled a porcelain doll. Beside Liu Ruhui stood a man of striking presence, clad in a sharply tailored suit, his angular face exuding a distinguished charm. Standing at the entrance, he was undeniably a sight for sore eyes. It was Cui Damon who first recognized Liu Ruhui. Sister-in-law, please come sit with me. He promptly vacated the seat next to Liu Lin for her and relocated to another spot. Observing Cui Damon's attentiveness, Song Jinbao, noticing Xiaojun's impressive demeanor, assumed a prominent figure had arrived and hastily offered his own seat to Xiaojun. Without a glance at the others in the room, Xiaojun made a beeline for Liu Lin, taking a seat beside him. Liu Lin gestured toward Ma Xiaoqian, instructing him to settle the 7,000 yuan for the goods. In recent days, Xiaojun had become accustomed to handling such matters. Thus, when he returned to the inn, he was well prepared. He meticulously counted the 1,000 yuan bills belonging to Liu Lin, bundling them with a note to avoid any inconvenience during transactions. Xiaojun retrieved 7 bundles of cash from his pocket and tossed them toward Ma Xiaoquan's seat. Since it was a business transaction and everything was confirmed, a receipt was in order. The astonishing revelation today was truly overwhelming. Initially, it seemed impossible for Liu Lin to produce such an astronomical sum of 7,000 yuan. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, he not only had the money at hand, but it was also right before their eyes. The sight of such a substantial amount of cash made everyone's mouths water, evoking a longing for it to belong to them. Ma Xiaoquan, gazing at the thick stacks of money, felt his previous concerns dissipate. Indeed, after the clouds had parted, he perceived the moon shining brightly, filled with unexpected delight. He hurriedly gathered the money into his embrace, eager to count it. Liu Lin observed with joy, devoid of any greed, as he watched the elation on Ma Xiaoquan's face. "Damon," he remarked, "if I recall correctly, I owe you 12,300 yuan. The crowd gasped in astonishment. They had assumed that Ma Xiaoquan had received a generous amount, only to learn that Liu Lin owed Damon even more. Damon, with his bold demeanor, was audacious to engage in business with someone of Liu Lin's reputation. With a simple grin, Damon replied, "Just give me 12,000. He understood that some of the fabrics he had received were of lesser quality and thus felt it was reasonable to absorb some losses. He felt too embarrassed to ask for more. Give Damon 13,000. What? Such extravagance? The onlookers were already taken aback by Liu Lin's earlier generosity toward Ma Xiaoquan. But now he was offering an additional 700 yuan to Damon. 700 yuan. That was equivalent to an entire year's salary for an individual. Damon quickly waved his hand, saying, "Liu Lin, that's unnecessary. You've already provided me with clothing, which is more than enough." Li Xingwang internally chastised Damon for being foolish. In this day and age, who would refuse money? If it were him, he would be eager for Liu Lin to give even more. However, at this moment, he could only watch as Ma Xiaoquan and Damon divided the money, feeling utterly excluded from the scene. The lavish spread of chicken, duck, and fish on the table suddenly lost its appeal. Once Ma Xiaoquan finished counting the money, he wore a beaming smile that seemed to stretch from ear to ear. Everything was accounted for, without a single discrepancy. Meeting Xiaojun's gaze, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and swallowed hard, saying, "I will write the receipt now." Xiaojun handed 13,000 yuan to Damon, who did not bother to count it. Instead, he directly asked the waiter for paper and a pen to issue a receipt for Liu Lin. Liu Ruhui, standing nearby, had never anticipated that Liu Lin would owe such a considerable amount for the fabric, but what surprised her even more was that he managed to repay it all. She was genuinely elated, realizing her partner was quite capable. "You should double-check," Wang Yang reminded Damon, "to ensure you don't discover a shortfall later, as no one will acknowledge it then." At this moment, Chui Damon was impervious to anyone's instigation. He was acutely aware that without Liu Lin, he would not be in possession of such a substantial sum of money. Had it not been for Liu Lin, the textiles that lay in their village would still hold no value in his hands. "I have faith in Brother Lin." Wang Yang, seeing his attempts at sowing discord had failed, cast a glance at the unfamiliar Xiaojun, his tone laced with disdain. "Lin, when did you become acquainted with such a powerful individual? Could he possibly be your benefactor?" Haha. At this juncture, the only ones capable of mocking were Li Xingwang and Wang Yang, the two envious souls. Xiaojun raised an eyebrow at Wang Yang, stating, "I am not General Manager Liu's benefactor. I am his secretary." "Secretary? Liu Lin actually has a secretary?" Chapter 50, Pocket Money. This gentleman truly excels at flattery. Do you take us for fools? Is a secretary something anyone can acquire? Our acquaintance with Liu Lin is not a fleeting affair. Is he a leader? Or perhaps a magnate? Humph. At this moment, Li Xingwang was nearly overwhelmed with bitterness at the unfolding scene. He was loath to admit that his initial decision had been misguided. He firmly believed that Liu Lin must be putting on an act, certain that there was some flaw yet to be uncovered. Xiaojun was not one to engage in idle chatter, nor would he debate with Li Xingwang and his ilk. With utmost respect for Liu Lin, he remarked, "Mr. Liu, starting tomorrow, there are numerous matters that require your attention. It would be prudent to retire early for the night." Liu Lin cast a glance at Xiaojun, surprised by his earnest demeanor, which indeed lent an air of authenticity to the situation. "I am quite fatigued as well. Please settle the bill, and I shall take my leave," Liu Lin said graciously, extending his hand toward Liu Ruhui. Taken aback for a moment, Liu Ruhui soon placed her hand in Liu Lin's palm. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Liu Lin took Liu Ruhui in Miao Miao's small hands and departed. Once Liu Lin had left, the private room erupted in astonishment. Brother Lin has truly struck it rich. Are you genuinely Brother Lin's secretary? How much does he pay you each month? Xiaojun rose. With good food and lodging, it's 200 a month. Is there a problem with that? The crowd could scarcely believe their ears. 200? And with such generous provisions? This treatment is remarkably generous. Song Jibao eagerly inquired, does Brother Lin still need more help? May I join? I can manage without food and lodging. If he could earn 200 a month, he would strut before his father with pride. Xiaojun held little interest in these individuals, looking down upon them from the depths of his heart, save for Cui Damon, who had just demonstrated a lack of greed. I will settle the bill. You may dine at your leisure, Xiaojun declared before picking up his bag and departing. Goodness, this person seems quite impressive. Being a secretary to Liu Lin bestows such a sense of superiority? Li Xingwang observed the three individuals before him, filled with envy. Did Liu Lin still have room for more? If I were to intervene now, would there still be an opportunity for me? Wang Yang, possessing more dignity than the average person, felt discontented with how events had unfolded. He lacked the face to approach Li Xingwang. Spotting Ma Xiaoquan still reveling in his monetary gains, he felt a surge of anger. Ma Xiaoquan, what do you mean by this? When you summoned us, you did not mention the wealth Liu Lin could provide you. Now that you've received your garments and money, how do you expect Li Xingwang and me to interact with Liu Lin going forward? At this moment, Ma Xiaoquan was too elated to concern himself with their future relations with Liu Lin. With a casual wave of his hand, he dismissed their worries. Why ponder so much? After all, you are not in the fabric trade. Hence Liu Lin is of no necessity to you. Wang Yang was nearly driven to roll his eyes in exasperation. The two small rascals, having stood for quite a while, were already salivating over the dishes on the table. With neither money nor garments, surely they could manage a meal. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, they quickly sat down to eat. As night descended, Liu Lin strolled under the moonlight, holding the hands of Liu Ruhui and Miao Miao. Gazing up at the luminous moon, he felt a profound sense of joy, gently swaying Liu Ruhui's arm. For as long as Liu Lin admired the moon, Liu Ruhui beheld Liu Lin. Is this truly my husband? This question had echoed countless times in Liu Ruhui's heart. She recognized the absurdity of her doubt. How could someone so seemingly unremarkable undergo such a remarkable transformation? Liu Ruhui felt as if she were living in a dream, one she wished would never end. The following morning, Liu Lin hurried to the bungalow, having arranged with the driver the previous day to unload the goods that morning. Ever since Liu Lin brought the rice, Cui Damon had been staying at the bungalow, overseeing the large supply to prevent theft. Alongside Liu Lin and Xiaojun, there was the older man who had confronted Liu Ruhui the night before. Upon seeing Liu Lin, he quickly bowed and said, Boss Liu, I've come for the goods. How much do you need? The owner of the grain and oil store gestured to the truck he had hired. I'll load 5 tons. Do you have enough space in your store for that much? Liu Lin questioned. The old man chuckled. No need to store it. I've already contacted buyers who are eager for Kanglin rice. Although the previous night's misunderstanding lingered, Liu Lin found the old man off-putting. Make sure your people load quickly to clear some space for me. The yard, though spacious, was already filled with 15 tons of rice, and with 2 more trucks arriving. Liu Lin wished to empty it for his own purposes. Quickly, hurry up and load the trucks. Don't delay Boss Liu's business. The old man directed his workers while hastily offering Liu Lin a cigarette. Boss Liu, if you bring in more rice in the future, please keep me in mind. He then produced a neatly packed sum of 1,100 yuan, respectfully handing it to Liu Lin. Count it, Boss Liu. This money is for my wife. Liu Lin replied. The old man was momentarily taken aback, but then laughed. So it's your wife who manages the household. Your bond as a couple is truly admirable. Sensing Liu Lin's disdain, the grain and oil store owner quickly handed the money to Liu Ruhui, complimenting her before departing. Liu Ruhui had never held so much money before. Liu Lin, you should keep this and manage it, she suggested. Liu Lin smiled gently. This is your first profit from business. Let it be your and Miao Miao's pocket money. Later, calculate how much we owe externally, and let me know so we can settle our debts. Holding the money in her hands, Liu Ruhui could hardly believe it. Such a sum was to be considered pocket money? Paying off all debts was a day she had only dreamed of. All right, we have the ledger at home. I'll tally it when I return. At this moment, Song Jibao arrived with 2 companions. Brother Lin, I came to see if there's anything I can assist you with. Liu Lin unceremoniously said. Have your people help me unload the goods. All right, he replied, turning to beckon those he brought along. Don't just stand there. Hurry and lend a hand with the unloading. Song Jinbao, intrigued, joined in to help. Brother Lin, what have you purchased? He exclaimed. Am I seeing things, or did I misinterpret? Damon, come and see this with me. Is that a television on the box? In their vicinity, televisions were a rarity, not something every household possessed. Even though Song Jinbao's family was relatively well off, they had never bought a television. It was simply too expensive. Ma Xiaoquan, who had come looking for Liu Lin, heard Song Jinbao's astonished voice from a distance and rushed over, eager to see. I recognize a television. Let me take a look. Chapter 51. Clinging to a leg, those who had been assisting with unloading the goods paused, driven by curiosity, and gathered around the television. Ma Xiaoquan squeezed through the crowd, reading the words on the packaging, Philips color television. He was nearly astounded. A color television, indeed. Ma Xiaoquan found it hard to believe and turned to Liu Lin. Is it truly a color television inside? As the son-in-law of the deputy factory director, he did have a television at home, albeit merely a black and white one. To this day, they had not upgraded to a color set. Such devices were not only expensive but also notoriously difficult to procure. Even if one could find a seller of color televisions, they would often bundle them with a plethora of unnecessary items. Sometimes, the trinkets and odds and ends cost more than the television itself, scaring away many potential buyers. Chui Damon, unable to squeeze in for a better view, stood on tiptoe outside the crowd, delighting in the spectacle. In his heart, Liu Lin had become a benefactor. He was genuinely pleased for Liu Lin's success. Liu Lin gave Chui Damon a gentle pat on the shoulder. Damon, I'd like to discuss something with you. Chui Damon, noticing Liu Lin's earnestness, quickly followed him to a quieter spot. Brother Lin, what do you need? If you happen to return home later, could you discuss with your father the possibility of selling this flat to me? Upon hearing this, Chui Damon grew anxious. Brother Lin, we're like family. You can use the house as you wish, for as long as you wish. There's truly no need to purchase it. Look at this house. It's in disrepair and somewhat isolated. It's not worth spending money on it, he added. Liu Lin wasn't calculating how much the land would be worth years down the line. After all, with his current rate of earning, he hardly cared about a small plot in a county. He simply wished to renovate the place, fearing that circumstances might change for Chui Damon's family in the future. Liu Lin had never interacted with Chui Damon's family and was uncertain if they shared his trustworthy demeanor. Damon, you should heed my advice on this matter. Please discuss it with your father. If he agrees to sell, you may set the price. Seeing Liu Lin's resolve, Chui Damon reluctantly nodded in agreement. All right, I'll ask him when I get back. I need to bring the money home anyway to settle up with the villagers. Although I promised to pay them a month later, I feel that since the funds are available, it's better to settle quickly. Otherwise, I want to rest easy at night. By the way, Brother Lin, I've also instructed my father regarding what you mentioned over the phone. Due to an unsettled payment, no one delivered cloth to our home, but my father has ensured that they have the cloth ready. I believe that with cash in hand this time, collecting the cloth shouldn't pose a problem. However, our village has only a limited supply left. I plan to visit other villages in the next few days to gather more. Liu Lin nodded. Damon, rest assured and collect boldly. This time, as long as the cloth is brought here, I will pay you in cash at the rate of 3 dimes per unit. Chui Damon hastily declined. Brother Lin, I've already made quite a profit from trading cloth with you this time. The funds I currently possess are sufficient to procure a considerable amount of fabric. There is no pressing need for money in my household. Thus, you need not hasten to return my funds. It would be prudent for you to wait until you have sold the fabric before settling with me, as you also require capital on hand. Liu Lin placed his hand upon Damin's shoulder and inquired, Damin, do you truly trust me so implicitly? Chui Damin chuckled. Why wouldn't I trust you? I have indeed received my payment. Liu Lin continued, have you never contemplated that, throughout this process, I have not taken any fabric? Yet I am now capable of purchasing a color television? Such matters are as obvious as lice on a bald head. Only a fool would overlook them. Chui Damin, smiling warmly, replied, isn't that how it should be? That's your friend, it's your network, and moreover, the hard work on the road is yours as well. I am content with what I earn. Regardless of how much you sell, I am not envious. I am willing. Ma Xiaoquan emerged from the crowd. Liu Lin, not Linzi. Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. Could you assist me in acquiring a color television as well? If I could get one for my home, my father-in-law would surely regard me with newfound respect. Liu Lin responded, if you genuinely desire it, I can certainly help you find a way. Ma Xiaoquan, filled with delight, embraced Liu Lin, exclaiming, Brother Lin, you are a man of loyalty. Noticing Chui Damin, who had been standing beside Liu Lin, Ma Xiaoquan playfully nudged his shoulder. What are you discussing with Brother Lin behind my back? You're not considering acquiring a television too, are you? I must insist you do not compete with me. My family does not purchase such luxuries. That is more reasonable, Ma Xiaoquan remarked with a grin towards Liu Lin. Brother Lin, regarding yesterday's matter, please do not take it to heart. It's not that I lack trust in you. It's just that my family is pressing me for results. Liu Lin was indifferent to such trivial matters, stating, it's all minor issues. I was actually discussing with De Min about continuing the fabric collection. This time, I will settle the payment directly with you. Ma Xiaoquan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Lin, are you serious? Once I collect it on my end, you will provide payment here? If Liu Lin could settle the payment immediately, he would have no worries. Not only would he have an explanation for his wife, but he would also hold his head high before his father-in-law. Such a lucrative method of earning money left the deputy factory director in the dust. What reason would they have in the future to look down upon him? As Ma Xiaoquan pondered this, a smile spread across his face. Brother Lin, this is a small matter. It is quite easy for me. Whenever you need it, I can begin collecting fabric right away. Liu Lin cast a glance at Ma Xiaoquan. Then let us not waste time here. In 2 days, when the goods arrive, the more you collect, the better. Got it? Ma Xiaoquan, tasting the sweetness of opportunity, hurried to act. After taking a few steps, he turned back. Brother Lin, do not forget about my color television. As Ma Xiaoquan scampered away, Cui De Min remarked, then I shall not delay either. I will return home to urge my father to expedite matters. Once the two departed, Liu Lin called over Song Jibao. Brother Lin, what do you need from me? Liu Lin produced 200 yuan, explaining, I have utilized 5 vehicles in total, and 100 of this is for the transport fee I promised your father. Ma Xiaoquan gazed at the unexpected 100, licking his lips. Liu Lin was now extravagantly generous, bestowing hundreds as favors. At that moment, Ma Xiaoquan harbored a singular thought. He must firmly cling to Liu Lin, akin to welding himself to him. Brother Lin, if you have any instructions, please do not hesitate to convey them. This 100 is for your pocket money. You have been quite helpful of late. Brother Lin, there is no need for such formality between us brothers. However, Song Jinbao's hands were quite honest. Swiftly pocketing the 200, Liu Lin couldn't help but chuckle at Song Jinbao's demeanor. Jinbao, do you wish to join me in this endeavor? Chapter 52. A clear arrangement. Song Jinbao, though he relished observing others in a state of disarray, was not particularly cunning, even when he harbored ill intentions. They were rarely malevolent. Liu Lin discerned that Song Jinbao was easily swayed and acquainted with numerous idlers. Whenever assistance was required, Song Jinbao could invariably procure help. Moreover, Liu Lin still found utility in Song Yongsheng. Thus he contemplated securing an additional aid. Song Jinbao had not forgotten the enticing offer he overheard from Xiaojun the previous night. He felt an immediate pang of desire upon hearing it. Without a moment's hesitation, he exclaimed, Brother Lin, I am most willing. I shall do whatever you ask. Liu Lin proposed, let us settle on a monthly wage of 200. But since you have a home, I shall not cover your meals and lodging. Song Jinbao replied eagerly, I would even accept 100. Following Liu Lin entails no strenuous labor and lacks the rigid hours of a typical job. Such freedom is delightful. Brother Lin, no, I should address you as President Lin. What shall my title be? Am I also a secretary? Liu Lin casually bestowed upon him the designation of Logistics Supervisor. Logistics Supervisor. Song Jinbao chuckled heartily at the thought. His father was merely a supply salesman with no notable position, and he mused how his father would feel about him now. Liu Lin patted Song Jinbao on the shoulder, adopting a solemn demeanor. Our venture has only just begun, and there remains much to accomplish. You must apply yourself diligently. Rest assured, I shall be devoted, he replied. First, I believe we should renovate our base. The dilapidated fence and gate are quite unsafe. Therefore, please find some workers, procure bricks and cement, and begin repairs on our courtyard wall. For any expenses incurred, seek reimbursement from Xiaojun. Our enterprise is in its infancy, and we have numerous expenditures. We should negotiate prices wherever feasible. Song Jinbao thumped his chest confidently. Leave this matter to me, Brother Lin. You can trust me to handle it. Liu Lin nodded and added, upon returning home, discuss with your father the necessity of transporting a batch of cotton fabric in the next few days. He must find a way, regardless of whether it's on the way or a special trip. All right, I will make sure he executes this task with excellence. Song Jinbao assured him. Liu Lin then contemplated further. Also, see if we can install a telephone for our operations. Once the wall is completed, we can construct a shelter in the center and set up a television. Song Jinbao beamed, Brother Lin. Are we really going to set up a shelter in the courtyard for watching television? That sounds splendid. May I join? Should you wish to watch, expedite the work. I heard there's a particularly captivating drama titled The Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain premiering at the end of the month. We must not miss the initial episodes. The Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain. What a captivating title. Song Jinbao, filled with excitement, dashed off to gather his companions, exclaiming, "Brothers, we have a task at hand." As everyone busied themselves, Xiao Jun approached Liu Lin, inquiring, "What is your plan for those clothes?" Liu Lin glanced at Liu Ruhui, who was busily attending to various tasks nearby. He contemplated finding a shop to engage his wife in some work, for she was a person who felt insecure when idle. Over the years, Liu Ruhui had endured considerable hardship, and Liu Lin wished to prevent her confidence and vitality from being dulled by the trials of life. Thus, he sought to give her a gentle push. The most effective way to instill confidence in someone is through success. In just 2 days, Liu Ruhui had sold 5 tons of rice, indicating her innate talent in this endeavor. The batch of clothing he acquired was intended to assist her in this pursuit. Please keep an eye out for shops or markets. It would also give you a chance to familiarize yourself with Linggao County, he requested. Of course, Xiaojun replied. But what about those papers? Don't forget, once the drama concludes, you'll need to settle your payments, and time is not on your side. Liu Lin nodded, assuring him, trust me. By the way, while searching for a shop, keep an eye out for a motorcycle dealership. It would serve as a convenient mode of transportation. Xiaojun couldn't help but tease. It's easy for you to spend money so freely. Most people wouldn't have such opportunities. Yet, you seem uncomfortable if you don't spend it daily, always opting for the most expensive. Liu Lin chuckled, I'm just eager to earn more. I'll buy a car soon enough. Xiaojun shook his head, yet deep down, he wished for Liu Lin's prosperity. I think this bungalow is somewhat isolated. It's best not to leave it unattended. How about I stay here for now, and check if Cui Damon is willing to remain as well. That way, we can ensure a steady presence. Liu Lin nodded in agreement, but noted, having you watch over the house seems excessive. I'll ask Jinbao to find a reliable person to act as a guard. A guard for such a yard? Xiaojun sighed, resigning himself to adapt. I'll take a stroll. Seeing that Liu Lin appeared less occupied, Liu Ruhui approached him. I'd like to step out for a bit. I'll let Miao Miao play in the yard. Please keep an eye on her. What do you intend to do? Liu Ruhui smiled. I'm going to buy some groceries. Everyone here is helping out, and it seems we can cook, so I'd like to prepare a meal for everyone. Liu Lin remarked, how virtuous of you. Liu Ruhui blushed at his compliment, saying, isn't it expected for a woman to do these things? Shall I accompany you? Liu Lin offered. No, there are too many things in the house. What if a thief comes in? You need to stay and keep watch, she replied. Very well. Drivers Liang Zi and Wei Dong also came to bid farewell to Liu Lin. President Liu, we're heading out, but if you ever need our assistance, just let us know. Since they had come to help, Liu Lin insisted they not leave empty-handed, offering each 100 jin of rice. We can't possibly accept that. It was just a small favor, they protested in unison. Although Liu Lin provided transportation, he had also given them 10 yuan along the way. Besides, they had enjoyed plenty of Liu Lin's hospitality. His generosity was already well recognized among them. We are brothers, take it. If you don't, it'll be awkward for me to ask for help next time. That is simply out of the question. As the two individuals found a moment to rest, they exchanged polite words before swiftly taking action. This was no trivial matter. It involved 100 pounds of rice. If one were to purchase it, the cost would be nearly 20 yuan for such a quantity of grain. Thank you, General Liu. The two departed with cheerful expressions, repeatedly assuring Liu that should he require any assistance, he must not hesitate to call upon them. It was undoubtedly worthwhile to lend a hand to Liu Lin. Liu Lin played in the courtyard with Miao Miao for an extended period, yet there was still no sign of Liu Ruhui's return. Dad, why hasn't Mom come back yet? Liu Lin checked the time, feeling a sense of unease. It was unusual for her to be gone for so long. Normally, by this hour, dinner would be prepared and consumed. A sense of worry crept into Liu Lin's mind, fearing something may have happened to Liu Ruhui. Taking Miao Miao's small hand, he said, let us go find your mother. Just as they were about to step outside, Song Jinbao zoomed in on his motorcycle, skidding to a halt with such force that he nearly flew off the vehicle. Breathless and pointing behind him, he exclaimed, Brother Lin, it's bad. Sister-in-law, the secretary. Something has happened. Chapter 53. He is my brother. Liu Lin felt a sudden tightening in his chest. What had happened? Song Jinbao, unable to articulate the situation clearly, urged Liu Lin to get into the car first. In truth, he was equally perplexed. He had merely been searching for someone to assist us in erecting a wall when he heard the commotion of a fight. Caught up in the moment, He had pushed through the crowd only to discover it was his sister-in-law and our secretary involved. Concerned for the secretary's well-being amidst the throng, he hastened to find Liu Lin. To this day, Song Jinbao had not even had the chance to inquire about the secretary's name. As Liu Lin emerged, he wondered if Xiao Jun had been at a disadvantage. Although others might not be aware, Liu Lin recognized Xiao Jun's impressive skills. Should Xiao Jun find himself in trouble, their efforts would likely be in vain, necessitating an immediate alternative plan. Song Jinbao, equally anxious, confessed, "I simply don't know. I was overwhelmed with fear and could only think of coming to you." While driving, Song Jinbao fretted, "The secretary has only just arrived in our territory. There shouldn't be any enmity. How could a fight break out so soon?" Liu Lin concurred, noting that Xiao Jun was a low-key individual who preferred to avoid conflict. This incident was likely aimed at him. Before Liu Lin could devise a better strategy, Song Jinbao's vehicle had already reached the outskirts of the crowd. He leapt from the car, instructing Song Jinbao to keep an eye on the child, and plunged into the fray. "How dare you strike us? You must be wishing to exit Linggao County on your back. Ouch, that truly hurts." As Liu Lin pushed forward, he beheld several individuals sprawled across the ground, while Xiao Jun stood unscathed, with Liu Ruhui safely positioned behind him, well guarded. However, Liu Ruhui, unaccustomed to such spectacles, appeared quite frightened, her complexion pale. Taking his place beside Xiao Jun, Liu Lin turned to Liu Ruhui with concern. "Are you all right?" Upon seeing Liu Lin, tears welled in Liu Ruhui's eyes, nearly spilling over as she grasped tightly at the hem of his shirt. "I'm fine, all thanks to Xiao Jun." Xiao Jun spat out the sand that had lodged in his mouth during the scuffle. "They're nothing but a bunch of ruffians. But I worry about who might be backing them, troublesome." This was hardly the moment to delve into the details of what had transpired. As long as everyone was safe, that was what truly mattered. Clear the way, make room. At that moment, the crowd dispersed, revealing a bald man before Liu Lin, flanked by 5 or 6 petty thugs. Liu Lin immediately recognized 2 of the front-runners as the small-time hoodlums that Ma Xiaoquan had summoned the day before. The bald man surveyed the individuals sprawled on the ground, appearing somewhat at a loss for words, yet his presence remained imposing. "In broad daylight, you dare to assault my people? Are you deliberately seeking confrontation with me, Chao Jing?" Liu Lin was familiar with Chao Jing, a local tough with a modest reputation near the steel factory. His strength was average, but he commanded a legion of petty criminals who followed his orders. Chao Jing's advantage lay in sheer numbers. Chao Jing brushed his hand over his bald head, lingering for an extra moment on the back, anxious that others might overlook the tattoo of a bald eagle etched into his scalp. In this era, individuals adorned with tattoos often evoked a sense of trepidation. Liu Lin stepped forward, emboldened by the daylight and the crowd, seemingly intent on provoking conflict with us common folk. Chao Jing scoffed, surprised by the boy's audacity to retort. Approaching Liu Lin, he instinctively raised his hand to deliver a few playful slaps to the young man's face. However, before his hand could make contact, Xiao Jun seized Chao Jing's wrist with a firm grip, just as Chao Jing was about to erupt in anger. The pressure from Xiao Jun's grasp caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Not wanting to lose face before his companions, he quickly withdrew his hand, muttering under his breath, "You wretched pup, it seems you have trained a fine dog." Had this been Liu Lin's former self, he would have quaked in fear at the sight of Chao Jing, too intimidated to stand his ground. Even if ordered to kneel, he would not have dared to utter a word of defiance. Yet, the Liu Lin of today was no longer the same. Having lived amidst the grandeur of the mountains and rivers, he faced malevolence without a trace of fear. "You may refer to your men as dogs, but mine are different. They're my brothers." "Brothers? Ha! That is the most ludicrous jest I have ever heard. You, worthy of such a title?" In Linggao, many were familiar with Liu Lin. Though none spoke his name with any respect, he was merely a source of mockery and amusement. It could be said that he was the kind of person who, the more he was bullied, the more others sought to torment him. The few who had been knocked down by Xiao Jun hastily got back on their feet, sheepishly retreating behind Chao Jing, yet still attempting to assert themselves with hollow threats towards Liu Lin. "If you have the guts, don't run away. We'll make sure you don't escape unscathed." But upon catching Xiao Jun's gaze, they could not help but shrink back, fearful of the repercussions. They had never encountered such a situation and were bewildered by how they had ended up on the ground. Liu Lin confronted Xiao Jing directly, stating, "It was your men who initiated the provocation. Even if we were to go to the precinct now, we have nothing to fear. If you have anything further to say, do so quickly. If not, do not obstruct our path." As Liu Lin spoke, he intended to lead Xiao Jun and Liu Ruhui away. Observing this, Xiao Jing blocked Liu Lin's way with his imposing figure. His voice was low but unmistakably audible, Are you so eager to jeopardize your cotton business? Liu Lin shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Jing. What do you want? Xiao Jing gestured towards a nearby small eatery. If you wish to avoid trouble, let us enter the restaurant and discuss matters at length. Liu Lin was not afraid of Xiao Jing's threats. However, given the cunning nature of these individuals, one could never be too cautious. Moreover, Liu Lin was curious about the purpose behind Xiao Jing's actions. Understanding the enemy's intentions was crucial for effective defense. Whatever. Liu Lin turned to reassure Liu Ruhui, it's all right. There is nothing to fear. Let us go. Yuan have to cook today. We shall dine out instead. Liu Ruhui was still uneasy about Liu Lin and Xiao Jun attending the meeting alone with such a crowd. Despite her apprehension, she chose to follow them. Song Ji Bao, having observed the group for quite some time, felt a twinge of cowardice and hesitated to join, fearing a potential altercation that would leave him on the receiving end of a beating. With a quick glance around, he hurriedly dashed away, hoping to find someone to accompany him. A throng of individuals burst into a small restaurant, and upon recognizing Xiao Jing and his entourage, the owner felt a surge of dread. Internally cursing, he lamented, damn it, they've come again for a free meal. Although he was reluctant to serve them, he felt compelled to comply. Liu Lin took a seat without a hint of regard for Xiao Jing, casually inquiring, what is the purpose of this theatrical display? Chapter 54. Shedding pants to fart. Xiao Jun took a seat beside Liu Lin, casting a disdainful glance at the motley crew across from them. Liu Ruhui, suppressing her inner trepidation, summoned her courage to sit down beside Liu Lin, taking a bold step ahead of Xiao Jing. She had resolved to stand by Liu Lin through thick and thin. Even in death, she would accompany him. Xiao Jing, feeling somewhat disgruntled, settled into his seat, while his companions stood behind him like sentinels. Seeing Xiao Jun seated, they couldn't help but harbor their own thoughts, feeling somewhat disgraced to act as mere henchmen, lacking even the dignity to sit down, all while bearing their own injuries. Xiao Jing attempted to assert his authority by tapping his fingers on the table. In the past, this display would have intimidated many timid souls. However, after much ado, it appeared that Liu Lin and his associates were largely unperturbed, rendering him a mere fool in the process. Liu Lin, growing impatient, remarked that if there was nothing of substance to discuss, they might as well take their leave, for they had serious matters to attend to and could not afford to squander time with idle individuals. Xiao Jing, incensed, interpreted this as a veiled insinuation that they were nothing but unemployed drifters. Yet, upon observing Xiao Jun, he realized he must temper his anger. I heard your cotton business is thriving. You've even dared to feast lavishly at a place like Shuangxi restaurant, he said. Liu Lin cast a sidelong glance at the two small-time thugs who had accompanied him the previous day. They quickly averted their gazes. Liu Lin replied nonchalantly, not bad. Living up to my friend's trust. Xiao Jing sipped the boiled water the boss had just brought him. Since business is good, do you intend to continue? He inquired. Naturally. Liu Lin affirmed. I hear you're collecting at 130 yuan per meter. Indeed, you've done your homework well, Liu Lin replied, pretending to remain composed. Xiao Jing blew gently at the steaming water. I also have some cotton fabric. You wouldn't refuse to take it, would you? Xiao Jing's words nearly made Liu Lin burst into laughter. After all that fuss, it turned out to be merely an attempt to persuade him to buy their fabric. Was this not akin to shedding one's pants to fart, a superfluous display? Liu Lin glanced at Xiao Jun, who rolled his eyes and relaxed, taking a few sips of water. Since Xiao Jing had gone to such lengths to stage this performance, Liu Lin felt it would be remiss not to acknowledge his effort. Feigning difficulty, he said, my friends only wish to lend me a hand, to provide me with an opportunity to rise above poverty. However, Xiaoquan and men have always been those who enjoy feasting together. Since they wish to partake, it would feel disingenuous not to include them. Xiao Jing, upon hearing this, scoffed. What kind of friends are those who merely indulge in feasting? I'm not oblivious. They merely see you as a fool, spending your own money. His indignation seemed to surpass even Liu Lin's, and an outsider might have mistaken him for a champion of Liu Lin's cause. Xiao Jing signaled to the boss. Bring out some fine dishes. The boss, inwardly cursing, felt exasperated. This Xiao Jing relied on his subordinates to dine and drink at no cost, taking advantage of the situation. Under the guise of generosity, what the boss truly harbors in his heart is little different from a free meal. Take Xiao Jing, for example. Although he presents a facade of prosperity, his pockets are emptier than his expression. The meager funds he has acquired through bullying are hardly sufficient to sustain the daily indulgences of such a large crowd. With a sigh, the boss resignedly retreated to the kitchen to prepare food, serving whatever scraps were available, and in smaller portions at that. Xiao Jing pointed at the dishes on the table, asserting, Now that we are friends who can share a meal, will you accept my fabric or not? If Brother Chow wishes to befriend me, I might consider accepting your fabric, but a friendship should reflect the essence of camaraderie. I am one who responds better to kindness than intimidation. If you think threats will sway me, then I will categorically refuse to accept your fabric. Chao Jing, not lacking in intelligence, glanced back at his subordinates upon hearing Liu Lin's words. A group of oblivious individuals that had managed to offend their own, failing to apologize to Liu's friend. Furthermore, Liu's wife is part of his family, and thus, by extension, part of theirs as well. Look at yourselves, you frightened your own kin. Now offer an apology, and do it promptly. In unison, they bowed, saying, "Brothers, our apologies. Sister-in-law, we are truly sorry. With us around, no one shall dare to bully you again." Liu Ruhui held little affection for these men, lowering her gaze to avoid looking at them as much as possible. Liu Lin observed them, noting that they were no strangers to apologizing, evidenced by their practiced ease. However, he knew when to withdraw. Finally, with a smile, he declared, "Since we are all on the same side now, let us consider this our introduction. Whether it be Brother Chow or any of the brothers present, anyone who can deliver cotton fabric to me will be welcomed, with measurements taken and payments settled on the spot." Settled on the spot? Chao Jing's eyes sparkled with delight, reminiscent of Ma Xiaoquan's expression from the previous day. He had heard from his subordinates that Liu Lin typically settled accounts after returning. That had piqued his interest significantly. In his village, they were known for cotton production, with plenty of women in the household. They lacked nothing but cotton and fabric. With so many people at his disposal, he had no fear that Liu Lin would renege on his payments. Yet, he never anticipated that Liu Lin would settle accounts immediately upon receiving the goods, which would lead to a windfall for his family. Indeed, payments will be made on the spot, not only for fabric. I will also purchase any unsold cotton. One of Chao Jing's subordinates could no longer contain his excitement. "Is there a limit on quantity?" Liu Lin shook his head. "No limit. I will take as much as you have. It matters not how much you bring. However, there is one stipulation: no tampering with the goods. If I discover any dishonesty, you can forget about selling anything to me in the future." The group began to eagerly prepare themselves. Liu Lin was offering 3 dimes per unit. Although Linggao County is not particularly large, there are numerous towns and villages beneath it. If he managed to encompass all of them, it would amount to a considerable sum. "Brother Chow, let us eat swiftly and return to gather the fabric." It is said that Ma Xiaoquan and Cui Damon set off early in the morning to gather cotton cloth, as their village is not far from ours. If we delay any longer, we may not even manage to salvage a scrap of cotton cloth. Chao Jing felt as though he were perched upon a heated brazier, unable to remain still. Liu Lin remarked, "Brother Chow, there will be plenty of opportunities for us to dine together in the future. I believe we ought to prioritize our important business. Why don't you go ahead, and we can enjoy a meal together later?" Upon hearing this, Chao Jing found himself even more restless. "Then I shall attend to the matter at hand and treat you properly afterward. Boss, please add a couple of exquisite dishes to my tab." With that, Chao Jing, accompanied by a few individuals, made his way outside. As they reached the doorway, these so-called subordinates scattered like birds and beasts, each returning home to collect cotton cloth. Once they had all vanished from sight, Liu Lin and Xiao Jun exchanged glances. Typically reticent and seldom smiling, Xiao Jun could no longer contain his laughter. These are no mere rascals. They are a bunch of simpletons. Chapter 55. The sun rises from the west. Just moments ago, tensions ran high, but now, the crowd has dispersed like frightened birds. The proprietor emerged from the kitchen, bearing a plate of shredded potatoes, only to discover that nearly everyone had departed. He had witnessed the altercation on the street. Setting down the potatoes, he lamented how these idle ruffians seem to take pleasure in harassing those of us who work hard, never engaging in any earnest endeavors. Liu Lin beckoned Liu Ruhui to join him for the meal. It was a rare occasion to be treated. He encouraged her to eat heartily. Yet, Liu Ruhui felt a twinge of unease. "Liu Lin, none of those individuals seem respectable. Shouldn't we distance ourselves from them?" Liu Lin understood her concerns. However, this was the reality of their era. Job security was scarce, and private enterprises were not yet flourishing. Many of the local delinquents were not only lazy, but also at a loss regarding their purpose in life. Interestingly, many successful businessmen later emerged from these very unproductive individuals. In this age, those who dared to venture into commerce often found success. Liu Lin believed that if these individuals could be guided appropriately, they could indeed become valuable allies. He glanced at Xiao Jun, asking, "Can you manage these individuals moving forward?" Xiao Jun understood that Liu Lin's request did not imply forceful measures. A subtle smile graced his lips, his eyes reflecting a calm assurance that all would be well. At the entrance, a flurry of activity signaled the arrival of several newcomers. Among them was Song Jinbao, exclaiming, "This is it, this is it." As they stormed in, the absence of Chao Jing and his associates was palpable. Only Liu Lin and his companions remained calmly dining. "Jinbao, gather your people to join us. Brother Chao is treating," Liu Lin called out. Song Jinbao could hardly believe his ears, yet there was Liu Lin, unscathed, enjoying his meal with chopsticks. With his anxieties finally quelled, he hurried to take a seat beside Xiao Jun, confusion etched on his face. "Brother Lin, secretary, what on earth happened?" "Nothing at all. Merely a misunderstanding that has now been resolved. We are all on the same side moving forward." "On the same side?" Song Jinbao listened in disbelief. "After such a fierce confrontation, we are suddenly comrades?" Liu Lin smiled, not rushing to clarify. "By the way, where's my daughter?" "Oh, Brother Lin, rest assured. I had my mother keep an eye on her. She is perfectly safe." Liu Lin nodded in gratitude. "Thank you for going out of your way to gather people for me. Of course, it was the least I could do." He gestured for the 3 or 4 individuals who had accompanied Song Jinbao to sit down. "This is my brother Lin. You should all get acquainted. In my moment of panic, I didn't know where to find people, so I ran to the factory hoping to enlist the security team for backup," Song Jinbao explained. Exhaling in relief. "To my surprise, when I arrived, Pei Laohu was there. I feared we were doomed, thinking I wouldn't be able to borrow anyone. Yet, astonishingly, he actually agreed to help me. Truly, the sun has risen from the west," Song Jinbao exclaimed, calling for the proprietor to bring a bottle of liquor. Pouring himself a glass to steady his nerves. Liu Lin blinked, fully aware that the Black Tiger was not simply showing favor to Song Jinbao. However, he was reluctant to have his favor returned so easily. Song Jinbao intended to pour a drink for his friends from the security department, but they all unanimously declined. There were regulations in the factory prohibiting alcohol consumption during work hours, especially with the section chief present. If he caught wind of it, their jobs would undoubtedly be at stake. The strictness of the Black Tiger was well known, and upon hearing this, no one dared to persuade otherwise or entertain any notion of luck. The group hastily finished their meals and prepared to depart. Liu Lin courteously expressed his gratitude. "Thank you all for coming to assist. It's nothing. Our presence doesn't change much, and we've eaten your food, so there is really no need for thanks. Since there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." Liu Lin had finished his meal as well, and he accompanied Song Jinbao to the restaurant's entrance. Watching the others depart, Song Jinbao did not forget to take credit. "Brother Lin, as soon as I sensed the situation was dire, I quickly sought help. This is not an act of cowardice on my part. I know my own strengths and limitations, and it's best this way. Would I want everyone to get beaten up together?" Song Jinbao chuckled. "That is certainly not the case. However, Brother Lin, your secretary is quite impressive." It seems he was unfazed while those others were left sprawled on the ground. A light of realization sparked in Song Jinbao's eyes. "I understand now. They must have been scared away by the secretary's skills." Liu Lin interrupted Song Jinbao's wild conjectures. "Enough pondering. Let us eat up. We still have important matters to attend to after we're done." When it came to eating, Song Jinbao was unabashed, simultaneously praising Xiao Jun's prowess while devouring 2 bowls of rice. "Jinbao, don't forget to bring home a bag of rice for your parents. Let them taste the fine grains from Kanglan." Song Jinbao wiped a grain of rice from his mouth. "Thank you, Brother Lin. You are truly kind to me." Today, Song Jinbao was brimming with enthusiasm, purchasing cement and bricks, and had sought out a dozen or so masons in one go, all to hasten the completion of the courtyard walls and set up a shelter for watching television. Xiao Jun continued searching for a storefront, while Liu Ruhui mysteriously departed on her own, insisting she had matters to attend to. She exclusively sent Liu Lin back to the bungalow, claiming he was to keep an eye on the goods. Upon arriving home, Liu Lin found the courtyard bustling with activity as several individuals unloaded cargo from a tractor. 2 entire tractors filled with cotton fabric. "Diamond, back so soon." Although Liu Lin anticipated swift cash transactions for the cotton fabric, he did not expect it to happen this quickly. As soon as Cui Damon saw Liu Lin, he hurried over. "Brother Lin, you've finally returned." His tone suggested he had been waiting for some time. "What is the matter? Do you need something from me?" Cui Damon, smiling as he wiped the sweat from his brow, replied, "My father has come along with the tractor. He wants to meet you in person." "Oh, the old gentleman has arrived?" Liu Lin was quite surprised, not expecting Cui Damon's father to seek him out so soon. He had been contemplating finding an opportunity to meet the elder himself. Your father, being an elder, should not be kept waiting. It would be inconsiderate. Next time, please inform me in advance so that I may prepare some wine and dishes. Chui Damon, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Brother Lin, you are too courteous. I initially did not intend to bring my father along, considering how busy you are. I feared his presence might hinder your important matters. Chui Damon led Liu Lin towards the large pit used for draining water. There, a solitary figure stood, clad in a green outfit, appearing rather slender from behind. Father, my brother Lin has returned. Chapter 56. Green light. Chui Monsong hurriedly turned around. His skin was darkened, a clear testament to hard labor under the sun. Liu Lin slightly bowed, extending his hand to shake hands with Chui Monsong. Uncle Chui, greetings. Liu Lin? Ah, it is you, Chui Monsong said, nodding in apparent satisfaction. Very well, indeed, young and accomplished. You flatter me, Uncle Chui. I was unaware of your arrival and apologize for keeping you waiting. It is I who eagerly wish to meet you. I hope it does not interfere with your important matters, though it was their first encounter. Liu Lin found a favorable first impression of Chui Monsong. Particularly, when he grasped the rough, calloused hands of Chui Monsong, he sensed that this man was grounded and diligent. I wonder why Uncle Chui was so eager to see me? Chui Monsong held Liu Lin's hand, resembling a senior grasping the hand of a younger relative. I hear you wish to purchase my house. Liu Lin nodded, admitting, that is indeed my intention. Primarily, I envision renovating this place. If you are amenable, that would be splendid. If not, it is no matter. I will not sell, Chui Monsong replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Although Liu Lin felt a tinge of regret at the prospect of not acquiring the house, he remained undeterred. After all, he could always seek another location. However, I can gift it to you, Chui Monsong stated, causing Liu Lin to pause in astonishment. Uncle, how can that be? You may sell it to me as per the norm. Chui Monsong shoved the papers into Liu Lin's embrace. I have declared it, unless it is a gift. I will not sell. Liu Lin disowned that Chui Monsong was indeed a stubborn old man. This house is not worth much. You could provide Demin with a sum sufficient to cover its value. If you accept, both Demin and I will find solace. Clutching the papers, Liu Lin relented. Thank you, uncle. Chui Damon waved his hand, indicating that Liu Lin need not be so polite. In truth, my visit is not solely to present the house. I have another matter on which I wish to seek your counsel. Uncle, do not hesitate to ask. I welcome your inquiries. Chui Damon nodded. You may have heard from Demin that I serve as the deputy village head. Liu Lin acknowledged, indeed, not only have I heard, but I have also been informed that your tenure in this role is nearing its end. To be honest, my years as deputy village head have been rather frustrating, leaving me with a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Liu Lin observed Chui Monsong in silence, allowing him to express his grievances. During this time, I have realized that my true fear is not the loss of face following the end of my tenure. What truly terrifies me is that when people speak of our impoverished village, I will forever be remembered as the village official who failed to lead effectively. Chui Monsong's somewhat clouded eyes fixed upon Liu Lin as he let out a deep sigh. Today, when Uncle Chui visited, he inquired if there were any methods to lead the villagers towards prosperity and alleviate their poverty. Upon hearing Liu Lin articulate his concerns, Chui Monsong felt a glimmer of hope. Liu Lin, your current endeavor of collecting cotton and cotton fabric is indeed beneficial for the village. However, I am uncertain how long this approach can endure and whether it will continue to benefit the cotton farmers. Liu Lin replied that this method will inevitably come to an end. It is not a sustainable solution. Moreover, the manual weaving process is slow and yields inconsistent quality, making it susceptible to replacement by modern industry in due course. Presently, we are merely exploiting a gap in the market, a loophole that will soon be closed. Although Chui Monsong struggled to fully digest Liu Lin's remarks, he shared the same apprehension that this trade would not last. Do you have any subsequent plans? Liu Lin nodded, expressing his intention to establish a textile factory, which would eliminate the need for cotton farmers to weave fabric themselves. I will ensure that I collect all the cotton produced locally each year. This initiative would not only address the issue of local cotton not being fully exported, but also foster the development of local industry and alleviate some employment concerns. Engaging with these officials and enlightened individuals, using formal language is the most comprehensible mode of communication for them. Chui Monsong's murky eyes brightened considerably. With excitement in his voice, he asked, Are you truly going to build a textile factory? Liu Lin had no desire to conceal this plan. On the contrary, the more people who are aware, the better. Indeed, I am currently negotiating the acquisition of equipment, though many are eyeing this set of machinery. causing the purchase prices to rise continuously. Chui Mansong furrowed his brow with worry, yet Liu Lin's ambition brought him joy and hope for his success. My family has also earned a few thousand this time. I will have Demin send it to you for the equipment. Thank you, uncle. But there is no need for that just yet. Once I finalize the price, if I find myself short on funds, I will reach out to you. Liu Lin did not entirely dismiss Chui Mansong's goodwill, even though he knew he wouldn't require their financial assistance. Besides monetary matters, is there anything else I can assist you with? This was precisely why Liu Lin had wished to meet with Chui Mansong upon his return. Although Chui Mansong was merely a deputy village head, even a small official has connections and can engage in conversations with influential individuals. To establish a factory, one cannot merely work in isolation. Support and protection from higher authorities are essential for long-term success and progress. Uncle, to be candid, in my youth, I was foolish and spent many years in ignorance. Now that I have gained clarity and wish to embark on something constructive, I fear not being recognized. Additionally, having come from a poor background, I lacked acquaintances with any notable figures. Now, as I seek a factory space and navigate the necessary procedures, I find myself unsure of where to begin. Chui Mansong clasped his hands behind his back, pondering in silence. Child, if you truly wish to pursue this, focus solely on finding a way to procure the equipment. Having served as a village official for several years, I have come to know a few individuals. While I still hold my position, I shall take the initiative to assist you with this matter. Liu Lin eagerly awaited this affirmation. Regardless of the outcome, I extend my gratitude to you, uncle. With a dismissive wave, Chui Mansong replied, there is no need for such formality. However, I am willing to help you under one condition. Should the textile factory be established, you must agree to my stipulation. Liu Lin smiled, assuring him. No need for you to articulate it, uncle. Rest assured, I pledge that upon the factory's establishment, we shall prioritize the procurement of cotton from your village. A transformation graced Chui Mansong's previously somber visage, and a smile broke forth as he gestured towards Liu Lin. You are quite clever, my boy. It would be wise for Damon to learn from you. Damon, being honest and composed, is indeed admirable. In a bid to encourage Chui Mansong to invest more effort in assisting him, Liu Lin added, Uncle, beyond prioritizing the purchase of cotton from your village, I am prepared to make you an additional promise in light of you and Damon. What promise? Chapter 57. Just a stinky farmer in truth. Chui Mansong felt immensely content merely assisting the villagers in selling their cotton. Yet, he was surprised to find that Liu Lin sought to offer him a promise. His curiosity was piqued. Liu Lin cast a glance at Chui Damon, who stood beside them, and smiled at him. Should the textile factory commence operation smoothly, a substantial workforce would undoubtedly be required. I can also assure you that we shall prioritize recruiting workers from your village. Chui Mansong had not anticipated such a prospect. Upon hearing this commitment, his hands trembled with excitement. If they could indeed recruit workers from their village, the lives of the villagers would undergo a tremendous transformation. No longer would they rely solely on the whims of nature. They could earn a salary each month, akin to the families of steelworkers, leading a more prosperous life. At that point, their village would not only shed its impoverished label, but might even ascend to become the wealthiest village in the vicinity. Chui Damon felt his trembling hands fidgeting for a place to settle. He grasped Chui Damon's hand tightly. Damon, did you hear that? Damon nodded enthusiastically. I heard. Dad. I heard. Rest assured, my brother Lin speaks with utmost integrity. Good, good, good. Chui Mansong felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Liu Lin, fret not. Even if it costs me my face or leaves me exhausted, I will ensure these matters are handled with utmost care. Liu Lin had achieved his objective. Yet witnessing Chui Mansong's fervent excitement was quite infectious. Although he intended to leverage Chui Mansong's connections, he had no desire to deceive him. Each party had their own needs, and Liu Lin felt no shame in that. Uncle, if you agree, let Damon work with me for a monthly wage of 200. What? 200? In Linggao County. Such a figure elicited astonishment, as if it were a dream. Both Chui Mansong and Chui Damon shook their heads, protesting, how can we accept such a wage? Damon has no skills, he is unqualified to earn a salary. While others would leap at the opportunity, Chui Damon consistently declined. The more he resisted, the more determined Liu Lin became. Jinbao had already secured a position in the factory, earning the same 200. Do you truly think yourself inferior to Jinbao? Upon hearing that Song Jinbao was also receiving 200, Chui Damon found it hard to deny his own capabilities. Moreover, he genuinely wished to work alongside Liu Lin. Finally, he acquiesced. All right, I will follow Brother Lin. Chui Mansong reiterated his instructions to Chui Damon, urging him to heed Liu Lin's guidance and never to betray his trust. Damon was left feeling as if he were on the verge of signing a military order. Liu Lin understood that, to outsiders, the wages he offered to Song Jinbao and Cui Damon were exceedingly high, several times the monthly salary of many employees. Yet, he deemed it worthwhile. For hiring one individual equated to employing an entire family. Take Song Jinbao as an example. Now Song Yongsheng is willing to lend his full support. And even Song Jinbao's mother is more than happy to help look after the child. This can be considered a win-win situation. On the other hand, for Cui Damon, although Liu Lin approached with a tentative attitude, the sight of Cui Monsong, coupled with the fact that he allowed Liu Lin to focus on running the equipment, suggested that he was familiar with certain individuals and had some connections. The goods had already been unloaded, and Cui Monsong returned to the village with the tractor. Before leaving, he insisted that Cui Damon stay behind to listen to Liu Lin's arrangements, stating that as an employee, he could not solely focus on heading home. He would personally handle the matter of collecting the cotton fabric. Liu Lin requested Cui Damon to remain and keep an eye on things while he ventured out to find a public telephone. Today marked the day he had agreed to contact Ding Su from Xinghai Industrial, and he needed to return a call. Upon connecting, Liu Lin introduced himself. Ding Su remarked that there was only one set of equipment available, yet numerous individuals were vying for it. Each one was employing connections to seek opportunities, and he feared that by choosing one, he would offend others. He lamented that he found himself in a particularly difficult position. Liu Lin, uninterested in the half-hearted nature of Ding Su's words, was solely focused on whether he could secure the equipment. Ding Su, after all, was a businessman, not a philanthropist. Such matters were not particularly challenging. The one offering the best price would ultimately prevail, making it easier to justify to everyone involved. While Liu Lin acknowledged Ding Su's point, he felt it was also flawed, as he often found himself constrained by others. Offending anyone in the future would not bode well for him. Liu Lin grew increasingly irritated by Ding Su's manner of speaking. He had initially believed that all of Teacher Tang's students were exceptionally talented. Yet here was one who hesitated and struggled with decision-making. Mr. Ding, I called today primarily to honor our previous agreement, regardless of the outcome. I hope you can speak candidly. Liu Lin, regardless of the circumstance, preferred directness in both speech and action, harboring a strong aversion for those who flaunted their cunning with indirectness. His words were not meant to be particularly flattering, and Ding Su undoubtedly felt discomfort by them. The tone shifted, losing the veneer of politeness, replaced by a touch of arrogance. Since you've indicated that the highest bidder prevails, I regret to inform you that your offer is not the most competitive. What is the current highest bid? Liu Lin inquired. Someone has offered 300,000 in cash, with immediate payment. Liu Lin narrowed his eyes, a hint of disdain for Ding Su evident on his lips. If the price had reached such heights, did that mean the equipment had already been sold? Ding Su fell momentarily silent, then smiled, saying there was no need to rush. All right, I understand. Liu Lin concluded before hanging up the phone. Sighing, Ding Su glared at the phone that had just beeped in his hand, confirming that Liu Lin had indeed ended the call before he himself hung up in frustration. Just a mere farmer, nothing of consequence. Ding Su had initially believed that by quoting such a price, he could compel Liu Lin to raise his offer further. As long as Liu Lin can compel the conversion of that 350,000 into a lump sum payment rather than an installment plan, he would deem the equipment sale a resounding success. He could even bask in the accolades of his superiors, silencing Tang Hui in the process. Yet, he was taken aback by Liu Lin's audacity to approach him with such a demeanor. Having engaged in business for many years, Liu Lin was certainly not oblivious to Ding Su's subtle intentions. Instead, this realization brought him a sense of reassurance. Thus far, no particularly formidable competitors had emerged. He placed another call to Tang Hui, refraining from pressuring him about the equipment purchase or broaching the subject of Ding Su. Instead, he inquired about Tang Hui's recent circumstances, sharing his own mundane yet earnest efforts to earn money. As the conversation drew to a close, it was Tang Hui who spoke first, expressing a sentiment he had long held. I always believed that my student Ding Su would be receptive to my approach, though perhaps I overestimated both myself and his character. What I thought would be a straightforward path has proven otherwise. After a brief pause, Tang Hui added, Little Liu, there is actually a better option available. I wonder if you would be willing to listen. Chapter 58. My wife is a bit simple. Liu Lin was pleasantly surprised. Teacher Tang, please speak. I am eager to hear your insights. Tang Hui remarked, the second-hand equipment in Ding Su's possession has been in use for several years. While it may currently meet your factory's requirements, it is still second-hand, and in the long run, it presents numerous drawbacks, making it far from the optimal choice. Conversely, new equipment does not suffer from such issues. Liu Lin found merit in Tang Hui's words, particularly given the burgeoning and innovative demands in the clothing sector in recent years. The antiquated machinery might not suffice to satisfy the current market needs. The allure of second-hand equipment lay in its affordability. He intended to utilize this set of machinery as a transitional phase, with plans to upgrade once he garnered more resources. Tang Hui continued, I understand your financial constraints. Yet I feel compelled to share my thoughts. Teacher Tang, please go ahead. In fact, regarding your situation, I reached out to a friend of mine back home to seek his advice. Coincidentally, he is acquainted with manufacturers in this field and, through his connections, could procure a brand new production line for 1 million. Furthermore, I have learned that its production capacity would exceed Ding Su's by nearly double. You might not be aware, but if acquired through standard channels, this equipment would cost upwards of 130,000. Liu Lin's interest was piqued. A higher production capacity indicated a quicker profit potential in the future, although it appeared to require an expenditure of 3 times the amount initially considered from a long-term perspective. This new equipment was indeed a worthwhile investment. However, 1 million was undeniably a substantial sum. I understand that 1 million is quite burdensome for you, especially since even gathering 300,000 poses a challenge, let alone such a large amount. Nevertheless, I felt it necessary to share this with you, as keeping it to myself was quite distressing. I believe you should contemplate alternative solutions. If Ding Su insists on inflating the price excessively, at least we can have a backup plan. Thank you, Teacher Tang. Your support is invaluable to me. Encountering you has been a stroke of good fortune. Tang Hui remained affable. It is my duty. I initially thought I could assist you, but I did not foresee the many obstacles. Regardless of which option you choose, I will certainly do my utmost to support you. After concluding the call with Tang Hui, Liu Lin's thoughts shifted away from the equipment in Ding Su's possession. It seemed imperative to expedite the acquisition of fabric. If this operation succeeded, perhaps the 1 million mark would not be too distant. However, he refrained from indulging in overly optimistic thoughts, as the factory-related issues remained unresolved, and future financial needs would undoubtedly arise. What brings the greatest sense of security? Certainly, it is money. Upon returning to the bungalow, he noticed 2 more vehicles arriving outside. Liu Ruhui was busily directing operations around the cars. Liu Lin quickened his pace and approached her. What are you up to? Upon seeing Liu Lin, Liu Ruhui's eyes sparkled with joy. After leaving the restaurant, I visited several grain and oil shops, and fortunately, I managed to convince some of them. Hence, I came here to pick up the goods. Are you referring to the rice we have? Liu Lin observed as those individuals eagerly loaded bag after bag onto the vehicle, his heart already comprehending the situation. Liu Ruhui's face radiated with an extraordinary joy as she exclaimed, they said they would purchase all the rice from our home. Liu Lin. I never anticipated that I could sell so much rice. Previously, she had believed that engaging in business was a rather challenging endeavor, fearing she would struggle to find her voice. To her surprise, it turned out that she was indeed capable. Conducting business is not as daunting as I had imagined, she concluded. Liu Lin playfully brushed his fingers against Liu Ruhui's nose, teasingly asking if she was beginning to enjoy the art of commerce. With an enthusiastic nod, she affirmed, yes, I do enjoy it. You were right, Liu Lin. Unloading coal is indeed exhausting and laborious. Most importantly, compared to doing business, manual labor yields slow and meager returns. I have made up my mind. I wish to embark on this business journey alongside you. Will you allow me to join you? Liu Lin found her nervous, yet hopeful demeanor both endearing and amusing, reminiscent of a little girl pleading for sweets from an adult. But what will we do once all the rice is sold? There will be nothing left to sell, he inquired. Liu Ruhui, slightly anxious, replied, I can help you sell fabric. Moreover, I wish to gain your approval. I also want to return to our village to collect fabric, which would enable us to repay the debts owed to our fellow villagers. You wish to gather fabric? Liu Lin asked, noticing her fervent nodding. Absolutely. I have heard that Ma Xiaoquan and the others are collecting fabric at a rate of 10 cents per meter. Once they bring it back, you will have to pay 30 cents. So, why not collect it ourselves and save 20 cents per meter? As she twirled her delicate fingers, she added, this way, we should be able to save a considerable amount of money. Liu Lin chuckled, enclosing her slender fingers within his palm, cradling her tiny fist. Let us not compete with them for business. After all, we are all part of the same community, and it is not worth it for such a trivial sum. Liu Ruhui's expression dimmed slightly. Though she believed it was not a trivial amount, She recognized the validity in Liu Lin's words. Then, before you restock the rice, I shall continue my job. Our family is already quite prosperous. Why do you still wish to work? Liu Ruhui playfully scolded. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Liu Lin smiled. But if you go to work, who will help me sell all this merchandise? Merchandise? What merchandise? Liu Ruhui's excitement surged. Did you think that the 2 truckloads I brought back from the city were for naught? They're all here for you to sell. Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, Liu Lin. Liu Ruhui exclaimed, leaping with joy and enveloping Liu Lin in a heartfelt embrace. Liu Lin had never witnessed such exuberance from her before, and after missing the chance to reciprocate her embrace the previous day, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He wrapped his arms around her, feeling a rush of warmth and exhilaration. Liu Ruhui, suddenly shy, covered her face but lingered, resting her head against Liu Lin's shoulder. Liu Lin had never felt his face burn quite like this before. You didn't even ask what I wanted you to sell, yet you're so jubilant. As long as you do not ask me to sell you and Miao Miao, I am more than willing to part with anything else you desire. Is my wife a tad foolish? How annoying. A series of discordant coughs erupted from behind. Liu Lin rolled his eyes and turned around, wondering who so rudely interrupted this tender moment with his wife. To his dismay, it was Li Xinguang. With narrowed eyes, Liu Lin recalled the man's demeanor from the night before, when he had wished to trample him. Liu Lin spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Li Xinguang? What brings you here? Chapter 59. Making the most of resources. Li Xinguang pressed his lips together and let out a couple of awkward chuckles. Brother Lin, your establishment has grown quite large. You wouldn't have forgotten your brother's humble abode, would you? He stepped forward and handed a bag of apples to Liu Ruhui, saying, These are for the children, sister-in-law, please accept them. Liu Ruhui glanced at Liu Lin, and knowing he remained silent, she dared not accept. Since it's from a brother, just take it, she finally relented. Upon seeing Liu Ruhui accept the gift, Li Xinguang exhaled a sigh of relief. Liu Lin feigned disdain as he eyed the apples Li Xinguang had purchased. Next time you buy something, diversify your selection. The children deserve more choices. Internally, Li Xinguang scoffed. Yet he maintained a cordial smile. Of course, I'll keep that in mind for next time. Liu Lin casually pulled a wooden chair from the yard and sat down. Did you come here for a reason? Didn't you imply that it was unacceptable for me to visit without a purpose? Li Xinguang boldly grabbed the only remaining small stool in the yard and sat down, his posture making him appear half a head shorter than Liu Lin. Liu Lin chuckled. If you had no business with me, you wouldn't be buying fruits, as that's not your usual style. Li Xinguang hunched over on the stool, his fingers nervously fidgeting, reminding himself to endure. In truth, my visit isn't of great importance. I merely heard that this afternoon, Chao Jing troubled your sister-in-law and your secretary. So I came to see if everyone was safe. They're all fine, as you can see. Li Xinguang nodded repeatedly. As long as everyone is all right in the future. If anything like this happens again, let me know. I won't allow Brother Lin to be bullied. Liu Lin internally scoffed. Li Xinguang's visit likely mirrored the intentions of Chao Jing. Are you daring enough to provoke Chao Jing? Of course. For Brother Lin, I would dare anything. After all, we are brothers. Li Xinguang's words felt insincere, lacking conviction. Well then, since you've confirmed there is nothing amiss, you should attend to your own affairs. I am busy and cannot entertain you properly. Li Xinguang grew anxious upon hearing this. Brother Lin, please don't rush me away. You go about your business. We're all family here. No need for formalities. I'm content to just sit and observe. Indeed, Li Xinguang had come partly to discuss the fabric business. Yet he felt too embarrassed to broach the subject after their earlier interaction. Initially, he had intended to swallow his pride like Wang Yang, but somehow, the matter of selling fabric reached his father's ears. His father, eager to seize a small opportunity for profit, knew of Li Xinguang's acquaintance with Liu Lin. Caught between his own reluctance and his father's pressure, Li Xinguang ultimately sought Liu Lin out under the threat of reprimand. If he returned without addressing the matter, his father would undoubtedly be unforgiving. Liu Lin observed Li Xinguang's awkward demeanor and was disinclined to allow him to linger and obstruct his view. Are we brothers? If so, speak plainly. There is no need for gifts and pretense, as it becomes rather vexing. Li Xinguang gritted his teeth and confessed, Brother Lin, it's my father. He wishes to sell fabric through you. Fearing Liu Lin's disapproval, he hurriedly added, I have heard that you have agreed to accept Chao Jing's fabric, regardless of the circumstances. Surely our bond is far stronger than that with Chao Jing. You would not forsake our fabric, would you? Observing Li Xinguang finally release his pent-up tension, Liu Lin stood up from his chair with an exclamation. He had anticipated a more significant issue. All that restraint was for this. Brother Lin, does this imply your consent? We are all brothers. Would you allow good fortune to bypass you? Since you are also inclined to proceed, hasten to collect the fabric, for time is of the essence, lest it be snatched away. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, you are indeed considerate. I shall go right away, Li Xinguang exclaimed, eager to depart. Relieved that he had not botched the matter, thus providing a satisfactory explanation to his father. Remaining any longer would have been unbearable. Just as Li Xinguang was about to run off, Liu Lin called out to him once more, Xinguang, do inquire when your father is free. I wish to invite him for a meal. Sure. As Li Xinguang turned to leave, he hesitated. Brother Lin, what is your purpose in inviting my father to dinner? Oh. It is nothing of great consequence. It is quite customary for a younger person to treat an elder to a meal. Li Xinguang regarded Liu Lin skeptically. He did not perceive it as customary at all. I will check with my father regarding his availability. As Li Xinguang departed, Liu Ruhui remarked, this person does not strike me as trustworthy. I sense he harbors ulterior motives. Liu Lin, is it possible for us to maintain our distance from such individuals? Liu Lin smiled at Liu Ruhui, replying, in my view, there are no inherently malevolent individuals in this world, only those who seek to utilize others to their advantage. Noticing Liu Ruhui's confusion, Liu Lin gently tapped her brow. What I mean is, even the wicked possess their unique utility. In due time, you shall comprehend this. Liu Ruhui pondered Liu Lin's words, still struggling to fathom what merit could exist in individuals who scheme against others. Madam, the rice has been packed. Please count this money. Liu Ruhui accepted the 2,200 yuan from the rice sale, cradling it in her hands. Is this for my pocket money? From now on, you may directly keep such small amounts. Liu Ruhui smiled as she tucked the money into her pocket, realizing that in her many years, she had never held such a sum before. Yet, just as she secured the money, it dawned on her what was amiss. What was deemed small money that she could keep? What are the larger amounts? Suppressing a laugh, Liu Ruhui reflected that she was not particularly greedy, after all. They were family, and what did it matter who managed the finances? However, due to Liu Lin's recent indulgence, which included numerous affectionate gestures, her innate desire to be pampered surfaced without reservation. The larger sums will also be entrusted to you in due course, but presently, there is not much of it. For now, I still have my own purposes, so I shall refrain from making you a temporary benefactor. The remaining funds Liu Lin intended to use for purchasing equipment, especially now that he realized one could acquire a brand new set for 1 million. He had only a few 100,000 left, which he had given Liu Ruhui. It would not be long before he would need to retrieve it. Rather than allowing her to feel a sense of loss when the time came to reclaim the funds, it seemed wiser to withhold it for the moment. Indeed, let me share with you the goods I have procured. Liu Lin, with an affectionate arm around Liu Ruhui's shoulder, ushered her into the room and recounted the acquisition of 4,000 garments from Du Bing. He also informed Liu Ruhui that he had tasked Xiao Jun with finding her a storefront, envisioning her as the proprietor of a boutique. Liu Ruhui, caught in a reverie, pondered the prospect of becoming a businesswoman. Am I truly destined to be a shopkeeper, to own my very own clothing store? This unexpected delight stirred emotions within her, nearly bringing her to tears. Yet, she understood the need to compose herself. Her gaze shifted to the adjacent room, where boxes piled high occupied considerable space despite their light weight. She raised her head to inquire of Liu Lin, by the way. What are the goods in the next room? Chapter 60. Will Dad be all right? The room was filled with sanitary pads. Sanitary pads? Liu Ruhui had never heard of such things. What on earth were they? It was rather awkward for Liu Lin, a grown man, to speak of it candidly. So he leaned in and whispered a few words into Liu Ruhui's ear. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she playfully punched Liu Lin on the chest. How embarrassing! She shot him a disapproving glance, incredulous that he could amass such a large quantity of such mortifying items. Liu Lin understood that ultimately, these products would be better sold by women. To be frank, I ordered 1 million worth of these goods, and in a month or two, I will have to start paying in installments. What did you say? Liu Ruhui felt as if struck by lightning. 1 million? The old Liu Lin was not a decent man. He had resorted to domestic violence and sold children. He had dragged her through considerable hardship with his vices. Yet, when all was accounted for, they barely owed over 1,000 yuan. Previously, Liu Ruhui's life was already on the brink of collapse due to that debt. But now, despite Liu Lin seemingly undergoing a monumental transformation, his audacity had also taken a dramatic leap. Buying 1 million worth of goods, especially something as trivial as paper, was sheer madness. Just moments ago, Liu Ruhui felt a surge of joy that brought her to tears. Now, all she could think of was crying. Liu Lin. Although I support whatever you do, you cannot recklessly pursue every venture. A sum of this magnitude, where will we ever find it? Even if we starve ourselves. I doubt we could ever earn that much. Observing Liu Ruhui on the verge of tears, Liu Lin hurriedly reassured her. Ruhui, the cost price is 2 jiao per pack, while the market retail price is 7 jiao per pack. Use your little brain and calculate the potential profit. If we manage to sell all this stock, just imagine how much money we will have in hand. What SA 10,000 yuan household? Soon enough, you'll be a millionaire. Liu Ruhui's nose twitched. She was far from being as optimistic as Liu Lin. If it doesn't sell, we'll be million-dollar debtors instead. Liu Lin nearly chuckled. His wife's thought process was quite amusing. Therefore, to avoid being in debt, you must work hard alongside me. How can we work hard? Selling such items is mortifying. Liu Ruhui covered her face, unable to fathom how Liu Lin could even consider such a thing. Had she been by his side back then, she would have resolutely opposed him acquiring so many of these products. Liu Lin refrained from further persuasion. Let the advertisement handle that. Give it a try, and you'll see its merits. The conversation grew increasingly embarrassing, and Liu Ruhui turned to flee, finding it too shameful to discuss such matters with a man. That evening, Liu Ruhui prepared dinner, and the family of Liu Lin, along with De Min and Xiao Jun, gathered to share a meal in their modest abode. After a hearty meal, leaving the goods in the care of the two men, Liu Lin took his wife and child back to their apartment building. Upon arriving home, I noticed a throng of people gathered beneath the great tree. The current weather, unlike the sweltering heat of summer, naturally attracted fewer individuals seeking respite from the heat. With the temperature now cooling, it was unusual to see such a crowd. Liu Ruhui felt quite puzzled by the unexpected assembly. What could have brought out so many people? Yet, who could say? Liu Lin, disinterested in the commotion, simply wished to return home with his wife and child, relishing their intimate family world. After a long day, he also felt quite fatigued. Suddenly, the wife of Su Daqing emerged from somewhere, blocking Liu Lin and his family like a thief, and pulled Liu Ruhui aside into the shadows. Sister Daqing, what are you doing? Liu Ruhui inquired. Daqing's wife glanced at Liu Lin, sensing something was amiss. But the darkness hindered her vision, so she dismissed it. Liu Ruhui, you should quickly take your child and husband and find a place to hide. Hide? Why must we hide? Liu Ruhui asked, perplexed. What else could it be? It's your husband who has stirred up this trouble, Daqing's wife replied, casting a disparaging look at Liu Lin, indifferent to his presence. Liu Ruhui glanced at Liu Lin, anxious that he might take offense at her words. Sister Daqing, please don't say that. My husband has changed. What difference does it make whether he has or hasn't? The enemies are already at your doorstep. If you don't take cover, you'll soon face dire consequences. Daqing's wife shot another disdainful glance at Liu Lin. She had always looked down on him. His past abusive behavior towards his wife and child had been no secret to her. Being a woman herself, she felt sympathy for Liu Ruhui. However, it was ultimately someone else's domestic affair, and she didn't wish to pry too much, knowing it would be futile. Yet, the alarming scene outside compelled her to warn Liu Ruhui, not wanting to see her plight worsen. If it weren't for her pity towards Liu Ruhui, she might have wished for Liu Lin to be beaten to death, thereby freeing Liu Ruhui from his shadow. Observing Daqing's wife's demeanor, Liu Ruhui grew anxious. Clutching Liu Lin's arm, let us heed Sister Daqing's advice. We should head back to the bungalow for now. Earlier that day, witnessing Xiao Jun and those men in a brawl had frightened her greatly. Their violent altercations were truly terrifying, striking with lethal intent. Fortunately, Xiao Jun was skilled in combat. But Liu Lin, on the other hand, lacked such abilities. Liu Lin, unfazed, inquired of Daqing's wife, do you know who has come? Daqing's wife thought to herself how Liu Lin still had the presence of mind to ask such a question. What sort of people had arrived that he could possibly handle? Would it not only lead to a beating for him? I heard it's the little brother of that hefty woman, just released from prison. Though I'm not privy to the reasons for his incarceration, one must assume that anyone who ends up in prison is not to be trifled with. Previously, you were so bold as to confront that hefty woman, and now she, in a frenzy, claims that you've sabotaged her job at the bun shop. Thus, her brother has come looking for trouble. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruhui became increasingly anxious. Liu Lin, you should quickly find a place to hide. A wise man avoids immediate danger. Liu Lin gently patted Liu Ruhui's hand, reassuring her, what is meant to be will be. If misfortune is destined, it cannot be evaded. I refuse to believe he dares to harm me. Daqing's wife snorted derisively. Even at this moment, You still feign bravery. Know that if you act this way, I won't intervene on your behalf. Go ahead and pretend. You deserve whatever comes your way." After finishing her words, De Qing's wife swiftly departed, not wishing to have her kindness go unappreciated, fearing that the large, imposing woman would cause her trouble in the future. Liu Lin turned to Liu Ruhui and said, "Do not fret. Everything will be fine. I will go take a look." "Liu Lin, please just listen and hide," she urged. "I have no intention of hiding." Liu Lin was determined not to be bullied by such a formidable woman. Liu Ruhui watched as Liu Lin walked towards the tree, stamping her foot in frustration. Meow Meow looked up with concern in her eyes. "Mom, do you think Dad will be all right?" Chapter 61. A difficult predicament. The crowd beneath the large tree continued to swell, particularly when it became known that they were awaiting Liu Lin's arrival to witness the impending drama. Liu Lin had yet to return, prompting speculation that he might have fled upon hearing some ominous premonition. Yet, who could ascertain such a thing? It had been quite some time since anyone had laid eyes on him. Whispers circulated that someone had spotted him returning last night, dressed in a manner that was quite unlike his usual self. Upon hearing this, a group of onlookers stifled their laughter. How could anyone believe such tales? Was he not always well-dressed? In reality, he was merely maintaining appearances, relying entirely on his wife's labor to sustain their household. Indeed, without his wife toiling away, he would have surely perished from starvation long ago. A sharp voice broke through the chatter, belonging to a rather portly woman in the crowd. "What do you mean by saying his wife works hard? She is merely out there seducing men. If lying around were true labor, she would have already turned bitter." Laughter erupted among the gathered spectators. "See she, when Liu Lin returns, you must give him a proper lesson," she continued. "Have you seen how he has treated me? He truly believes our family is defenseless. Is it merely because you find my third brother to be too mild-mannered?" See she, the woman's younger brother-in-law, leaned against his leg, hands on his hips, his demeanor brimming with bravado. "Sister-in-law, worry not. Anyone who dares to bully you and my brother shall face my wrath. I will break their arms and legs and use them for firewood." The woman chuckled. "See she, you are quite the character. If only your brother possessed your courage, I wouldn't he be subjected to that tyrant's bullying." See she glanced at the crowd, proudly gesturing towards his sister-in-law. "Listen up, everyone. This is my sister-in-law, my dear sister-in-law. Should anyone dare to bully her again, it will be as if they have declared war on me. See she, if you doubt my words, just wait and see what becomes of Liu Lin. That shall be your fate as well." Bah. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that the individual emerging from within was indeed formidable. Liu Lin was surely in for a rough time. With such a tenacious woman and her audacious brother-in-law in the mix, he would have to tread carefully henceforth. Suddenly, a series of crisp claps echoed from the back of the crowd, drawing attention to the speaker, whose eloquence was commendable. The onlookers quickly turned, parting to grant passage to the bold voice. Someone more formidable than Li Si she had arrived, and the spectacle promised to be even more entertaining. Li Si she, brimming with indignation, demanded, "Who dares to disrespect me? Step forward, and I will show you the true meaning of suffering." The crowd instinctively took a step back, fearing that Li Si she's wrath might spill over and drench them in blood. As the crowd turned to see the newcomer, they beheld a sharply dressed figure. Who could it be? "Is that Liu Lin?" They murmured in disbelief. Could it truly be him? Surely, we are not seeing things. Is Liu Lin truly so handsome? Indeed, it is he. The moment he dons that suit, he appears exceptionally dashing. Some gaze upon him with admiration, while others are consumed by envy. At present, he looks remarkably spirited, but soon he may find himself in a most awkward predicament. Just you wait. Li Si has just emerged from within, quite fierce indeed. As Li Si observes the figure approaching from the crowd, he muses to himself how remarkably vibrant this individual appears, dressed so splendidly. Could he possibly be a person of power and influence? He glances down at his own attire, a collection of worn garments that his sister-in-law procured for him from his brother, a tad ill-fitting. He dares not act recklessly, yet he cannot allow himself to lose face in front of so many. His previous disdainful demeanor has softened. "Who are you?" "I am merely a foe." "What concern is it of yours?" The rather stout woman took a moment to recognize the person before her, finally confirming that it indeed was Liu Lin. In a hurry, she called out to Li Si, "It's him. He is Liu Lin, the one who disrupted my employment, causing both you and your third brother to miss out on white steamed buns." Li Si, taken aback, had not anticipated that the Liu Lin described by his sister-in-law, the one who engaged in all manner of vice, would turn out to be such a spirited young man. He hardly resembled someone burdened by insurmountable debt, someone unable to afford meat. However, having already issued harsh words. He could not simply let the man who had wronged his sister-in-law escape unscathed. Stepping forward, he declared, "You are Liu Lin." Liu Lin, maintaining his formidable presence, replied, "Indeed. I am. Are you the one who struck my sister-in-law?" Liu Lin, uninterested in answering his inquiries one by one, retorted, "Not only did I strike her, but I also had the owner of the bun shop dismiss her. Any further questions?" The stout woman trembled with rage, her finger trembling as she pointed at Liu Lin. "Ah, it is indeed you. How could you be so wicked? Return my job." As she spoke, she lunged toward Liu Lin, fueled by her desperation from losing her source of sustenance. Smack! The stout woman froze, hands covering her face, unable to believe Liu Lin had the audacity to strike her. She had never envisioned that her recently released uncle would stand beside her, and Liu Lin would dare to be so brazen. "I warned you. If you insult my wife again, for each word you utter, I shall strike you anew." The stout woman paused for a brief moment, then let out a piercing scream. Cixi, Li Cixi, incensed, could not believe someone would dare strike his sister-in-law in his presence. Was this not an outright disregard for him? "Liu, you have gone too far. Do you truly think my time in prison was insignificant? I once left someone incapacitated, and today, I shall do the same to you." As he spoke, Li Cixi retrieved a spring-loaded knife from his waistband, brandishing it menacingly before Liu Lin's face. Liu Lin regarded this display with mild amusement. It was somewhat intriguing. "If you kneel and bow your head now, I might spare your life. And if I refuse, then you shall experience the brutal taste of steel entering flesh." Liu Lin chuckled, for he truly did not believe that Li Cixi, freshly released from prison, possessed the audacity to follow through on such a threat. He unfastened the buttons of his suit, revealing a crisp white shirt beneath, and pointed to his abdomen. "Come on, give it your all, stab here. I won't die from this. At worst, you'll spend a few more years in prison." He then gestured towards his chest. "But here, I will certainly perish. And you'll just end up taking a bullet or two. So come on." Li Cixi's hands trembled. The experience of prison was far from pleasant. He had only just managed to see the light of day again and had no desire to return, even if it meant death. Initially, he had merely intended to intimidate Liu Lin, to teach him a lesson so that he would avoid him and his sister-in-law in the future. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering someone so fearless, leaving him in a predicament. Liu Lin chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you afraid now?" Chapter 62. A surfeit of twists. Li Cixi was genuinely daunted, primarily because he wished to avoid incarceration once more. However, his pride was at stake. If he did not act soon, it would shatter into countless pieces. In a moment of desperation, he tucked away the spring knife he had been brandishing at his waist. The stout woman was taken aback. What was he doing? Liu Lin chuckled. "What is this? No longer attempting to stab me?" Li Cixi scoffed. "Why use a cleaver to slaughter a pig when my fist will suffice for you?" As he spoke, he assumed a fighting stance. "Are you frightened?" Liu Lin mused, relishing the unfolding drama. Witnessing it live was far more exhilarating than any television spectacle. "Have you heard the saying?" Li Cixi, eyes narrowed in suspicion, replied, "What saying?" "Villains perish due to their verbosity." "What do you mean?" Liu Lin glanced at Li Cixi as if he were a simpleton, implying he should hasten his actions. "Can't you see everyone is growing impatient?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd, louder than the buzz of mosquitoes. Could he be just a showpiece? One voice questioned. "What certainty is there? Consider Li Sanxiang. He was a coward, just like them. How formidable could he truly be?" That was a fair point. Li Cixi had initially hoped to leverage his past incarceration to instill fear in others. Yet, upon his release, he found himself in this predicament. And Liu Lin was not adhering to the expected script. Moreover, he wondered why the reinforcements he had summoned had yet to arrive. Why were these people so unreliable? They had promised him support, after all. Li Cixi could no longer contain himself. He rolled up his sleeves and swung a fist at Liu Lin. Having worked on a farm before his imprisonment, he possessed considerable strength. He believed that one solid punch would certainly knock Liu Lin down. However, he suddenly felt his fist halted by an unseen force. Straining harder, he realized his arm had become immobile. A similarly tall and handsome man had appeared before him. "Who the hell are you?" "Mind your own business." Liu Lin observed the imposing figure blocking his path, momentarily feeling akin to a heroine in a romance novel. Always saved by a dashing hero. Clearing his throat, he dismissed the notion as absurd. With a light chuckle, Liu Lin remarked, "I told you. Villains perish due to their verbosity. I had already encouraged you to make your move. Now, it seems the opportunity has slipped away." The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment. What was transpiring? Was there yet another twist in the tale? Why was today's spectacle so captivating? Li Xixi's face reddened. He had anticipated a display of dominance, yet he found himself utterly humiliated. In a bid to salvage his pride, unable to move his arms, he decided to retaliate with a kick. Clang! Just as Li Xixi lifted his leg, Xiao Jun tripped him, sending him sprawling to the ground, grimacing in pain. Pointing at Xiao Jun, Li Xixi exclaimed, "You don't need to be so arrogant. If you have the guts, don't leave. My brothers will arrive shortly. You'll regret this." The stout woman rushed to assist Li Xixi. "Liu Lin, do not take advantage of him. Wait until my uncle's friend arrives. Then it will be too late for you to regret." Did everyone hear that? Is there a twist in this affair? It stands to reason. How could someone with a criminal past be so inept? In these times, individual victories are inconsequential. Strength lies in numbers. Let us continue to wait. A splendid show is about to unfold. Make way, make way. Who dares to bully the family of my brother Ciji? Are you tired of living? Step aside. What are you staring at? Which ruffian dares to show their face? A noisy crowd approached from behind, and those who feared being caught in the fray hastily made way. A spectacle is imminent. Liu Lin is truly in for a misfortune. Upon seeing the crowd, Liu Lin smiled. What a coincidence. The world is indeed small. Upon hearing the arrival of people, Li Ciji sprang up in delight. This is the scoundrel who not only bullied my family, but also looked down upon us brothers. Li Ciji pointed at Liu Lin and rushed toward the approaching group. Who? Which one? Li Ciji, aggrieved, exclaimed him. Liu Lin, fearing that the crowd might not recognize him, stepped into the light, declaring, "It is I." Just as the newcomers were about to assert their dominance, they froze upon seeing Liu Lin. A sharp intake of breath followed when they recognized Xiao Jun, whose fingers were cracking ominously. The group was none other than those who had sought trouble with Xiao Jun at noon. The bruises from that encounter had yet to heal, and the pain was still fresh in their memories. Isn't that Brother Lin and Secretary Bro? Haha, truly, the flood has swept through the Dragon King Temple. Liu Lin stepped forward, inquiring, "I heard you were here to settle scores with me? How could we dare? We wouldn't dream of it." When they left at noon, they had all gone home to inform their families to prepare for the fabric delivery. If they offended Liu Lin, they would be left with nothing but losses. "Brother Lin, Secretary Bro, it must be a misunderstanding. We certainly wouldn't dare to provoke you. Rest assured, we will not assist in any trouble." Li Ciji was taken aback. How did they turn the tables? What was the actual situation? The crowd, eager to witness the chaos, was also bewildered. How many twists were there? Why was today's commotion so hard to comprehend? No, Brother Chi, he sabotaged my sister-in-law's job and even resorted to violence against me. Isn't that embarrassing our brotherhood? How can we let this slide? The individual known as Brother Chi firmly slapped Li Ciji on the back of the head. "You should keep quiet. You almost caused me to offend Brother Lin. When we return, I will make sure you regret it." Li Ciji, feeling wronged, wondered what had transpired during his absence. Brother Lin? Since when did such a figure emerge? The small-time thug named Chi spoke to Liu Lin with unexpected politeness. "Brother Lin, it is all a misunderstanding. Please do not take it to heart. When we return, we will surely teach him a lesson." Liu Lin raised an eyebrow. What was there to wait for? Whom were they going to discipline upon their return? Upon hearing this, Chi immediately understood the implication behind Liu Lin's words. As soon as the words left his lips, he raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Li Xixi's face. "You rascal, take a moment to reflect. If you have no desire to live a good life, do not drag your brothers down with you. I see you must have lost your wits in prison, forgetting your own worth. Brother Chi, why are you hitting me? I'm not just hitting you. I might even kick you as well." In this fray, the group showed no distinction between friends and foes, their blows landing with indifference. Li Cixi was left on the ground, howling in pain. The stout woman was immediately terrified and cried out, "Stop it, please stop." Li Sanxiang emerged from the crowd, suddenly throwing himself in front of Liu Lin. With a thud, he knelt down. "It is my failure to manage my wife and brother. We were in the wrong. We promised not to trouble you again. I implore you, spare them this time." Liu Lin, not wishing to shorten his own lifespan, recognized that his intention was merely to deliver a warning to everyone present. Anyone who dared to bully him or his family in the future would need to think twice. Just as he was about to relent, a voice pierced the air, shouting, "Run for your lives." Chapter 63. What a clever little rascal. I may not fully comprehend the nature of the incident that transpired. Yet a portion of the onlookers instinctively took a few steps back. Some, amidst their flight, suddenly regained their wits, questioning their necessity to run. Upon glancing over their shoulders, they were startled to find uniformed officers alongside personnel from the security department of the steel mill. Even those who had committed no transgression could feel a twinge of guilt upon encountering such figures. Liu Lin furrowed his brow. In these times, it seems unlikely that any bystander would willingly spend a few coins to call the authorities. The arrival of these individuals felt rather too timely, almost suspiciously swift. What were they up to? Out at this late hour, disturbing the peace, were they? One officer let out a sound of surprise. Liu Lin recognized him, if memory serves. He was Wang Yang's elder brother, Wang Miao. Could it be that Wang Yang had heard of the situation and sought his brother's assistance? Unthinkable. Liu Lin swiftly dismissed that notion, for Wang Yang was not known for his benevolence. While Ma Xiaoquan and his associates were merely opportunists, Wang Yang was undeniably sinister. The ruffians, upon noticing the arrival of the officers, had already ceased their hostilities. Only Li Cixi remained on the ground, unable to rise for the moment. The stout woman, upon seeing the officers and security personnel, instantly perked up. "Officers," she exclaimed, "you have arrived just in time. Please apprehend the villains. My uncle is on the verge of being beaten to death." Li Sanxiang, witnessing the woman's folly, was anxious to intervene but found himself too late. He could only watch helplessly as she rushed forward, stamping her feet and lamenting. "This foolish woman, why could she not allow me a few days of peace?" Wang Miao approached Li Cixi, bending down to scrutinize him. "Who assaulted you?" Li Cixi glanced towards Qidong and his gang but hesitated to identify them. In such matters, even if he were to point them out, they would only spend a day or two in detention before emerging, undoubtedly seeking retribution. In that case, his future would be far from secure. Moreover, as an individual with a criminal record, he would struggle to find legitimate employment and would have no choice but to continue associating with them for survival. Turning his gaze towards Liu Lin, anger surged within him. If it weren't for Liu Lin, he wouldn't have found himself in such a humiliating predicament. Perhaps he was still unaccustomed to Liu Lin's presence on the streets. Or perhaps the beating had left him dazed, as he could no longer recall the reason behind his assault. All he remembered was that the current state of his misery was attributable to Liu Lin, and he yearned for vengeance. Raising his injured arm, he pointed accusingly at Liu Lin. "It was him. He is the one who did this to me." Qidong's gang nearly lost their composure, itching to retaliate against him. Li Cixi was intent on dragging them into his own misfortune. Wang Miao looked up at Liu Lin, his sharp eyes narrowing. He had encountered Liu Lin on several occasions before. His younger brother Wang Yang often recounted tales of Liu Lin in a manner akin to telling stories of a fool, painting him as a vividly foolish character. Yet today, as he observed Liu Lin, despite his physique and appearance remaining reminiscent of the Liu Lin he had once seen, at this moment, Liu Lin exuded a radiance in his gaze and an aura around him that was incomparable to his former self, resembling an entirely different individual. This sensation was deeply unsettling to Wang Miao. Approaching Liu Lin, he inquired, "Did you strike him?" Liu Lin retorted, "Comrade officer, if evidence proves my innocence, would it not constitute a crime to falsely accuse?" Wang Yang fumed. "It is either true or false. Why all this unnecessary chatter?" As Liu Lin and Wang Miao locked eyes, they appeared calm, yet beneath the surface, a tempest brewed. Previously, Liu Lin had hoped to leverage Wang Miao's uniform to his advantage, but now that notion had completely vanished. Their relationship was one of mutual disdain. "Is your silence due to a lack of understanding of the legal statutes? If so, I can enlighten you," Liu Lin suggested. Since graduating, Wang Miao had been with the department for 2 years, and during that time, even the most unruly individuals treated him with respect, seeking to ingratiate themselves. Yet, Liu Lin was an anomaly in Linggao County, a presence that had never been seen before. Today, he dared to challenge Wang Miao, as if he believed there were no repercussions. "Since you refuse to engage in a civil discussion, I shall escort you to the station for clarification," Wang Miao declared, producing handcuffs to restrain Liu Lin. However, Xiaojun interposed himself in front of Liu Lin, questioning, "Are you really going to arrest someone without clarity on the situation? Is this how you conduct yourself as an officer? Is this the training you received from your school or the military?" Wang Miao's anger surged. How dare they question him? "I am the officer here, and I dictate the course of action. Both of you are coming with me," he asserted. "Wang, why are you so irate today?" asked Section Chief Xing, causing Wang Miao to furrow his brow. Liu Lin glanced toward the approaching figure known as Black Tiger, silently noting the day's assembly of characters. As Black Tiger approached, he cast a casual glance at Liu Lin and Xiaojun before grabbing a bystander nearby. Did this Liu Lin strike anyone? The man, upon realizing he was in the presence of Black Tiger, trembled in fear. Though Black Tiger was the head of security at the steel factory, his authority extended far beyond that of mere gatekeepers. Within the factory, their security team operated like a small police station, handling any violations, thefts, or disturbances. They even intervened in matters of public safety surrounding the factory due to the large number of employees and their families, which fostered greater apprehension toward Black Tiger. The bystander, not daring to lie in front of Black Tiger, quickly shook his head, affirming, "No, you did not strike anyone." Wang Miao's expression darkened. Black Tiger released the first bystander and casually pulled another into the fray. Did this Liu Lin strike anyone? With the prior witness setting a precedent. This second individual vigorously shook his head, confirming he did not strike anyone. The Black Tiger casually pointed at an individual, before a question could even be posed. That person vehemently shook his head and waved his hands, insisting that he had not intervened. The Black Tiger turned his gaze towards Wang Miao, whose countenance reflected profound distress. "Captain Xing, your reach appears to be rather excessive. If I am not mistaken, this matter does not fall within your jurisdiction." The Black Tiger offered a semblance of a smile, adding, "Aside from extending a greeting, I believe I have not impeded your official duties, have I?" Wang Miao gritted his teeth and, emulating the Black Tiger, pointed at another individual, questioning, if it wasn't him, then who could it be? The person indicated trembled in fear. Not of Wang Miao, but out of trepidation of revealing the true culprits. In a moment of quick thinking, he exclaimed, "I just arrived. I have seen nothing." Upon uttering this, he exhaled deeply, thinking to himself, "What a clever little rascal I am." Chapter 64, Landing may take root. Wang Miao was on the verge of losing his composure. Each inquiry yielded the same response. "I just arrived. I have seen nothing." The Black Tiger turned and slowly approached Li Cixi, who lay on the ground, propped up by his arms. Upon seeing the Black Tiger, Li Cixi trembled uncontrollably. His lies had been exposed. If he did not confess honestly, he would be subjected to the same treatment he had once inflicted on others. The thought of reliving past traumas brought tears to his eyes. He was acutely aware that the Black Tiger was present, and he dared not falsely accuse anyone. However, a furtive glance at Qi Dong and his associates rendered him equally intimidated. Resolutely, he bit his lip and declared to himself that no one had harmed him. It was merely an accident of his own making, unrelated to anyone else. The Black Tiger inquired, "You are not lying this time, are you?" Li Cixi eagerly nodded in affirmation, insisting that he was indeed telling the truth this time. Wang Miao could no longer contain his fury. He swiftly approached and delivered a kick to Li Cixi's calf. "Are you mocking me? With those injuries, how could you possibly have fallen?" he warned. "If you do not confess, I will charge you with disturbing the peace." Though a brief detention was less severe than imprisonment, Li Cixi found solace in the thought that it was preferable to facing Qi Dong's vengeance. He gritted his teeth and stubbornly refused to admit the truth. "Officer, while it may seem implausible, I truly fell by myself. There is nothing I can do if you do not believe me." "But why did you claim Liu Lin was responsible?" Li Cixi glanced at Liu Lin, now more lucid than before, contemplating the possibility of extorting some medical expenses due to Liu Lin's better attire. Wang Miao felt his frustration boiling over. Reluctantly, he summoned the 3 witnesses that the Black Tiger had previously gathered. "You 3 witnessed the incident, did you not? Tell me, how did he sustain those injuries?" Even these individuals, despite their simplicity, would not dare implicate Qi Dong. The consensus remained, it was indeed an accident of his own making. "Yes, we saw it. He fell by himself." At that moment, Wang Miao felt like a jester, being toyed with by those he was trying to interrogate. Yet, despite being an officer, he could not apprehend individuals under such circumstances. Even if his dignity were at stake, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. He gestured towards Li Cixi and then towards Liu Lin, warning them both to behave themselves, lest he have to deal with them in the future. With a gloomy expression, he turned and hastily departed. The Black Tiger glanced back at the security personnel who had accompanied him, saying, "It is all settled. You may return." He then looked at Qi Dong and his group, adding, "Why are you still here? Do you expect me to invite you to the security office for the new year?" Qi Dong, a mere ruffian, dared not offend the Black Tiger and quickly turned to his associates. "Let us leave at once. From now on, let us avoid such spectacles. Do you understand? It is best to stay away. It is easy to get caught up in trouble." Thankfully, Chief Xing is astute. The Black Tiger cast a glance at the onlookers, prompting them to disperse hastily. "Quickly depart. Had I not reacted swiftly, we might have offended someone." "Who exactly is Liu Lin?" "I cannot comprehend." "Neither can I, but in any case, it is best not to provoke him further. His connections seem extensive." Casting one last glance at the sobbing, silent plump woman, "I wonder how she will flaunt herself now that she has been dealt with again." Amidst a murmur of discussions, the crowd gradually dispersed. Liu Lin and the Black Tiger exchanged glances. Liu Lin offered a faint smile to the Black Tiger, who responded with a subtle nod. devoid of any particular expression. As he turned to leave, his gaze inadvertently lingered on Xiaojun. This individual seemed unfamiliar. Perhaps he is not a local? Xiaojun met the Black Tiger's scrutinizing gaze, which might take root upon landing. The Black Tiger nodded, advising against provoking trouble recklessly, before turning away and truly departing. Once the crowd had cleared, Miao Miao broke free from Liu Ruhui's constraints and rushed over. Daddy, are you all right? Liu Lin embraced the rushing Miao Miao, her small hands cupping his face. Daddy is fine. Daddy is so brave. Liu Lin kissed Miao Miao's cheek and glanced toward Liu Ruhui, asking, Did you bring Xiaojun here? Liu Ruhui, with a look of concern, replied, Xiaojun is skilled. I feared you might be at a disadvantage. Liu Lin smiled at Xiaojun. I always need your assistance. Xiaojun did not look at Liu Lin but instead grinned at Miao Miao, playfully pinching her small nose. A little mischief is acceptable, but do not cause any significant trouble. Miao Miao giggled. Uncle is the strongest. Even the bad guys are afraid of him. Xiaojun continued to smile. How do you know I am not a bad person? Because Uncle saved Mommy and Daddy. What if your daddy is also a bad person? Miao Miao pouted, feeling a bit aggrieved. You and Daddy are not bad people. Fearing he might make the child cry, Xiaojun stood upright, sighed, and waved goodbye to Liu Lin. Be cautious of that officer. Keep an eye out. Liu Lin watched Xiaojun's silhouette fade into the night. Liu Ruhui took Miao Miao in her arms. Xiaojun is quite a decent fellow. Let us go home and rest. Tomorrow will be busy. The next morning, Liu Ruhui rose early, stating she was going to the square to prepare breakfast so that Xiaojun and Demin could enjoy a warm meal. Liu Lin, along with the child, accompanied her. Before they even entered the courtyard, they noticed that the old fence had been completely dismantled. A dozen or so bricklayers, under the direction of Song Jinbao, began constructing the courtyard wall. Upon witnessing this scene, Liu Ruhui hurried to prepare breakfast. Realizing she would need to make enough for quite a crowd, Song Jinbao approached Liu Lin. Brother Lin, regarding this courtyard wall, I've gathered a dozen people to work. I estimate it will be completed by tomorrow. Then you can specify how we should construct the shed. Acquire additional tarpaulins to cover half of the yard, as we will inevitably need to store some goods outside without a fixed warehouse. Excellent. You were wise to consult me on this matter. I assure you, I can manage it far better than anyone else. By the way, please visit the copy shop to print several large advertisements, announcing that we will be hosting an open-air television viewing area, free of charge from 6 to 9 every evening. As for the timing, please gauge when the television can be set up and open accordingly. Song Jinbao displayed reluctance, saying, Lin Gu, such an impressive television, such an expensive item. Are you truly willing to let others watch it for free? Once this advertisement goes up, won't our yard be overrun? Chapter 65. My pride. Liu Lin instructed, therefore, ensure that these workers fortify our wall sturdily and raise it higher. Additionally, we can embed shards of glass at the top and install barbed wire. This will enhance security and reduce the risk of theft. As for the main gate, it should be wide enough to accommodate large vehicles in the future. Song Jinbao nodded vigorously, then called out to the dozen or so bricklayers. Did you all hear what Mr. Lin just said? Some nodded, while others seemed oblivious. Without concern, Song Jinbao shouted with confidence. You are to complete the work according to Mr. Lin's specifications. If you succeed, rewards await you. However, failure will yield no compensation. As for Song Jinbao's management style, whether it was commendable or not, Liu Lin remained indifferent. As long as tasks were executed effectively, the minutiae were of little consequence. By the way, have you arranged for the installation of the landline? Upon mentioning this, Song Jinbao felt a pang of trepidation. Brother Lin, I inquired about it. It is indeed feasible, but they demand an installation fee that is outrageous. To think that a mere minute of conversation could cost so much. The initial fee is even more shocking. How much? Liu Lin prompted. They quoted 1,800. Song Jinbao shuddered at the thought as he recalled the staff's words. Even now, he found the figure unacceptable. It represented 9 months' worth of his wages. Have Xiaojun dispersed the funds promptly? Seeing Liu Lin's unblinking gaze, Song Jinbao felt a twinge of pain for him. After all, their circumstances had shifted, and he needed to be frugal on Liu Lin's behalf to ensure there would be funds available for future salaries. Brother Lin, that is 1,800. Just think of how many calls one could make from a payphone with that amount. Human energy is finite, and we have numerous tasks ahead. We cannot afford to squander time on errands. Go ahead. In the future, should anyone need to call while away, they will be able to reach us promptly. Song Jinbao thought to himself that running errands should not cost 1,800. Nevertheless, he concluded that since the boss insisted, It would also enhance his own standing when mentioned later. All right, I shall arrange it at once, and I assure you it will be sorted out in the coming days. Brother Lin, do you have any additional requests that I should handle concurrently? Additionally, what about the vehicles? Have arrangements been made on your father's end? Song Jinbao thumped his chest confidently. Brother Lin, rest assured, everything is arranged clearly. I just don't know how many vehicles you plan to utilize. Liu Lin glanced up at the sky. That will reveal itself come nightfall. Let everyone eat first. After dining, we shall resume our tasks. Liu Ruhui emerged from the kitchen, apron tied, beckoning everyone to the feast. A large table was set with bowls and chopsticks, rice, assorted pickle dishes, and a pot of steamed egg custard. Liu Ruhui felt a bit embarrassed for not preparing adequately. I'll come earlier tomorrow to steam some buns for you. The workers felt immensely satisfied. This is more than sufficient. At home, we seldom enjoy such meals. A few households indulged in the precious rice from the warehouse, savoring egg custard early in the morning. Manager Liu, Brother Jinbao, feel free to call us whenever work arises. We don't mind if the pay is modest, just this meal is enough to satisfy. Liu Ruhui smiled, her lips curving into a gentle smile. The sensation of being profoundly understood washed over her. There had been times when their home was so devoid of provisions that it was nearly impossible to prepare a meal. In an effort to support Liu Lin and their child, Liu Ruhui often went to bed hungry. Yet, in such a brief span, not only were they able to enjoy ample sustenance, but they could also ensure that many others were well fed. A wave of joy enveloped Liu Ruhui. Liu Lin, why don't we prepare all our meals here from now on? This way, Brother Xiao, Demin, and those who come to work can enjoy a warm meal. Liu Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, they should hire someone to cook. Liu Ruhui responded, why hire anyone? I can cook myself. It's not a difficult task. Do you think my cooking is subpar? The others, their mouths full, hastily denied it, exclaiming, no, no. The boss lady's culinary skills are 100 times better than my wife's. Liu Ruhui smiled at Liu Lin, silently conveying, see, everyone acknowledges my talent. Liu Lin chuckled, appreciating his industrious and dedicated wife. If he were to consider the women from his past, he doubted many would be willing to work as hard. Have you forgotten the task I entrusted to you? Which side is more, and which is less? Liu Ruhui slapped her forehead in realization, guilt washing over her as she remembered the pile of clothes and paper awaiting her sale. How could she waste time on cooking? Liu Lin reminded her. I noticed that Sister Deching spoke quite kindly to you yesterday. Does she have a job? Initially, Liu Ruhui had worried that Liu Lin might be upset by Deching's manner of speaking, but she was pleasantly surprised when he brought her up. It turned out her husband had a generous heart. A sense of pride swelled within Liu Ruhui. When asked why, the answer was simply pride. She had no steady employment, merely taking on odd jobs. Let her come and cook for us, 50 a month. 50? Liu Ruhui was taken aback, while she had a good rapport with Deching. The idea of earning 50 for just 3 meals seemed excessive. To put it in perspective, at the steel factory, she earned merely 50 a month from unloading coal. A laborious task few women could endure. If you're hesitant, just give what you can, Liu Lin said nonchalantly, unconcerned about the extra 10 or 20 a month. However, he was determined not to let his wife feel discontented. Let this be your decision, he concluded. Liu Ruhui quickly waved her hand. If it's 50, then it's 50. I don't mind. I just didn't expect it. Meanwhile, Song Jinbao, savoring his egg custard, remarked, my brother Lin is indeed generous. Anyone who works with him is surely blessed from their previous life. The mason beside him chimed in, unable to contain himself. Boss Liu, my wife can also cook. Let her have a chance to earn as well. Exactly. My wife can do it too, another added. Liu Lin reassured them, no need to compete. I will have plenty of work in the future. As long as you all put in effort, those closest to me will surely have the first opportunity. The group buzzed with excitement, urging one another to eat quickly so they could get back to work for Liu. Liu Ruhui, caught up in her joy, set down her bowl and chopsticks. I'll eat later. I'm off to find Sister Deching. She'll be so pleased to hear this. The crowd hastily devoured the food in their bowls, each person busily attending to their tasks. Some even took the initiative to help clear the tableware, washing the dishes with diligence. Xiao Jun stood beside Liu Lin, observing the flurry of activity around them. You certainly have a knack for managing people, he remarked. Liu Lin, however, remained unfazed, replying, it's merely a matter of wealth. There are many who possess greater riches, yet not all conduct themselves as you do. A faint smile graced Liu Lin's lips. He was well aware of the underlying truth. He understood the trends of the future and held confidence in his ability to amass capital. In this moment, he recognized that possessing social influence and connections was equally if not more, significant than mere monetary wealth. Xiaojun then took a step forward, declaring, I shall head out to find a shop. Liu Lin advised, first, procure 2 motorcycles. Chapter 66. Please think twice. Liu Lin surmised that Xiaojun had refrained from purchasing a motorcycle yesterday, likely due to reluctance to part with his money. With a smile, Liu shook his head. The individuals he had employed were remarkably frugal, even more so than himself. He beckoned to Song Jibao, who was overseeing the work. Jibao, come here. What is it, Brother Lin? What is the finest motorcycle available for purchase in our county? Song Jibao possessed a motorcycle. Though it was not one he had bought, it was a second-hand model acquired through a connection of his father from elsewhere. Nevertheless, it was enough to afford him considerable prestige within the county, making many envious, including Ma Xiaoquan, who had envied him for quite some time. In our county, it must be the Xingfu 125. As for imported models, there are hardly any buyers here, so we seldom see them. Then let us procure the Xingfu 125. Jinbao. Accompany Xiaojun and purchase 2 units. Song Jinbao's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Brother Lin, or should I say, President Liu. That is the Xingfu 125 we are talking about. One costs 800 yuan. 2 would total 600 yuan. Even if we have the funds, this is quite extravagant. Although Song Jinbao was uncertain of Liu Lin's current wealth, this felt excessively lavish. He genuinely feared waking up the next day to find Liu Lin had terminated their employment relationship due to a lack of funds for wages. Brother Lin, listen to me. If you truly wish to ride a motorcycle, you may borrow mine. However, purchasing one, you should reconsider. I believe a bicycle is quite sufficient. It is one of the 4 essentials. The cost of a motorcycle could buy several bicycles, don't you think? Song Jinbao attempted to persuade further. Liu Lin cast him a glance. He had never realized that Song Jinbao could sometimes appear rather endearing. I have already given this considerable thought. Now, off you go. Liu Lin thought to himself, wishing he could purchase a vehicle if finances permitted. Alas, funds were indeed insufficient, and vehicles in this era were quite expensive. Seeing that his pleas were in vain, Song Jinbao sighed. All right, I shall speak with the secretary. He turned to the dozen or so bricklayers and instructed. I am stepping out. Continue your work diligently, and do not slack off. Rest assured, Supervisor Song, responded the workers. Upon hearing them address him as supervisor, Song Jinbao immediately brightened. The title sounded quite pleasant to his ears. He glanced at Xiaojun, who shrugged. You saw it. I tried to advise him, but it was futile. Xiaojun glanced at Liu Lin, who should have been accustomed to such matters. Yet, this was indeed difficult to acclimate to. He knew better than anyone that his finances were rapidly dwindling, and it had been many days since any income had flowed in. Cui Damon, observing that everyone else was busy with their tasks, grew anxious. Brother Lin, what should I be doing? Should I return to the village to collect fabric? Liu Lin regarded the earnest Cui Damon and inquired, Damon, can you manage accounting? Cui Monsong, the deputy village head, had seen the village's account books. Although he had never operated them practically, he had some understanding. He nodded hesitantly, then shook his head. I have seen them, but I am uncertain if I could do it well. Turning back to purchase a ledger, henceforth, you shall be responsible for recording all accounts in our establishment. Should any uncertainties arise during this process, feel free to consult me. I shall gladly impart my knowledge whenever I am available. You instruct me? It is not that Cui Damon looks down upon Liu Lin. After all, he has completed middle school, while Liu Lin has only attended the 1st grade. Who among those acquainted with Liu Lin is unaware that he can barely recognize a few characters? How could he possibly teach him to keep accounts? It would be better for Liu Lin to navigate this on his own. Very well, I understand. Perhaps I shall procure the ledger now. Your expenditures have been considerable since your return these past days. Without proper records, you may soon forget them. Liu Lin nodded, saying, when you go, do stop by the copy shop to place an advertisement. Just mention that we are collecting scrap metal. Cui Damon looked puzzled. Brother Lin, why are we collecting scrap metal? It serves us no purpose. While it may not be useful to us, there are those who require it. Cui Damon's greatest virtue is his obedience and diligence. He did not question further, replying, very well, I shall go at once. Having clearly assigned all tasks, Liu Lin recalled something and called out to Cui Damon, who was about to ride off on his bicycle, acquire a tea set for me, and purchase some fine tea leaves as well. Cui Damon turned back to glance at Liu Lin, somewhat speechless. Regardless of wealth or significant changes, why could he not shake off this indulgent habit? Liu Lin leisurely settled down, observing the masons busily at work in the courtyard. A competent leader is not one who becomes ensnared in their own affairs, but rather one who can judiciously allocate personnel. thus allowing ample time to oversee the broader picture while socializing over tea with others. Daddy. Meow Meow's sweet, melodic voice chimed from behind. Liu Lin extended his arms to embrace Meow Meow, inquiring, "Do you wish to attend kindergarten?" Meow Meow tilted her head, but Mommy said kindergarten is too expensive. We cannot afford it. Liu Lin chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair. Father is now financially stable. Wherever you wish to go, I can afford to take you. Meow Meow's small arms wrapped around Liu Lin's neck, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. Daddy, I heard from the children downstairs that the factory kindergarten is particularly wonderful. It has slides and swings. I want to go there. The factory kindergarten is a special institution designated for the children of factory employees, with only the offspring of workers permitted to enroll. Furthermore, it is said that the kindergarten teachers hold specialized diplomas, possessing a higher level of education, thus imparting a wealth of knowledge to the children. The environment for meals and midday naps surpasses that of any other kindergarten in Lingayo County. If Liu Lin wishes to send Meow Meow to school, the factory kindergarten indeed represents the finest option. However, neither Liu Lin nor Liu Ruhui are factory employees. Even though Liu Ruhui once worked at the factory unloading coke, she merely substituted for someone else's name. Yet, since Meow Meow desires to attend, Liu Lin feels compelled to fulfill his child's wish. Gently brushing aside the stray hairs from Meow Meow's forehead, he said, "All right, we shall go to the factory kindergarten." Brother Lin. Li Xingwang peeked through the entrance, noticing Liu Lin seated in the courtyard before stepping inside. Is Xiwang here? Has Bugela arrived? Li Xiwang waved his hand dismissively. No, I am not here regarding the cloth trade. Then what brings you here? I came to discuss the dinner invitation you extended to my father yesterday. Oh. Liu Lin gently set Meow Meow down, stroking her little head, encouraging her to play for a while. When is Uncle Li available? Li Xiwang replied. My father said that since it is you who wishes to invite him for dinner, he will make time regardless of his busy schedule. So, how about this afternoon? This afternoon, Liu Lin was taken aback. Li Xiwang's father, Li Hongguang, was even more eager than he was. What exactly was at play here? When it comes to facing challenges, one must be prepared. He and Li Hongguang will inevitably meet one day. Very well then, let it be this afternoon. Li Xiwang smirked. Shall we still reserve a table at the Shuangxi restaurant? Chapter 67. A new steed. Liu Lin silently scoffed at the two gentlemen, thinking how they had the audacity to choose the most expensive restaurant for their meal, truly believing themselves to be of significance. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm facade. Deciding on the Double Happiness restaurant, Li Xingwang's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of satisfaction evident beneath the surface. His insistence on taking his father to the priciest establishment surely indicated that he had a favor to ask. Liu Lin, it appears the tables have turned. And it is now your turn to seek my assistance, Li Xingwang declared, raising his chin. Let us meet at noon, sharp. As Li Xingwang departed, Liu Lin's eyes narrowed as well. This Li Hongguang must be a cunning old fox. Negotiating his loan would likely prove to be no simple task. No sooner had Li Xingwang left than Liu Ruhui returned, hand in hand with the Qing's wife, both women beaming with delight. This is the place, the Qing's wife. From now on, you shall assist with the cooking here. You may decide how much to prepare based on the number of diners, though typically, there aren't many. The Qing's wife could hardly believe her good fortune. A mere night's sleep had seemingly brought her a windfall. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Liu Lin, and her previously joyous expression faded. Standing rigidly, with arms crossed, she addressed him with a frosty demeanor. I have heard from Ruhui that it was you who suggested hiring me. I appreciate the opportunity you have afforded me. However, regarding last night's incident, I stand by my words and will not apologize. I would rather die than bow down like Li Sanxiang. If you can still accept me under these terms, I will work diligently. If not, I shall take my leave at once. Liu Lin raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her unyielding spirit, which was indeed a rarity. With such a steadfast ally by Liu Ruhui's side, he felt a sense of reassurance. Individuals of her ilk are rarely swayed by monetary temptations or betray their friends. De Qing's wife paid little mind to whether Liu Lin's words were meant as praise or mockery. I may be in need of money and eager to earn, but if you expect me to engage in anything unethical, you can forget it. Liu Lin chuckled. You need not express such sentiments to me. Ultimately, whether you remain here and earn my patronage lies entirely in Ruhui's hands. As long as she is content, I have no objections. Hearing this, Liu Ruhui's face lit up with a blissful smile. De Qing's wife was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Liu Lin could utter such words. However, skepticism soon clouded her expression. Regardless of whether your intentions are genuine or feigned, If you truly treat your wife well, I shall regard you as a man of honor. Very well. You may continue your tasks. There is no need to prepare my lunch for me. Liu Ruhui inquired hastily. Are you going out for lunch? I have a lunch appointment with Li Hongguang to discuss a few matters. Having never heard of Li Hongguang, Liu Ruhui felt a twinge of concern for Liu Lin. Should we invite Brother Xiao to accompany you? He is quite capable, and I fear you may encounter trouble. It is merely a casual discussion. How much trouble could there be? They can't possibly be so idle as to fixate on me alone every day, Liu Lin replied, dismissing her worries. Liu Ruhui's thoughts turned to the faces of those individuals, filled with disdain. Indeed, they seemed to be those who, with full bellies and nothing to do, would only bring trouble. Liu Lin smiled and remarked that it was necessary for the proprietress to exert herself, striving to keep this group productively engaged, lest they pose a threat to society. Liu Ruhui pouted, expressing that she lacked the motivation to work hard for him and Miao Miao. She declared her intention to assist Da Qing's wife in the kitchen, urging him to be cautious. Suddenly, a resounding roar erupted outside, particularly striking in this sparsely populated county. Liu Lin grinned. Moments later, Song Jinbao's voice echoed in, Brother Lin, come out and see our new steeds. Liu Lin replied, I want to go out. Just ride them in. They are incredibly stylish, truly blindingly beautiful. Song Jinbao exclaimed, his earlier reluctance to spend money now replaced by exuberance. 2 motorcycles, one red and one blue, stood proudly in the courtyard. Especially striking was Xiaojun's bike, parked with an air of undeniable flair. Song Jinbao chattered on. I initially intended to buy identical ones for a uniform appearance, but I preferred red, while the secretary insisted on blue, resulting in this red and blue duo. Liu Lin cast a glance at the motorcycles, remaining seated yet quick in his gestures. Song Jinbao, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, indeed, having money makes everything easier. At that moment, a dozen masons paused their work to gather around, awed by the sight of the 2 new machines, a rarity on these roads. How much does one of those cost? They inquired. 3,800, Song Jinbao replied, puffing out his chest. The masons were left speechless, daunted by the price and hesitant to touch them for fear of causing damage. My goodness, with that much money, I'd have to forego food for 7 or 8 years to earn it, one mused. The wealthy truly are different. This is 2 motorcycles. Forget 7 or 8 years. It's a lifetime aspiration. Get back to work quickly. Otherwise, you want to just miss out on the bikes but might not even afford a meal, Song Jinbao warned. Elated, he then turned to Liu Lin, who remained unmoved. Brother Lin, want you come and experience them? Having been accustomed to finer vehicles, Liu Lin regarded these motorcycles with indifference. The one his family owned years ago far surpassed them in quality, while others saw novelty. He viewed them merely as tools to enhance efficiency. The blue one would be for Xiaojun, facilitating swift business without delays, while the red one was to be shared among their group, strictly for communal use, not personal. Should someone require it urgently, they must inform the supervisor and seek approval. Song Jinbao, uncertain, pointed to himself. Does this supervisor refer to me? Or are there others? His delight was palpable. The power felt immense. Liu Lin then advised him to compile these regulations into a formal management system. All right, Brother Lin, I will certainly do my best, Song Jinbao replied, filled with joy. The feeling of being trusted and valued invigorated him, fueling his ambition and vitality as if inexhaustible. Xiaojun approached and playfully nudged Song Jinbao aside, exclaiming that it was quite enough, teasing him about his evident delight. Song Jinbao, with a tone of feigned affection, called out for the secretary. Liu Lin shivered at the thought. Who wouldn't be displeased in such a situation? Brother Lin has placed immense trust in me, assigning me so many significant responsibilities. Xiaojun reminded Song Jinbao not to get lost in his joy. Had he forgotten the matter at hand? Startled, Song Jinbao slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Oh my goodness. You're right, Brother Lin. I have wonderful news to share, truly splendid news. Liu Lin, exasperated, urged him to speak quickly. Chapter 68. Let the guests decide. Song Jinbao eagerly interjected, Brother Lin, didn't you ask the secretary to find a store for sister-in-law? We've discovered a splendid location. Liu Ruhui, hearing the commotion from the kitchen, stepped outside to investigate. Before she could marvel at the 2 additional cars in the courtyard, she overheard Song Jinbao discussing the store matter. She hurried over, asking, Did you really find one? Where is it? Seeing Liu Ruhui's enthusiasm, Song Jinbao rushed to her side, exclaiming, It's right on the main street. You know it. It's the Friendship Store. The Friendship Store? Isn't that a state-run establishment? How could they possibly lease it to us? Liu Ruhui felt it was clearly an impossible proposition. To her, Song Jinbao's explanations seemed to amount to nothing. Sister-in-law, you mustn't be skeptical. It was once improbable, but now it has become a possibility. I've heard a new policy has been enacted from above, though I'm not entirely clear on the details. What I can confirm is that the friendship store is indeed leasing its premises. Liu Ruhui recognized the store's expansive space and its prime location, bustling with local residents and passers-by. If they could truly open a clothing store there, it would be nothing short of perfect. She mused that such a large area should still have room for selling some textiles. So, what are the rental terms? Song Jinbao glanced at Liu Lin and suddenly smiled, saying to Liu Ruhui, sister-in-law, regardless of the rental amount, with Brother Lin around, what is there to fear? He thought to himself, purchasing 2 motorcycles didn't make him bat an eye. The annual rent for such a vast store would hardly compare. I believe we should seize this opportunity swiftly. Firstly, not many people know about it. And secondly, they require a minimum 3-year lease to be paid in full upfront. Most people probably can't manage that. And how much is that? Liu Ruhui felt a wave of anxiety, fearing the rent might be exorbitant, placing financial strain on Liu Lin. Song Jinbao pursed his lips and slowly revealed a 5-character figure. 500? Sighing, Song Jinbao wished it were merely 500. However, the secretary had mentioned that price was not a concern. As long as there was money available, General Liu would certainly not hesitate. 5,000. Liu Ruhui gasped, 5,000. How is this any different from robbing a bank? Although she was quite enticed by the friendship store's prime location, the thought of committing to a 3-year lease at 5,000, all payable at once, felt overwhelmingly daunting. 5,000 was still an astronomical figure in her mind. Even though Liu Lin claimed to have secured 1 million worth of goods, she couldn't shake the feeling that he might be jesting. How could a pile of papers amount to such a sum? Reluctantly, despite her attachment to the friendship store, she said to Song Jinbao, perhaps you could trouble yourselves to look for other locations? Song Jinbao glanced at Liu Lin. He sensed that what they perceived as exorbitant might not faze Brother Lin, who might very well forget the actual amount in his pocket when feeling generous. Liu Lin casually instructed Song Jinbao to secure a contract spanning a minimum of 20 years, ideally longer, ensuring all terms were meticulously documented. 5,000 every 3 years. Paid triennially. Song Jinbao felt no surprise at Liu Lin's lavish rhetoric. He had anticipated such grandiloquence from his Brother Lin. Secretary, will you accompany me this time? Xiao Jun was reluctant to say much. There was little point in prolonging the discussion. If you don't want to go, will you cover the expenses? Let's proceed. If we're to act, let us not dawdle. Liu Ruhui felt a pang of concern. Liu Lin, have you considered this thoroughly? Linggao County is vast, surely. There are better locations. If there are better options, we can always rent those as well, she mused. Her lips trembled as she held back her words, ultimately culminating in a faint sigh. Forget it. I won't say more, lest Liu Lin take offense. Liu Lin's intentions were for the family's welfare. And even if he were to become a millionaire in debt, Liu Ruhui resolved to accept it. After all, what difference was there between owing 1,000 or 1,000,000? Both were insurmountable debts. At least she still possessed some goods. She could find a way to sell them, and once sold, her worries would dissipate. Liu Ruhui steeled herself. She could not afford to be pessimistic. If she were, life would feel like an endless abyss, impossible to navigate. Optimism was her only option. As Liu Lin glanced at the time, he noted that noon was approaching. I'm heading out. When Damon returns, please ask him to assist me in procuring a lounge chair. This one is uncomfortable. Liu Ruhui bit her lip, managing to utter a reluctant all right. Let him indulge. As long as he doesn't revert to his former self, I can overlook anything he buys. Earlier, Song Jinbao and Xiao Jun had departed on a blue Happiness 125. Liu Lin mounted his red vehicle and headed toward the Shuangxi restaurant, drawing glances from passers-by along the way. Not even when he had purchased his first convertible 3 decades ago had he garnered such attention. The transformation over the years was remarkable. Upon entering Shuangxi restaurant, Liu Lin was recognized by the staff due to his previous visits, where he had ordered with impressive generosity. They promptly approached him, inquiring whether he preferred a private room or a table in the hall. A private room, please. Liu Lin entered the designated area and instructed the attending server to alert him if a pair of avaricious-looking gentlemen entered, exuding an air of snobbery. The server, perplexed by the description, thought to herself that the customer's perspective was paramount. Understood. Please hold on. Liu Lin placed a casual order for 2 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, advising the server to begin preparing them. He anticipated a busy evening ahead as those collecting the fabric would soon return, leaving him little time to engage with the aforementioned gentleman. After half an hour, as the dishes were being served, Li Xingwang and his companion finally arrived. The server exchanged a knowing glance with Liu Lin, eager to convey that she had instantly recognized the duo based on his description. In the past, I used to think that this was not a description of one's appearance. However, it now appears that it is far more discernible than merely describing the shape of one's nose or eyes. Li Xingwang and his father showed no signs of embarrassment regarding their half-hour tardiness. Even when Liu Lin did not invite the two to take their seats, they nonchalantly sat down, as if it were their due right. Li Hongguang glanced at the 4 dishes and a soup on the table, furrowing his brow as though dissatisfied. Li Xingwang lamented, "Brother Lin, the other night you treated us to dinner, and you ordered a full 15 dishes. Don't you think today's offerings are a bit scant?" As he spoke, he picked up the menu, intending to ask Li Hongguang to order a few more dishes. Liu Lin scoffed. Thinking that a mere loan officer had come to view himself as a leader, he swiftly gave Li Xingwang a sidelong glance, suggesting it would be better to adhere to the host's wishes. Li Xingwang hesitated. In the past, Liu Lin had been someone they could easily manipulate. When had he acquired the habit of refusal? Reluctantly, he remarked, "Brother Lin, surely wealth does not breed stinginess, does it? After all, it was you who invited my father to dinner." Chapter 69. Driven to desperation, am I not treating you to a meal right now? Are you planning to settle the bill later? Liu Lin observed Li Xingwang's expression, relishing the discomfort on his face. Liu Hongguang, leveraging his identity as a loan officer, had indulged in numerous feasts without ever picking up the tab. Xingwang, let it go. Dining out is akin to human sentiment. The quantity of food served is directly proportional to the depth of one's relationships. Li Xingwang appeared to grasp the underlying sentiment. So, Lin Gu, you still harbor a grudge for not having initially engaged in business with you. He concluded with a derisive snort. If someone meticulously attempts to pigeonhole you into a narrow mindset, it merely reveals their own small-mindedness. It is unnecessary to engage with such individuals. Xingwang, your knack for nitpicking has certainly improved over the years. It seems that throughout our acquaintance, I have always been the one treating you to meals. And you have yet to invite me for even a single bun. Have you grown so accustomed to it that you take it for granted? If you are here today merely to stir trouble, you need not partake in this meal. I will simply pack it up for the dogs, who would likely wag their tails in gratitude. Li Xingwang was taken aback by Liu Lin's blatant disregard for his pride. He and his father had analyzed the situation at home, concluding that Liu Lin's invitation was undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. From their experience over the past 2 years, those who treated Li Hongguang to meals were invariably seeking loans from him. Now, Liu Lin was evidently making a concerted effort to gather funds. Settling the bill on the spot would require a substantial sum. Perhaps he found himself short on cash and was looking for a breakthrough through his father. Having expected Liu Lin to be obsequious, he was surprised by the refusal to even allow for extra dishes, coupled with subtle jabs. Was this truly a case of seeking assistance? Doubts began to creep into Li Xingwang's mind. He glanced at his father, who responded with a calming look. Li Hongguang, accustomed to indulgence, was well aware of the rarity of dining at the Double Happiness restaurant, renowned for its exquisite and delectable offerings. For the 3 of them, Liu Lin's order of 5 dishes was indeed quite generous. Even finishing such a substantial meal would prove challenging. Li Hongguang picked up his chopsticks, reasoning that since young Liu had invited him to dine, it was surely not intended to create an unpleasant atmosphere. Whatever was on his mind, it would be best to discuss it over the meal. He took a bite of the dish and requested Li Xingwang to pour him a glass of wine. After savoring a sip, he remarked on the delightful quality of the Double Happiness restaurant's wine. "Young Liu, what inspired you to treat us to dinner? I heard from Xingwang that you held a grudge against him for not participating in your prior dealings." Liu Lin scoffed. Indeed, the father and son shared a similar demeanor. His lack of participation and absence of profit were his own concerns, having no bearing on me. What grievances could I possibly hold? Li Hongguang was taken aback. Liu Lin's candidness left no room for retreat. He glanced at Li Xingwang, feeling a twinge of frustration. He had expected his son to possess the same acumen as himself. Yet he seemed unable to comprehend even the straightforward Liu Lin. Had he managed to capture Liu Lin, he would not have found himself discomforted by Liu's retorts. "So, is there a particular reason behind your invitation to dine with me?" "I merely wish to inquire about the current conditions for loans from the Agricultural Credit Cooperative." Li Hongguang exchanged a knowing glance with his son, conveying, "See, I was right." Li Xingwang surreptitiously gave his father a thumbs up, feeling a renewed sense of confidence. Li Hongguang, unhurried in his response, savored his food with gusto. Liu Lin observed quietly, and after Li Hongguang let out a satisfied burp, he pointed to himself with his thumb, signifying, "I am the condition." Liu Lin recalled his mother mentioning that initially, to promote rural economic development, the state had introduced interest-free or low-interest loans, often requiring merely a signature from a loan officer. However, he was uncertain whether this remained the case at present. Initially, he had intended to cultivate a rapport with Li Xinguang and leverage his father's connections for a loan. Yet now, having arrived at this juncture, Liu Lin had little hope for the duo and contemplated alternative avenues. Noticing Liu Lin's silence, Li Hongguang assumed he had not comprehended. As long as I nod, everything will be manageable. With a self-satisfied grin, he remarked, "You're treating me to dinner today? Are you hoping to secure a loan?" Liu Lin did not deny this. Recognizing that such matters need not be shrouded in secrecy, he indeed harbored intentions of borrowing. "How much do you intend to borrow?" "The more, the better," he replied. Li Hongguang scoffed, "Your appetite seems rather substantial." Still receiving no response from Liu Lin, Li Hongguang felt a sense of discomfort. "If you wish to borrow, why not speak up? Are you waiting for me to take the initiative?" He decided to remain silent, thinking, "Since you choose not to speak, I shall follow suit and see who grows anxious first." However, as the meal approached its conclusion, Liu Lin continued to remain taciturn, sharing only the occasional trivial conversation. Li Hongguang could no longer contain himself. If Liu Lin remained silent, his purpose would be thwarted. "If you truly wish to borrow a few thousand, it would merely require my word. Given your friendship with Xinguang, I would be inclined to assist you." Liu Lin tentatively inquired, "If Uncle Li were to assist me, how should I reciprocate?" At last, Li Hongguang exhaled a sigh of relief, smiling as he set down his chopsticks and rubbed his satisfied belly. "It's quite simple. I know you earn a fair profit from your fabric sales. I won't pry into your exact gains, but as long as you sell to us at 1 yuan, that would suffice." Liu Lin chuckled, thinking how shrewd Li Hongguang was, transforming 30 cents into 1 yuan, a truly audacious request. "A rise of 70 cents per meter of fabric?" Li Hongguang laughed dismissively. "I've heard you've been quite extravagant lately. If the profit margin weren't significant, you wouldn't be so generous. Am I wrong? Even so, if I give you 70 cents per meter, what then is the purpose of lending you several thousand? Is it merely to cover your fabric costs?" Li Hongguang found himself momentarily at a loss for a better response. Nevertheless, Liu Lin did not perceive this meal as a mere indulgence, at the very least. He understood that if he sought a loan of 1 million, Li Hongguang likely lacked the authority to grant such a sum. However, he felt compelled to reconfirm the conditions for securing a loan of that magnitude. Upon hearing this, Li Hongguang inhaled deeply, taking considerable time to respond with a smile, nearly losing his breath in the process. "What on earth are you thinking? If securing 1 million were as simple as asking, I would apply for a loan myself. Abscond with the funds, and never again worry about finances for generations." Uncle Li's insinuation was clear. It was improbable to obtain such a substantial amount from the agricultural credit cooperative in our county. Li Hongguang let out a cold laugh, convinced he had encountered a monumental fool today. Driven to desperation, such dreams were audacious. He scornfully remarked, "While it is not entirely impossible to secure a loan, the prerequisites are quite stringent. You must possess a factory, tangible assets, repayment capabilities, and profitable projects. Alternatively, there are beneficial projects that the county aims to support. Pray, enlighten me, how do you meet any of these criteria?" Chapter 70. This is my car. Upon hearing this, Liu Lin felt not only joy but also a sense of assurance. However, he had no intention of sharing this elation with Li Xinguang, as such individuals would only seek to exploit his happiness rather than support him in times of need. Observing that Uncle Li and Xinguang had eaten their fill, Liu Lin decided it was time to leave. If Uncle Li still wished to sell the cloth, I would, as always, pay 3 mao without hesitation. Yet, this seemed to deviate from their initial plan. As Liu Lin rose to depart, Li Hongguang shot a significant glance at Li Xinguang, who promptly approached Liu Lin's side. "My father was merely jesting with you earlier. How could we possibly accept just 1 mao? How about this, 50 cents, would that suffice? As for the loan, my father will certainly assist." Li Hongguang discreetly nodded in approval of Xinguang's handling of the situation, believing it to be quite astute. In business, it is paramount to treat everyone equally to ensure longevity. "I still intend to secure the loan, but one must keep matters distinct." Li Hongguang noticed that Liu Lin was clearly unimpressed and urgently added, "Even if the cloth is 3 mao, logically speaking, I should receive a 10% commission for facilitating the loan." Liu Lin fixed his gaze on Li Hongguang, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy. "Why do you stare at me so? I simply did not anticipate that Uncle Li conducted his affairs in this manner." Li Hongguang thought to himself that Liu Lin was being utterly presumptuous. With a scowl, he considered that he was not solely catering to Liu Lin's loan requests. Since you have articulated your stance, let me be clear. As long as I remain at the Agricultural Credit Cooperative, you shall not borrow a single cent. Li Hongguang was resolute, believing that he could certainly handle this impudent youth. Sooner or later, Liu Lin would be the one pleading for help, at which point he would come bearing gifts and seeking his favor. However, Liu Lin was not swayed by such threats. What if I managed to secure the loan? Uncle Li, would you then have to reconsider? He quipped, I would write the character Li in reverse and adopt your surname. Liu Lin was eager to convey that he did not require any grandchildren. Turning to Li Xingwang, he remarked, it seems Uncle Li has had one too many drinks. You should escort him home promptly. Li Xingwang, feeling disgruntled, accompanied his father. You may be experiencing a fleeting moment of triumph, but your time of reckoning will come. Li Xingwang was akin to a wolf that could not be tamed. As they exited the Shuangxi restaurant, Li Xingwang noticed a brand-new Xingfu 125 motorcycle parked out front. A glimmer of envy flickering in his eyes. Had Liu Lin agreed to 1 mao, or even 50 cents, would he not be able to purchase such a motorcycle? Riding it would surely be quite impressive. Father, when will you buy me a motorcycle like that? Li Hongguang glanced at the motorcycle at the restaurant entrance. He too had noticed it while entering and had entertained a similar thought. If this meal had gone well, perhaps he could have afforded one. Riding it to work would surely incite envy among many. Perhaps it would even lead to his second blooming of fortune. However, both Li Xingwang and Li Hongguang turned back to cast a resentful gaze at Liu Lin, who was settling the bill at the front desk. It is all Liu Lin's fault, shattering their dreams. Li Xingwang remains unwilling to accept this, saying, Dad, can't we apply the 1/10 principle to others? You speak so lightly. Yet many policies in the society are aimed at farmers. But farmers are stubborn. They think, why should they do anything when they already owe so much to the state? They just don't understand. You have no idea how much effort I put into persuading them to take out loans, yet I still fail to meet the targets. And what about the people in the county? They do not enjoy such favorable terms. The interest is higher, and the conditions are a bit harsher, as I mentioned earlier. Li Hongguang watched as Liu Lin settled the bill and prepared to leave. Son, Liu Lin shows us no respect at all. Don't worry, Dad. I wonder you let him enjoy himself for too long. Li Xingwang's mind raced. Just watch. What do you plan to do? Li Xingwang grinned and approached the Happiness 125 motorcycle, leaning against it with crossed legs while smoothing his hair. As Liu Lin exited the restaurant, he was about to retrieve his keys when he spotted Li Xingwang leaning against his motorcycle. What are you doing? Liu Lin wondered what Li Xingwang was up to. To his surprise, Li Xingwang smirked. Look at this, my new bike. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it cool? Liu Lin withdrew his hand from his keys, intrigued to see how Li Xingwang would perform. Liu Lin nodded with a smile. It really is quite striking. The more I look at it, the more I think it's impressive. Li Xingwang remained calm and asked, do you know how much it costs? Liu Lin shook his head. How much? Around 2,000. Li Xingwang had only heard that the bike was expensive, but he was too embarrassed to inquire about the exact price at the store, fearing he might not be able to afford it and become a subject of ridicule. It seemed to him that he had already quoted an exorbitant price, one that would surely make Liu Lin envious. Oh, you could buy it for that price? It appears you have connections. Why not do this? If you can indeed get it for over 2,000, help me buy a few more. Li Xingwang scoffed. You? Buy a few more? You are dreaming without a plan. Show me the money first. Humph, anyone can boast. Liu Lin chuckled softly, deciding to hold back for a moment longer. In that case, would you like to ride it now and take your uncle home? My dad and I have other matters to attend to. You go ahead. With a sigh, Liu Lin agreed. All right then, I'll take my leave. He pulled out his keys and approached Li Xingwang. Excuse me, could you move aside? What? This is my bike. Are you sure? Liu Lin fixed his gaze on Li Xingwang, a hint of mockery in his eyes. After all, it was Tia's bike. And Li Xingwang's confidence faltered slightly. He shifted uncomfortably. The moment Liu Lin inserted the key into the ignition, Li Xingwang's face turned pale. In disbelief, he exclaimed, Is this your bike? Indeed, it is mine, and this vehicle is not as worthless as you claim. Its true value stands at 3,800. At this moment, Li Xingwang wished for nothing more than to vanish into a crack in the ground. Beside him, Li Hongguang closed his eyes, having never felt such humiliation before. Watching Liu Lin mount his motorcycle and depart with a flourish, Li Xingwang stamped his foot in frustration, cursing Liu Lin, vowing that the indignity he suffered today would eventually be avenged. Upon returning from the Shuangxi restaurant, a long line of vehicles came into view from afar. Parked outside his home, there were ox carts, hand carts, tricycles, and tractors, a veritable array of vehicles. At this moment, Cui Damon and Xiao Jun were already overwhelmed with activity. Even Liu Ruhui and the newly arrived sister-in-law from Daqing had joined in to help. The moment Damon spotted Liu Lin's figure, he wiped the sweat from his brow and rushed over, saying, "Brother Lin, with so much cargo, our yard will undoubtedly be unable to accommodate it. Please think of a solution swiftly." Chapter 71. The elderly mother preparing for departure. Upon witnessing the situation, Liu Lin promptly exclaimed, "Please summon Jinbao for me." Cui Damon hurriedly dashed off to locate Song Jinbao. In a short while, Song Jinbao approached with swift footsteps. "Brother Lin, did you call for me?" "Jinbao, you must have noticed the current predicament. It is simply untenable to leave such a large quantity of fabric and cotton unloaded in the courtyard. Quickly return home to fetch your father. We need him to dispatch a few trucks post-haste. We must load the goods directly. Wasn't it stated that we would depart tomorrow? It appears our plans must undergo slight adjustments. It is far more convenient to load the trucks now. Otherwise, we would have to repeat the process tomorrow. Thus, let us finish loading today and store the vehicles at the security office overnight, ensuring they are ready for a unified departure at dawn." Song Jinbao glanced back at the lengthy queue and replied, "Very well, I shall seek out my father immediately. Brother Lin, do you need me to gather additional hands?" Liu Lin smiled at a distance. "No need. The secretary has already taken care of it." "What?" Song Jinbao turned back in surprise, noticing that Xiao Jun was indeed directing Qiao Jing's subordinates to assist with the tasks. Since they had all received some fabric, they were more than willing to lend a hand, motivated by the prospect of future fabric deliveries. Furthermore, having faced Xiao Jun's formidable prowess, they held him in a certain regard. Such is human nature, we tend to admire the strong. Song Jinbao chuckled. Our secretary possesses remarkable ingenuity. Without further delay, he hurried off to find Song Yongsheng. In this flurry of activity, the hours slipped by unnoticed. By the time they had completely loaded 3 trucks with cotton and fabric, it was well past 6 in the evening. Just as they thought they might catch a breath, Ma Xiaoquan and Cui Monsong arrived simultaneously with more fabric. Cui Monsong's delivery consisted of a mix of tractors and ox carts, while Ma Xiaoquan brought 2 full trucks of the same model. Moreover, having prior experience, Ma Xiaoquan had already prepared the accounts for efficiency, requiring minimal effort to check the goods. Liu Lin glanced over Ma Xiaoquan's records, estimating the prices and concluding that everything seemed above board, thus he recorded the entries directly. Ma Xiaoquan promptly requested cash, amounting to a staggering 37,200 yuan. Those who had not yet departed gazed in envy, their mouths watering at the sight. Such a large sum? How could he possibly collect so much? Has he monopolized the fabric from the entire village? One cannot compare. After all, who is he? His father-in-law is the deputy factory director, and we simply cannot compete with that capital. Look at the vehicles he employs, 2 trucks dedicated to the countryside. I suspect this may be the only opportunity for us to earn such a sum. As Ma Xiaoquan counted the money, he reveled in the envious glances from others. Brother Lin, these 2 trucks were borrowed with the assistance of my father-in-law from the factory. No need to bother Song Yongsheng further. We can simply use them. Liu Lin smiled, saying nothing. Now your father-in-law and wife are both supporting you? Ma Xiaoquan waved his hand filled with cash. This is all in cash. How could they possibly not support me, especially with zero risk involved? Cui Monsong has meticulously organized the accounts, though it requires a bit of effort to reload the goods. The money, amounting to over 20,000, will be handed directly to Cui Damon. Ultimately, the tally stands at 5 vehicles of cotton fabric and 2 of cotton, totaling 7 trucks. This spectacle has particularly thrilled Cui Damon and Song Jinbao, while Liu Lin appears quite satisfied as well. However, Xiao Jun, seizing a moment when others are distracted, discreetly pulls Liu Lin into a corner. Without uttering a word, he opens the money pouch for Liu Lin to see. The pouch is nearly empty. The 7 trucks have cost over 120,000, leaving just over 7,000 remaining. Xiao Jun observes Liu Lin's expression, hoping to discern some anxiety that might inspire restraint, yet his hopes are dashed. With a barely perceptible sigh, he contemplates the numerous vehicles and the fact that these individuals have had no dealings with the owner on the other side. This journey will undoubtedly lead to complications. Xiao Jun hands the money pouch to Liu Lin, stating that he will be gone for at least a week, until he returns with more funds. Liu Lin should spend wisely. Liu Lin regards Xiao Jun at this moment as a mother about to embark on a long journey, anxiously advising her wayward child. He retrieves a stack of 1,000 yuan notes from the pouch and gives them to Xiao Jun, insisting that he should take some for his travels and for arranging meals for the crew. We will reach Kanglan City in no more than 3 days. Meals on the road won't cost much. Moreover, Once we deliver the goods in Kanglan City, we will have plenty of money again, so carrying excess is unnecessary. Liu Lin presses the 1,000 yuan note into Xiao Jun's arms, reasoning that even if it is a hassle, it is a trivial amount. You know my standards when it comes to treating these drivers. Before you leave tomorrow, buy a few packs of cigarettes to share with them, especially since you enjoy smoking. Understanding Liu Lin's generosity towards the workers, Xiao Jun refrains from further argument and stows the money away. Liu Lin glances at the bustling individuals and whispers to Xiao Jun. The scale of this operation is substantial, and with so many people involved, our little secret is bound to slip. Xiao Jun's expression grows solemn as he nods slightly. He has pondered this issue himself, but has yet to devise a feasible solution. Do you have any ideas? None whatsoever. Such matters are difficult to maintain as trade secrets. Xiao Jun feels a twinge of resentment for Liu Lin's predicament. So we simply accept this? Liu Lin smiles. Of course not. When you meet with the fabric dealer Wu Jiang, inform him that this will be our final shipment and let him know that before long, we will establish a textile factory here. The quality and variety of our products will undoubtedly be exceptional. He urges him not to forget the contract and to refrain from accepting orders from others. Suddenly, a chuckle escapes Xiao Jun's otherwise grave countenance. You are quite cunning. Liu Lin smiles in acknowledgement. After all, the market is limited. He adds, moreover, the goods we have acquired exceed my expectations. I calculated that this amounts to over 1 million in merchandise, which Wu Jiang will certainly struggle to absorb. Xiao Jun nodded in acknowledgement, contemplating the possibility of extending credit. To what extent would he allow it? We require only cash. How much can he absorb? Xiao Jun furrowed his brow, realizing that it likely would not be substantial unless he remained there to oversee the sales. You may wait there, but do not limit yourself to merely waiting. You could take the convoy to nearby cities for a more expedient and lucrative venture. Xiao Jun had prior experience selling goods with Liu Lin, and he still recalled Liu Lin's sales rhetoric. That's feasible. There are no issues with that. But what of the rice? In Xiao Jun's eyes, the rice brought in a fair profit, yet it paled in comparison to the earnings from fabric trading. Liu Lin smacked his lips, feeling a sense of ambivalence. As if the rice was both unappetizing and too valuable to discard. It depends on your mood. At the very least, we should set some aside for ourselves. As the rice from Kanglan is indeed fragrant. After some contemplation, Liu Lin felt he had imparted all necessary advice, reiterating that, regardless of the circumstances, safety must always come first. Xiao Jun took a deep breath. Are you truly certain you do not wish to accompany me? With such a significant sum involved. Are you not concerned that I might abscond with it? Chapter 72. The early bird catches the worm. Liu Lin chuckled, expressing his lack of concern. The amount of money that will pass through your hands in the future will only increase. You needn't worry about running away for a mere million. Besides, let's wait until it surpasses 1 billion. In any era, being a billionaire is a certainty. Money will no longer be an issue. We shall see. Liu Lin affectionately patted Xiao Jun on the shoulder. While it is wise to be cautious of others, Liu Lin held an unwavering trust in Xiao Jun, akin to the trust he had in himself. Xiao Jun, however, reminded Liu Lin, don't forget that I've been to prison. Liu Lin chuckled at this. All right. I actually appreciate that you've spent time in prison. When did you become so overly sentimental? Or is it that you'll miss me after being away for so many days? Xiao Jun's eyes sparkled. Truth be told, he did feel a tinge of reluctance. Or rather, a sense of unease. Yet, as a man, expressing such feelings felt awkward. Stop being vain. Focus on dealing with the goods you've acquired. Seeing them piled up in your home makes me uncomfortable. Rest assured, by the time you return, there will only be paper left. Xiao Jun sighed. Perplexed by Liu Lin's obsession with paper, especially considering the money spent on it. I can't be bothered with you. Choosing not to engage further with Liu Lin, Xiao Jun felt that the more he spoke, the more anxious he became. He turned back to the group, including Qi Dong, who had yet to leave. Brothers, thank you for your hard work. Come, let me treat you to a meal. Sure thing, Brother Jun, we are at your service. Xiao Jun embraced Qi Dong and another companion. Brother Jun is heading far away for 10 days or so. When I return, I shall bring you gifts. Brother Jun, you are so generous. Have a safe trip. We will await your return. Typically reserved, Xiao Jun was particularly loquacious today. During my absence, take good care of my boss. Do not make things difficult for him. Making things hard for him is tantamount to making it hard for me. Of course, Brother Jun, if it weren't for President Liu, we wouldn't have earned this much money yet. Stay close to President Liu. You will only earn more. But remember, not only should you not make things difficult for him, but you must also not allow others to do so. If you encounter someone you cannot handle, at least inform President Liu in advance so he can be prepared. Do you understand? Understood. You can rest easy. We won't let you down. Xiaojun led his group away, their figures fading from Liu Lin's sight. At some point, Ma Xiaoquan approached, patting Liu Lin on the shoulder. What are you staring at? You look like a stone waiting for a husband. You're still here? I thought you had already taken the money and gone to seek praise from your wife. Ma Xiaoquan shrugged. Seek her praise? At this moment, I actually want to avoid her. When she sees me, it's all sweet talk, but I isn't it just to get her hands on the money in my pocket. You're both married. What is the difference? Ma Xiaoquan shook his head in disbelief. How can it be the same? This is a symbol of family status. As long as there's enough money in my pocket, what does it matter if I'm merely a deputy director? Let us see who dares to look down on me. Observing the indignant expression on Ma Xiaoquan's face, Liu Lin understood that being a son-in-law was no easy task for him. Liu Lin placed his arm around Ma Xiaoquan's shoulder and asked if he desired another opportunity to elevate his familial status, having genuinely profited from his association with Liu Lin. Ma Xiaoquan felt less skepticism towards Liu's words than he had in the past. What opportunity for earning are you referring to? Pray, enlighten me, he inquired. Liu Lin spoke of an opportunity to enhance familial standing, yet Ma Xiaoquan translated it into a chance for financial gain, which was quite telling. As the year drew to a close, he had heard that the factory typically provided welfare benefits for its employees, and he wondered if this year would be any different. I haven't inquired about it. Anyway, it doesn't concern me, Ma Xiaoquan replied, only to suddenly pause. You aren't considering this for yourself, are you? I have a batch of work uniforms made entirely from denim fabric, of exceptional quality, durable and stylish. If everyone in the factory donned the same uniforms, it would undoubtedly rejuvenate the spirit of our establishment. Even if these uniforms weren't distributed as year-end benefits, such an initiative would enhance your father-in-law's image among the workers. Moreover, standardized attire is a prevailing trend. If your father-in-law doesn't propose it first, someone else will inevitably seize the opportunity. At that point, the dynamics would shift dramatically. Ma Xiaoquan furrowed his brow. You speak so lightly of it, but there are over 2,000 employees in the factory. How could we possibly procure that many uniforms at once? Liu Lin, with an air of mystery, patted Ma Xiaoquan's shoulder and said, follow me. Ma Xiaoquan trailed Liu Lin into the inner room, where Liu revealed a set of work uniforms he had prepared in advance. Here is a sample. Take a look. Upon grasping the garment, Ma Xiaoquan's eyes widened in awe. My heavens, where did you acquire this? It is simply splendid. I feel it would be a shame to use it merely as work attire. One would feel invigorated wearing this. In recent years, with the reforms and opening up of the country, life had improved, and clothing styles had become increasingly diverse. However, in the county town, the availability of fine clothing remained limited. Especially in the surrounding rural areas, many still wore drab colors like gray, green, and black. The notion of wearing a denim ensemble was reserved for families of considerable means. An ordinary person wearing such attire would surely evoke envy. Do not be envious. If this venture succeeds, I promise to gift you something even better in the future. Trendy pieces that guarantee you'll be the first to wear them in Lingao. Liu Lin assured him. Ma Xiaoquan's eyes sparkled with excitement, believing Liu's words. During Liu Lin's recent visit, he had gifted Ma Xiaoquan an impressive outfit that was utterly unique on the streets. He had truly been the only one wearing it. He cherished it so much that he hesitated to remove it even at night. By the way, your sister-in-law is planning to open a clothing store stocked with high-end goods from various cities. When the time comes, your wife can choose a piece she fancies. Liu Lin added. Ma Xiaoquan thought he must be imagining things. Liu Lin is opening a clothing store with high-end merchandise? Is this truly the Liu Lin I have known since childhood? How on earth did you manage this? Liu Lin smiled, naturally refraining from divulging specific steps to avoid imitation. I have several friends who own clothing factories, which provides some connections. At this moment, Ma Xiaoquan looked at Liu Lin with newfound admiration. If this venture in fabric trading could be deemed speculative, then the ability to procure such materials indicated that Liu Lin possessed considerable skill. Not to mention, he managed to acquire those notoriously difficult-to-obtain color televisions. So how do you propose I proceed? Liu Lin inquired, gesturing towards the work attire in Ma Xiaoquan's hands. Xiaoquan, first tell me, how much do you think this outfit would be worth if sold to the factory? Ma Xiaoquan examined the craftsmanship and materials, noting that even our garments, with lesser quality, command prices of 50 to 70 yuan per set. This must be valued at no less than 60. Liu Lin chuckled. When you return to your father-in-law, tell him that regardless of the price he offers the factory, I will only charge a cost price of 45 yuan per set. Chapter 73. A Grand Vision. Ma Xiaoquan is a rather astute individual. Upon hearing Liu Lin's words, he quickly grasped the immense potential profit involved. He was momentarily rendered speechless. And after a brief pause, he grasped Liu Lin's arm, fearful of being overheard. How many sets of this clothing do you have? 5,000. 5. Ma Xiaoquan's fists tightened, and his facial features contorted in disbelief. After a moment, he leaped in excitement. 5,000 sets. If each set yields a profit of 15, that amounts to 75,000 yuan. No wonder Liu Lin mentioned offering him an opportunity to elevate his family's status. Who wouldn't want that? Coupled with the earnings from the recent fabric sales, he could generate 100,000 yuan for his in-laws in just a few days. Ma Xiaoquan mused that having 100,000 in his father-in-law's savings account would be quite remarkable. Would they still dare to criticize him for being a freeloader? They would undoubtedly treat him with utmost reverence. Without needing Liu Lin to elaborate further, Ma Xiaoquan resolved firmly that he must seize this opportunity to earn that money. He carefully rolled up the samples Liu Lin had given him into a cloth bag, wary of prying eyes. I'll handle this, but we must agree on 45. It can be less, but not more, he insisted. Liu Lin replied, between us brothers, when have I ever deceived you? Ma Xiaoquan wholly believed this. Liu Lin had indeed never lied to him, initially thinking that the fabric trade was in jeopardy. Liu Lin not only did not deceive him, but also offered an additional 200 yuan. Ma Xiaoquan could hardly contain his excitement. I won't waste any more of your time. I need to get back to business. My father-in-law is already at home. Liu Lin watched as Ma Xiaoquan dashed away in a flurry of enthusiasm, contemplating that if Ma Xiaoquan could successfully manage this endeavor, it would be splendid. Even in the worst-case scenario, if it didn't succeed, they could still explore alternative sales avenues. He wasn't particularly concerned about the marketability. Song Jinbao, having worked tirelessly throughout the day, approached Liu Lin with unyielding energy and a broad smile. Brother Lin, what did you say to Xiaoquan? That guy didn't even say goodbye and bolted off faster than a rabbit. I offered him a chance to strike it rich. Song Jinbao feigned jealousy. Really? You're giving him more? Look at him. He's practically swimming in wealth now, a veritable tycoon among tycoons. Liu Lin, noticing Song Jinbao's envious demeanor, reassured him. There's no need to covet his fortune. If you stick with me, it won't be long before you surpass him. Song Jinbao was skeptical. I make 200 a month, which is considered a handsome salary in Linggao County. Even so, saving up 30,000 would take ages. Rest assured. You might not even earn that 200 in a month, Liu Lin teased. What do you mean? Are you saying you won't need me anymore? Song Jinbao exclaimed in a panic. I told you to save some money. Now you're saying you can't even pay my salary. How will I explain this to my parents? I just became the pride of my family. Liu Lin nearly doubled over with laughter at Song Jinbao's antics. When did I say I wouldn't need you anymore? He pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Song Jinbao. You've been doing well these past few days. Here's your salary in advance. Consider it pocket money. Song Jinbao, I do not wish for it. Brother Lin, that is not my intention. You need only deliver it to me at the month's end. I am merely concerned that it may be lost. Do not speak in despair. Take it as I offer. What I intended to convey earlier is that the salary I earn here is but a trifling sum. The real fortune lies in commissions and bonuses. As long as one dedicates themselves wholeheartedly, there will be no shortage for you. Liu Lin then produced an additional 200, which he instructed be given to Daming, ensuring peace of mind. There is no need to envy anyone at this moment. While I cannot speak for elsewhere, in Linggao County, I will make certain that you all follow my lead and become among the wealthiest. Painting a grand vision for employees is an essential skill for any competent leader. Moreover, Liu Lin possesses a modicum of self-assurance in this regard. By the way, please expedite the installation of the phone. The secretary is out and about, and it would be beneficial for us to have a means of contact. Jinbao promptly nodded, assuring, rest easy, Brother Lin. I will urge them, and it will be installed and debugged by the day after tomorrow at the latest. I have much to tend to here, or I would accompany the secretary myself. Managing such a vast array of goods single-handedly is no small feat. Few could handle it as he does. Oh, do inquire with your father about when Liangzi and Weidong might head to the city. What business is there in the city? I have a batch of goods that should be produced in a few days, and I will need them to bring it back. All right, I understand. I will ask tonight when I return. Now, go about your business. Song Jinbao hurried off, calling out from a distance, Daming, come here. Brother Lin has given us some pocket money. Although Cui Daming accepted the money, he could not help but grumble a bit about Song Jinbao. Do you not realize the situation? Brother Lin has expended a considerable amount of cash on this batch of goods. He must be in need of funds. Brother Lin is certainly aware of his own financial situation. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't give it. Just keep it for now. It suits me. As I indeed have little to spend, and I must solicit help from others, so I ought to contribute a little. Cui Daming sighed and tucked the money into his pocket, yet his thoughts lingered on how Brother Lin tends to spend lavishly. Perhaps it would be wise to save it for a day when it may be of use to him. By 11 at night, all matters had been settled. Xiaojun had returned as well, and though he had consumed a fair amount, he was not overly intoxicated. Liu Lin left Song Yongxing's contact information with Xiaojun, instructing him to call in a couple of days, at which point they would know their own phone numbers. The two exchanged a few words, sharing a brief silence before Liu Lin, accompanied by Liu Ruhui and the already slumbering Miao Miao, rode home. Liu Ruhui felt a twinge of excitement, as Jinbao had mentioned that they had signed a contract with the friendship store for 25 years, along with the payment for the first 3 years of rent, allowing them to take possession of the store the following day. Would you like to accompany me to see it and offer your opinions? Of course, I will join you. I can also advise you on the renovations so that you may oversee the work. What? Renovations? It is not our property. Wouldn't that be akin to giving others a gift of labor? Once the contract expires, Liu Lin laughed. There will be no need to wait for the contract to expire. It will surely be demolished. Demolished? What do you mean by demolished? The location of the friendship store is indeed superb, occupying a considerable area, yet it remains a single-story structure, making its eventual demolition inevitable. The lengthy contract duration primarily serves the purpose of securing a more substantial compensation upon its future dismantling. There is no need for concern regarding these matters. Focus instead on creating an elegant ambience, as a refined environment will undoubtedly enhance the value of the merchandise. Although Liu Ruhui is still grappling with the intricacies of this situation, she has resolved to heed Liu Lin's guidance, who currently exhibits a wealth of innovative ideas. By the way, given the size of the store, I fear I may find it overwhelming to manage alone and will likely need to hire several sales staff. Should we consider retaining the original employees from the department store? They surely possess valuable experience in sales. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Lin dismissed the idea, insisting on a complete rehire. Chapter 74. How could you not know who I am? Why not? Liu Ruhui was perplexed by Liu Lin's immediate dismissal of everyone without a second thought. She had initially believed that the individuals in the store were quite suitable. We are about to open a high-end clothing boutique, and it is imperative that our staff exhibit excellent service. The salespeople from the former state-run stores had long since developed a repugnant attitude, treating customers as if they were beggars for merely wanting to make a purchase. The planned economy may have sufficed in the past, but such practices are no longer acceptable. This is a significant reason why we secured the friendship store. Liu Ruhui still struggled to comprehend, yet, observing Liu Lin's articulate assertions, she chose to trust him. All right, I will follow your lead. Liu Lin chuckled, remarking on her wifely demeanor. Liu Ruhui playfully tapped Liu Lin's back. You are mocking me again. In just a few days. Liu Ruhui felt that the once harsh Liu Lin, who would often scold her, was now a distant memory. The following morning, Liu Ruhui and Daqing's wife rose early to prepare breakfast, also making some sweet pancakes and red bean cakes to sustain everyone during their journey. They reluctantly bid farewell to Xiao Junsong. Jinbao even dabbed at his eyes, feeling a pang of sorrow at the secretary's departure. It was indeed arduous to be away from home. Liu Lin felt a similar reluctance in his heart, yet he understood the necessity of this moment, as they were at the nascent stage of their entrepreneurial endeavor, which was undeniably challenging. Jinbao, I never realized you were so attached to me, Liu Lin jested, attempting to ease the melancholy that hung over both of them. Who told you that before? Song Jinbao glanced at Liu Lin, swallowing back the word fool. Such sentiments could not be expressed. Despite their brotherly bond, he was now an employee, earning a wage, and needed to be cautious. Liu Lin, however, remained unperturbed. After all, that fool was not him. By the way, Brother Lin, my father mentioned that the vehicle from the city will likely not depart until 3 days from now, and it will take several more days to reach the city. I hope this does not impede your plans. There is no rush. The shelf life of puffed foods is quite long, and I still have a substantial stock at home, so there is no immediate urgency. This will also afford Du Shasha additional time, as her factory is already quite busy. However, Brother Lin, my father also noted that he is merely a junior staff member. While he can facilitate some conveniences through his position, given your requirements for vehicles, he can only do so much. If the factory needs to transport goods, it would be manageable, but if there are no assigned vehicles, it will surely disrupt your essential affairs. Moreover, frequent use may attract attention from above, which would put him in a difficult position. Liu Lin nodded, understanding the implications. You can assure your father that I will manage with this arrangement for a while and will seek alternative solutions later to avoid causing him undue hardship. Song Jibao felt somewhat embarrassed to voice this concern, but seeing Liu Lin's understanding alleviated his worries. Brother Lin, I have confirmed with the workers that the courtyard wall will be completed by tomorrow, and the main gate will also be installed then. The television and the shed are set for tomorrow, along with the installation of the phone, ensuring everything will be in place by then. Liu Lin nodded in satisfaction, remarking on the impressive efficiency. When Brother Lin gives instructions, they are certainly executed promptly. Song Jinbao chuckled. Brother Lin, may I stay tomorrow to watch television? Why not? If you wish to stay and watch, then do so. I want to interfere with your sleeping arrangements with Cui Damon. Song Jinbao beamed. Brother Lin, you are truly kind to me. By the way, have the advertisements been posted? Rest assured, I will follow Brother Lin's orders. Then make sure to purchase a few more small stools. If people come, we can't have them standing to watch the television. Song Jinbao remained dissatisfied. Brother Lin, why should those people get to watch such a wonderful television for free? Liu Lin observed Song Jinbao's expression and suggested, if you feel so strongly about it, why not buy some sunflower seeds and candies, and perhaps some cigarettes to sell to those who come to watch? Upon hearing this, Song Jinbao's spirits lifted. Now that's more like it. You can split the earnings with Damon. I don't want to send Song Jinbao joyfully bit her finger, wishing she could embrace Liu Lin. Brother Lin, you are too good to us. I adore you. Enough with the flattery. Go do what you need to do. Song Jinbao laughed, her joy evident as she ran off with a spring in her step. Liu Lin mounted his motorcycle and called out to Liu Ruhui, who was busy inside. Come on, we're going to check out the store. Liu Ruhui quickly washed her hands, hopped on the motorcycle, wrapping her arms around Liu Lin, with Miao Miao nestled between them. Miao Miao, having fallen asleep the previous night, did not recall riding the motorcycle. Today, as she sat on it, her excitement was palpable. Mom, this motorcycle is amazing. I've never seen one like it before. Is it ours? Liu Ruhui, having been preoccupied with her tasks yesterday, had only heard Song Jinbao shouting in the yard and had been too caught up in the joy of finding the store. Regarding the motorcycle, she had paid little attention. Now, as Miao Miao asked, she replied based on her understanding, this must be quite expensive. How could it be ours? It must be borrowed from your father. Liu Ruhui held this belief because Song Jinbao owned a motorcycle. Liu Lin smiled, choosing not to elaborate, fearing his wife might find it hard to accept. Before long, they arrived at the friendship store. Liu Ruhui held Miao Miao close. Miao Miao was still exhilarated from the ride. The motorcycle was indeed fast. Liu Ruhui reflected on how, despite Linggao County's small size, she had previously relied on her own 2 feet to get around, often feeling distances were far, especially since they lived on the outskirts. But now, with a motorcycle, it felt as though they could reach any destination in the blink of an eye. As they approached the once grand storefront, the sign of the friendship store, which had hung for decades in Linggao, now lay removed, leaving the place looking quite dilapidated. Is this really going to be ours? Not ours. It's yours. Liu Ruhui unconsciously set Miao Miao down, walking into the friendship store as if in a dream. In the past, she had visited this place several times, yet at that time, everything she beheld was tinged with envy. Often, due to her precarious circumstances, she hesitated to approach this locale. However, now, it had suddenly transformed into her own domain. It was her shop. Upon entering, she was met by a robust woman seated behind the counter, casually cracking sunflower seeds, her gaze unwavering and indifferent. With an exceedingly rude demeanor, the woman remarked, "Do you not see that this place has already deteriorated? What are you doing here? You should leave at once." Liu Ruhui was taken aback to discover that there was indeed someone present in the shop. "Who are you?" she inquired. The woman spat out a seed shell onto the floor, raised her eyebrows, and retorted, "I have been working here for 5 or 6 years. And you do not even recognize me?" Chapter 75. Teaching one to fish. Liu Ruhui possessed a gentle disposition, and when confronted with such an overbearing individual, she found herself at a loss, unable to utter any hurtful remarks. Instead, she grappled with the regret of her past financial struggles which had deterred her from frequenting this place, leaving her feeling somewhat apologetic. Why should she be expected to recognize you? Liu Lin entered, holding Miao Miao's hand, and he was far less accommodating than Liu Ruhui. He had no patience for those who wished to confront him. A robust woman spat out a sunflower seed shell and rose from behind the counter, her gaze suggesting that everyone owed her something. "Are you from Linggao County? You ought to recognize me unless your family is destitute. Too poor to even step foot in here. You can inquire around. How many people on the street don't know me?" Liu Lin scoffed. I couldn't care less whether or not others know you. What matters is that you need to leave, now. Xianxia, hands on her hips, retorted. Why should I? This is my territory. I think it's you who should vacate immediately. Are you still dreaming? Don't you realize this is no longer a friendship store? Xianxia shrugged dismissively. So what if it's no longer a friendship store? Regardless of its transformation, it remains my domain. Liu Lin was tempted to curse, pondering what kind of lunatic this was. Could the closure of the friendship store have affected her so profoundly? What gives you such confidence? I have no obligation to inform you. Now get out. Do you hear me? As Xianxia began to usher them out, Liu Ruhui, sensing the urgency, interjected. We have already rented this place. If anyone is leaving, it should be you. The mere act of uttering such words left her face flushed with embarrassment. Just as Xianxia was about to push them, she paused upon hearing Liu Ruhui's statement, casting an appraising glance over Liu Lin's family. Her previously fierce demeanor softened into a smirk. So, you are the fools who have overpaid for this establishment. Liu Ruhui felt that the insult was unjust, especially as it implicated Liu Lin. How can you speak like that? Have you not inquired about the current revenue of this place before so carelessly making such a purchase? I assure you, there will come a time when you regret this decision. Liu Lin pointed towards the door. Whether we laugh or cry is our concern. And it does not involve you. Leave at once. Xianxia remained unmoved, stating defiantly, you certainly can't chase me away. If I step out that door, don't expect me to return without a grand invitation. Liu Lin regarded Xianxia with a cold stare. Rest assured, you will never see that day. Xianxia maintained her air of disdain. Let me inform you. I am here specifically to wait for you today, since you've taken over the shop. I assume you intend to conduct business, correct? You must apply for a business license, no? With a triumphant grin, she continued. If you do not keep me on staff with satisfactory compensation, I have the means to ensure that your license will never be approved. Upon hearing such threats, Liu Ruhui felt a pang of fear and discreetly tugged at Liu Lin's sleeve. To let Liu Lin go is to prioritize the greater good. Liu Lin, despite his calm demeanor, exudes an intimidating presence. Are you an animal, unable to comprehend human speech? Depart at once. Allow me to make it clear, you shall never secure a position under my auspices throughout your lifetime. Xianxia, with a vigorous flick of her arm, wore an expression of indifference, tilting her head towards Liu Ruhui and Liu Lin, letting out a cold huff. If you choose to leave, do not return. Weeping and begging for my assistance. Xianxia's robust figure moved with an air of composure, firmly believing that these two would eventually come to her, pleading for help. At that moment, she would seek retribution for today's grievances, insisting they kneel and bow before her. After all, with such exorbitant rent, should they delay for months, the business might not even commence before incurring substantial losses. As Xianxia departed with unwavering confidence, Liu Ruhui wore a worried expression, her voice tinged with a sense of helplessness. I suspect she has connections, Liu Lin. Perhaps we should consider keeping her. After all, we require staff. Liu Lin remained unmoved. Do you truly believe someone like her can cater to customers effectively? It would be a mere stroke of luck if she doesn't sabotage us. If you were to employ her, she might even bully you, treating this establishment as her own. Liu Ruhui lowered her gaze, aware that she was no fool, and could see the truth clearly. Particularly after witnessing Xianxia's behavior today, she grasped the reason behind Liu Lin's reluctance to hire a state-owned store clerk. Given the circumstances, if they failed to obtain a business license, wouldn't this venture merely amount to paying rent? Would not the clothing Liu Lin procured become outdated? Liu Ruhui felt a sense of urgency. Liu Lin gently ruffled Liu Ruhui's hair, reassuring her that a solution would present itself. I refuse to believe that the Industrial and Commercial Bureau is in her family's pocket. She cannot wield absolute power over us. It's not the fear of the unknown that troubles me, but the potential for unforeseen circumstances. My dear, you must understand. I am no longer the Liu Lin of the past, and you need not revert to being the submissive Liu Ruhui of yesteryears. The foundation of one's strength begins not with wealth or status, but from within. You have endured your share of bullying. You know all too well how unpleasant that feels. Do you wish to be subjected to such indignities perpetually? We are role models for Miao Miao. The person you aspire for her to become is contingent upon the example you set. You have survived the trials of poverty, now with a husband to support you. Even the worst circumstances cannot surpass those of the past. What is there to fear? Would you not agree? Liu Ruhui gazed intently at Liu Lin before turning her eyes toward Miao Miao, who looked up with her big, innocent eyes. Indeed, the feeling of being bullied is intolerable. She must not allow her family or child to endure such humiliation any longer. Lifting her head, Liu Ruhui met Liu Lin's gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. From now on, I shall strive to be a good role model for Miao Miao and a devoted wife to you, ensuring that no one dares to bully us again. As she spoke, she gently caressed Miao Miao's head. Miao Miao, you must learn from your father and become a strong and courageous child, all right? Miao Miao nodded, seemingly understanding. Her small hands grasping the hands of Liu Ruhui and Liu Lin. I love my parents as they are now. Liu Lin felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that teaching one to fish is far more valuable than merely providing fish. Holding Miao Miao's tiny hand, he said, "Let me explain to you how we will temporarily decorate this store. Over here, we will set up a row of shelves on this side. We will create several fitting rooms, each equipped with a mirror on the door. Additionally, we will establish a display area here, with this wall entirely made of glass. And over here." Liu Ruhui diligently noted everything Liu Lin conveyed to her. Some of the concepts he mentioned were so novel that she had neither seen nor even heard of them before. With a look of bewilderment, Liu Ruhui asked, "When did you acquire such extensive knowledge?" Chapter 76. Leaving a path for others. Liu Lin spoke nonchalantly, recalling how he observed the operations of other shops when visiting the state city. "Ah, so that's how it is," Liu Ruhui responded, harboring no doubts, though a flicker of envy danced in her eyes. "If I ever get the chance, I too would like to explore the state city." To Liu Ruhui, the state city seemed almost mythical, a realm that existed solely in the tales of others. It appeared to possess everything, brimming with infinite possibilities. "If you truly wish to go, the next time an opportunity arises, I shall take you to see it for yourself." "Really?" Excitement sparkled in Liu Ruhui's gaze. Reading countless books cannot compare to traversing vast distances. Only by broadening one's horizons can one realize that Linggao County is truly insignificant, unable to accommodate our dreams. Liu Ruhui chuckled softly. "This is a county town. Have you forgotten the immense effort we expended to move from the village to here? Just a few days of comfort. And you've already forgotten." Liu Lin's expression shifted. "Indeed, I nearly forgot that we hail from the village. So, does this mean that you and I both hold rural household registrations?" At this, Liu Ruhui's eyes dimmed slightly. "Indeed. Do you think it's easy to convert to an urban household registration? How I wish to change mine, to spare future troubles when Miao Miao attends school. Why would you want to change? Rural household registration is splendid. Who knows how many people would yearn to have rural status in the future, yet it may be impossible." Liu Ruhui thought Liu Lin was speaking nonsense. Who in their right mind would forsake an urban household registration for rural status? Countless individuals sought connections to facilitate such changes. Liu Lin merely wished to declare, "Heaven is assisting me." Upon exiting the friendship store, Liu Lin took Liu Ruhui back to the courtyard. As they entered, they noticed a rectangular table set in the yard, adorned with a modest tea set, surrounded by several back chairs. Not far off, a lounge chair awaited. Upon Liu Lin's return, Chui Damon emerged from the house, an account book in hand. "Brother Lin, what do you think of this setup?" Liu Lin glanced at the arrangement, clearly a frugal purchase. However, it was adequate, for items from this era were indeed genuine. "It will suffice." Chui Damon pursed his lips and presented the account book to Liu Lin. "Brother Lin, would you like to review the accounts?" "Sure, place it on the table. First, let us boil some water and brew a pot of tea. We can look over the accounts while we drink." Chui Damon set the account book before Liu Lin, then retrieved a bag of jasmine tea. Liu Lin contemplated making do with what they had. He casually flipped through the accounts as Chui Damon returned with hot water and brewed a pot of tea, then sat across from Liu Lin. "Brother Lin, the funds on the account are limited. It will be difficult to undertake larger projects. I heard from Jinbao that you are also planning to renovate your wife's shop. If you continue to spend recklessly, there will truly be no money left." Liu Lin savored a sip of the tea, warm and soothing as it slid down his throat. "Have you completed the advertisement I asked you to prepare?" Chui Damon expressed his dilemma, acknowledging that while the iron could indeed be collected, it required an initial investment. He feared that the endeavor might turn into a financial folly akin to gathering cloth, leading to a swift depletion of funds. Thus he hesitated to proceed. Liu Lin, sipping his tea, urged him to act quickly. Delaying could mean lost profits. "By the way, you might consider reaching out to Qi Dong and his associates to help spread the word that there's iron in the slag pit out front," he suggested. Chui Damon began to fidget in his chair, contemplating the possibility of acquiring some magnets to collect the iron themselves, rather than relinquishing the opportunity for profit to others. Liu Lin restrained the restless Chui Damon, saying, "Damon, given your current standing, should you really be competing for scraps with others? Can't you leave them a chance to survive?" Reluctantly, Chui Damon settled back into his chair, visibly perplexed. Lin Gu, is there really iron in that slag? Liu Lin nodded emphatically. Yes, indeed, and in abundance. He recounted a childhood memory of his mother speaking of their relative who once lived near a steel mill, who had collected iron scraps for profit. Back then, iron was merely a couple of cents per pound, and word spread quickly. Families worked tirelessly through the night to gather and sell iron, and within a month, many had become affluent. Their relative's fortunes improved significantly from that point onward. Given the advantageous location now, it would be a waste to neglect such resources, although the initial intention was merely to prepare an additional avenue for wealth accumulation. Chui Damon gazed towards the pit, but the high walls obscured his view entirely. Damon, has your father's reputation improved in the village? The mention of Chui Monsong momentarily diverted Chui Damon from his desire to gather iron. With a resigned smile, he replied, it's a mixed bag. Some are grateful to my father, while others believe he is robbing the villagers of their wealth. There are also those who think he is merely performing for the upcoming election. Chui Damon sighed, sometimes I feel it's not worth it. Seeing him toil day and night. Foolish child, do you think your father became a village leader just to receive accolades? Chui Monsong's voice suddenly came from the entrance, startling Chui Damon, who quickly stood up respectfully. Father, what brings you here? Chui Monsong, hands clasped behind his back, scrutinized his son. Chui Damon, having always feared his father, dared not breathe under that piercing gaze. I never imagined that after all these years, this is the level of understanding I've instilled in you. Liu Lin, sensing Damon's discomfort, quickly stood to greet Chui Monsong. Uncle Chui, Damon truly cares about you. Please don't hold it against him. Do come and sit. He gestured for Chui Damon to pour tea for his uncle. As Chui Monsong took a seat, he surveyed the surroundings. I was here 2 days ago when construction had just begun. I can't believe the progress made in such a short time. At this rate, it should be finished by tomorrow. You have an eye for it, Uncle, Liu Lin acknowledged. Chui Monsong nodded in agreement, expressing his preference for a decisive and resolute approach to tasks, disliking procrastination and indecisiveness. Damon lacks this quality. You must encourage him more in the future. Uncle Chui, Damon possesses his own merits. You cannot dismiss him entirely, he continued, while I relish charging ahead. It is essential to have someone like Damon nearby to remind me to refrain from impulsive actions, thus avoiding grave mistakes. Liu Lin casually flipped through the account book beside him, remarking, look, Damon's first attempt at bookkeeping has yielded commendable results. Chui Monsong glanced at the pages. His irritation visibly diminished. Damon, too, appeared less agitated. Indeed, you have made noticeable progress alongside him. Uncle Chui, surely you did not travel such a distance merely to educate Damon? Chapter 77. I trust you. Not at all upon mentioning this matter. Chui Monsong straightened his posture and drank a cup of tea in one gulp. I have come to the city specifically to assist you with the factory establishment. Liu Lin poured another cup of tea for Chui Monsong, expressing gratitude for his uncle's tireless journey on his behalf. Chui Monsong finished the cup of water in one go, clearly parched. No need for such formality. My efforts are not solely for you. Noticing that Chui Monsong had ceased his reprimands, Chui Damon quickly took a seat beside him. Father, where have you come from? Chui Monsong succinctly replied, the county office. Chui Damon adjusted his chair. What did they say? Chui Monsong sighed. There's nothing to report. I waited all morning and didn't see a single soul. Disappointment washed over Chui Damon's face. How can this be? Did they refuse to meet you? Chui Monsong shook his head. Not exactly. I heard that several officials from the county were urgently summoned to the city for a meeting. They themselves are unclear about the specifics or their return. Chui Damon exhaled. That startled me. As long as it's not an outright refusal, that's acceptable. Having quenched his thirst, Chui Monsong said to Liu Lin, do not fret. I will stay here for the next couple of days to handle this matter. If there's a need for your presence, I will have you accompany me. Liu Lin nodded. I will follow your arrangements, uncle. Chui Monsong drank another cup of tea. And upon noticing Damon also enjoying tea beside him, he scolded, young Liu is spending so much money hiring you, and you're merely here to drink tea? Shouldn't you be attending to your responsibilities? Chui Damon, not daring to contradict, quickly stood up. Then I shall attend to the scrap iron collection. Liu Lin, recognizing Chui Monsong's strict upbringing, refrained from saying much at this moment and nodded. Go ahead. He then led Chui Monsong to Damon's resting room. This is the bedding Damon uses. Please take a rest. Given Chui Monsong's age and customary afternoon naps, he did not hesitate to lie down and drift off to sleep. Liu Lin lounged in a chair, contemplating matters. Suddenly, the sound of a bicycle bell filled the air. Liu Lin smiled, appreciating Ma Xiaoquan's efficiency in handling affairs. Seeing the teapot and cups in the courtyard, Ma Xiaoquan made himself at home, pouring himself a cup of tea, which he quickly finished before squinting at Liu Lin, who appeared relaxed and content in the chair. You truly know how to indulge yourself. I have nearly worn my lips thin advocating for your cause. Liu Lin, squinting against the sunlight, replied, this is not merely my affair, it is ours. Rising from the chair, Liu Lin approached the table to refill the teapot with hot water. Has the matter been resolved? Ma Xiaoquan complained. It's not that simple. There is no hope. My father-in-law disagrees. Liu Lin thought to himself, I trust you. Not at all. Ma Xiaoquan was a man who only saw the potential for profit and was unwilling to act without assurance. Moreover, he was quite daring when it came to financial ventures. In the context of these two transactions, it is evident that Ma Xiaoquan did not genuinely trust Liu Lin during the first instance. Nonetheless, he was willing to take a gamble for monetary gain. During the second instance, perceiving stability, he opted for an all-in approach. Moreover, his father-in-law wielded his influence to procure 2 trucks for him, which he could use at his discretion, unlike Song Yongxing, who was bound by factory assignments. This illustrates how this family could hardly relinquish such lucrative opportunities. Feigning disappointment, Liu Lin sighed, expressing regret over the situation. It is indeed unfortunate. I initially intended to offer you a chance to prosper, but since your father-in-law is unwilling, I shall divert this batch of goods to another client instead. He has implored me for this shipment on numerous occasions. Ma Xiaoquan had orchestrated this maneuver in hopes of negotiating a lower price, enabling his family to reap greater profits. However, he did not anticipate Liu Lin's cunning, who left no opportunity for mischief. How has this young man suddenly become so astute? Never mind, let us not deceive one another, Ma Xiaoquan conceded. I can only say that you are quite fortunate. My father-in-law mentioned that the factory is indeed contemplating a uniform policy. This is not solely for aesthetics. Safety in production is paramount. Regular clothing tends to wear out in a steel mill, leading to employee dissatisfaction and frequent injuries. Your batch of denim workwear is arguably the best option available thus far. Ma Xiaoquan took another sip of tea, remarking, this tea is of rather low quality. Liu Lin retorted without hesitation, I concur. Please procure a couple of fine canisters for me later. How shameless can you be? Ma Xiaoquan shot Liu Lin a pair of exasperated glares. In return, could you offer me a discount on this batch of clothing? Liu Lin, grinning, replied, as I stated. The price I offered is the lowest I can provide. I feel an urge to spit water in your face, Ma Xiaoquan said, pointing at Liu Lin and gritting his teeth. You unscrupulous merchant. You cannot expect me to earn nothing while toiling in the middle, considering I have several individuals to pay. With a glance at the brand-new motorcycle in the courtyard, Ma Xiaoquan remarked, you have certainly profited handsomely from the fabric. It appears you are thriving. This is an unspoken truth in your mind. Does it hold any significance now? Let us get to the point. When will this order be placed? Let me state up front that I will not accept an IOU. I require full payment in one go. Ma Xiaoquan scoffed. Do you think we desire an IOU? My father-in-law stated we should aim for completion within a week. Ma Xiaoquan smacked his lips. When the secretary returns with the delivery, will you still refuse the fabric? Liu Lin candidly replied, I will not accept the fabric, but rest assured, others will begin to do so. As a friend, let me offer you a word of advice. If they, like me, are willing to pay in cash on the spot, that is acceptable. Otherwise, regardless of the price offered, do not follow the crowd. Ma Xiaoquan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Liu Lin. What exactly do you know about the underlying circumstances? Liu Lin wore a meaningful smile, devoid of any insider knowledge. Rather, he relied on his keen intuition regarding the market. Enough, he remarked, as the conversation became increasingly absurd. Ma Xiaoquan felt an overwhelming urge to spit at Liu Lin. Yet, the more Liu Lin behaved this way, the more Ma Xiaoquan found him to be a reliable individual. All right then, I shall not waste any more of your time. I have other matters to attend to. By the way, when is your clothing store set to open? I mentioned it to my wife yesterday, and she is still eagerly anticipating that garment you promised her. Liu Lin shrugged. It's not that I don't wish to open sooner. I fear I might encounter a few obstacles. Ma Xiaoquan squinted at Liu Lin. You, my friend. Aren't you plotting something against me again? Are you? Chapter 78. I admire your courage. Liu Lin could not forget the words spoken by that woman, Qianxia, earlier today. Liu Ruhui was indeed correct. There is no fear like that of the unforeseen. Moreover, Liu Lin was quite convinced that Qianxia had someone backing her. After all, those who once served as sales clerks in state-owned shops invariably had some connections. They often possessed considerable influence. Do you have any acquaintances in the industrial and commercial bureau? What do you ask that for? What else could it be? I wish to apply for a business license for a clothing store. In this day and age, obtaining a license was far from convenient. Often, one needed connections to expedite the process. It was not only a matter of offending someone and facing obstacles. But even without such conflicts, the pace of approval could be excruciatingly slow. Although the renovations on Liu Ruhui's side would take some time, there was a lingering fear that by the time they were completed, the license would still not be issued. I don't have many contacts at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, but if you lower the price of the work uniforms, I can ask my father-in-law to see if he can help. Don't waste time. Just give your wife 2 sets of clothes instead of 1, and make it 2 sets. Ma Xiaoquan chuckled, realizing he could now delight his wife even more. It was indeed not easy to extract benefits from Liu Lin, but he felt compelled to make an effort. Just wait, I'll inquire about it. Ma Xiaoquan stood up, casting a covetous glance at Liu Lin's motorcycle. Go ahead and buy it if you like. You're not short on cash. That won't do. My father-in-law is a leader. It's more comfortable for everyone to see us living modestly. Mounting his old bicycle, Ma Xiaoquan whistled as he departed. The day passed without incident. By noon the following day, the courtyard wall was completed. In the afternoon, the landline was connected. The framework for the greenhouse was set up, and the television pole was erected. Small benches were neatly arranged. Sunflower seeds, candies, and cigarettes were all prepared. Song Jinbao embodied the image of an elderly woman selling goods outside a school, eagerly anticipating customers to arrive. Any feelings of resistance had long since dissipated. As soon as the phone rang, Liu Lin called Wang Duo, who was in the daily chemical business. Upon introducing himself, Wang Duo responded with exceptional warmth. After all, a distinctive businessman like Liu Lin was a rarity. Instantly, he resolved all of Wang Duo's concerns. Mr. Liu, you've called. Regarding the television set you were missing last time, I have already resolved that issue. How would you like me to deliver it to you? In a few days? My factory will send a truck to the city. I will arrange for the same driver, Liang, to pick it up and bring some goods back. Liu Lin had made a one-time payment of 50,000 yuan, but given the limited space on the truck, they could only transport 10,000 packages of goods. The quantity he required was substantial. Wang Duo readily agreed, assuring Liu Lin, "Rest assured, Mr. Liu. When your driver arrives, just tell us how much to load, and we will accommodate your request." Wang Duo and his team were more than eager for Liu Lin to take the goods away, as they occupied valuable warehouse space and affected their morale. This telephone number is exclusively mine. Remember it well. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. All right, thank you. By the way, when exactly will the advertisement be launched? I wish to inform you that it will be tomorrow. Liu Lin, filled with delight, exclaimed. So, The Flying Fox of Snowy Mountain will premiere tomorrow. He had long desired to revisit this classic. Wang Duo felt a mix of joy and apprehension. Mr. Liu, I genuinely anticipate the advertisement's impact. If this campaign succeeds, the paper mill could experience a complete revival. Of course, there is also your shipment to consider, after all. It amounts to 500,000 packages. Wang Duo admired Liu Lin's audacity. He himself would scarcely dare to purchase even 2 packages. If they failed to sell, he could always give them to his wife, which wouldn't be deemed extravagant. There is another matter for which I hope you could lend your assistance. Mr. Liu, I assure you, I will help in any way I can. If possible, could you procure a few more televisions for me, ensuring they come with a corresponding number of VCRs? Wang Duo was perplexed. Mr. Liu, why do you need so many? Wouldn't 2 suffice? Liu Lin understood that Wang Duo's request for 2 was merely a gesture of goodwill. He couldn't reveal that he had discovered there were no video rental shops in Linggao County and was contemplating opening one. You know, with such a large shipment, we cannot rely on selling it package by package. I wish to leverage my connections, however. Those with the means often have seen better goods and tend to overlook the ordinary. Wang Duo nodded in understanding from the other end of the line. Since our aim is to expedite the sale of this vast quantity of paper, I will shamelessly seek further connections. Liu Lin had just seen the television set up, and the scene in the courtyard sparked this sudden inspiration. He was yet to finalize the location for the video rental shop. I recognize this task is challenging. Take your time to devise a plan. There is no rush. After finishing the call with Wang Duo, he dialed Du Sha Sha. Upon hearing Liu Lin's voice, she sarcastically remarked, I thought you had forgotten me amidst your newfound status. Forget you? I certainly cannot overlook the 10,000 yuan worth of goods you owe me. Liu Lin responded. Look at you, how ungrateful your words are. He was merely jesting. I want to tease you further. I called you right after hanging up to facilitate our communication. You are engaged in significant business. How could you be without a phone? This should have been done long ago to avoid delays. How is the production of my goods progressing? It's going quite smoothly. We should complete production in 2 days. When do you plan to come and collect the goods? In a few days. It won't take up too much of your inventory. By the way, have you made any progress regarding the equipment? Du Shasha have been overwhelmed by equipment-related issues lately. Ding Su is not trustworthy. I no longer wish to purchase his second-hand equipment. Du Shasha was taken aback. I always thought you were the type to bend when necessary to achieve your goals. Have I misjudged you? Can't you endure some humiliation for the sake of your fellow townsfolk? I'm not giving up. I simply aspire to acquire the most advanced production equipment available. Even through the phone, Du Shasha remained profoundly astonished. Is your sum of over 200,000 sufficient? How much would an entirely new one cost? Professor Tang Hui has already connected me with a friend from a certain country who can procure the best equipment at the lowest price. And what would that amount to? Around 1 million, I suppose. Du Shasha chuckled softly on the other end. President Liu. Do you truly dare to dream of a million's worth while clutching merely 200,000? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you likely have far less at your disposal by now. Liu Lin responded with a cheerful laugh. To be candid, I have only 4,000 left to my name. For now, I can only await the sale of the goods I currently possess. Du Shasha's laughter faded, replaced by a gentle sigh. Honestly, Liu Lin, I genuinely admire your courage. Perhaps I should give your proposal for investment serious consideration. Chapter 79. A head kick from a donkey. Liu Lin chuckled upon hearing this. Back when I had over 200,000, you vehemently opposed it. Now that I am left with a mere 4,000, you are suddenly considering it. Sister Du, what exactly are you thinking? Du Shasha replied with a self-deprecating smile. I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. After a pause, she continued, however, Liu Lin, the distance between us is quite vast now, and I fear I may not be able to assist you much. Nonetheless, if anything arises in the city, I am still willing to lend a helping hand. Liu Lin did not hesitate to respond. Then please keep an eye on your cousin Du Bing's goods for me. As before, I request quality at a reasonable price. Du Shasha teased, you just want me to take advantage of my family, don't you? No. You are merely helping them manage their inventory. Fine, I can only say that as long as the price is fair, I will certainly not undercut others. With her assurance, Liu Lin felt at ease and ended the call. He then dialed Tang Hui's number, primarily to express his desire to make a significant purchase of new equipment. The more Liu Lin conveyed his intentions, the more Tang Hui felt ashamed for not being able to assist him. What solution do you have in mind? Liu Lin replied. I am considering applying for a loan from the county. I inquired, and if I proceed, I should qualify for the loan. Though I fear there may be minor obstacles along the way. Liu Lin's first thought was of Li Xinguang's father, Li Hongwang. To be honest, I consulted a loan officer previously about the matter, but he asked for a 10% fee on the loan amount. Although Liu Lin need not share such details with Tang Hui, he thought that since Tang Hui considered himself well-connected, perhaps he could offer some insight. Loans. Tang Hui mused thoughtfully. It indeed appears to be a viable solution. Moreover, national policies are generally favorable. Yet we cannot escape the fact that many unscrupulous individuals occupy positions of execution. He lamented, such people, once discovered, should face serious repercussions. Loans. Tang Hui continued to ponder. Please remind me again where you are located. Linggao County. Tang Hui diligently noted this down. I recall you mentioned having only over 200,000. So you would need at least 800,000 to maintain liquidity, correct? I will further inquire about the loan on your behalf. Liu Lin understood that regardless of whether Tang Hui could provide substantial assistance, his connections and information were undoubtedly broader than his own. Liu Lin said, Professor Tang, should my textile factory truly come to fruition in the future, I hope you will not decline to serve as our consultant. Me? Tang Hui was taken aback. Professor Tang, your knowledge and insights are exceptional, but do you not find it a pity if they are applied solely within academia? Shouldn't the transformation of knowledge into practical productivity be what you aspire to witness? Professor Tang's vision and capabilities are highly regarded by Liu Lin. Yet it is his character that Liu admires even more. Furthermore, Liu finds himself in need of Tang's social connections. Moreover, having Professor Tang associated with his factory could serve as an intriguing allure. After a brief moment of hesitation, Professor Tang smiled and replied, If you do not mind my ignorance and rigidity, I would be delighted. The two engaged in a pleasant exchange for a few moments before concluding the call. Having reached out to all necessary contacts, the primary intent was to inform them how to connect with him in the future. Upon finishing the call and lifting his gaze, Liu Lin noticed a considerable gathering of individuals in the courtyard, drawn by the allure of the color television. To watch a color television for free. They did not seem to mind the somewhat remote location. Is this truly a color television? It appears significantly larger than the black and white sets I have seen elsewhere. Indeed. The size of this television was impressive. Song Jinbao, standing proudly beside the television, beamed. This is a 21-inch model. Most people cannot even acquire one. But my brother Lin has his ways, and he is generous enough to invite you all to enjoy it for free. Thank you. You even thoughtfully provided us with small stools. How considerate. Some noticed the sunflower seeds and snacks arranged nearby and inquired, do we have to purchase seeds or candy to watch the television here? Chui Damon promptly responded, not at all. That is entirely voluntary. It is merely to ensure convenience for everyone, in case you feel like snacking while watching. Others then spotted the tea table and asked, are the beverages for sale? Song Jinbao quickly interjected, yes, of course. Chui Damon discreetly nudged Song Jinbao. This tea is meant for Brother Lin. How did you end up selling it? Song Jinbao shrugged. Look at the quality of the tea you bought. Given Brother Lin's status, can he possibly drink this? He urged, hurry and switch it out for something better. Chui Damon contested, it's just tea. It's merely a thirst quencher. Why all the fuss? You simply do not understand. Trust me, go boil some water. Afterward, we will use the profits to buy Brother Lin better tea, and we shall split the cost. Damon's spirits lifted at this. Now that sounds reasonable. You have a conscience after all. Song Jinbao retorted, what do you mean by that? When have I ever lacked a conscience? Those who arrived early began to grow impatient. When will it start? Song Jinbao reassured, everyone, please remain calm. Our schedule is from 6 to 9. If we start early, the program may not be worth watching. Plus we have to cover the electricity costs. The crowd glanced at their watches, noting it was already 5 minutes to 6. All right, just 5 more minutes won't hurt. Jinbao's friend Qi Dong entered with a few companions. It looks lively here. Is there anything we can assist with? Song Jinbao inquired. Where's Brother Chow? We haven't seen him around lately. He mentioned that he had matters to attend to at home, which is why he has been absent these past few days. Now, as I take charge, I welcome any assistance from my comrades, so do not hesitate to speak up. He further added that before departing, June had specifically instructed us to ensure that no one troubled Lin. Song Jinbao remarked that since we are gathered, we should make ourselves comfortable, as we would soon be enjoying the large television. Qi Dong flashed a grin and said, Brother Jinbao, we are all comrades here. These are mere outsiders. Could you arrange for us a more distinguished seating? By distinguished seating, Qi Dong meant a spot in the front row, unobstructed by others. Very well. Please take the seats at the front. Upon their arrival, no one dared to contest their claim, and everyone willingly vacated their spots. Some latecomers, in fact, found themselves without chairs but still managed to prop their feet up to watch. It is 6 o'clock. The crowd shouted in unison. The television was switched on, and an enchanting melody filled the air. Mountains and rivers cannot bear too much sorrow. Time cannot endure prolonged waiting. Chapter 80. New Professions. The expansive courtyard suddenly erupted with excitement. What song is this? It sounds magnificent. Look at the one dressed in a dragon robe. Isn't he striking? And who is that woman? She is simply stunning. Ha ha ha, look at your eager expression. Everyone was chattering animatedly. This color television is truly remarkable. It brings out the colors of the clothes vividly. Well, of course, how could it be called a color television otherwise? Oh, look quickly, who can read this? What is the title of this drama? I can't recognize the last 2 characters. I cannot either. Does anyone know? Qianlong. It's called Dramatization of Qianlong. Look at your cultural knowledge. Amidst the lively chatter, the courtyard was particularly vibrant and bustling. What is this about? What happened earlier? I find it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Stop the noise. The fact that we can watch it is already wonderful. Exactly. Let us guess. It must be about their romance. Although we lack context, it does not diminish the enthusiasm of the crowd. This television show is truly captivating. Having played for about half the duration, an advertisement appeared. Even though it was merely an ad, many watched with rapt attention. At this moment, some began to call for Song Jinbao, asking for tea and sunflower seeds. I want 2 pieces of candy. Bring me a pack of cigarettes. Song Jinbao was happily attending to everyone's requests. Liu Lin sat on the Kong in the inner room, peering through the window to observe the lively scene, but primarily he was keeping an eye on the telephone. It had been over 2 days since Xiao Jun left. He should be arriving soon, though he was uncertain when the call would come. Chui Damon, attentive as ever, while selling tea, did not forget to prepare a cup for Liu Lin. Brother Lin, why aren't you out here watching the television? It's fantastic. I must stay by the phone these 2 days to avoid missing any calls from the secretary. Chui Damon suddenly felt a deep appreciation for Liu Lin. Who could think of his secretary even amidst such merriment? Brother Lin, don't worry. The secretary will surely return safely. Although I know he will be fine. I still need to hear it to feel at ease. Having a boss like you is truly a blessing for us. Liu Lin smiled at Cui Damon. Don't just bring me tea. Remember to take good care of Uncle Cui these days. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the television drama concluded, and the screen displayed the words "the end." The crowd let out a collective wail. That's it? I just started watching today, and it's already over? I haven't had enough yet. Such a wonderful drama, and I only got to see 2 episodes before it ended. Song Ji-bao hurried out to regain control of the situation. Don't be disheartened. Brother Lin has assured me that tomorrow at this time, there will be another equally captivating new drama. Will it truly be as good as today's? Song Ji-bao patted his chest confidently. Absolutely. Brother Lin's words are never wrong. Qi Dong and a few others stood up to help clear the area. Hurry up, what time is it? Why aren't you heading home? Do you plan to stay the night? If you wish to see it, come back tomorrow. Although the television has been turned off, the crowd lingers, reluctant to leave, turning back repeatedly while discussing the plot. Once everyone has been ushered away, one can observe the yard littered with sunflower seed shells and cigarette butts. At this moment, Song Ji-bao could not help but complain about these rascals, who not only burden him with work, but also expect him to clean up their mess. Yet, when he glanced at the nearly sold-out merchandise, a smile spread across his face. Lin Guo's strategy truly was brilliant. This was indeed more profitable than collecting entrance fees. After Song Ji-bao and Cui Damon had tidied up the yard, they entered the house to find Liu Lin still waiting by the phone. Cui Damon, feeling sympathetic, urged, Lin Guo, you should return to rest. It's rather late, and the secretary is unlikely to call back now. If you're uneasy, I can stay here tonight to watch over things for you. Liu Lin rose and replied, all right, if the secretary does call, please inform him that I will come by in the morning. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Song Ji-bao and Qi Dong, who all called out in unison, Lin Guo. Liu Lin nodded and began chatting with Qi Dong and the others as if they were old acquaintances. What have you all been busy with lately? He inquired. Oh, what legitimate matters could we possibly have? As you know, we just waste our days away, they replied. Would you like to stop wasting time and engage in something more meaningful? Liu Lin asked. Qi Dong and the others exchanged glances, and ultimately, Qi Dong took the lead in responding. To be honest, Lin Guo, we don't wish to merely drift through life, but we lack skills and formal education. We've grown accustomed to idleness, and if it were a 9-to-5 job, we might struggle with the loss of freedom. This is a common ailment among drifters. And Liu Lin was well aware of it. I've been contemplating investing in a few small businesses that might suit you. The group's excitement was palpable upon hearing this. Really, Lin Guo? Are you planning to arrange work for us? Does that mean we can join you and Brother Jun? Is the income substantial? Is the work easy? Liu Lin enumerated the advantages with his fingers. It's enjoyable, flexible, and interesting, and the pay is quite decent. Song Ji-bao felt a twinge of envy. Lin Guo, when did you acquire such good job prospects? How come I was unaware? Isn't that what I'm intending to share with you now? Liu Lin replied. The group grew impatient, urging him, Lin Guo, please tell us quickly. If you wish to work with me, you must help me find a storefront, preferably in a prime location, and the larger, the better. I plan to open a video hall and a dance hall. This trend is currently in vogue. Many young people enjoy frequenting such places. Liu Lin aimed to seize the opportunity in Linggao County, which currently lacked such establishments. A video hall, a dance hall. Although Linggao County had yet to see such venues, the concept was not lost on them, and they had longed to experience it firsthand. They imagined that working in a video hall or dance hall would offer the chance to watch films, admire handsome men and beautiful women, and even dance for free, an exhilarating prospect. Lin Guo, are you truly going to pursue this? Indeed, I possess such thoughts. However, I implore you to maintain discretion while assisting me in locating a storefront. Should word of this venture reach others who might wish to partake, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage. At that juncture, do not reproach me for not providing you with the opportunity to work in such a place. A few individuals hastily assured, Brother Lin, rest assured, we shall keep our lips sealed and wholeheartedly assist you in finding a suitable venue. We will be at your service. Yes, we will follow your lead henceforth. Ji-bao, I urge you to also keep an eye out for available storefronts, regardless of their location or size. Please inform me of any that are up for rent, so I may select the most suitable options. Song Ji-bao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Brother Lin, why are you renting so many storefronts? What do we have to sell? Liu Lin replied with a smile, in the future, these storefronts will serve as assets. If you can assist me in acquiring them, Your contributions will be greatly valued. Song Jinbao, grinning widely, asked if the contribution is significant. What rewards will Liu Lin offer? Chapter 81. From scoundrel to rascal. Song Jinbao's words were overheard by Cui Damon, who had just emerged to pour wash water for Cui Monsong. In a swift motion, he splashed the water at Song Jinbao's feet. Startled, Song Jinbao exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" Cui Damon fixed a glare on him, remarking, "The money you've earned under Lin Gu in just a few days surpasses your father's annual salary. You dare ask for benefits for trivial tasks? Have you no shame?" "I was merely jesting with Lin Gu. Do you truly believe I desire anything?" Song Jinbao retorted, shrugging dismissively. Cui Damon, still glaring, warned, "Regardless of your intentions, let me remind you not to lose sight of reality. Greed will lead to your downfall." Song Jinbao scoffed. "Don't presume you're the only one who cares about Lin Gu. To me, he is as dear as a brother." Liu Lin interjected, "Enough with the displays of loyalty. Everyone should rest. Tomorrow brings its own challenges." He mounted his motorcycle and headed home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed a gathering of 4 or 5 women encircling Liu Ruhui. "Ruhui, what sorcery did you employ to transform your husband so drastically?" one inquired. "Indeed. Look at your husband now. He is quite capable," another added. "I heard that Daqing's wife is cooking for you at 50 yuan a month. Is that true?" 50 yuan? Goodness, you are quite generous," another exclaimed. "Ruhui, do you need more cooks?" "I don't require 50, 40 will suffice." Liu Ruhui stood in the center, her expression a mix of anxiety and discomfort. "Dear sisters, it's getting late. Miao Miao is already asleep inside. Isn't that perfect? It gives us time to chat." They insisted. "But my husband will be home soon. He has had a long day and needs to rest." The women showed no signs of letting Liu Ruhui off easily. "What is there to fear? He hasn't returned yet. When he does, we can greet him." Liu Ruhui sighed quietly, and upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Liu Lin's silhouette. Seeing him was like witnessing the dawn break. "Liu Lin, you're back?" Liu Ruhui exclaimed warmly, rushing to greet him. Liu Lin wrapped his arm around her waist. The women observed their affectionate display, their expressions a tapestry of reactions. One cleared her throat and stepped forward. "Liu Lin, you've returned." Ruhui was quite worried. "We've been encouraging her, saying you're now quite accomplished, even earning respect from the local ruffians. There's no need for her to fret." Liu Lin had little fondness for such gossip. "Are you finished? If so, Ruhui and I would like to retire for the night." With that, he led Liu Ruhui into their home, shutting the door on the group outside. The women, seemingly oblivious to the acoustics of the building, murmured among themselves. "Look at him, acting all high and mighty, forgetting his roots. How shameless to flaunt affection in front of us. Is it true that they paid Daqing's wife 50 yuan?" One questioned. "Do you really believe such nonsense?" Another scoffed. "Even if such an agreement were made, by the time the month arrives, it might not be fulfilled. It feels as though one is toying with the sister-in-law of Daqing. Just wait and see." However, that day, the plump woman truly suffered a setback. Liu Lin indeed proved formidable. In what way formidable? At most, he has merely transitioned from a rogue to any ne'er-do-well. Among these rascals, is there a decent person? They are all the scum of society. Liu Ruhui listened to the chatter at the door and sighed, concerned about affecting Liu Lin's mood. "They're just like that. Do not be angry, it is not worth it." Liu Lin removed his suit jacket, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I'm not in the mood to be upset with such people. It is only our well-being that truly matters." Liu Ruhui smiled and nodded, helping Liu Lin hang up his jacket. "Liu Lin, are you available tomorrow? If Uncle Cui does not summon me, I should be free. Is there something on your mind?" Liu Ruhui bit her lip, appearing hesitant to speak. "Please, do not hold back. Just say what you need to say. Earlier, we owed money to the villagers, which has made us reluctant to return for the past 2 years. Now that we can repay it, I thought I might go back and settle the debt. However, if you are free, could you take me back on your bike?" Liu Ruhui wished for Liu Lin to accompany her back, partly because the bus to the village only runs once a day, making it quite inconvenient. More importantly, as a woman, she desired to showcase her husband, now that he had changed for the better. Previously, due to Liu Lin, Liu Ruhui had endured countless jests and disdainful looks. She too longed for a moment of pride. Liu Lin discerned Liu Ruhui's intentions and inquired, "Is there anyone else in your family, or someone you wish to see?" Liu Ruhui lowered her gaze. "Do you not have an older brother?" Liu Lin recalled, from his previous existence, that such a person existed. However, upon hearing about him, Liu Ruhui's eyes dimmed. Liu Ruhui had harbored resentment towards her brother for years. Had he not sold her off like an object to Liu Lin, she would not have endured such prolonged suffering. Furthermore, when she found herself in dire straits, desperately needing help due to Miao Miao's illness, her brother's wife had doused her hopes with cold water. Although she now enjoyed a better life, the emotional burden still lingered. Observing Liu Ruhui's reaction, Liu Lin began to understand. One cannot counsel others to be virtuous without experiencing their hardships. Moreover, Liu Lin held steadfast to the belief: repay virtue with virtue, and resentment with resentment. What I mean to say is, if there is someone you hold dear, consider bringing some gifts or preparing a red envelope. If there is no one worthy in your heart, once we settle the debt, we can leave without adding to our troubles. Liu Ruhui looked up at Liu Lin. So? You are willing to accompany me back? The debt incurred is indeed mine due to you, so I shall certainly accompany you. Liu Ruhui's gloom lifted. Actually, there is someone I wish to meet. What kind of person is this? Liu Ruhui, shrouded in mystery, decided to keep her plans confidential, stating that she would reveal more only if her endeavors came to fruition. The following morning, Liu Ruhui donned a dress that Liu Lin had brought back for her from the city, complemented by a beige trench coat. With black leather shoes adorning her feet, she not only appeared stunning but also exuded a distinctive charm. Mother looks truly beautiful, remarked Miao Miao, who sported 2 little braids, a pink knitted dress, and red leather shoes. With a bow adorning her head, Liu Ruhui gently tapped Miao Miao's rosy cheek. My little Miao Miao is also a princess. In a sweet, childlike voice, Miao Miao chimed. The clothes Daddy bought are the prettiest. As they mounted the motorcycle, carrying their wife and child, they embarked on their journey back to their hometown, Shuanghe village. At the village entrance, women were washing clothes when one suddenly pointed into the distance. Look over there. Who is that? Riding a big motorcycle. How impressive. Chapter 82. Returning in splendor, other women were also gazing into the distance. It was too far to discern clearly. It should be Ma Xiaoquan, for in our village. He is likely the only one capable of affording a motorcycle. Look, there are others with him. Could it be that he has brought his wife back this time? He has never brought her home before. I heard that city dwellers are rather particular and look down upon our rural abode, hence their reluctance to visit. By the way, Chunhua probably doesn't know Xiaoqian has returned. I shall inform her. Without a care for her own garments, one eager soul dashed off to find Ma Chunhua. As Liu Lin's motorcycle drew nearer, a keen observer remarked that something seemed amiss. That didn't appear to be Ma Xiaoqian. I too thought it looked unfamiliar. Yet there was something vaguely recognizable about it. Ah, I recognized the woman. Was that not Liu Ruhui? Is it? Another inquired. Why is she dressed so well? The man beside her, could he be a new companion of hers? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Liu Lin's motorcycle finally came to a halt before the group of women at Liu Ruhui's behest. She dismounted, cheerfully greeting, Sister Wang, Sister Li. Are you here washing clothes by the river again? The women scrutinized Liu Ruhui from head to toe. Is that you, Ruhui? It has been so long. We hardly recognized you. You look quite radiant now. Just as one was about to mock Liu Ruhui for her apparent impropriety in associating with another man. It dawned on them that this was Liu Lin. Is that really Liu Lin? Liu Lin, a native of Shuanghe village, should have been easily recognized. Yet, because he was so familiar, their impressions of him were deeply rooted, making it difficult for them to accept his transformed appearance. After a moment of astonishment, they found it hard to believe that Liu Lin could have acquired wealth. How could that be possible? Was it Liu Ruhui who had become accomplished? That seemed unlikely. Each of them harbored their own thoughts. Liu Ruhui had never smiled so genuinely in front of these women before. In the past, they often spoke to her, feigning outrage at her plight, claiming she was like a flower blooming amidst manure. Yet behind her back, they would call her foolish and incompetent, saying she could not even manage her own man, hence deserving her fate. Today, Liu Lin has come back with me to share a glimpse with you all. So I'll forego chatting with a few sisters. We shall head into the village first. Liu Ruhui climbed back onto the motorcycle. As the two rode away, the chatter erupted among the women. Had she truly found happiness? With someone like Liu Lin, how could that be? Perhaps both his attire and motorcycle were borrowed. Indeed, he might be returning to the village to show off and deceive, imagining himself as Xiaoqian, capable of benefiting the village. With a smile, Liu Ruhui embraced Liu Lin's waist. I am so happy today. What brings you such joy? Is it the thrill of finally holding your head high before those women? Liu Ruhui did not deny it. Do you think I seem particularly superficial? To some extent, yes, but as long as you are happy, that is what matters. Liu Ruhui lightly bit her lip, feeling somewhat pent up over the years. She merely wanted those who had been secretly undermining them to see that they had transformed. Although Liu Lin believed such matters were unnecessary, he adhered to the principle that his wife's comfort was paramount. Where shall we go now? Despite possessing memories of a previous life, he still felt a sense of unfamiliarity here, devoid of belonging. Where else could we go but to repay our debts one household at a time? In his past, Liu Lin had only borrowed from banks and had never borrowed from individuals, primarily to preserve friendships. However, this time he truly experienced the meaning of having borrowed from nearly the entire village. Each time Liu Ruhui repaid a household, a wave of relief washed over her, making the air feel remarkably fresh. Yet, what Liu Lin perceived in the villagers' eyes was, "Ha, you little scoundrel, finally willing to return my money." What Liu Ruhui observed was the envy of others towards Liu Lin's transformation. Meanwhile, Liu Lin felt constantly reminded of how dismal his past had been. After a whole morning's delay, they finally settled all outstanding debts. On Liu Ruhui's ledger, only the last household remained. The village was particularly lively today. Being the off-season for farming, groups of 2s and 3s were bustling about, gossiping about Liu Lin and his wife, speculating on their sudden prosperity. The conjectures could easily form a captivating television drama. Liu Lin disliked the sensation of being scrutinized and asked Liu Ruhui how much longer this unenjoyable journey would last. Liu Ruhui reassured him, urging him not to rush. They were down to the last household. She had noticed Liu Lin's reluctance to deal with the villagers' cold jibes and their underlying disdain for him. Just a bit longer. The last household was that of the village secretary. The secretary, surnamed Ma, was named Ma Guangfu. He was currently seated at the village committee office and had already heard quite a bit about Liu Lin's return. Therefore, when he encountered the couple, he did not display excessive surprise but instead poured them 2 cups of water. "Secretary Ma, we have come specifically to repay our debts," Liu Ruhui stated. Ma Guangfu sat across from them, saying, "I have heard that you are doing well now." Looking at Liu Lin, he thought to himself, they say seeing is believing. This encounter confirmed that the women's descriptions were not exaggerated. Liu Lin, whom he had watched grow up, had once made him anxious, but now he felt reassured. Liu Lin thought to himself, no wonder he is a village official. Although they had secretly criticized his past shortcomings, their words sounded much more pleasant now. Liu Lin expressed his gratitude to Secretary Ma for not abandoning them during their hardships, and today they were finally able to repay the money borrowed from him back then. Liu Ruhui hastily retrieved the money she had prepared for Secretary Ma from her pocket, presenting it to him with utmost reverence. Secretary Ma glanced at the several crisp bills before him and remarked, "This is too much." Liu Lin felt a twinge of confusion. Liu Ruhui had previously repaid numerous individuals without ever offering an excess. Why was there an exception made for Secretary Ma? Merely for the fact that he was a village official? This seemed unwarranted. Over the years, Liu Ruhui had cultivated a character of simplicity. Even if he were a village official, such preferential treatment hardly seemed justified. Liu Ruhui subtly shifted her chair forward and said, "Secretary Ma, actually, I have another matter I would like to request your assistance with." Liu Lin couldn't help but direct his gaze towards Liu Ruhui, pondering what sort of favor she needed and why she did not seek his help instead. Chapter 83. Are you having fun at my expense? Ma Guangfu furrowed his brow, well aware that every time Liu Ruhui sought him out, it was never for anything fortuitous. Previously, it was always about borrowing money, and as a village official, he had reluctantly acquiesced for the sake of securing votes. Now that the debt was finally repaid, there was yet another request at hand. What could it possibly be? It certainly could not be anything good. Yet, for the sake of maintaining harmony, Ma Guangfu could not simply dismiss her. "What is it?" "I am listening," he stated, implying that he would not easily acquiesce to her demands. In truth, Liu Lin was equally curious about Liu Ruhui's intentions, although he was aware that he could not ascertain them beforehand. If memory served him correctly, Secretary Ma had assisted the county in attracting investment last year, bringing in a businessman from Hong Kong who initially intended to establish a foundry in their county. The moment Liu Ruhui broached this topic, Ma Guangfu's expression darkened. He thought to himself, what is this? Has she returned from afar, repaid her debt, and now seeks to poke at my sore spot, making it difficult for me to express my frustration? I heard recently that the businessman absconded with the loan. Is that true? Ma Guangfu seethed internally. You have stated it so plainly, yet you still inquire about its veracity. What exactly do you want? It was no wonder Ma Guangfu was incensed. He had already been publicly criticized several times at county meetings due to this matter. They even used it as a cautionary tale, urging vigilance in future investment endeavors to prevent such occurrences from happening again. With a begrudging grunt, he asked Liu Ruhui, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. What is the purpose of your inquiry? Liu Ruhui quickly replied, Secretary Ma, I mean no offense. I have merely heard that the foundry's building has been completed. But since the businessman fled, it has been left idle. Is this not a waste of resources? Ma Guangfu, irritated, retorted, then tell me. What else can be done to prevent it from lying fallow? Liu Ruhui turned to Liu Lin, suppressing a smile. It was then that Liu Lin comprehended the true purpose of Liu Ruhui's visit. His earlier fatigue in dealing with the villagers dissipated. I came to inquire with Secretary Ma whether our village has any intentions of leasing out this vacant factory. Before coming, Liu Ruhui had gathered information. Noting that the site for the foundry was deliberately chosen at the junction of Linggao County and Shuanghe Village, citing lower land costs and proximity to the county, without adversely affecting the environment. It was also conveniently located near the steel mill for transporting goods. In hindsight, it seemed the businessman primarily aimed to invest minimally to abscond with a larger sum. Moreover, during the construction of the factory, the county had allocated a considerable amount of funds, with the businessman contributing a portion as well. Once the factory was erected, the county felt assured and extended a significant loan for machinery and equipment. Ultimately, once he received the funds, the individual vanished without a trace, leaving no way to recover the losses. Ma Guangfu had initially believed this endeavor would be a highlight of his political career. Instead, it had become an indelible blemish. Because of this incident, he now approached county meetings with trepidation. Recently, I have been unable to tolerate any whispers related to the foundry. Yet, Liu Ruhui has chosen to come and prick at his brow. Isn't this deliberately meant to cause him discomfort? Rent? Rent to whom? Such a vast factory space. Who would lease it for what purpose? Liu Ruhui cast another glance at Liu Lin and smiled. It was only the night before last that she had inadvertently overheard Damin mention Liu Lin's intention to establish a textile factory. Upon hearing this, she thought it to be a fanciful notion. Liu Lin, opening a factory? Such a large establishment cannot simply be initiated by mere desire. However, Cui Damin seemed to have considerable faith in Liu Lin's aspirations, stating that his father, Cui Mansong, was already preparing to assist Liu Lin in establishing connections for the factory. It was then that Liu Ruhui realized that Cui Damin was not joking about this matter. Cui Mansong, after all, was a deputy village head, and if he could place his trust in Liu Lin, how could she, as his wife, not only fail to support him, but also harbor doubts? Upon coming to this realization, Liu Ruhui felt that Liu Lin was striving for their family, and she could not simply enjoy the fruits of his labor without contributing. Regardless of whether she could be of assistance, she had to at least make an effort. Thus, when she learned that Liu Lin was troubled about the site for the factory, she pondered for a day and finally recalled this matter. However, uncertain if it would come to fruition, she decided to bring Liu Lin to test the waters, though she hesitated to inform him too soon, fearing he might be left disappointed. Secretary Ma, could you take the lead on this factory space and secure approval from above, stating that we intend to rent it? You want to rent? At this moment, Ma Guangfu did not respond with joy, but rather slammed the table in anger, causing the water in the teapot to splash. I say, Liu Lin, and your wife, are you two here today to amuse me? Do you think I, Ma Guangfu, have not had enough troubles lately? That you wish for my demise? I believe I have treated you well over the years, have I not? Have I ever pursued you for the money I lent? After all this time, you have been silent. Now aware of the purpose of their visit, Liu Lin ceased to remain silent. Secretary Ma, I understand that I, Liu Lin, have been unreliable in the past, which may lead you to think that I am jesting with this request, but it is not as you perceive. I genuinely wish to rent the factory space. To be candid, I aspire to establish a textile factory, and I have finalized the equipment arrangements. Yet I am still in search of a suitable location. Ma Guangfu was momentarily taken aback. What? What did I just hear? Liu Lin is capable of opening a factory? The foundry's premises are indeed impressive and spacious. I wonder if you would be willing to represent the village and assist me in securing this rental. Ma Guangfu's thoughts were clouded with distrust towards Liu Lin. Although he desired to resolve the scandal tarnishing his reputation, he could not risk his own position again. Should there be another misstep, it would be beyond redemption. If Secretary Ma does not believe me, I can assure you that as long as you do not inflate the rental price, I am prepared to pay the full amount in one go. Ma Guangfu slowly took his seat. Yet, whether he believed Liu Lin remained uncertain. Yet it must be said, the temptation surrounding this matter is exceedingly great for him. Should the factory be successfully leased, it would alleviate the financial losses he faces and provide him with a satisfactory explanation to his superiors. However, why must it be Liu Lin of all people? Had it been anyone else, he might have found it plausible to believe. Yet, with Liu Lin, he could not bring himself to trust him, not even under duress. Having watched him grow from childhood, how could he possibly be trustworthy? He would undoubtedly be worse than that Hong Kong businessman. Yet, Liu Lin proposed a one-time settlement. If he could indeed settle in one go, then there would be no loss for him. With a heart full of skepticism, he questioned, "Can you truly settle in one payment?" Liu Lin assured him, "Absolutely. Once you agree on the price and we sign the contract, I will pay the full amount immediately." How does that sound? Ma Guangfu pondered for a moment. His eyes narrowing, and with unwavering resolve declared, "No way." Chapter 84. The security deposit. Though Liu Lin had only grasped the situation in a general sense, he was able to comprehend the underlying implications. If Ma Guangfu took the lead effectively, he could rectify past mistakes and recover a substantial portion of what had been lost. Such an opportunity was something Ma Guangfu coveted dearly. He expressed his reluctance not out of a lack of desire to rent out the property, but rather due to his own self-doubt. What must I do for Secretary Ma to place his trust in me? He pondered. Perhaps, unless you first deposit 20,000 yuan with me. Ma Guangfu considered the proposition. If the factory could indeed be rented out, even a nominal rent would be preferable to leaving it vacant. He quoted the figure of 20,000, believing it to be more than sufficient for a year's lease, while also hoping to deter Liu Lin, signaling that he should not take him lightly. Upon noticing Liu Lin furrow his brow, Ma Guangfu chuckled. "What's the matter? Can't you muster the funds? If you can't, then spare me your grand proclamations and attend to your own affairs." He counted the additional bills given by Liu Ruhui, asserting that he neither sought their favors nor desired their assistance, but preferred to live a modest life with integrity. He admonished against indulging in underhanded schemes that could jeopardize their own people. Indeed, Liu Lin's furrowed brow was not a mere expression of concern. He genuinely lacked the means. Their accounts showed a mere 4,000 remaining, and with Xiao Jun's return still some time away, failing to produce the funds now would severely undermine his chances of regaining Ma Guangfu's trust. Liu Lin looked up, forcing a casual smile. "It's not that I can't come up with it. I simply hadn't anticipated Secretary Ma's urgency and didn't bring that much cash with me. Perhaps I could ask Ma Xiaoquan to deliver it, and he could serve as a witness for us. After all, 20,000 is no trifling sum, and having a witness would certainly be beneficial." Upon hearing Liu Lin mention Ma Xiaoquan, Ma Guangfu's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone. Recently, Ma Xiaoquan had visited the village twice to collect cloth, alleviating a significant burden from the villagers' hearts. Many now found themselves with savings. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Ma Xiaoquan was unanimously regarded as a benefactor by the villagers of Shuanghe. If Ma Xiaoquan were indeed willing to act as Liu Lin's guarantor, out of respect for him, Ma Guangfu would be inclined to extend this opportunity and take on the risk once more. Moreover, Liu Lin's suggestion of having a guarantor was indeed reasonable. Given that 20,000 was a considerable amount, without a guarantor, he would hesitate to entrust such funds to another. Ma Guangfu declared solemnly, "If you can truly persuade Ma Xiaoquan to vouch for you, I may reluctantly extend my trust one more time and report this matter upward. Then, Secretary Ma, I will return to find Ma Xiaoquan. Let us plan for tomorrow morning. We shall meet in your office." If it were as convenient as making a phone call in the future, Liu Lin would have certainly reached out to Ma Xiaoquan immediately. However, finding someone in the current circumstances was far from easy. He would have to make the journey back. While Ma Guangfu verbally agreed, he had already concluded that Liu Lin was merely stalling for time, seeking an escape route for himself. Tomorrow marks the dawn of a new year. Yet the question remains whether one possesses the audacity to seek him out. I reiterate, even with Ma Xiaoquan's endorsement, I would not acquiesce without a deposit of 20,000 yuan. The land occupied by the factory is, in fact, the property of Shuanghe village. Thus, whether to lease it or not lies solely within their jurisdiction. Consequently, Ma Guangfu believes that, regardless of the circumstances, he cannot afford to falter in this matter of leasing the factory. He cannot spare anyone's face, nor does he wish to become a target of criticism. Liu Lin rose, asserting unequivocally that they would not part ways without resolution. Ma Guangfu scoffed inwardly at the notion of certainty in their agreement. It was laughable. He did not even rise to see them off, eager for Liu Lin and his companions to depart. Yet, after sipping some water and savoring its taste, he reflected that renting out the factory was indeed a prudent strategy, far superior to letting it languish in neglect. This realization served as a wake-up call for him. Carrying Liu Ruhui, he prepared to return to the county when a woman halted their vehicle at the village entrance. "Ma Chunhua, Liu Lin was taken aback by her unexpected presence. Is there something you need? He inquired. Ma Xiaoquan glared at Liu Lin with a fierce intensity. Liu Ruhui sensed the tension and asked, Xiaoquan, do you require assistance? Ma Xiaoquan pointed an accusatory finger at Liu Lin, exclaiming, Liu Lin, why are you so malicious? Although she did not explicitly state her grievances, Liu Lin understood well the source of her ire. Had it not been for his threats towards Ma Xiaoquan, Ma Xiaoquan would not have lost her position at the steel factory, leaving her with no choice but to return to the village. Given Ma Xiaoquan's demeanor, it was evident that Ma Xiaoquan had shifted all blame onto him. Observing the fury in Ma Xiaoquan's eyes, Liu Lin taunted, Dare you articulate the reasons for your animosity? Ma Xiaoquan remained silent, even with Liu Ruhui present. Such matters were undoubtedly disgraceful, should they come to light. Both she and Ma Xiaoquan would find their lives considerably more difficult. Seeing her speechless, Liu Lin sneered, Observe how you falter in expressing your shame. I advise you, dear girl, to learn self-respect. Do not wait until your beauty has faded to realize that your efforts were in vain. Ma Xiaoquan clenched her teeth, retorting, Mind your own business. However, she could do nothing against Liu Lin and ultimately stepped aside. Liu Ruhui glanced back at Ma Xiaoquan, gripping the fabric of Liu Lin's waist tightly. Liu Lin sensed her unease and reassured her, Do not misconstrue. There is nothing between Ma Xiaoquan and me. Liu Ruhui's gaze darkened momentarily, I am aware. She was not naive. She had often witnessed the unspoken exchanges between Ma Xiaoquan and Ma Xiaoquan. Recognizing their relationship was far from ordinary. Yet, such circumstances inevitably instilled a sense of insecurity in many. With Liu Lin's newfound success, she feared that others might take an interest in him. She felt compelled to become an even better partner for Liu Lin, striving for excellence so that he would not resemble Ma Xiaoquan, fickle and unreliable. Having navigated this minor episode, Liu Ruhui sighed in despair. She knew that Liu Lin's finances were lacking. Although the remaining 4,000 yuan still represented a significant sum in her eyes, it was hardly sufficient. If merely living were sufficient, it could easily consume several years. However, in Liu Lin's current approach to spending, it is indeed a trivial matter. Liu Ruhui expressed her concerns, stating that even if we pooled together the money from selling rice, we would still fall short of 10,000. How can you make such a promise to Secretary Ma? What if we cannot gather the funds by tomorrow? You need not worry about the financial aspect. I have a solution. The goods you have brought in have yet to be sold. What means do you possess now? I believe it would have been wiser to postpone discussions with Secretary Ma for a few days until the secretary returns, alleviating our worries. Liu Lin replied, This matter cannot be delayed. Procrastination breeds complications. Moreover, the longer we wait, the more Secretary Ma will perceive us as financially incapable. He will only think that someone who cannot produce even 20,000 lacks the means to establish a textile factory. Chapter 85. Huayang Foundry. Liu Ruhui found Liu Lin's reasoning to be quite valid. However, 20,000 yuan posed a genuine dilemma for them at this moment. Let's not dwell on this issue any longer. It is merely 20,000 yuan. I will ask Ma Xiaoquan for a loan when we return. Liu Ruhui held little faith in Liu Lin's plan, thinking that Ma Xiaoquan, being so astute, would never agree to lend him money. If you must borrow, it would be wiser to approach Damin. He might be more inclined to assist you. Liu Lin smirked. No, I will seek out Ma Xiaoquan. Trust me. I have a method to persuade him. At this point, they could only attempt to see if either Ma Xiaoquan or Cui Damin could help Liu Lin navigate his immediate predicament and secure the lease for the factory. Ruhui, if we successfully rent this factory, you will have played a pivotal role. You are my timely rein, resolving a significant dilemma for me. As long as there is sufficient funding, the equipment will eventually come, but such an ideal factory is a rare find. Liu Ruhui smiled gently, as your wife. It is my duty to alleviate your burdens. Besides, I have done little more than gather this information. Moreover, I am not adept at negotiations. It seemed that Secretary Ma was rather displeased earlier, and if we have gotten this far, it is largely thanks to you. Liu Lin was generous with his praise. My wife is truly humble. In truth, the distrust from Secretary Ma was not her fault. It stemmed from his own actions. I complicated the negotiations. Had it not been for me, you would have secured the deal much earlier. Liu Ruhui did not believe she had done anything remarkable. She sought no accolades. The true affirmation for her was the ability to genuinely aid Liu Lin. As Liu Lin rode his motorcycle, he intentionally took a longer route, traveling down the road leading to the foundry. In the distance, he spotted a vast factory yard, dominated by a tall, elongated steel structure standing amidst the fields. It soared approximately 10 meters high and stretched over 200 meters long. The exterior gleamed in pristine white, adorned with blue trim. The grand entrance featured a marble wall emblazoned with the golden letters, Huayong Foundry. Not only Liu Lin but also Liu Ruhui felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing such an expansive facility. How splendid it would be if this were to become Liu Lin's factory. Liu Lin was genuinely surprised that it was Liu Ruhui who had found such an ideal location for him. This was precisely what he desired. He quickly planted a kiss on Liu Ruhui's cheek, exclaiming, "Darling, you are incredible." Liu Ruhui's cheeks flushed with warmth. Meow meow, seated between them, covered her eyes and playfully chimed, "So shy, so shy." Liu Ruhui feigned reproach. "Look at you." Liu Lin touched his lips. "What is there to fear? We are a lawful couple." Liu Ruhui bit her lip, trying to contain her radiant smile. Liu Lin pointed towards the factory. "Just wait, Ruhui. It won't be long before this place is ours." By the time they returned to the bungalow, it was already afternoon. As soon as Cui Demin spotted Liu Lin, he hurried over. "Lin Ge, where have you been? You didn't return for lunch. And we were all quite worried about you. Did you encounter any trouble? Has the secretary called?" Cui Demin shook his head. "Not yet. I asked Jinbao. And his father hasn't received a call from the secretary either. They should have arrived in Kanglin City by now." "Lin Ge, do you think the secretary and the others might have encountered some trouble? They are not a small group, so it shouldn't be too serious. Moreover, Liu Lin believed that the previous group had already been apprehended, so the journey should be relatively safe. However, in matters like these, one cannot be too certain. Perhaps they are simply too busy to make a call." Cui Demin nodded, though he remained unconvinced, hoping that was indeed the case. "Damon, where is Uncle Cui? Is he at home?" Cui Demin shook his head. "He went back to the county office after lunch. He said the officials who went to the city for a meeting have not yet returned. He wants to catch them as soon as they arrive." Liu Lin expressed his gratitude for Cui Monsong's diligent efforts. "Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Cui." Damon shook his head. "This is something my father willingly does. It's what he wants to accomplish, and nothing could deter him from it. By the way, has Xiaoqian come by today?" Cui Damon shook his head again. "No." "Are you looking for him?" Liu Lin replied, "Indeed, I have something to discuss with him. Do you know where I can typically find him? He is quite restless and enjoys playing. If you want to find him at this time, you might try the billiard hall. That works." Turning to Liu Ruhui with a brief remark, Liu Lin set off to find Ma Xiaoqian. As fate would have it, Ma Xiaoqian was indeed immersed in the billiard hall. Upon entering, Liu Lin found him with a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinting one eye as he aimed. Crack! The cue ball struck with force but failed to sink. "Xiaoqian, I think your eyesight is failing you, and your hands are unsteady. Did you overexert yourself last night?" "Haha." Ma Xiaoqian tossed the cue stick onto the table. "Whether I overexerted or not, it's still better than having nowhere to exert myself." Just as he was about to return to his seat, he spotted Liu Lin entering and called out to his companions, "Not playing anymore. Someone is looking for me." Ma Xiaoqian approached Liu Lin. "What brings you here? Have you decided to lower the price for me? Let us not waste time with trivialities. I have serious matters to discuss." Ma Xiaoqian flicked away his cigarette butt. "Serious matters? What do you mean?" Liu Lin gestured toward the door. "This isn't the place for such discussions. Let us find somewhere else to talk." "All right." Just as Ma Xiaoqian was about to leave with Liu Lin, the group of players he had just been playing with objected. "Hey Xiaoqian, you plan to run off after losing? You haven't settled the table fee yet." Ma Xiaoqian, feigning nonchalance, replied, "We haven't even finished the game. The outcome is still uncertain. Why should I pay? Whoever continues playing should pay. Can't you see I have business to attend to?" As a few players attempted to block Ma Xiaoqian's path, they insisted, "A bet is a bet. This isn't just about the table fee. We agreed on 10 yuan per loss game. You can either admit defeat and pay up, or finish the game and settle after. Choose one." Regarding Ma Xiaoqian's skills, they are exceedingly confident in their ability to win the 10 yuan stake. Liu Lin did not anticipate that such a shrewd individual as Ma Xiaoqian would gamble so boldly. Oblivious to the true worth of his own abilities, Liu Lin jested, "What is happening, Xiaoqian? This isn't like your usual style." Ma Xiaoqian offered a wry smile in response. Turning to Liu Lin, he revealed a hint of cunning, "Since you sought me out for a matter, perhaps you could assist me by covering this amount." Although Liu Lin was not financially strained by the 10 yuan, he was not inclined to be overly generous, allowing just anyone to extract money from his pocket. He casually gestured towards the billiard table, suggesting, "I could continue my game with this cue, if that is acceptable." Chapter 86. Dare to reveal your name? Ma Xiaoqian had never witnessed Liu Lin play billiards. With a smirk, he thought, why not? After all, someone was assisting him in losing this substantial sum of money, and he was more than delighted. The few individuals who gambled with Ma Xiaoquan frequented the billiards hall daily. Yet they had never seen Liu Lin play, leading them to believe he was utterly incapable. They exchanged knowing smirks, implying that money would soon be in their pockets, and they could look forward to dining out later. Liu Lin picked up the cue and polished it. "Whose turn is it?" asked the other player. "Mine," he replied, having not yet had a chance to play since Ma Xiaoquan had just finished. Liu Lin gestured for him to proceed. The player, wearing a confident smirk, took his stance and successfully pocketed 2 balls, already reveling in his apparent triumph. He was left with only the 8 ball to sink, and with a tap on the table, he declared, "This is your one opportunity, kid." Liu Lin casually laid the cue down and ambled to the table. He leaned in, hardly aiming, and with a single stroke, effortlessly pocketed a ball. Initially, Ma Xiaoquan had doubted Liu Lin's abilities, but upon witnessing his success, he scoffed. Well, perhaps a blind cat can indeed catch a dead rat. The others dismissed it, as the ball was relatively easy to sink. Liu Lin casually gestured with the cue to indicate the position for the next shot, and with another stroke, he pocketed yet another ball. Ma Xiaoquan, who had been mocking Liu Lin moments before, approached with curiosity, giving Liu Lin a light pat on the shoulder. "Lucky shot." As several balls remained on the table, the group remained unconcerned, convinced that no one in Linggao County could clear the table in one go. Their expressions remained composed, especially since the remaining balls were positioned at challenging angles. What they presumed to be mere luck quickly transformed when Liu Lin sank a 3rd ball. The previously composed group suddenly found themselves restless, crowding around to watch. "Luck, it must be luck. There's no way he can make this 4th shot," one scoffed. "If he sinks that ball, I'll eat it." Ma Xiaoquan, who had previously distanced himself as a mere spectator, could no longer suppress his disbelief. "What the hell? Liu Lin, when did you learn to play this game?" During his school days, Liu Lin had frequented billiards halls with classmates. With some guidance and a decent aptitude, he believed his skills were commendable. As the 5th ball fell, only the 8 ball remained. The player who had been competing with Ma Xiaoquan grew furious. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, "Ma Xiaoquan, are you trying to pull a fast one on me? You think you can deceive me?" Upon witnessing the situation, Ma Xiaoquan subtly tugged at Liu Lin, shaking his head gently. Liu Lin narrowed his eyes at the individual betting against him, holding a deep disdain for such characters, recognizing that they were the type who could not bear to see others succeed. However, Ma Xiaoquan continued to tug at him insistently, his face turning a shade of pale green with anxiety. Liu Lin was well aware of Ma Xiaoquan's temperament. He was the kind of person who adeptly navigated situations. The fact that Ma Xiaoquan was gambling on such a game struck Liu Lin as somewhat peculiar, and now it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. With a casual miscue, he offered the adversary a favorable shot. Just moments ago, Ma Xiaoquan had appeared furious and ready to brawl, yet upon witnessing the unfolding events, he erupted into hearty laughter. Even those surrounding him joined in, applauding the unexpected turn. Surely, luck had run dry. That shot was bound to be a success for Hao, who was undoubtedly preparing to part with his money. Liu Lin cast a sidelong glance at Ma Xiaoquan, who, displaying remarkable self-awareness, promptly tossed down a 10 yuan bill to cover the table fee. Hao, gripping his cue, approached Liu Lin with a glint of hostility in his eyes. "Kid, you played well, but compared to me, you still fall short." Liu Lin merely smiled, refraining from retorting. Hao's sycophants quickly gathered around, showering him with praise. As was customary, after all, in Linggao County, Hao was a formidable presence. They gestured with thumbs up in admiration. Intentionally, Hao nudged Liu Lin with his shoulder. "What is your name, kid? Let us get acquainted." "Liu Lin," he replied. Hao scoffed lightly, his gaze lingering on Liu Lin for several seconds before gesturing with his fingers, first indicating his own eyes, then pointing back at Liu Lin. Having settled the fees, Ma Xiaoquan hurriedly pulled Liu Lin away. "Let us get out of here." Once outside the billiard hall, Ma Xiaoquan patted his chest, exclaiming, "You nearly scared me to death just now. If that last shot had gone in, I would have been in serious trouble." Liu Lin, concerned about alarming Ma Xiaoquan, chose not to reveal the truth that trouble had likely already found them. "What's the deal? Who was that guy? I don't think I've seen him before." "Tong Ziho." Liu Lin shrugged, indicating he was unfamiliar with the name. Ma Xiaoquan exclaimed, "You may not know him, but surely you're aware that the shadowy figure behind the Shuangxi Hotel is Tong Jiahao? This Tong Ziho is the younger brother of Hao Guo, the second born in the family." As he spoke, Ma Xiaoquan spat on the ground. This Hao is truly despicable. Anyone who knows him keeps their distance. Yet, he wields his brother's influence, knowing full well that no one dares to offend him, running amok with impunity. I am acutely aware of my own billiard skills. I wouldn't engage in such a losing endeavor unless absolutely necessary. However, even if I played as well as you, I wouldn't dare to win. At this point, Ma Xiaoquan nudged Liu Lin playfully. By the way, when did your billiard skills improve so remarkably? I've never seen you play. Liu Lin shrugged, adopting a somewhat pretentious demeanor. Isn't it innate? Shouldn't one naturally excel at it? Who are you belittling? Ma Xiaoquan shot Liu Lin several incredulous looks. Liu Lin chose not to engage further on that topic, redirecting the conversation. Let us discuss something of substance. What serious matter? Ma Xiaoquan inquired. Are you planning to take advantage of me again? I returned to Shuanghe village today and met with Secretary Ma. Ma Xiaoquan teased. Did he put you through the ringer? Stop joking. Liu Lin cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoquan and informed him of his intention to lease the idle factory space at Huang Foundry. Ma Xiaoquan, noticing the seriousness in Liu Lin's demeanor, halted in his tracks. What do you intend to do with the factory? He inquired. I wish to establish a textile factory. Liu Lin replied. A textile factory? You plan to start a factory? Ma Xiaoquan exclaimed, placing his hands on his hips. Incredulity washing over him as he turned in circles. How had Liu Lin suddenly acquired the capability to run a factory? When had Ma Xiaoquan been overshadowed to such an extent by Liu Lin? Struggling to digest this revelation, Ma Xiaoquan endeavored to maintain his composure. So, what brings you to me now? It can't be that Ma Guangfu has refused to lease it to you? Liu Lin responded with a sly smile. He is willing to lease it, but he requires a deposit of 20,000 first. Then just pay it. You seem quite affluent now, Ma Xiaoquan remarked. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he fixed Liu Lin with a piercing gaze. You aren't thinking of borrowing money from me, are you? Let me make it clear. I will not lend you anything. Chapter 87. As I said, she also remarked on my shortcomings. Liu Lin had always perceived Ma Xiaoquan as astute, and indeed, this fellow's mind was remarkably quick. Yet, no matter how swiftly he thought, it did not alter the fact that he needed to lend him money. Are you still afraid I might default? Is it that you doubt my fabric won't sell? Or is your father-in-law unwilling to place an order for my batch of garments? If you're suggesting he has no intention of ordering, then I shall sell them to someone else. Ma Xiaoquan shot Liu Lin a glare. Have you grown accustomed to threatening me? Is it unbearable for you unless you intimidate me? Liu Lin reassured Ma Xiaoquan. I am not threatening you. I am merely reminding you. You are being overly suspicious. Given our long-standing friendship, I wouldn't stoop so low. Ma Xiaoquan, in pain, poked Liu Lin and retorted, I told you not to flaunt your good fortune. You claimed you wouldn't purchase a motorcycle or engage in any nonsense, yet you still need to borrow money from me? Isn't this merely a momentary setback? There is no need for such animosity. While speaking, Liu Lin affectionately patted Ma Xiaoquan's back. By the way, Ma Guangfu mentioned that regarding my factory lease, you must act as my guarantor. Ma Xiaoquan, already irritable, exploded again. On what grounds? I won't guarantee anything for you. Do you take me for a child? Is opening a factory such a simple endeavor? You think you can just utter a few words and voil? If you fail, you'd only lose a mere 20,000 in rent. Your reputation is already rather questionable. But I cannot afford such risks. In our Shuanghe village, my words carry weight, nearly rivaling that of the village chief. Liu Lin tilted his head and asked, Are you finished? I am. Tomorrow morning, bring the money and meet me at the bungalow. I will take you back to Shuanghe village. Are you treating my words as mere nonsense? Liu Lin patted Ma Xiaoquan's shoulder. Xiaoquan, stop resisting. Is it meaningful? By the way, I keep forgetting to tell you something. Today, when I was at the village entrance, I saw Ma Chunhua. Upon hearing the name Ma Chunhua, Ma Xiaoquan became anxious and shoved Liu Lin forcefully. Liu Lin, you're truly heartless. I see you thrive on my misfortune. With that, he turned away, arms crossed, and walked off in a huff. Liu Lin chuckled at Ma Xiaoquan's retreating figure. What a child, why the haste? I merely wish to inform you that she also expressed her opinion about me. However, Ma Xiaoquan would not hear this. After parting ways with Ma Xiaoquan, Liu Lin mounted his motorcycle and prepared to leave. Yet, he had not traveled far when he spotted Qi Dong and his companions standing by the roadside, their heads drooping, devoid of their usual spirited demeanor, resembling wilted vegetables. Liu Lin steered his motorcycle closer. What is wrong, fellows? What troubles you, looking so dejected? Upon seeing Liu Lin, Qi Dong resembled a child confronted by a parent, sniffling, as if on the verge of tears. Gentlemen, let's speak plainly. What is happening? Lin Gu. Something has happened to Chao Gu. Chao Jing? Qi Dong nodded glumly. What could possibly have happened to him? Liu Lin pondered, in this county town, during these times. Finding a vehicle to crash into would take an eternity. What could possibly transpire? Hospitalization? Could it be some rare ailment? That seems unlikely, as just a few days prior. He was full of vigor. Liu Lin had little acquaintance with Chao Jing, not even enough to classify it as an unspoken bond. At most, he had received some fabric from his family. If one were to insist on a connection, it would be with Qi Dong, who had at least shown respect in the matter concerning Li Cixi. Qi Dong unabashedly recounted how he had been beaten. Beaten? In Arlingao County. How many would dare to strike him? Moreover, did you not mention just yesterday that he had returned home? This incident occurred just this morning when Brother Chao had returned. Currently, he lies in the hospital. Why are you not visiting him? What are you standing around for? Have you called the police? Have you contributed to his medical expenses? At this point, Liu Lin had finally touched upon a sore spot for several individuals. Sun Wang began to voice his grievances. Brother Lin. It's not that we do not wish to accompany Brother Chao, we simply do not dare to go. As for calling the police, that is even more out of the question, and contributing to his medical expenses is something we wouldn't even dream of. Liu Lin furrowed his brow. What sort of trouble have you entangled yourselves in? Hao. It was Hao's men who acted against him, but we truly did not provoke him. He approached us directly and indiscriminately assaulted Brother Chao. He claimed it was a case of capturing the king to catch the thief, a warning to the others. He even declared that Lingao County is now his territory, instructing us to steer clear of him from now on. It is our own inadequacy that has rendered us powerless. No one dares to retaliate, and we can only stand by and watch as Brother Chao is beaten. Liu Lin's brow tightened. Why was it once again this Hao? Recalling Hao's demeanor at the billiards hall, Liu Lin was convinced that he was indeed capable of such acts. Why had you all previously coexisted without conflict? Qi Dong hastily explained that was because Hao had not returned to Lingao County before. We are uncertain as to why he has suddenly come back. However, upon his return, he has brazenly asserted dominance, disregarding us entirely. In truth, Brother Hao is usually quite low-key, seldom meddling in our affairs. We could say it was a case of mutual non-interference. But now Qi Dong fell silent. Liu Lin understood. These individuals wished to visit Chao Jing but were too frightened to confront him, feeling ashamed. Qi Dong wore a pained expression. Brother Lin. As long as Hao remains in Lingao County, it seems there will be no refuge for us, not for any of us, including Brother Chao. We may struggle to survive. Liu Lin, however, was unconvinced. If they could not survive, then so be it. One cannot languish for a lifetime. Did I not tell you last night to help me find a business location? Once the establishment is set up, you can still lead prosperous lives. The group looked at Liu Lin with gratitude in their eyes. Brother Lin, with Hao treating us this way, do you still dare to involve us? Are you not afraid he may direct his wrath towards you? I refuse to believe that he possesses such an irascible temperament, spending his days idly fixating on you few. In any case, I am not afraid. However, if you choose to cower, I cannot be held accountable. Consider it as though I have said nothing. Qi Dong, Sun Wang, and the others immediately bowed in respect, proclaiming, Brother Lin, from now on, we shall be at your service. Liu Lin waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this theatrics. There is no need to label yourselves as mine or yours. Get back to work. Until a store is found, I will not begin calculating your salaries. The group was filled with excitement. So, Brother Lin implies that as long as we secure a location, our salaries will commence? It appears we need not wait for the grand opening. Observing their jubilant expressions, Liu Lin impatiently remarked, All right, consider it a small victory in your elementary reading comprehension. Chapter 88. The joy of many is greater than the joy of one. The recent gloom dissipated, and everyone was filled with exuberance. All right, I understand, Brother Lin. Qi Dong, amidst his elation, could not help but gaze longingly at Liu Lin. Brother Lin, would you consider hiring my brother Chao as well? He is quite a loyal fellow. Liu Lin replied, Let us not indulge in unnecessary sentiment. It's as if you few can manage 2 venues for me. Qi Dong, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Liu Lin's hand, momentarily at a loss for words to express his current feelings. He bent down, resting his face against Liu Lin's arm. Brother Lin, you are like our reborn parents. Liu Lin shook off his hand in disdain. What a nuisance. You all need to change your ways. Don't frighten our guests in the future. Not wishing to linger on trivialities, Liu Lin mounted his motorcycle and returned to the courtyard, where serious matters awaited. Upon entering, he noticed Cui Monsong standing before a table, gulping down water, evidently just returned from outside. Uncle, you've worked hard. You must be exhausted. Exhaustion is trivial. The main concern is that I've been waiting these past 2 days, nearly at my wit's end. Observing Cui Monsong's furrowed brow, Liu Lin reassured him, Uncle Chui. Do not fret. Such matters cannot be resolved in a day. Can I not be anxious? It has been 2 days, and I have yet to exchange a word with them. They were elusive, and just as I finally hoped to see them return from the city, they convened an urgent meeting. I wonder if there are significant decisions from above. I fear that any unforeseen complications at this critical juncture might hinder your factory's establishment. Noting Chui Montsong's tense demeanor, Liu Lin poured him another cup of tea. Uncle, I have some delightful news to share. Unless it pertains to the factory's establishment, I doubt I can muster any joy. Liu Lin chuckled. This news will surely bring you joy. I have found a suitable factory space. Really? Chui Montsong was indeed excited. Is it the premises of the Huayang foundry that was previously uncertain? When the Huayang foundry first opened, it created quite a stir in Linggao County, prompting many to seek connections to secure employment there. However, it was unforeseen that the investor vanished after securing a loan. Chui Montsong was well aware of this situation. I had almost forgotten about this place. My memory fails me. Indeed, I am growing old. Chui Montsong inquired with concern, will it be feasible to rent the factory smoothly? If all goes well, it should not be a problem. I plan to head to Shuanghe village tomorrow morning to finalize the arrangements. Chui Montsong nodded slowly. That is good. If I can meet with the county officials tomorrow, I will lend my support. Now that the factory issue is resolved, in which areas do you wish for my assistance? Liu Lin responded, Uncle, you are well aware that undertaking such a significant endeavor necessitates the county's support. Only with their consistent backing can we navigate obstacles. Otherwise, we may find ourselves impeded at every turn, making progress exceedingly difficult. It is akin to obtaining a license. Many find it quite daunting. Chui Montsong let out a gentle sigh. I understand what you're saying, he replied, and now I know what I should say and do. After conversing with Chui Montsong, Liu Lin sought out Liu Ruhui. Darling, tonight our advertisement will officially be launched. Soon, everyone who watches Snow Mountain Flying Fox nationwide will be aware of our paper. Liu Ruhui had never had the opportunity to watch television before and was somewhat perplexed by Liu Lin's references to advertisements. However, she understood one thing. She wanted to help. And the prospect of contributing brought her joy. What can I do? She inquired. There's no need to rush into action, Liu Lin replied. Initially, when people see this type of advertisement, they might feel shy or resistant. At this moment, you can casually mention to those who come that you have used it and found it very effective. Don't hesitate to open a few packages and offer samples to those who can afford to buy them. As for the men, it wouldn't hurt to suggest they buy some for their wives, but we can follow up on that later depending on the situation. Remember, selling should not be driven by immediate gain. We want to avoid making people feel defensive. It's best to approach this naturally, as if it's genuinely for their benefit. After some time, as the advertisement gains traction, you could recruit a few women to assist us in promoting our products in various small shops and vendors. Though Liu Ruhui was uncertain about the effectiveness of Liu Lin's strategy or whether the advertisement would yield significant results, she nodded vigorously. I will do my utmost to sell all this paper. Seeing her earnest determination, Liu Lin couldn't help but smile. Don't feel pressured. Think of it as a game. This is primarily an opportunity for you to develop your skills, so that when the clothing store opens, you won't feel shy about speaking up. In truth, Liu Lin involved Liu Ruhui in this endeavor mainly to foster her growth. With no expectations regarding the volume of sales, he was not at all concerned about the vast potential of the sanitary napkin market. He knew that in a matter of days, he would not need to bring all the stock back, as numerous wholesalers would come directly to collect his goods from the paper factory. The factory's wholesale price was 20 cents, while Liu Lin planned to retail them at 70 cents. As a wholesaler, he intended to sell them for 50 cents, yielding a profit margin of 30 cents on 5 million packages. In this era, making money was remarkably easy. From around 4 o'clock that afternoon, people began to arrive in Liu Lin's courtyard, eager to secure good seats for watching the color television, so they wouldn't have to stand at the back later. Some, wanting to avoid disrupting the viewing experience, had already purchased peanuts and sunflower seeds from Songjinbao in advance. Today, the turnout was exceptionally high, mainly due to those who heard the news and came to join the excitement. The once spacious courtyard was now filled to capacity. Seeing this scene, Chui Montsong couldn't help but express his admiration. Liu Lin, you truly have a high level of insight. You've spent your own money on a color television, yet you're willing to let everyone enjoy it for free. Observe yourself, confined within these 4 walls, unable to catch even a fleeting glimpse of the world outside. Liu Lin would never concede that his intentions were less than pure. He believed that solitary joy paled in comparison to shared happiness. Witnessing the delight of others brought him a sense of fulfillment. The more Cui Montsong beheld Liu Lin, the more he found him agreeable, increasingly recognizing Liu Lin's elevated awareness. Indeed, it is rare to encounter young individuals like you in today's world. Liu Lin privately concurred, for there are undoubtedly few like him, who have been granted a second chance at life. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the crowd. Make way, quickly, make way. Are you blind? Why haven't you cleared a path for Brother Ruhui? Is life so unbearable for you? Chapter 89. The dog in the shadow of its master from a distance. Liu Lin furrowed his brow slightly as he observed the 6 or 7 individuals entering. It was indeed Ruhui and his entourage. However, this time, they were accompanied by 2 additional companions compared to their previous visit to the billiard hall. Among them was someone Liu Lin recognized, Li Cixi, the portly uncle of the rather rotund woman. He was clearing a path for Tong Ziho, behaving like a sycophant from a war film, yet exhibiting an even greater display of bravado. Clearly, he believed that aligning himself with Tong Ziho, a man of considerable influence, would grant him some semblance of power. Many were unfamiliar with the figure of Ruhui, as Tong Ziho had seldom traversed the streets of Linggao County. Nevertheless, the others in his retinue were well known to the locals. Despite the unmistakable disdain flickering in their eyes, they understood the necessity of avoiding conflict with these individuals. It was not so much fear as an acute awareness of their tenacity. Even if one managed to subdue them momentarily, the threat lingered, as these ruffians had a tendency to hold grudges. After all, most individuals were preoccupied with their livelihoods, unlike these troublemakers who seemed to thrive on idleness. Cui Damon hastened to Liu Lin's side, expressing concern. Brother Lin, this group does not appear to be of good character. They may soon cause us trouble. Let them be for now, Liu Lin replied. As long as they refrain from causing too much of a disturbance, we shall ignore them. Inform Jin Baolai that this fellow is Brother Hao's sibling. He mustn't recklessly confront them or, worse, attempt to ingratiate himself. Let him act as if he is unaware. Treat them as they would treat him. Cui Damon nodded in understanding. Understood, Brother Lin. Song Jinbao, unfamiliar with Ruhui, recognized a few of his lackeys. However, these miscreants had previously been associated with Chao Jing and his group. Recently, as Qi Dong and his companions integrated with them at a visible pace, Song Jinbao had grown overly confident and dismissed their presence. He was on the verge of confronting them, admonishing them to recognize whose territory they were invading and to refrain from sullying the pleasant atmosphere, when he was swiftly restrained by Cui Damon. Cui Damon relayed Liu Lin's words to Song Jinbao, who then felt a sudden jolt of realization. He thought to himself how fortunate it was that Cui Damon had acted so promptly. Otherwise, they would have likely provoked a formidable adversary. Shouldn't Brother Hao's sibling be in the city? Why has he come to our humble Linggao County? Has he fallen out of favor in the city, seeking to exert his influence here? As Song Jinbao cast furtive glances at Ruhui and his entourage, he muttered under his breath. Cui Damon, equally perplexed, noted. Isn't Brother Hao engaged in several businesses here in Linggao County? I've heard he also has ventures in the provincial capital. Logically, he should be quite affluent. Does he truly lack for anything, such as a color television? Why would he travel such a distance to stir up trouble here? Cui Damon wore an expression of unwelcome disapproval. If it were within his power, he would gladly expel this arrogant group. Nevertheless, he decided to endure, resolving not to allow them to disrupt the peace of their territory. Li Cixi claimed the most central seat in the front row for Tong Ziho, forcibly ejecting the individuals already seated there, allowing them to occupy the space entirely. At just past 4, I arrived to secure a good seat, only to have it snatched away, which inevitably stirred some resentment. Li Cixi, with a demeanor akin to a dog, craned his neck and shouted, "This seat belongs to my brother Ruhui. Who dares to object? Those with objections can step forward and let us see who they are." The few who had lost their seats remained silent, suppressing their grievances as they stood at the back. Once Ruhui's group turned their attention elsewhere, they spat on the ground, muttering about the audacity of those who wield their power like a dog. While the television had yet to start, Li Cixi continued to seek attention, exclaiming, "Whose venue is this? Are you not aware that important guests are in attendance? How can you be so inconsiderate? Hurry and bring out some sunflower seeds and peanuts, and a bit of fruit for my brother Ruhui to enjoy." Song Jinbao shot him a disdainful glance but remained unmoved. Why hasn't this television started? If it doesn't, what are we even here for? If you don't want us to watch, I can help you break it. What was once a lively courtyard had fallen into silence, as everyone observed these few individuals putting on a show. Seeing that no one responded to his tirade, Li Cixi wondered if everyone had suddenly gone deaf. Whose venue is this, anyway? Chui Damon was reluctant to let Liu Lin waste his energy on such people. Additionally, he felt a sense of injustice. They were being treated to a free viewing while having to deal with the mess, all while these individuals carried themselves with such arrogance. Yet, he was also wary of Song Jinbao's temperament, fearing he might lose his cool. Slowly, he approached, stating, "Our event officially begins at 6 and runs until 9. As for food, if you desire it, you must go over there and pay for it." Li Cixi, suddenly agitated, stood up, declaring, "For my brother Ruhui to grace your shabby establishment is your honor. Accepting a few refreshments from you is already a favor. How dare you ask for payment? Is this how one speaks?" Such sentiments were echoed in the minds of everyone present, not just Damon. They silently thought, "Who invited you? If you have the ability, just leave." Yet, no one dared to voice it. They exchanged glances, relying solely on unspoken communication. Chui Damon stood tall, pretending not to recognize them. As Lin Gu had instructed, they were not to fawn or ingratiate themselves. The television was provided for the enjoyment of all, free of charge, purely for the sake of camaraderie and merriment. It was unheard of to provide such entertainment and also bear the costs of food and drink. If you wish to eat, you must buy it. If not, we do not provide anything for free. Li Cixi, now frantic, asked, "Do you even know who my brother Ruhui is?" Chui Damon glanced at Ruhui, who was looking down on everyone with an air of superiority, filled with contempt. "I don't recognize him. I've never seen him before," Damon replied before turning to leave. In truth, his palms were sweaty, uncertain if this course of action would cause trouble for Lin Gu. However, having said and done it, he felt a sense of relief. After all, everyone was watching. To back down would be to bring shame to Lin Gu, and his father would surely not look at him for a year thereafter. It was the first time in days that Tong Ziho had been humiliated in front of so many people since returning to Linggao County. Suddenly rising to his feet, he commanded, "Stay right there." Chui Damon halted in his tracks and turned to face Ruhui. He appeared no different from any other person, one nose, one mouth, two eyes, and a flat nose bridge. At first glance, he resembled a thief, but the longer one looked, the more one felt nauseated. Chui Damon remained silent, while Tong Ziho began his address to the crowd. "My name is Tong Ziho, though most people affectionately refer to me as Brother Ruhui. Many of you may not know me, but that is of little consequence. Today, you can take a good look and remember, my brother is Tong Jiahao. Regardless of whether you know him or not, you should all call him Brother Hao. Now, I trust you are all aware of who I am. You should now understand precisely which temple you have entered and which incense you are burning." Chapter 90. Just stay there as Ruhui spoke. His gaze swept across the gathering, ensuring that no one would forget his repugnant visage. When he mentioned Tong Jiahao, many failed to grasp the significance. However, upon mentioning Brother Hao, understanding dawned upon the crowd. No wonder he flaunted his authority so brazenly. He was backed by Brother Hao. Indeed, Brother Hao's reputation in Linggao County was quite formidable. Yet few had heard of those who had suffered under his oppression. Nevertheless, the locals were well aware of one particular incident. During Brother Hao's nascent entrepreneurial days, he clashed violently with a notorious thug over territorial disputes, culminating in a bloody confrontation. In that fray, the thug lost an eye and a leg, while Tong Jiahao emerged unscathed, with no one daring to hold him accountable. Following that altercation, the thug vanished, and Tong Ziho ascended to become the wealthiest individual in Linggao County. Henceforth, anyone who learned of this incident came to regard Tong Jiahao as a figure who deftly navigated both the legitimate and illicit realms, a personage not to be trifled with. He had wealth, influence, and ruthlessness, all attributes that became synonymous with his name. Over time, many grew wary of merely hearing his name, reluctant to risk incurring his wrath, fearing they could not shoulder the consequences. Yet, the emergence of a brother, so lacking in decorum and so eager to assert dominance, left the populace with a decidedly unfavorable impression. They speculated about Brother Hao's appearance and demeanor based on Ruhui's character, for it was generally believed that those who emerged from the same environment could not be vastly different. Noticing the silence that enveloped the crowd, Tong Ziho mistakenly assumed that he had intimidated them all. He snorted derisively, casting a look of contempt at everyone present. Ruhui merely curled his lip and returned to his small stool. Li Cixi then leapt forth, pointing at Chui Damon. "Just because you were unaware before doesn't absolve you. Now that you are aware, why don't you hurry and fetch some fruit for Brother Ruhui?" Chui Damon clenched his fists, feeling humiliated at the prospect of complying. Yet, hesitant to act, he stood frozen in place. "Have you been struck dumb, or are you deaf? Can't you comprehend human speech?" Li Cixi approached, ready to shove Chui Damon. At that moment, Liu Lin emerged from the back of the crowd, grasping Li Sishi's wrist firmly. With a calm smile, he remarked, "Is it so difficult to simply fetch something to eat? Must you make such a fuss and invoke Brother Hao's name over a mere plate of seeds?" Seeing Liu Lin's face ignited a fire in Li Sishi's eyes, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration, Liu Lin dismissed Li Sishi with a flick of his wrist, brushing off the imaginary dust as if Li Sishi were inconsequential. Li Sishi, infuriated, shouted, "Don't get too full of yourself, Liu." He hurriedly turned to Brother Hao to lodge a complaint. "Brother Hao, he is one of Chao Jing's men. He's treacherous." The memory of that night, when he had been humiliated and soundly beaten, left Li Sishi trembling with rage. He had long sought an opportunity for revenge, and fortune favored the earnest. By a twist of fate, he found himself before Hao. With embellishments, he incited Hao to deal with Chao Jing, bringing him a sense of vindication. Today, he noticed an unusual number of people heading this way, and upon inquiry, learned they were drawn by the allure of watching television. He was aware that Hao's household was certainly not lacking in televisions, yet he argued that the crowd could enhance Hao's reputation, allowing many to recognize his formidable presence. Considering that many had yet to know him, Hao, eager to assert his stature, readily accepted Li Sishi's suggestion and joined the throng to watch television. Li Sishi, feeling triumphant that Hao was so amenable to his counsel, was particularly delighted to see Liu Lin, sensing that his opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. "Indeed," Hao responded. He stood from the small stool, approached Liu Lin, and surveyed him with a critical eye. With a smirk, he remarked on the quaintness of this insignificant county. Surprised to encounter him here once more, Liu Lin smiled faintly, acknowledging the coincidence. Hao scoffed, "Are you one of Chao Jing's men?" Liu Lin cast a cold glance at Li Sishi beside him, questioning, "Do you believe the words of this fool?" Hao squinted slightly, raising his chin to regard Liu Lin, declaring, "He is my man. Even if he curses like a dog, he must heed his master." Liu Lin chuckled softly, "If I recall correctly, just days ago he was calling Chao Gu, yet today he suddenly aligns himself under your banner, adopting a demeanor as if he stands in opposition to Chao Jing. You dare to take in a dog that may turn on its master?" The fact that Chao Jing had not considered him a brother and sought a new lord indicates his intelligence. Liu Lin found amusement in Hao's words, but deemed it unnecessary to educate someone like him. Even in the underworld, those who surround oneself cannot merely be rascals. Time was nearing 6 o'clock. Liu Lin took a seat at the spot Li Sishi had just vacated and waved towards Song Jinbao, requesting, "Jinbao, bring some sunflower seeds and tea over. We're dining at the Shuangxi restaurant. It has never been a matter of money. Even if we are here, we are not short of a barrel of seeds." The onlookers, having caught on, exchanged smirks. What kind of Brother Haoan Shuangxi restaurant was it that relied on such shamelessness to procure even a barrel of seeds? They realized that the so-called Brother Hao and his brother conducted themselves in such a manner. They had anticipated a legendary figure, but found only a bully cloaked in arrogance, claiming wealth amassed in such a way. "This is my seat," Li Sishi protested, anxious as the television show was about to begin. "How can I have lost my spot?" The thoughts of Hao and the others, who had initially pondered Liu Lin's words, were interrupted by Li Sishi's outburst. Liu Lin first patted the seat beside him, gesturing for Hao to take a seat. Then he turned his head, disdainfully glancing at Li Sishi. "This is my courtyard, my television, my stool. Which of these bears your name? Were it not for your master, would you have the audacity to speak before me? How long do you think you can flaunt borrowed power before you mistake yourself for Brother Hao?" Hao furrowed his brow, finding Liu Lin's words particularly grating, as if he were mocking him with veiled insinuations. Just as he was about to express his indignation, the television was activated by Song Jinbao. "Let the youth caress your flowing hair, guiding your dreams. Unbeknownst to us, the history of this city has captured your smile." Instantly, the attention of everyone in the courtyard was captivated by the television. "What is the name of this song? Goodness, this melody is simply enchanting. Is there a book available? I wish to jot down the lyrics. Everyone, please be quiet and listen attentively." Li Sishi leaned forward, looking pitifully for Hao. "Hao, brother." However, to his surprise, Tong Ziho did not even spare him a glance, impatiently waving his hand. "Do not speak. Just stay over there." Chapter 91. A mutual disdain. Li Sishi yearned to utter another word, yet upon observing Hao, who appeared entirely absorbed in meditation, he dared not disrupt the silence, retreating instead to a corner to watch from a distance. How could someone surnamed Tian be so malevolent? Surely, Hui Dao and Miao Rifeng have not genuinely fallen into his trap? As whispers circulated among the onlookers, the television's original ancient aesthetic abruptly transformed. revealing a girl adorned in a beautiful dress. She swung gracefully on a swing, her radiant smile captivating all who beheld her. Sanitary pads, bringing comfort and freedom. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. What are they selling? That dress is quite lovely. Some women in the courtyard understood the implications, covering their faces in embarrassment, wondering how such a thing could be aired with so many men present. A few women quietly debated the effectiveness of the advertised product, questioning whether it truly allowed for unrestricted movement during certain times. Noticing the hushed conversation, Liu Ruhui mustered her courage and approached them. It's exceptionally useful. I've tried it. What is the difference from what we typically use? The distinction is quite significant. Initially anxious, Liu Ruhui found her nerves easing as she spoke, encouraged by the curiosity of several women. Ensuring no men were paying attention, she cautiously produced a few pads. I have a few left. I can give you one to try. The women, delighted, quickly tucked the pads into their clothing while others remained oblivious. Throughout the duration of the drama, the atmosphere in the courtyard was harmonious, and the earlier awkwardness was entirely forgotten. Even the end credits did not escape their attention. Once the television was turned off, the earlier excitement transformed into a palpable sense of disappointment. As they departed, voices echoed with discontent, glancing back reluctantly. Although this series had once been a classic, wildly popular in its time, Liu Lin, having witnessed countless superior productions, found the special effects somewhat jarring. Nevertheless, the camaraderie of watching the drama with others was genuinely delightful, especially listening to their speculations and expressions of wonder, which often surpassed the drama itself. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of life in this era, simple and joyful. Tong Ziho also lingered on the bench, gazing at the now turned-off television, feeling that the 2 episodes had passed all too swiftly. Why did it have to end? Turning his head, he noticed Liu Lin had already risen. Hey, Liu Lin urged. It's getting late. You should return and rest. Tong Ziho stood, tilting his head, his gaze still filled with hostility. You refuse to yield, don't you? Encountering you twice today, you seem to be opposing me. Opposing? Liu Lin mused, contemplating that Tong Ziho might be misinterpreting the notion of opposition. Raising an eyebrow, he replied. Upon reflection, I find I have no reason to oppose you. Do you truly believe you are worthy of my time? Tong Ziho fixed his gaze on Liu Lin for several seconds, yet throughout that duration, Liu Lin maintained a calm and steady eye contact. This sensation left Tong Ziho feeling quite irked. Li Cixi observed the peculiar glint in Tong Ziho's eyes and promptly rubbed his aching legs before hastening to his side. Erheo. Regardless of what this person tells you, do not trust him. He is in cahoots with Chao Jing. After our altercation with Chao Jing today, he might harbor considerable animosity towards us. Tong Ziho chuckled derisively. There are many who despise me, but it depends on whether they possess the audacity to act. I doubt anyone in Linggao County has the courage to challenge me. Li Cixi, ever eager to flatter, chimed in. Of course, Erheo, who are you? If you were to sneeze in Linggao County, it would surely send ripples throughout. Tong Ziho shot him a glare. Enough with the flattery. Am I an earthquake? Don't mistake me for someone who relishes all compliments. Li Cixi's expression darkened, but Tong Ziho ignored him and cast another glance at Liu Lin. There is a saying, there's a first and a second, but never a third or fourth. Let me make it clear. I find you particularly displeasing. So steer clear of me in the future. With that, Tong Ziho passed by Liu Lin, deliberately bumping into him, as he departed surrounded by a group of followers. Li Cixi, who had previously worn a scowl, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Tong Ziho's warning directed at Liu Lin, and the clouds of his discontent dissipated. He followed Tong Ziho, occasionally glancing back at Liu Lin with a mischievous smirk, mimicking a knife gesture and a throat-slitting motion. Despite having lived 2 lives, Liu Lin was experiencing such incidents for the first time. His instinct to resist stemmed from the essence of a new era, yet his wariness reflected a reserved understanding of human nature. Once everyone had vacated the scene, Song Jinbao and Cui Damon instinctively approached Liu Lin. Lin Gu, I sense that this Erheo comes with ill intentions, said Cui Damon, echoing the sentiment. Indeed, Lin Gu, I too believe he harbors no goodwill. Liu Lin nodded. Such individuals are akin to ticking time bombs, unpredictable in their outbursts. Mere vigilance would not suffice. Strategies must be devised. Lin Gu, do you have any good plans? Liu Lin pondered. Dealing with Erheo alone is not particularly challenging. However, I am uncertain of his true depth. We must gather intelligence. Song Jinbao appeared troubled. Lin Gu, this may prove difficult to ascertain. If it were easy, he wouldn't be shrouded in such mystery across Linggao County, leaving everyone perplexed. Liu Lin reminded him. Didn't you mention he conducts business in the provincial capital? If we cannot uncover anything here, let us seek information from there. Ah, yes. We should also investigate why Tong Ziho left the provincial capital to return to Linggao County, Song Jinbao replied, enlightened. I do have acquaintances in the provincial capital. I will inquire through them once I return. Liu Lin nodded, be vigilant. He sensed that Tong Ziho would not grant him much time. As Song Jinbao rode home, Cui Damon hurriedly attended to the aftermath, while Cui Monsong approached, concerned. Do you have a grudge with that young man from earlier? Liu Lin shook his head helplessly. We had only met today. Why then did I perceive such animosity directed towards you? Some individuals experience an instant connection, while others fall for one another at first sight. As for us, it seems we have developed an immediate aversion. Cui Monsong found himself at a loss for words. The phenomenon of attraction is indeed quite remarkable. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone echoed from within the room. Cui Damon hastily abandoned his broom and rushed inside. Could it be the secretary calling? Liu Lin followed suit, quickening his pace towards the room. Cui Damon, terrified of missing the call, answered as swiftly as possible. Hello, is this the secretary? Chapter 92. Disturbing the hornet's nest on the other end of the line, there was a profound silence. Hello? Speak up. Is it you, secretary? This is Diamond's secretary? Cui Damon repeatedly called out to the other end of the phone, yet no response came. With a hint of disappointment, he glanced at Liu Lin, who had just entered. Uncertain whether the silence was due to a fault in the line, he listened intently to the receiver once more, hello, but still receiving no reply. He ultimately decided to hang up. Suddenly, a woman's voice emerged from the other side, tinged with both hesitation and suppressed emotion. Is this Liu Lin's residence? Who are you? Are you looking for our general manager, Liu? Cui Damon passed the phone to Liu Lin, saying, Brother Lin, it seems she is searching for you, and it's a woman. Liu Ruhui had just bid farewell to several women discussing sanitary napkins and was filled with a sense of accomplishment as she entered the house. Intending to ask Liu Lin if he wanted to head home now, she overheard Cui Damon's words, feeling an inexplicable discomfort within. Why would a woman be calling Liu Lin at such a late hour? Liu Lin took the phone, placing it to his ear. Hello? But all that greeted him was a series of beeps. The call had already been disconnected. Liu Ruhui bit her lip, cautiously inquiring, who called at this hour? I don't know. Was it ignorance or intentional concealment? Although Liu Ruhui reminded herself not to overthink and disturb their marital harmony. A twinge of jealousy lingered in her heart. The absence of a call from Xiao Jun left Cui Damon feeling quite despondent. 5 days had passed, even with delays. They should have arrived in Kanglan City by now. Regardless of how busy they were, surely a moment could be spared to make a call. What on earth was happening with the secretary? Why was there no communication at all? It would be a lie to say Liu Lin was not concerned. With such a significant shipment, it was impossible not to attract attention. He too feared that Xiao Jun might have caught the eye of someone with ulterior motives. This anxiety obscured Liu Lin's awareness of the discomfort that had just crossed Liu Ruhui's face. Let us go, Liu Ruhui said, trailing behind Liu Lin until they silently settled onto the motorcycle. Liu Lin felt her arms wrap around his waist. Where's Miao Miao? Huh? Liu Ruhui was startled, a flicker of panic crossing her face. She was just here a moment ago. How could she vanish so quickly? In a rush, Liu Ruhui jumped off the motorcycle, anxiously calling out, Miao Miao, Miao Miao. But after several calls, there was no response from the child. As the chill of early autumn night descended, beads of cold sweat broke out on Liu Ruhui's forehead. Miao Miao, Miao Miao. Liu Lin quickly joined the search. Hearing the commotion, Cui Damon and Cui Monsong rushed out, asking, what happened? What's wrong? The child is missing? Liu Ruhui was on the verge of tears. Indeed, she could not fathom how. Just moments ago, the child had been right beside her, yet now, they had vanished without a trace. It was all her fault. She should not have been so careless. How could she have allowed herself to be so inattentive? Liu Ruhui immediately began to berate herself, loathing the fact that she had been consumed by jealousy and had forgotten her own child completely. But there was no time for self-reproach. Finding the child was of utmost priority. The group confirmed that Miao Miao was neither in the yard nor inside the house and hurriedly set out to search. Xiao Lu, you have a vehicle and quick legs. Ride with your wife and check at the bus station or somewhere similar. Meanwhile, Demin and I will scour this area thoroughly to see if the child got lost in the dark or if something more sinister has occurred, Liu Lin urged anxiously. All right, I'm on it, Liu Lin replied, hastily mounting his motorcycle and speeding towards the train and bus stations. He raced down the road, leaping off the bike to search frantically, yet Miao Miao remained elusive. Liu Ruhui, overwhelmed with anxiety, felt her mind go blank as tears streamed down her face, her legs trembling with weakness. As Liu Lin searched, he pondered where such a small child could possibly wander off to. If Miao Miao had truly gotten lost, it was implausible for her to have ventured far on her own. Could it be that she had been abducted? The mere thought sent a chill down Liu Lin's spine, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. If abduction had indeed occurred, it must have been someone who had been watching them earlier while they were watching television. Who could it be? Who would dare harm his child? Li Cixi. The name sprang to Liu Lin's mind. Among those he knew, Li Cixi was the only one with a motive to commit such an atrocious act. With this realization, Liu Lin revved his motorcycle, carrying Liu Ruhui back to the apartment building with haste. He was uncertain of where to find Li Cixi, but surely the inhabitants of the chubby woman's household would have some knowledge. As Liu Lin ascended the stairs, he hurriedly rushed towards the chubby woman's door. With a resounding crash, he kicked the door, causing it to splinter. "Ah!" came a shriek from within. "Who is so wicked as to vandalize my door?" The chubby woman, having been in a deep slumber, jolted awake to the sound of her door being forcefully kicked. Upon turning on the light, she was met with the sight of her door cracked wide open, though it splintered. Frantically, she dashed to the entrance and flung the door open, only to be confronted by the fierce visage of Liu Lin. Having suffered the consequences of their previous encounters, the sight of Liu Lin instilled fear in the chubby woman, rendering her momentarily paralyzed, devoid of the courage to retaliate. Without wasting time on pleasantries, Liu Lin demanded, "Where does Li Cixi reside?" The chubby woman, believing Liu Lin was seeking vengeance for their past altercations, hesitated. The plump woman has finally come to realize the gravity of her situation. "Hasn't our Cixi already suffered enough at the hands of your people? He lay incapacitated at home for a full 2 days. Can't you just let him be? Spare us your incessant chatter. Where, pray tell, is Li Cixi at this moment?" The commotion stirred up by Liu Lin has been alarmingly loud, awakening the residents of the apartment complex who had already drifted into slumber. They now find themselves peering through their doors, curious about the unfolding events. Given the recent occurrences, everyone is acutely aware that Liu Lin is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, in the past few days, those who ventured to Liu Lin's courtyard to admire his television have confirmed the truth. Liu Lin has indeed prospered, and his wealth is anything but ordinary. He possesses a spacious courtyard, the walls of which are remarkably well constructed, and he owns a grand television worth several $1,000s. Riding his motorcycle, he exudes an undeniable charisma. Had it not been for Liu Lin and Liu Ruhui returning home late these past 2 days, one would undoubtedly witness groups of people congregating, gossiping about him. At this moment, observing Liu Lin confront the plump woman, the onlookers dare not behave as they once did, casually munching on seeds as they watch the spectacle unfold. Instead, they now cautiously peer through the cracks of their doors. This plump woman has truly stirred up a hornet's nest and has attracted trouble of a most formidable nature. Chapter 93. Regained. Liu Ruhui's legs felt weak as she ascended the stairs, greeted by a tense scene unfolding before her. Liu Lin was in a furious confrontation with the portly woman, and the air in the corridor was thick with oppressive silence. Not a soul dared to make a sound. The portly woman trembled, stuttering under Liu Lin's wrath, a stark contrast to the times she had previously provoked him without fear. In that moment, she sensed that Liu Lin was in a volatile state, capable of violence at any moment. The thought of what might follow his provocation was too daunting to contemplate. Amidst the portly woman's fear, she managed to inform Liu Lin of Li Cixi's impending misfortune, yet she hesitated, fearing her own potential repercussions. Just then, a soft voice emerged from behind Liu Lin, calling out, "Daddy." Following this, Liu Ruhui's voice, filled with surprise tinged with fear, exclaimed, "Meow meow." Suddenly, the tension that had tightly wound around Liu Lin shattered like glass. His previously stormy expression relaxed, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Slowly turning around, he spotted Meow Meow standing at the doorway of Sister Daqing's house, holding hands with her, her little hands rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Mommy, Daddy, why did you come back so late? Meow Meow is so tired," she complained. Liu Ruhui, upon seeing her daughter, was initially overwhelmed with joy as she embraced Meow Meow tightly. Yet, that joy swiftly morphed into a torrent of anger. Gripping Meow Meow's shoulders, she scolded, "How could you be so thoughtless? Who told you to run home without informing your parents?" Meow Meow, taken aback by her mother's fierce tone, burst into tears. Seeing her daughter cry made Liu Ruhui's heart ache, and she too began to weep, reproaching Meow Meow. "Do you have any idea how worried your father and I were? We searched everywhere for you." As she spoke, she raised her hand as if to strike, but her hand hovered in the air, unable to descend. After all, Meow Meow was her precious child. and she had never brought herself to harm her in any way since birth. Sister Daqing, sensing the distress, quickly intervened, saying, Ruhui, please don't be too harsh on the child. Though she is still young, she is usually quite sensible. You should clarify the situation with her. In fact, I found Miao Miao standing all alone at your doorstep. When I saw you had tea returned, I asked her to wait at my home for you. Seeing that Liu Ruhui's emotions had not yet settled, Liu Lin crouched down and gently pulled the sobbing Miao Miao into his embrace, softly stroking her back. In a soothing tone, he asked, Miao Miao, tell Daddy, how did you come home alone? Miao Miao continued to sniffle, but she tightly wrapped her little arms around Liu Lin's neck. Her expression one of deep grievance. Daddy, I didn't come back by myself. A big sister carried me home. A big sister? Liu Lin furrowed his brow, questioning. What big sister? Liu Ruhui also turned to Liu Lin, recalling the mysterious phone call that he had refused to disclose. Miao Miao shook her head. Having never seen or recognized the woman, she expressed her desire to wait for her parents, yet the woman insisted it was she who had sent Miao Miao home. Miao Miao appeared equally aggrieved, but she was placed at the doorstep and left alone. Liu Lin lifted Miao Miao into his arms and turned to Daqing's sister-in-law, inquiring if she had seen the woman. Daqing's sister-in-law shook her head, baffled. But how peculiar. What could she have brought Miao Miao back for? It doesn't make sense. If she could return her home, she surely isn't a kidnapper. Liu Ruhui bit her lip, yearning to embrace the tearful Miao Miao, as she had feared losing her daughter that day. However, Liu Ruhui had seemed somewhat stern to Miao Miao earlier, prompting the child to turn away and cling tightly to Liu Lin's neck. Liu Ruhui felt a pang of disappointment, further unsettled by Liu Lin's reluctance to reveal the identity of the mysterious woman. She turned away, fighting back tears as she entered the house. The neighbors, who had been eavesdropping, began to piece together the situation. They realized that Liu Lin had panicked, believing the child was lost, only to discover she had been returned by an older girl. This was quite the revelation. They cast furtive glances at the plump woman, murmuring in disbelief. So it was a misunderstanding. A door was broken in vain. Why don't you confront Liu Lin? Where is your former bravado? Suddenly, the plump woman let out a wail akin to a pig being slaughtered. Li Sanxiang, continue playing dead if you wish. We cannot endure this life any longer. Liu Lin, cradling Miao Miao, felt a mix of joy from having her back, along with concern and wariness regarding the enigmatic woman. However, despite ruminating for quite some time, he could not recall any information or even a fragment of memory regarding a young girl. After soothing Miao Miao for a while, he noticed Liu Ruhui still wore a heavy expression. Remembering how close she had come to losing her composure moments ago, Liu Lin sat beside her, heart aching. Miao Miao, you cannot imagine how worried your mother and I were just now. I've been blaming myself for not looking after you properly. Our sensible Miao Miao surely understands how deeply your mother loves you, doesn't she? Miao Miao, with tears glistening in her eyes, looked at Liu Lin's face, then turned to glance at Liu Ruhui. Her small hand reached out to Liu Ruhui, gently wiping away her tears. Mama, I promise to be more obedient and good from now on. Except for you and Daddy, I won't go anywhere with anyone else again. Please don't cry, Mama. I won't cry anymore either. Yet, despite her words, Miao Miao's tears continued to fall, feeling both sorrow for her mother and a sense of injustice. Mama, hug me. As her cheek was caressed by Miao Miao's tiny hand, Liu Ruhui's heart melted, and she embraced Miao Miao tightly, weeping for a considerable time. Liu Lin found the scene profoundly moving, feeling no urge to advise Miao Miao and Liu Ruhui to cease their tears. He hoped that this scene would serve as a profound lesson for their family of three, an education and safety that would be forever etched in their memories, preventing such an incident from recurring in the future. He had been quite shaken himself and could scarcely fathom the turmoil that would ensue if Miao Miao were truly lost to them. Although his paternal bond with Miao Miao was not lengthy, in his heart, she was undoubtedly his most cherished daughter. After a considerable pause, Liu Ruhui finally raised her tear-stained, swollen eyes, gazing intently at Liu Lin. Who was that older sister Miao Miao spoke of? Liu Lin, believing Liu Ruhui was merely seeking his insight, shook his head, uncertain. I don't know, but I will find a way to investigate. Liu Lin sensed that this situation was far from ordinary. Liu Ruhui bowed her head in silence, pondering. Is she the woman who called you today?